Chapter -1. Status. Level 0. Gambit. System glitch. Insanity gauge, 100%. Stats. Health. Not bad. Stamina. Ma. Armor. Tinfoil suit. Carry weight. 1,000 pandas. Top speed. Carriage. Mana. Literally 0. Attributes. Strength. 2,300 pounds. Dexterity. Wombat. Intelligence. To be determined. Vitality. Sirloin. Athleticism. Risu. Perception. Yes. Wisdom. Not applicable. Defense. Tinfoil. Abilities. Empty. Passives. Glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. I looked at the nonsensical information hovering in front of my eyes. It was presented in the form of a somewhat transparent screen. Below my level, name, and class was a progress bar of sorts, although it was filled to the brim with blood. This makes no sense whatsoever. And why is it saying my intelligence is to be determined? That's just rude. Panda was back on my shoulder and looking at the screen as well. It looks like your system glitch class is the cause. It's like looking at a computer with a software bug or a malicious virus. I have 3 passives at least, I said, trying to look on the bright side. They were listed as glitch, insanity, which was a given, and inanimate voices. No abilities, though, Panda remarked. The only thing I can really tell is that you can either carry 1,000 copies of me at once or 1,000 actual pandas. Strength was the only other attribute with a numerical value attached, though I wasn't sure what it referred to exactly. Maybe strength is how much I can bench press? That'd put you far above the world champion, Panda explained, somehow knowledgeable about the sport. Can you read those strange symbols? I wondered. I think it's Chinese, the plushie clarified. But no. How fast do you think a carriage goes? No faster than 13 miles per hour, he replied with certainty. What do you think that red bar is for? I wondered, tapping the progress bar on the screen. As though prompted by my gesture, a new window popped up, overlaying the status. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Insane in the membrane. Max out your insanity gauge at 100%. Enjoy your new life of speaking in tongues and hugging your paralysis demons, while the insects below your skin sing you soothing lullabies as it rains upside down. Normally, reaching 100% on your insanity gauge is supposed to turn you into a mindless monstrosity and remove you as a contestant from the great game, but you are somehow still humanish in appearance. How peculiar. Please remain where you are while we send a second agent to investigate this anomaly. Reward: Insanity passive. I frowned. How many agents are they going to send to investigate me? A lot, from the sounds of it. Seems like you weren't supposed to survive going completely insane. It's kind of their fault for expecting people in an asylum to succumb to their insanity. Seemed to work on your friends, Panda remarked darkly. Posers, I scoffed. Before I could close the achievement screen, another window popped up, overlaying it. It was like I'd accidentally visited the wrong kind of website or something. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -1, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Kills required for level -2, 0 of 5. Why is it counting my levels backwards? How am I supposed to know how this works? I clicked away the level up and achievement windows, but only a second later another pop-up replaced them. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Level up? Reached level -1. I'm not sure what's happening here, to be honest, but it's probably for the best that you just remain where you are while we send a squad of agents to investigate this anomaly. Reward: Punch harder, ability. Punch harder, ability. When one punch is not enough, just punch harder. We don't know why you were awarded this ability, but we'd prefer if you did not use it, since we are not sure what its limit is. By uttering the name of this ability before a punch, its damage is doubled. If the punch fails to kill the target, this ability will trigger recursively. Cooldown, 1 minute. It never ends, I complained. You got an ability, though, Panda remarked. I didn't even get to pick it. Don't be a choosing beggar, he scolded me. I clicked the X to close the pop-up, then brought up my status again and poked the intelligence attribute, hoping to invest my available point. Error. Unable to invest point in chosen attribute. Please pick another. Poking the wisdom attribute was met with the same message. Error. Unable to invest point in chosen attribute. Please pick another. I groaned. Why isn't it working? Finally, when I poked the vitality attribute, something happened. I sighed as I saw what it changed into. Though interestingly, the health and stamina stats changed alongside it, but again, the result was dumb. Status. Level -1. Gambit. System glitch. Insanity gauge. 100%. Stats. Health. Not bad. Stamina. Mane. Armor. Tinfoil suit. Carry weight. 1,000 pandas. Top speed. Carriage. Mana. Literally 0. Attributes. Strength. 2,300 pounds. Dexterity. Wombat. Intelligence. To be determined. Vitality. Beef medallion. Athleticism. Risu. Perception. Yes? Wisdom. Not applicable. Defense. Tinfoil. Abilities. Punch harder. Passives. Glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. I shook my head. This isn't so much insane as just downright frustrating. I wonder why the bad part of your health stat is in quotations now, Panda asked, his stitched mouth forming an O shape. I guess we can at least confirm that your vitality is based on types of meat dishes. I'm not sure there's any logic behind this. I clicked the status window away and got to my feet. All right, enough of this. I'm going to find a way to get out of here, I decided. My right fist was still bleeding, though scabs had already formed. Panda, who had crawled down to sit on my lap, quickly climbed up the legs of my pajamas pants, then back up my back and up onto my shoulder. How do you think your ability works? He wondered. Punches things hard until they die? I replied, as I made my way down the hallway. The warbling screams from the patients behind me were entirely gone. Only the sounds of the TV static coming through the hole in the dungeon wall and the hum of the lights in the ceiling accompanied me. I tried not to look at the faces in the tapestry as I followed the curling path until another door was in my way. As soon as I pushed it open, a long-limbed woman in a pajama set like mine leapt into me, sending me back out into the hallway. My head bounced off the rubbery linoleum floor as I landed on my back, and I quickly shoved the screaming figure off me before she could sink her buck teeth into my face or stab me with her Edward Scissorhands-looking fingers. I scrambled backwards on my ass while trying to get back up. The lack of friction from my woolen socks made it impossible to get a grip on the plasticky floor, and all the while the woman swung for me with her scissor fingers. She managed to nick my shins before I was able to pull them out of the way. When I was finally able to plant my feet and get up, she swiped at my face, cutting me shallowly across the bridge of my nose. "You motherfucker!" I cursed. "Wouldn't it be fatherfucker?" Panda corrected unhelpfully. I pulled my bleeding fist back, then hit her with a haymaker right in the forehead. A loud slap echoed through the hallway, followed by a splat as she slammed into the floor with such force that her head cracked open on impact. She wouldn't be getting back up. "You're bleeding quite a lot already," Panda said. "It's fine," I replied, stepping over the dead patient. I opened the door cautiously and peered into the waiting room that awaited me. There weren't any rip-off Spy Kids orderlies with thumb faces in sight. However, 2 of the twisted patients were seated in plastic chairs up against the wall in the back, beside a potted plant that had clearly come to life as it writhed in visible distress. The normally calming picture frames on the walls now showed grisly torture scenes, leaking actual blood down the off-white plastic walls. A large reinforced metallic door was set into the right wall, though there was no obvious way to open it. "Charming," Panda remarked. I double-checked to be sure, but these were the only enemies in the room. Before they noticed me, I made a quick decision and pulled the round handle off the door. I ran towards the 2 monsters, only to drop into a slide across the floor on my socks as I wound back my arm and flung the metal knob right into the chest of one of the 2. It struck the man, crushing his sternum with the impact and producing a sound like a box of crackers being stomped on. The other rose with a warbling scream, seconds before I slammed my palm into its chin with enough force to snap its spine. As the distended and twisted patient collapsed to the floor, the other gasped for air. I finished him off with a downward punch that cracked its head against the floor. "Yeah, I've definitely gotten stronger," I said, as I wiped my bloodied fist on my gray shirt. The intercom in the ceiling suddenly buzzed to life with an electronic scream. "The psychiatrist will now see you," it yelled. The reinforced door swung open. Chapter -2. The pitter-patter of my blood dripping on the linoleum floor in fat droplets filled the waiting room as I peered into the darkness beyond the open metal door. It was impossible to see what lay ahead, but it was fairly clear that something was awaiting me within. Panda was rubbing his chin, which was a strange mannerism for a plushie to exhibit. I wonder what kind of psychiatrist we're dealing with. Maybe it's Dr. Julian's. The man had often interviewed and assessed me during my long stay at Calm Springs Asylum. Panda shuddered. Think he'll force you to swallow pills again? I frowned at the memory. To be precise, he had only decided what medicine I should take. The orderlies were the ones who'd enforced my medication regimen. But I'd quickly learnt to spit out the pills after they'd left. There was no way I trusted the medicine after seeing how they reduced the other patients to feeble, placid creatures. Do you think I became a glitch because I didn't take those pills? Panda shrugged. I clenched my jaw. If it is Dr. Julian's, then I'd like to bash his head in. Wasn't he just doing his job? He said I was clinically insane. Panda fixed me with a stare. You do know you're talking to a plushie, right? He paused. Even the system said you're insane. Shut up. I fixed my eyes on the doorway. Then I clenched my fist, ignoring the pain from my broken middle finger and torn knuckles, and walked through. The darkness was like a thin membrane that allowed me to cross the threshold of the metal door. Once I'd gone all the way through, it immediately became solid, clearly only allowing one-way traversal. I touched it after passing through, and it was like a dark pane of glass, though it seemed impossibly dense when I knocked on it. "Welcome to my office," announced a voice from behind me. I turned away from the threshold membrane to take in the scene before me. The same plastic, off-white walls as the hallways and waiting room greeted me, the same linoleum floor, and similar plastic furniture. As with the waiting room, the previously calming pictures were all totally messed up. All of them showed skinned humans, smiling and tracking me with their eyes while their blood leaked from the frame and streaked down the walls. Behind a white desk with nothing but a cup of coffee on it stood the psychiatrist. He wore a calming blue woolen cardigan and dark gray trousers. His straw blonde hair was swept back with copious amounts of hair gel, and round spectacles rested on his nose, giving him a strange quality somewhere between party boy and professor. "It's been a while, redacted," he said by way of greeting. I squinted at the suspiciously normal man. "You look and seem relatively normal, Doctor." Dr. Julians pushed his glasses further up his nose ridge, then grinned. "I am afforded a bit more sentience, given the role the system granted me. I am the boss around here, after all." Panda tugged me on the ear, then whispered, "Was he actually the boss of this place?" "No," I replied, my eyes locked on the psychiatrist. "I suppose this is the part where I kill you," Dr. Julians said, and the entire room opened. The furniture flattened into the floor, the walls fell away, and the ceiling vanished. But it wasn't the outside world that was revealed to us. No, instead it was the screaming tapestry of faces woven from hair that I'd seen earlier. It extended out from the edges of the floor and up over us like a dome. Beyond it was a darkness like that of the doorway. I reminded myself that touching it was a bad idea. "This should be where the evil doctor starts laughing maniacally," Panda predicted. No sooner had he said it than Dr. Julians began cackling to himself, while his body underwent an insane transformation. His arms and legs elongated. Long hook nails sprouted from his fingers, while his feet fused into hooves and his knee joints inverted. His face transformed as well, but not how I'd expected. From the nose, a swirl formed on his face, moving around in a spiral until it reached his ears. Then his entire head unfurled like a meat rose, with the petals all adorned with spherical blue eyes, each with a tiny black dot pupil. The cackling transformed into distorted TV static as his body continued to grow. "We might be fucked," Panda said. I ignored him, backing away towards the entrance. Unfortunately, like all the other walls, it had disappeared and now just led to a brief fall, cushioned by the screaming tapestry below that marked the boundary of the arena. With a sudden lunge, Dr. Julians flung his arms out towards me, the long limbs having grown a second elbow joint. Laughter continued emanating from his meat rose face as all the blue eyes stared at me. I hopped out of the way of his hook nails, which caught on the linoleum floor and tore deep gouges as the enlarged hands pulled back. "This treatment may hurt a little," the staticky intercom voice said, before he swung his arms for me again. I took the opportunity to dart in closer to his body by ducking under his arms, then jumped from the floor and up into the air, winding my arm back for a sucker punch. "It seems my treatment was too lenient," the intercom roared, as though Dr. Julians was preparing a special attack. Before he had the opportunity, I rammed my fist straight into the center of his rose face. A loud, distorted grunt emerged from the transformed doctor. To my surprise, he started falling backward, while his hook nails scrambled to catch him and once again tore deep furrows in the floor. As I fell back down from my incredible jump, Dr. Julians landed on his back, his elongated limbs momentarily out of commission. My woolen socks hit the linoleum floor, and I slipped from the lack of friction. Before I could close in, the monstrosity was already sitting up. "Punch him harder!" Panda yelled excitedly, baying for the psychiatrist's blood. I leapt from the ground again, easily clearing 6 feet without much effort, then swung my fist at the same spot on his face. This time, I shouted the name of my ability. "Punch dot harder, open parentheses, close parentheses." Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. My punch connected with Dr. Julian's face, emitting a loud smack, but while it clearly rocked his world, it wasn't enough to kill him. As though realizing this, the condition of my strange ability triggered. Reactivating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. As though a machine was moving my arm at superhuman speed, my fist pulled back and released forward into a punch with such velocity that the sound of the first smack was still echoing as the second one came. There was clearly more power behind this follow-up hit, but the ability still wasn't satisfied. Reactivating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Another punch struck instantly, even harder than the previous two combined. But it wasn't enough. The ability reactivated, punching much harder. With a loud crunch, all my fingers broke in unison, even my middle one, which was already broken. But it still wasn't enough. For the next 18 punches, there was a near instantaneous sequence of punch, reactivation, damaging my fist and arm nearly as much as the doctor's meat rose face. After the 18th punch in the last 1.2873 seconds, the skin and meat on my right fist was ground down to the bone, and not a single bit was left unbroken in my hand and wrist. All the tendons and muscles were totally frayed and torn as well. The final impact released a powerful explosion of wind that sent me careening back towards the far edge of the floor. At the same time, the smoking, pulped to oblivion remnants of the monstrous psychiatrist's head collapsed back the other way, spilling syrupy black blood onto the floor from his neck. As I slid on the ass of my pajamas towards the edge, where the tapestry of faces awaited me below, a celebratory chime played through the air as though this was a video game. I continued sliding until the walls reappeared just in time to halt me from certain death. Dungeon Calm Springs Asylum cleared. Recommended player level 20. Average player level -1. Player survivors 1. Player deaths, 0. Enemies slain, 5. Bosses slain, 1. "I did it," I remarked, woozy from the pain in my right hand and the come-down of the adrenaline leaving my bloodstream. Before I could look down at my ruined hand in my lap and see how bad it was, the tendons, muscles, sinew, meat, bones, and skin all began reforming and repairing itself. A series of pops, corrective cracks, and, for some reason, tearing Velcro emitted from my limb before it was back to normal. I looked at my hand in wonder, then suddenly realized pandemonium was missing from my shoulder. Fear and despair flooded my mind when I realized that he might have been blown off the side of the arena. Suddenly, several windows appeared in front of my eyes, keeping me from searching for him. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Dungeon Delver's first time. Killed your first dungeon boss." No matter how many bosses you end up slaying during your participation in the great game, you'll always remember your first. It hurt and it was confusing, but you also realized you liked it. Your reward is thematic to the dungeon Calm Springs Asylum and may aid you in some way. Or maybe it'll curse you. It's just a risk you'll have to take. Rewards: full recovery and psychiatrist's flower. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. World First Dungeon Defeater. Be the first to clear a dungeon in the great game. It has only been, checks watch, like an hour since the great game started, and here you are, already beating a level 20 dungeon all by yourself? You are definitely one to watch, it would seem. As a result, you deserve a fitting reward. Just don't, open it indoors. Reward: Dungeon Box. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -3, plus 2 new attribute points available to invest. Kills required for level -4, 3 of 15. I dismissed all the windows away and scanned the room for Panda, just as a meat rose the size of a dinner plate fell into my lap with a wet schlop. A strange wooden puzzle box with a button on top of it landed on top of it a second later. Warning: the dungeon will close in 60 seconds. You will be returned to your last known location outside the dungeon perimeter. "Pandemonium!" I yelled. "Where are you?" I pushed myself to my feet. A gasp came from where I'd been sitting. "I can breathe!" exclaimed Panda in terror and relief. "Oh my God, I saw my family waving at me from the clouds. Grandpa was there, calling my name." I realized I hadn't slid on the ass of my pajamas, but rather on top of Panda's body. Stooping low, I lifted him from the floor, dusted off his fur, and settled him on my shoulder. He got over being sat on pretty fast, as he remarked, "That last one was one hell of a punch. Should have seen what it did to my hand, though." "Your hand looks fine." I flexed my arm. I couldn't even feel any lingering pain. "Seems like I was healed as a reward for killing the boss." "Oh," Panda blinked. "Well, just don't go punching things willy-nilly with that ability. If you can't kill something, it might have the potential to create an infinite loop. Like a wall. I mean, how do you kill a wall?" "Good point." Panda looked down at my feet. "What's that gross flower about?" he asked, pointing to where the meat rose and dungeon box rested against my socks. "Dungeon closing. Returning you to your last known location outside the dungeon perimeter." Chapter -3. I landed on my ass on top of the roof of the white-painted Calm Springs Asylum, which, apparently, had been my last known location before entering the asylum. At the time that the police officers and orderlies had pulled me down, I had been wearing my birthday suit and been in the midst of a pretty severe delusion that had convinced me I could fly if I wasn't wearing clothes, because obviously they'd get in the way of my invisible wings. In hindsight, perhaps my internment within the emotionally cold and awful asylum had been warranted, but no more. I leapt to my feet and rushed to the edge of the diminutive 2-story building that had held me prisoner for a year or more. "I'm free!" I screamed. Pandemonium joined in with a whoop, which I appreciated greatly. Down below, in front of the asylum's entrance, 3 people stared up at me like I was a madman. Each of them was armed with primitive weapons and outfitted in several layers of clothes in lieu of armor. Then suddenly, an announcement blared out.
World first announcement. Player Gambit is the first person to clear a dungeon in the Great Game. For the next 24 hours, he is marked with a glowing beacon so that anyone who wishes to congratulate him on his amazing rewards and riches can easily find him. He is currently located on top of the Calm Springs Asylum in the city of Castleburg, Massachusetts, in the United States. Did we mention the rewards and riches? On an unrelated note, killing other players gives you access to all their stuff.
I looked up and saw a faint pillar of light above my head. "Oh, what the fuck?" I complained. "This may come as a shock," Panda said. "But I think they're trying to get you killed." "No shit, Sherlock. They told everyone I got a bunch of riches from the asylum, but I just got a meat flour and a box." "Hey, you!" yelled one of the 3 people watching me from below. "Come down here! We want to talk to you!" Panda leaned forward to look at them from where he sat on my shoulder. "I don't think they want to talk." I sighed, then looked down at myself and my clothes. I was utterly drenched in my own blood, as well as the black syrupy stuff that had spattered on me from punching Dr. Julian's in his rose-shaped face. Something was missing, I realized. Where the hell are my rewards? "Maybe you lost them when we were teleported?" Panda guessed. "That's bullshit!" "Or maybe you have some sort of magical storage? That'd be cool." I thought about it, then said, "Inventory? Gambit's inventory. Dungeon box. Psychiatrist's flower. Total weight, 2.3 pandas." "An inventory, huh?" Panda said, surprised. "It seems to be some kind of dimensional storage," I remarked. The 3 people on the street below were yelling at me while also trying to find a ladder up onto the roof. I ignored them and clicked the first item on the list. Dungeon box. Item. "Who knows what's within? I definitely think you should open this normal box inside and see the normal reward that it definitely contains, because it's a normal box. 100% normal reward box. Weight, 1.3 pandas." "I don't think it's a normal box," Panda said. "Are you enjoying playing Captain Obvious?" I asked. "I can't tell if you're being serious or genuinely don't know." A tin can hit me square in the temple, producing a hollow boing sound. "What was that for?" I yelled to the guy who'd thrown it at me. There were now 4 people down below. The guy who had probably thrown the can shook his fist. "Get down from there and give us your shit," he shouted. "Hey, fuck you, buddy," I yelled back then. Then, without really knowing how, I brought the box into my hand and hurled it down at him. The dungeon box smacked him right in the forehead with enough force to knock him onto his back. It was apparently heavier than it looked. Considering how everything was weighted by comparison to pandemonium, as far as I could tell, the box was probably a little over a pound. The 3 other guys came to his side and helped him up, then gathered around the box. "Why did you throw that?" Panda scolded me. "That was your reward for being the first to do something. It was probably worth a fortune." "Whoops, I guess." One of the 4 men must have clicked the button on top of the box, because suddenly something started happening. Black mist, like voluminous shadows, boiled out of the ground, surrounding the 4 figures on the street below. 7 stitched flesh arms emerged from the tiny wooden box and started grasping the literal air, pinching and pulling to create odd distortions. Ominous teeth-gnashing and slobbering, chewing sounds echoed from where the small box sat between the 4 men, all of whom seemed frozen in place. Then, without warning, the 7 arms all retracted back into the box, pulling the fabric of reality with them and creating a distorted hole in the air that looked like a mirage. All 4 of the men were immediately gone, dragged into the dimensional rift or whatever the hell it was that the box had summoned.
Warning to all Castleburg players. Player Arnie Bob Jr. has activated a dungeon box and created a portal to the level 99 dungeon Flesh Crafter's Abode. Don't venture too close or you might be sucked in. Or actually, please do. It'll be fun to watch.
Having watched the display from a safe distance, I asked Panda, "Still think it was a normal box?" "Don't go near that. It'll suck you in." I turned my head to stare at him. "Does it look like I was planning on it?" "Yes. Don't forget you have self-destructive tendencies." "Well, thank God I've got such a benevolent angel as my guide." There was a beat of silence. "That was pretty rude," Panda then said. "Sorry." The plushie patted me on my head. He was surprisingly easy to placate. "All right, let's have a look at that gross flower thing," he said, rubbing his fingerless arms together. "Inventory," I said, and the screen returned. Only one item remained inside the grid. I clicked it, and the tooltip appeared. Psychiatrist's flower. Item. Harvested from the kind, loving, and gentle paragon of patient care, Dr. Julian's, this flower allows you to gain one of the unique and transformative abilities from his repertoire. But you'll have to eat it first. Wait, 1 panda. I groaned. Why? Gambit, Panda said sternly. Just eat the damn flower. With a sigh, I brought it out of my inventory and into my hand. It was so much bigger than I remembered, about the size of a dinner plate, with several thick slabs of meat petals making up its rose-like design. Also, it was raw. I took my first bite and had to stop myself from almost puking. "Don't be such a sissy," Panda scolded, adopting a mean coach attitude. "I've seen you eat week-old sushi from a dumpster. This is nothing, you weak-willed cretin." I swallowed my first bite, then retorted, "Don't forget I was in the hospital for a month because of the parasites that sushi gave me." "Excuses!" he shouted, slapping me with his soft, fingerless arm across my cheek. Rolling up another petal, I decided to just shove the meat down my throat without chewing, hoping I could swallow it without choking to death. I eventually just dissociated as my body went through the motions. My eyes locked on the distorted scar in the fabric of reality, still shimmering invitingly down in front of the asylum's entrance. A new window popped up before my eyes, pulling me back to reality. Choose your reward. You actually ate the entire meat flower? That's pretty gnarly. Well, anyway, here's your reward. Slob. Pick one of the options. Math multiply, punch. Psychiatrist's kiss, high five. I clicked on each in turn to see what they did. Math multiply, punch. Passive. Multiplies your punch with itself. How does that work? Who knows? We're pretty sure this passive isn't even supposed to be available in our system, and yet here we are. Psychiatrist's kiss. Ability. Briefly transform your face into a meat rose full of teeth and eyes, sort of like a twisted version of a clam's face, if you've been unfortunate enough to see what that looks like up close. Any player who witnesses this transformation incurs a plus 20% increase to their insanity gauge, and all non-boss enemies are inflicted heavy psychic damage. That's right. This ability has nothing to do with kissing. Cooldown, 10 minutes. High five. Ability. Perform a powerful overhead slap, which, if it hits another hand, sends a devastating shockwave out from the impact site. Caution. Do not use on your friends. When we say devastating, we mean it. Cooldown, 3 minutes. I immediately picked the first one, since the other two seemed useless. Didn't it say these were unique to Dr. Julian's? Panda asked. When have you ever seen him high-five someone? Who cares? The logic behind this great game is obviously bizarre and insane. I'm just wondering what my new passive does. Before I could get off the roof of Calm Springs Asylum and test it, another window appeared in front of my face. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Picky. You picked an option from a multiple-choice reward. This is a token achievement that does nothing. That's right, we even have those in the great game. The reward is the expression you're making right now, as you realize we made this just to annoy you. Don't forget to use your attribute points, Panda said, as I frustratedly waved the pop-up window away. This sucks. I feel like malware is being fed directly into my brain, I grumbled. Then I said, status, and quickly invested my 2 points into dexterity and defense. Status, level -3, Gambit, system glitch, insanity gauge, 100%. Stats, health, not bad. Stamina, ne. Armor, plastic bottle suit, carry weight, 1,000 pandas. Top speed, carriage, mana, literally 0. Attributes, strength, 2,300 pounds. Dexterity, platypus. Intelligence, to be determined. Vitality, beef medallion. Athleticism, risu. Perception, oui. Wisdom, not applicable. Defense, plastic bottle. Abilities, punch harder. Passives, glitch, insanity, inanimate voices, math multiply, punch. Nothing happened, making me frown. I have no idea what dexterity does. It doesn't seem to change any of my stats. Look on the bright side. At least you're a platypus now. Wombats are cooler. Their shit comes out as cubes. Platypuses produce both milk and eggs, meaning they could basically make their own pudding, Panda argued. Also, is the perception text changing every time I view my status screen? I wondered. I think you're just seeing things. It has always been in French, Panda replied. Can we get off this roof now? I'm starving. Sudden chills ran down my spine. Why does the thought of you eating terrify me more than the literal hole in reality down there? Is it because my mouth is stitched on? I paused. Actually, yes. How do you speak? Panda shook his head with a sound. Chapter -4. While I looked around for a way off the roof of the asylum, making sure to avoid the front of the building near the literal rift in reality, a loud buzzing sound echoed across the city. In the distance, something large slowly descended from the sky. I couldn't really see what it was, as the enormous many-winged shape quickly disappeared behind one of the towering edifices to capitalism. Calm Springs Asylum lay on the fringes of Castleburg, so it was mostly surrounded by a bunch of smaller 2- and 3-story buildings. The taller office buildings of the finance monkeys and other societal parasites were more distant, off in the city's rotten, maggoty heart. Perhaps the apocalypse was a good thing after all, I mused darkly. Panda followed my gaze to where I was looking. You've got to knock it off with this one-sided vendetta, he muttered with a frustrated tone. I narrowed my eyes. Never. If not for them and their ways, I wouldn't have been forced out of my lousy apartment and onto the street after already having been forced to sell my vintage collection of fridge magnets to pay back part of my debt. I wouldn't have had to give away Kevin. Suddenly, buzzing came from almost directly above me. I looked up to see a large potato-like vessel with 6 enormous botfly wings, which was steadily circling the beacon of light above my head as it descended towards the ground.
Warning. Great Game agents are coming to investigate cheating and rule-breaking. All players in the area get on the ground and prepare for invasive probing. Non-compliance will be punished.
I'm not having stuff shoved up my butt by an authority figure again, I yelled and leapt off the side of the roof, surprising myself by easily landing in a tuck and roll without any injuries. Seems your athleticism has made you great at jumping and stuff, Panda said. But can you really outrun these agents, though? No sooner had he said it than 4 figures in insect-like carapace armor dropped from the circling potato botfly in the sky, falling to the ground like cruise missiles. Before they splattered on the roof of the asylum, their carapace plates shifted away to reveal 2 large wings unfurling from each of their backs. Between their armor and wings, they looked like futuristic beetle humans, specifically of the species Eupatorus gracilicornis, due to the 1 large horn and 4 small ones on their eyeless helmets, as well as the glossy dark red-brown of their carapace plates. I didn't need any special abilities to understand that these agents were bad news, especially for someone like me whose existence clearly violated the designs of their game. So I ran towards the nearest building, a bowling alley. Who puts a bowling alley next to an asylum? Panda wondered aloud as I glanced back over my shoulder and saw the 4 beetle men fan out in the air. All were clearly heading directly for me. The area near Calm Springs featured a few residential blocks, the aforementioned bowling alley, a park overgrown with weeds and dead plants, a small corner store grocer, and some local stores with shuttered windows. There were no people in sight, but plenty of evidence of a mass evacuation, as well as signs of something enormous having plowed through the street and park. Cars and motorcycles had been abandoned in the middle of the street, forcing me to jump and climb over them to reach the bowling alley. The sign out in front of the place had a wacky font and read, "Time to spare," but clearly hadn't been maintained for a long time, as a few of the letters seemed on the verge of falling off. I slid across the hood of a polished Subaru before diving headfirst through the building's swinging doors and landing on a crusty, colorful carpet. It was the kind used in arcades from the 90s, and it looked like it also hadn't been cleaned since then, evident from the mouthful of lint I'd just swallowed. No sooner had I gotten to my feet than a group of terrified young adults were pointing at me with sharpened sticks, bowling pins, broomsticks, and other improvised weaponry. "He's human!" one of them exclaimed. "Duh," I replied. Before we could introduce ourselves, 2 beetle agents glided through the open doors behind me. Their wings folded and disappeared under the plates on their back, just as they held out their 3-fingered hands in claw grips.
Lay down on the ground and prepare to be probed, they said simultaneously.
Their voices carried an unsettling buzzing, kind of like microphone interference. Before they could grab me, I spun around and swung my right fist into the helmet of the nearest agent, shouting, "Punch dot harder, open parentheses, close parentheses." Activating script, punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. As my knuckles slammed into his horned beetle helmet, a tiny crack formed. But since it hadn't killed him, activating script, punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. The second punch followed instantly behind the first, expanding the spiderweb of cracks on the helmet. However, as soon as it reactivated a second time, something strange happened. My entire fist began glowing red-hot, as though instantly heated to 1,000 degrees, and a different script triggered. Activating script, math multiply, punch. The third punch launched forward with such speed that it didn't so much hit the helmet of the agent as it simply just deleted the top half of his body from existence, alongside the entire wall and doorframe behind him. A millisecond later, the sudden flash-heated air from my punch's incredible velocity created an explosion of wind, hurling me and all the young adults behind me backward, while flinging the other agent out the doorway. While I tumbled across the colorful and crusty carpet, I just barely managed to grab Panda as he flew off my shoulder, and together we rolled through the entire lobby and into the area where they kept the world's most uncomfortable shoes, alongside all the bowling lanes. I coughed out a lungful of dust and carpet lint, then picked a few hairs off my tongue before spitting onto the floor. Have they never heard of vacuum cleaners in this establishment? The people around me slowly got up from the sticky floor, giving me a wide berth. "What just happened?" asked a young man. "He just punched that weird alien guy so hard he disappeared!" exclaimed a woman. "Who were those guys?" someone else wondered out loud. I stood up and wiped dust and lint off my bloodied and torn pajamas, giving the 8 people a cautious look. Just seconds prior, they'd nearly stabbed me to death with their improvised tools. "Those guys are bad news. They want to probe us all, and you know what that means," I told them. "Why are you smiling?" Panda asked. "We've been hiding here for days, and they didn't show up until you did," replied one of the men angrily. "Yeah, you brought them here," another guy agreed. "I don't want to be probed," said a terrified young woman. "Days?" I asked. That didn't sound right. This whole thing just started today, didn't it? "Have you been living under a rock or something?" asked one of the men. "The whole world went to shit a week ago. This thing with all the weird messages and monsters and stuff, it's just another part of the goddamn apocalypse." "It's totally unfair," complained a young man. It gave me a useless class.
Who cares about your dumbass class, Joe? Yelled a woman who had probably heard him whine about it too much already.
I lifted my arms into the air. Everyone calm down. A second later, the 3 surviving Beetle agents burst through the roof, scattering dust and ceiling lights before landing on the floor between us with 3 consecutive thuds. I reconsidered my words. Scratch that! Run! Only 2 of the 8 people heeded my words. The other 6 charged the agents, who lifted their 3-fingered carapace gauntlets at them. Like a sudden swarm of angry wasps fired from their palms, a buzzing barrage of fléchettes tore the people apart in seconds. I was already hightailing it down one of the bowling lanes by the time the agents had finished off the 6 and split to pursue the 3 of us who'd fled. It seemed that they weren't entirely certain that I was the only troublemaker here, which was working in my favor. At the expense of other people's lives, Panda noted disapprovingly. One of the people who had run, the woman who had scolded Joe, screamed in fear before an echoing crunch cut off her cry. "Stop running!" demanded the beetle that followed me down the slippery bowling lane with unhurried steps. At the end of the lane, I grabbed 2 of the pins, which I hurled at him as hard as I could. With nowhere else to go, I dived past the pins and into a hole to reach the area behind the lanes. Panda, who had been looking back over my shoulder, said, "You only pissed him off with that, but nice throws nonetheless." "Thanks," I said, as I squeezed out through the narrow gap of the machinery behind where the pins were stacked. All the machines were powered but switched off, indicating that, despite what they had told me earlier about society's collapse a week ago, electricity still functioned in this place. "I'm surprised Time to Spare wasn't turned into a dungeon," Panda remarked as I ran down the back area, searching for an emergency exit or back door to use. "They probably don't want to stack them all next to each other," I replied. "But didn't the announcement also say that it was all public facilities?" Was Calm Springs a public facility? I think the city was funding it. They're wasting a lot of good dungeon potential by just limiting themselves to that, Panda mused. I slid to a halt at Panda's absurd remark. "Are you planning on giving them pointers or something?" Then the red glow of an exit sign caught my eye. Another scream echoed through the building, followed by the sound of a barrage of projectiles destroying a bunch of stuff. They'd already found and killed the other 2 who'd run, leaving just me. In the next few moments, I'd have all 3 of the agents on my ass. Just as I kicked open the emergency exit, I heard sounds of walls being broken down coming from the back room behind the lanes. "I'm just saying, it seems half-baked at best," Panda continued as I went outside. "Shut up for a second." I followed the back alley behind the bowling alley until it opened into a large street, crammed with more abandoned vehicles. "Another thing," Panda started, ignoring my request. "Why would public transport still be operating if society at large has shut down?" I halted in my tracks again and turned my head to look at him. "What? Remember the announcement talked about public transport? If society collapsed a week ago, why would they be operating all the way up until today? And what about that lady's office?" "I don't fucking know! It's all nonsense!" I yelled, interrupting his rambling. "And who cares? I won't live long enough to find out if those agents catch me." "Perhaps you can hide your beacon if you go inside a dungeon again," he suggested helpfully. "That's so dumb it might actually work," I admitted. "Though there's also the possibility that I'll be stuck inside until the remaining agents can hunt me down." "Isn't there a public indoor pool around here?" "Oh, right. Good call." If my memory served me correctly, it was only 2 blocks away. The buzzing wings of the flying potato grew louder as it began moving towards me. It was obviously tracking my beacon, while sounds of destruction came from the back alley I'd just escaped from. I picked up speed as I leapt nearly 9 feet into the air, sailing across an overturned truck and the 2 cars that had crashed into it from behind. "If things have gone tits up a week ago," Panda continued incessantly, "then where are all the bodies? Shouldn't the dead be rotting in the streets?" "Stop talking!" I demanded, fed up with his nonstop barrage of questions that were just confusing and terrifying me more than I already was. Panda crossed his squishy arms. "Sheesh, Gambit, you're a real sourpuss today." The buzzing grew louder and louder as I darted down a street between residential blocks. A glance back over my shoulder showed me that the 6-winged potato had picked up the 3 agents following me. Fortunately, it wasn't a speedy vehicle, but it made up for that in persistence. And even if I had obliterated one of the agents, I had no idea if I could pull it off 3 more times, especially when I didn't really understand how I'd done it in the first place. "There," said Pandemonium, pointing straight ahead with his fingerless arm. Ahead of us was the public indoor pool, which was nearly 3 stories tall and had a unique, smoothly curved roof. "I wonder if my ban is still in effect," I said, as I pushed my legs to the limit, going at least as fast as a horse-drawn carriage. "You know, that lifeguard needed reconstructive surgery after you-know-what." I blinked. "Where'd you hear that? Don't you watch the news, ever?" A staccato sound like a full-auto potato cannon came from behind me, in the same direction as the buzzing wings of the pursuing vessel. I instinctively started zigzagging, which proved a good idea, as a shower of fléchettes rained down all around me. I grunted in pain as projectiles nailed my back and my legs, but I struggled toward the relative safety ahead of me. "They're firing tiny wine corkscrews at you," Panda yelled. "Can you pull out the one in my shoulder? God, that stings. I can't. I have no opposable thumbs." Another spiraling screw fléchette pierced deeply into my calf and nearly caused me to fall. With a frustrated yell, I quickly jumped behind a bus stop for cover while the buzzing came ever closer. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" I cursed as I tore out the screws from my back and my legs. There was no time to be gentle with pulling them out. Nearby, a weather-worn and rusty metal bench was bolted into the ground. I ripped it free with a determined tug, then hopped out from my cover and hurled it towards the flying potato, scoring a direct hit to 2 of its wings. It listed to one side, starting to lose altitude. As it careened towards one of the residential blocks, I put on a burst of speed and reached the end of the street, where a flickering set of traffic lights chaotically shifted through colors at the T-junction. There was a particularly nasty multi-car crash in the middle of the road, which I leapt over, before running up the flat stone steps that led to the public swimming pool. I glanced over my shoulder once and saw the 3 beetle agents zipping through the air 100 yards back, their outstretched arms firing fléchettes in my direction, which fell short several feet behind me. With a nosedive into the doorway, I was quickly pulled into the relative safety of the dungeon. Warning: now entering Level 8 dungeon, the pool rooms. Chapter -5. I slid across smooth white tiles as I flew into the dungeon, finishing in an embarrassing tumble that culminated in me colliding with a wall. I was immediately assaulted with a series of achievements. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. I fought the law. You killed an agent of the Great Game." Fun fact: agents of the Great Game are level 60 during the intro phase before the first game. Which begs the question, how did you manage to kill one? In case you were wondering, this is the kind of act that gets you placed permanently on our Glitch Hunter Task Force's radar. That's right, we have an agency like that. But game policy states that great feats merit great rewards. Reward: Agent's Punch Glove. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Most Wanted. Outran great game agents and lived to tell the tale. To play a game properly, rules are important. That means that filthy cheaters like you ought to be purged, and not in a quick death sort of way. No, the way we purge cheaters would make even your world's vilest and most sadistic gods blush. However, the belief is also that accomplishments should be rewarded, so I begrudgingly give you this. Reward: Wanted poster. No items appeared at my feet this time. Before I could wonder why that was, a woman nearby gasped loudly. I turned my head to look in their direction, from where I comfortably reclined upside down against the wall. I swiped all the pop-ups away and took in her appearance. She had long, dark hair, tired-looking eyes, clear signs of emaciation, and was missing her right leg. I awkwardly spun around so up was no longer down, then got to my feet. "You're not going to try and kill me, right?" I asked. She looked up at me from where she was slumped against the wall. Her leg had been torn off above the knee, but it healed smoothly, though there were shoddy stitches around the stump. "Do I look like I'm in any fighting condition?" she asked sarcastically. Looks can be deceiving, Panda said. I nodded. They definitely can be. The woman gave me a puzzled look. How'd you lose your leg? I asked. Would you believe me if I told you that there is a monster in the waters here? We were in a hallway that smelled strongly of chlorine, but there was no entrance, even though this was where I'd entered. At both ends of the hallway were a few steps leading down to waist-deep clear blue water. Tubes on the ceiling radiated cold and clinically white light, illuminating everything. There was a long, smeared-out trail of blood leading to the right from where the woman sat. It seemed like she had dragged herself out of the water and then magically staunched the bleeding from her leg. Weirdly, there was no blood in the water. Yes, I believe you. Her brows furrowed. You know, I recognize your face from somewhere. Probably the news, Panda answered. She hesitated for a moment, but then asked, Is your name— It's Gambit, I quickly interrupted her. My name's Gambit. She opened her mouth in surprise. Wait, the message from earlier, that was because of you? I defeated the asylum dungeon, I explained. That's where I was when this game thing happened. I was supposed to become a monster or something, I think, but it didn't work. Sheesh. Just tell her all your secrets, why don't you? Panda remarked cynically. Shut up, I told him. I didn't say anything, the woman replied. I was talking to this guy, I said, indicating Panda with a thumb. Who? She asked in a wary tone. Her eyes flickered to my shoulder, then back to my face. I don't see anyone. A realization hit me. Ah, shit. I told you you were crazy, Panda gloated. Never mind, I hastily said. But there was a light of recognition in her eyes. If you came from the asylum, though, then you really are. I held up my hand and stopped her. Let's leave that in the past, why don't we? She pursed her lips, but then nodded. She seemed too tired for an argument, or maybe she was just that relieved to see another human. I was just glad to meet someone who wasn't threatening me with a weapon. I guess you're right, she agreed. You're bleeding quite a lot. Want me to sew you up? What? You know, with the healing sewing needle and thread they gave us? I didn't get any of that, I replied. But sure, I won't decline your offer. Is that how you stopped yourself from bleeding to death after losing your leg? She grimaced. That's right. Everyone I know got this survival kit when the game started a few hours ago. As far as I can tell, you just have to sew around a wound to stop it from bleeding, but it won't heal missing fingers or limbs back. She was looking at her stump as she said the last part. I received a full recovery thing for beating the asylum dungeon. Maybe if we beat this place together, you'll get that too and have your leg healed back. She seemed hopeful at the prospect, but deflated a bit as she said, That would be nice, but I'm basically just dead weight. I thought about it and then wondered. Maybe everyone inside receives the full recovery. You could wait here while I clear it. Maybe that would work. How are you so confident? She asked, gesturing for me to lay down on my stomach in front of her. I complied, and she pulled my pajama shirt aside, immediately beginning to sew the skin around the wound in my shoulder, which was definitely the worst of the injuries I'd received from the agent's fléchettes. The needle weaving in and out of my skin was uncomfortable, but compared to the pain of the wound itself, it was tolerable. I'm pretty strong, I replied honestly. I don't even have a weapon, but I've been able to punch everything to death so far. And the asylum was level 20. This place shouldn't be so tough. The pool rooms is a pretty big place. The thing that took my leg came out of nowhere, so you have to be careful. Ask her about what happened a week ago, Panda encouraged me. I met some other people, I started. They said that society collapsed a week ago. Her sewing stopped. And you're just now finding out? I shrugged, insofar as such a gesture was possible while lying on my stomach. We didn't have access to TVs at the asylum. Though thinking back on it, there weren't any visitors at all for over a week, which was odd. But yeah, I had no idea. You didn't see the blood rain or anything? I saw the rain, yep, but I just thought that was normal. She cast me a suspicious glance, but continued her needlework. A week ago, all guns and military weapons completely disappeared, alongside everyone under the age of 18. Electricity and water to houses were cut, except for public facilities like this pool, the library, police stations, train stations, and so forth. Tools and such completely stopped working as well, but somehow the street lamps still light up at night. Didn't the announcement talk about offices and people going to work? I asked her. There were some people who tried to hold on to normality. Some of the offices in Castleberg still had people working inside, from what I heard. Capitalism, I replied with a disgusted sigh. That makes no sense, Gambit, Panda said. She continued. Anyway, as you might imagine, total anarchy broke out and people began killing each other over these public areas, forming roving gangs and whatnot. It was crazy. You must have at least heard all the screaming from inside the asylum. I shrugged again. Like gunfire at a shooting range, I replied. It was impossible to know if the screaming came from my neighbor's rooms or outside. Or inside, for that matter. Gambit, stop! You're freaking her out! I glared at Panda, sitting in front of where I lay. I didn't say anything, though, since obviously the woman couldn't see him. She sighed. I ended up with a group who were staying in the nearby park. We were trying to make a little garden and everything, while staying out of the way of everyone fighting over the public facilities. Strangely, though, no one dared to try and take over the asylum nearby. I didn't see anyone in the park when I left, I told her. Well, almost as soon as the message about this great game went out, monsters started appearing from the asylum, as well as from other areas. We ended up fighting these guys with thumbs for heads, who were really strong, before a massive bus came in and killed almost everybody. I craned my head to look at her. A bus? All public transportation apparently turned into monsters, she said matter-of-factly. When I ran away from the park, I met someone on a bike who said he'd seen the subway train turn into a gigantic worm that ate everyone inside it. The bus was similar, I guess. She paused. What? I asked, concerned. Have you seen Totoro? I love it, Panda exclaimed. I just nodded. Well, it kind of looked like a nightmarish version of the cat bus from that movie. It was covered in stitched human skin, and it had hundreds of chubby legs under it, as well as enormous soulless eyes and a toothy grin on the front. She shuddered. I ended up running in here with 3 other people. 2 of them were eaten. The last guy got away, I think, while I lost my leg. I kind of wish I'd been eaten, too. I tried to make eye contact. I'll get you out of here, I promised her. And then what? She asked, shifting further away to begin sewing the skin around my calf wound. What are we supposed to do then? I don't know. Survive? She shook her head. I get the feeling that the societal collapse starting a week prior to today was meant to cull all the weak. People like me. I wasn't meant to survive. She's a bleak one, Panda remarked. Didn't you get a class with special powers? I asked. It gave me the archer class and 2 skills, but they require a bow, she admitted. But where the hell am I supposed to find a bow? We'll find you one. How? I've gotten rewards from achievements, killing monsters, and clearing dungeons. You might even get a bow if I clear the dungeon. I guess. I got up as soon as she finished sewing up my calf. Don't give up so easily, I told her. Easy for you to say. You still have both your legs. All I know is that I just got my freedom back and I'm going to make the most of it, apocalypse notwithstanding. She looked skeptical, perhaps because she knew why I'd been locked up. I wish I had your mindset. It's all a matter of perspective, I replied. Thanks for sewing up my wounds. She packed the needle and thread back into the small box that she'd pulled them from, then handed it to me. You should take this with you. There's about 3 yards of thread left. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Annabella Exposición. Thanks. I took the box from her, then said, Inventory. It disappeared from my hand as the screen popped up. Gambit's inventory. Agent's punch glove. Wanted poster. Sewing kit. Total weight, 9.75 pandas. I clicked on the Agent's punch glove to bring up the item. Agent's punch glove. Weapon. Soft and squishy on the inside, tough and durable on the outside. In case you're wondering, this glove belonged to the agent you brutally murdered. He was just doing his job, you know. His 27 children have sworn blood oaths to avenge him, so you'll be seeing them soon enough. Any punch with this glove has triple the impact damage. Wait, why did we add that feature to it? Weight, 8.1 pandas. Triple damage, I mused to myself as I brought it out of my inventory. It appeared in the air in front of me and fell to the ground with a clunk. I immediately stooped to pick it up. The outside was a glossy, dark red-brown carapace with overlapping segments and errant spikes jutting out here and there, while the inside was kind of like a raw shrimp. It was quite an uncomfortable sensation as I pushed my hand into the elastic and squishy meat, but I was certain that this was the perfect weapon for me right now. Maybe this will stop you from destroying your fist every time you punch things really hard, Panda remarked. Annabella looked at me in wonder. How'd you do that? Making an object appear out of thin air, I mean. You just say the word inventory out loud, same as with your status screen. I didn't know that, she replied, before saying, inventory. I couldn't see what she was seeing, which I assumed meant she couldn't see my screens either, but I noticed that her eyes lit up with a bluish glow, as though a monitor was reflected off them. I turned back to my inventory screen and clicked on the wanted poster as well. Wanted poster. Item. A wanted poster with no face or name on it. Yet. Allows you to mark another player or great game entity anywhere on the world of dirt for a full day, making them visible to anyone from afar thanks to a beacon of light above their heads. Weight, 0.1 pandas. Might come in handy, perhaps, I considered, then swiped the window away. All right, I'm going to go find the boss, I told Annabella. She turned towards me, the glow in her eyes making it clear the screen was still in front of her eyes. How do I close this thing? There's a little X you have to click, I told her. Ah, I see it. Thanks. I left her slumped against the wall as I followed her blood trail down the tile-covered steps and into the waist-deep water. Good luck, I heard her call as I began wading down the flooded corridor. Chapter -6. The stench of chlorine flooded my nose and filled me with nostalgia. I fondly recalled the time that I body-slammed a lifeguard for denying me access to the tube slide. It had technically been inside this place, but unlike the asylum, the dungeon transformation of the public indoor pool had completely transformed the interior. And was the name a reference to something? It had sounded familiar, I thought. Do you remember what this place was called? I think there was a message that popped up right as I nosedived through the doors, I asked Panda. Yeah, it was called the Pool Rooms with a level 8 difficulty. I was wading through the waist-high water, which filled the hallway entirely. The water sloshed loudly with each of my labored strides, and the sound echoed off the white-tiled walls. I got a strange sense that I'd been here before, though I knew for a fact that I definitely hadn't. It has kind of a weird, dreamlike quality to it, this place, Panda muttered. Nightmare, more like, I replied. I wonder what kind of monster attacked Annabella, Panda mused. He was sitting atop my head, as though he really didn't want to get wet. I winced. I should have asked. Considering how far I'd come, I decided to just press on. Although the place was like a maze with a lot of branching hallways placed seemingly at random, and most of them were dead ends. The current hallway I was wading through led to stairs and up into a larger room where the boss was hopefully hiding. It's somehow creepier with no monsters around, don't you think? Panda piped up. I guess. I reached up and patted Panda where he sat on my head and said, I didn't think you'd be this scared of water, though. He was outraged. I'm not. I just don't want to get my fur wet. It'll take forever to dry and I'll stink of chemicals. I passed by 2 branching hallways on either side of me and quickly glanced down each in turn, but it was just more of the same. The uniformity of the walls and ceiling lights was making it impossible to tell if I'd been down these paths already or if I was seeing them for the first time. No sooner had I moved past them than a pleading scream came from the left branching hallway. It belonged to a man from the sounds of it. I stopped. Didn't she say that one guy survived? She did. Guess we're going that way instead, then, I decided, and quickly began running down the branching path, the water sloshing and splashing loudly as I did my best to push my body through it. The scream came again from down the end of the hallway, where the path branched to the left and right. I paused at the intersection, glancing down the two identical paths until I heard another scream. I followed it down the left way, then down a hallway going right, at the end of which were stairs and what looked like a locker room. I was panting heavily as I forced my way to the stairs, then quickly got out of the water and found myself faced with a dead end. The room was crammed with lockers along the side walls, and there was a man sitting with his back against the back wall. He was alone and seemed uninjured. I leaned against one of the lockers, breathing heavily from the exertion of rushing through the water. "You okay?" "What the hell are you yelling for if you're okay?" Panda demanded. The man slowly stood up. He was wearing a dry white shirt, blue tie, thick framed black glasses, and black neatly pressed pants, with trimmed black hair and a clean-shaven face. Basically, he looked like he had just left work at the office, which I thought was weird if the world had been a total mess for a full week. Granted, Annabella had said that some people had still been going to the office up until the great game arrived. The guy pushed himself up in a weird movement that didn't utilize his arms at all. Then he let out the same scream again, except his mouth wasn't moving. "What the fuck?" "Gambit, I don't think this guy is human," Panda cautioned. "What makes you say—" I started to ask, but didn't get to finish, as his body slowly unzipped from head to groin, opening up to reveal a massive vertical slit of a mouth with thousands of needle teeth. I stood there dumbfounded for a second, then immediately spun around and leapt from the top of the stairs, landing several yards out into the waist-deep water, hurriedly pushing myself back the way I'd come. "What are you doing?" Panda yelled, holding onto my long hair as he started to slowly slide off my head. "Why didn't you fight it? I am not messing with no goddamn skin stealers." After running for what felt like half an hour, I finally had to stop and catch my breath. Also, I was completely lost. "You're such an idiot, Gambit," Panda scolded me. "This place is way lower level than the asylum, so why the hell are you running?" "You know I don't like skin stealers," I reminded him. "They already took over the city council and police. I ain't letting them get me too." Panda sighed, then crawled down from my head to sit on my shoulder, despite his obvious fear of the water below him. "Well, regardless, we're totally lost. We'll find our way to the boss," I assured him. "Just pick a direction." I had stopped in the middle of where 4 hallways intersected, and already couldn't remember which one brought me here. "That one," Panda said without much thought, pointing his fingerless arm down the one to my right. "When in doubt, always go right. Don't you think they assume that's what we would do, hence why we should go left? That's what they think you'll think, which is why we should go right." I nodded, totally convinced. "Makes sense to me." As I followed the right hallway, I heard the sound of running water. I picked up speed, forcing my legs forwards in spite of how they burned. The path forked again, but I followed the sound of running water to the right, then rounded a corner and came to a set of stairs. Exiting the water, I found myself in a perfectly square room. 4 colorful holes in the far wall indicated water slides, and each were a separate color: green, yellow, blue, and red. "Pick a color," I told Panda. "Why do I have to pick again?" "Because you're clearly good at it, so pick one." "Fine," he said. "Red." "Why red?" "Same logic as before. They want you to believe red is the instant death slide, but it's in fact green, while red is the one that takes you where you want to go." "What about yellow and blue?" Panda shrugged. "Well, I won't argue with the results of your last pick, so red it is," I agreed. The slap of my wet socks on the white tiles of the square room echoed loudly as I made my way to the slide. At the top of each slide was a small hole through which a steady stream of water trickled down the tube, limiting friction burns. Although, if it was constructed correctly, There'd always be friction burns, no matter what. I paused before climbing into the red hole. Now the question is, head first or legs first? Head first, Panda said with utter certainty. If it is actually the death slide, you don't want to be blended from the feet up, or crushed, or whatever else might be waiting at the end. Me, I'd use a blender. He nodded sagely. So yeah, head first. I gave him a suspicious side-eye. You've thought about this a lot? We all have dreams, Gambit. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just crawled head first into the red tube. If this kills me, I said, my voice bouncing off the smelly plastic walls, then I'm blaming you. You can't blame me when you foisted the choice of picking on me. That's unfair. Too late, I said, and pushed my body forward. Immediately, my chest started sliding on the thin layer of water. Panda was sitting on my neck, holding onto my hair like a horse's mane as we hurtled down the dark tube towards either a terrible landing or death. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Blind Faith. You picked a colored path based on nothing but intuition. In the great game, colored paths are always fraught with danger and rewards. You chose a path based on intuition, and time will tell if you made the right decision or not. While you are potentially hurtling towards certain death, here is a list of what the colored paths always lead to. Please note the color is randomized every time. Death, treasure, setback, boss. Reward, whatever lies at the end of your path. Chapter -7. Whee! I slid down the red tube on my chest like a penguin, the plastic leaving friction burns all over my body. Gravity hurled me around corners and loops faster and faster, but I stuck to the tube like I was on rails. By now, we were so fast I worried the landing would knock me out cold. Before I could even brace myself, light appeared ahead of me. The tube spat me out and I flew several yards above the water before suddenly nosediving with enough momentum to pierce the waist-high water and smack my chin on the hard tiles on the bottom. A few seconds later, I pulled myself to my feet, my entire body utterly soaked. My ruined pajamas were already far beyond saving and now just clung to my body like wet tissue paper. I was rubbing my chin while grimacing in pain, but at least I hadn't knocked out any teeth. Nice landing, Panda commented sarcastically from atop my head. He was somehow still dry. My long black hair stuck to the sides of my face, and I was sure that I looked quite charming in my current state. I need new threads after we're done here, I told him. Maybe a proper suit, like what they sell down at Norman's. You can't afford those, he reminded me. Who said anything about buying one? Besides, bet you the place is 100% abandoned. Panda made a great show of looking around. I wonder which room we got. That achievement mentioned 4 potential options. Since we're still alive, red wasn't the death slide. Unless it's the slow death variant, I replied. Maybe the water is full of radioactive waste. Nah, slow death traps are too inefficient. If they're running a well-oiled machine here, they would only use instant death traps. Regardless, a bit unfair not to warn me until after I picked a slide. I looked around finally, taking in the room. It was a large square, perhaps 100 by 100 yards across. In the very center was a raised circular island where I could escape the water, and as such I immediately began making my way over there, wading through the clear blue pool. Besides the red exit hole of the slide behind me, there was a large circular tube hole in the ceiling some 20 feet above, directly over the round island. At the opposite end of the room was a simple opening leading to a hallway, like the countless ones I'd already traversed. I'm getting boss arena vibes, I mumbled. No sooner had the words left my mouth than a loud tapping sound came from above. A series of loud squelches followed it, as though produced by suction cups. I stopped and looked directly up at the hole in the ceiling. Luminescent pearl white and enormous teeth glinted in the dark. 2 salamander-like hands the size of my torso gripped the edge of the hole, producing the distinct suction sound. Together, They dragged the toothsome gentleman down through the tube. A huge, eyeless, and big-lipped newt fell from the hole and down onto the island directly below with a loud, slimy thud. It lifted its head in my direction and grinned ominously. It had 2 stumpy arms with fat fingers, a big mouth, and then the rest of its body was like one long tail. Its entire body was covered in taut and rubbery beige skin, as though it had been birthed by a human. As I stared at it in equal parts horror and fascination from several yards away, I noticed its massive pores and the bristly dark hairs that grew sporadically all over its disturbing body. Its large set of pearly veneered chompers chattered eagerly, and I noticed holes on either side of its large head, which were possibly ear canals. I wonder if it's using its teeth for echolocation, Panda mused. Try calling out to it. Are you mad? I hissed under my breath, but even my relatively quiet voice immediately caught the giant newt's attention. In one leap, powered by its surprisingly strong, stumpy arms, it almost closed the gap between us, landing a few feet short with a splash. Its tail slapped the bottom of the pool and shot it forward, flying directly at me. The sudden move caught me off guard. The water made it impossible to dodge out of the way, so I swung my gauntleted fist at its head. Punch.hot crunch! Surprise and cortisol flooded my system. I stared at where the massive chompers had bitten my right arm clean off, the stump pinched off at the end. Blood pissed from the exposed flesh in a single stream and dyed the water pink. I gritted my teeth against the pain, then pulled my head back before smashing my forehead into the monster's upper lip with enough force to knock it back several feet. Give me my fucking arm back! I screamed and sloshed towards it through the deep water. Panda tapped my head urgently. Gambit, calm down and treat your wound before you bleed out, he yelled, but I ignored him. As I swung my left fist at the giant newt, it deftly backstepped, only to then leap forward with a chomp, taking that arm as well. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. No arms, no cookies. You lost both your arms without dying. Correction. Yet. Since you're about to die, let me take this moment to say, ha ha ha, you have no arms. Reward, sleeveless shirt. Since I had no arms, I couldn't swipe the frustrating achievement away, but it was just translucent enough to kind of see through. I barely dodged a follow-up chomp from the giant newt. Panda held on to me for dear life as I tried my best to hop out of the way of the monster's repeated biting attacks. After the 4th unsuccessful chomp, I rammed my knee up into the underside of its mouth with enough force to discombobulate it and cause it to collapse onto the pool's bottom. I hopped out of the water and onto its back. I knelt low to build up power in my legs like a spring and fired myself high into the air. Like crimson streamers, 2 identical blood trails followed me into the air. I plummeted like an unholy shooting star right back down towards the giant newt, head first. Wah! Panda screamed, while I gritted my teeth and prepared for a concussion. Smack! The sound of my head hitting the top of the eyeless amphibian's spine at about 60 miles an hour echoed across the room. The monster bucked and spasmed in pain, while I quickly slid off its rubbery skin and into the water, on the brink of losing consciousness. It was quite impressive that I hadn't perished from blood loss already, and it was this one fact that made me struggle upright and hobble towards the enraged giant newt before swinging my head at it for a 3rd time. Come on, I prayed, and my prayers were answered. Activating script. Math multiply punch. It felt as though my face was covered in flames as my forehead barely kissed the side of the giant amphibian with a sound like a shotgun going off. The monster's belly was blown into a fine bloody mist as the passive multiplied my impact damage according to some unseen logic. No sooner had I defeated the giant newt than I lost control of my muscles and toppled backwards into the water. Where I fell, my blood stained the pool water ominously. My consciousness was fading as the announcement went out. Dungeon, the pool rooms, cleared. Recommended player level, 8. Recommended team size, 6. Average player level, -1. Player survivors, 2. Player deaths, 14. Enemies slain, 0. Bosses slain, 1. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. The pool rooms first clear. Cleared the pool rooms for the first time. Since this is your first time clearing this dungeon, we are gracious enough to gift you something. But don't expect a reward for repeated clears of the pool rooms. Rewards: full recovery and Lil Newt. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Bossy. Killed your second dungeon boss. Hey, you're getting the hang of this. I suppose we could spare you a little something to make your future dungeon escapades more interesting. Reward: looking glass. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have reached level -4, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Kills required for level -5, 4 out of 15. 4 overlapping pop-ups covered my vision and made it impossible to see the tiles at the bottom of the pool. I just lay there as a burning sensation built in my shoulders and radiated out to my pathetic stumps, regrowing my arms from the ground up. Given that I was submerged in chlorinated water, it was perhaps not the healthiest thing. Warning: the dungeon will close in 60 seconds. You will be returned to your last known location outside the dungeon perimeter. I didn't move from where I floated, though I was sure I'd run out of oxygen soon. Despite the near-death experience, I felt utterly calm as I floated there in the red pool, staring at the white tiles below while my arms regrew. Maybe Annabella was experiencing the same thing with her missing leg right now. The sensation of something soft repeatedly tapping the back of my head made me realize that Panda was trying to communicate something to me, but I couldn't hear him. I was too relaxed to try and figure out what he was saying. Dungeon closing. Returning you to your last known location outside the dungeon perimeter. Chapter -8. I flopped like a wet rug on the paved ground before the public indoor pool's entrance, releasing a gasp as I tried sucking in air. Then I immediately hacked out a lungful of water. After rolling onto my back, I stared up at the sky above. The sun's light was almost totally gone. I raised my arms up above me. Despite buzzing with static, they were both definitely back. Even the agent's punch glove was back, hugging my right hand and half the forearm. "Gambit!" Panda yelled, clearly exasperated. "The agents might still be out here!" I shot to my feet before my body was ready for it, and wormy, bright lights began to swim within my field of view. I scanned the surroundings for agents, but there was fortunately no sign of them. "Seems they're leaving me alone for now," I replied, hoping I wasn't jinxing myself. "If those ominous messages are anything to go by, we haven't seen the last of them." I looked at my gauntlet, recalling how the achievement had told me the agent's children would all be trying to kill me. I twisted my hand around in the sparse sunlight, watching it catch on the glossy carapace segments and turn them different colors. I wonder why I got to keep this. There's probably some rule that prevents equipped items from being devoured completely. That makes no sense. You're saying that it was recovered along with my swallowed arm? How else would you explain it? I opened my mouth to retort before realizing I had no answer. Fair enough. As I thought about the full recovery that had literally saved my life, I remembered the woman I'd met, Annabella. I saw her standing not too far away, her right leg healed back to full. I was glad to see that my theory had been correct. Then I noticed that she wasn't alone. She was talking to a guy. He was wearing a dry white shirt, blue tie, thick-framed black glasses, and black, neatly pressed pants, with trimmed black hair and a clean-shaven face. Basically, he looked like he had just left work at the office. That impression seemed very familiar. I narrowed my eyes in suspicion. Panda? Didn't the announcement say there were only 2 survivors? Pandemonium followed my gaze, and I felt him tense up. That's right. Annabella was talking animatedly, her earlier hopelessness seemingly gone, perhaps due to getting her leg back. Her hands made big, sweeping gestures as she asked the man questions, but he said nothing. All he did was stare off into space. I knew what was coming, and I knew what I had to do. As I strode towards him, Annabella turned to look at me. She opened her mouth as if she was about to say, "Thank you." Her words were cut off when I pulled back my gauntleted fist and slammed it right into the guy's torso. Thanks to my already incredible strength and the tripling impact damage of my punch glove, the result sounded less like a thud and more like 10 Ritz crackers being stepped on. The skin stealer immediately fell forward, forehead slapping against the stones. Just like that, it was dead. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. The boy who cried wolf killed a skin stealer in front of another person before it could reveal its true nature. Whether this was a random coincidence or premeditated, you pulled off quite the feat, and your actions may have saved countless lives from this infiltrating monster's predations. But that sure isn't what it looks like to everyone else. Have fun explaining this one to your friends. Reward: conspiracy whistle. I clicked the pop-up away, and a black whistle marked with red lines dropped from the air to my hand. It disappeared into my inventory when I touched it. Meanwhile, Annabella was screaming. "What did you do? Oh my God, you killed Sam! What the fuck is wrong with you, you psycho?" "You don't understand," I started to say, raising my hands in a pacifying gesture. Annabella immediately took a step back and pulled a crossbow out of thin air, perhaps a reward she had gotten from the dungeon. She lifted it up and aimed it right at my head. An arrow suddenly appeared on the string, glinting in the waning light of the sun. "Don't come near me! I'll shoot!" "Annabella, please. I knew I shouldn't have trusted someone like you." I gritted my teeth. "I just saved your life, you idiot! He was a skin stealer! He was gonna kill you! Just like the mayor, right?" she snarled. Seeing my surprised expression, she went on. "Yeah, I heard all about it on the news. Everyone did. You're a fucking monster!" Panda tapped the side of my head. "Gambit, let's just go," he advised. "Why doesn't anyone ever understand?" I yelled, angry and frustrated. "Gambit, it's not worth it," Panda told me. Annabella's finger pulled the trigger, but I easily dodged the bolt as her aim was shaky. Her eyes widened in fear when I took a single step towards her. I reached out and grabbed the crossbow before destroying it with a simple squeeze of my gauntleted fist. Then I turned around and left. I was headed to Norman's tailor shop, hoping to find myself some slick new threads there. I'd swapped my wet pajamas for the sleeveless shirt I'd gotten. It had no unique benefits or effects, but it was a nice quality. Although, when I put the pajamas in my inventory, the whole set went in. My current outfit could now best be described as having a Winnie the Pooh aesthetic. Fortunately, the darkening streets were empty of people. "You know, you're not really giving off 'I'm not crazy' vibes with this getup," Panda said. "That's why I'm heading to Norman's," I replied, annoyed. I was still thinking about what Annabella had said, and the memories of the past were coming to the front of my mind. It had all started a few years back, when I'd been fired from my job, following my dad going into the hospital with me having to care for him and pay for his treatment. Of course, it made no difference to him, as he croaked not long after. I'd been without income, saddled with medical debt from a healthcare system that had failed me and my family, and then I'd lost my apartment. All of it had been too much to bear, and the stress, anxiety, and anger, all of it had amalgamated into a mental breakdown. Most of my memories from that time were hazy at best, but I had been living in the parks with the homeless for weeks. With a phone as one of my only possessions, I'd made posts to the local Castleberg message boards and uploaded videos about my beliefs to all the social medias. "Conspiracy theories," Panda corrected me. He was somehow able to listen in on my thoughts. "I'm doing the inner monologuing here, not you." A few of my posts had gone viral, and my story was picked up first by local and then national news stations, where I was openly mocked for my beliefs. Rather than extend a helping hand, I was made the black sheep of Castleberg, and that was what really sent me over the edge. The following years, I went in and out of jail and mental institutions, following petty thefts, public acts of indecency, arson, violent assault on a lifeguard who had an attitude, and lastly, the attempted murder of the mayor. I wished I could recall my justifications from that time, but all I remembered was that I'd gone to his private mansion in the rich part of town, wielding a screwdriver and a hammer. I'd tried to kill him, but had been unsuccessful. A city-wide manhunt had subsequently followed. I was hunted by the police while utterly naked for many hours, with it all culminating in me somehow ending up on the roof of the Calm Springs Asylum where I'd been admitted once prior. When the sentencing went down after I was finally captured, it was life with no chance of parole. My defense lawyer, a guy by the name of Thomas Smile, was able to successfully argue for an insanity verdict, just like all my previous convictions, which was how I ended up in Calm Springs Asylum permanently. Or, well, until the whole world went under. You know, the attempted murder on the mayor, I get. But why did you have to kill his dog? Panda asked. I didn't! They framed me! Panda scoffed. I'm telling the truth! What point would there be lying to you? Fine, whatever. But why would someone frame you for that? Because killing a dog is an unforgivable act. Any shred of sympathy people might have had for me and my cause was destroyed with that act pinned on me. Maybe I'm losing my mind too, but that does make sense. Kind of. You're a figment of my imagination, so if I'm crazy, then we're both crazy. I don't know. I watched you lose both your arms and headbutt a monster to death. That's a level of insanity I can't compete with. Really? I thought you were something like my subconscious mind. He stared at me with his beady, black-ringed eyes, a touch of hurt entering his tone. That's pretty rude, Gambit. I'm your friend, not your repressed thoughts, he insisted. Then why can't anyone see you? Panda shrugged. Maybe only the insane can perceive me. I thought about it. It seemed probable. After all, some of the other patients at Calm Springs had been able to see him, such as Tina. The orderlies had also confiscated him repeatedly, but did that mean they were insane too? It was hard to tell how this stuff really worked. It was too much to figure out right now, especially when I was cold and starving. I shook my head and said, Inventory. The screen appeared in front of my eyes. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Sewing kit. Lil Newt. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Total weight, 13.65 pandas. Think we can eat the Lil Newt? Panda wondered. I shuddered. Stop. I'm having flashbacks to the meat flour. It's surprising you're hungry despite eating that. I gagged at the memory. It was foul. Also, I think it disappeared from my stomach after I took the skill. The road to Norman's shop was blocked off by crashed and abandoned cars. I hopped over them, still browsing the screen. Tapping on the image of the salamander, a new window appeared. Lil Newt. Item. Obtained by defeating the pool room's dweller. You know how some amphibians on your planet are known to regrow limbs and organs? Well, Lil Newt here is technically immortal. Given enough time, he will return to the same size as when you fought him in the pool rooms. However, the reason he is only technically immortal is that he can be slain with a kiss on his eyeless head. Guess what you have to do to gain access to his powers? Weight, 2.3 pandas. I frowned. I have to kiss it? Not the worst thing in the world. I sighed, pulling the salamander out of my inventory. It appeared on my palm and sat there, looking at me with its rubbery, eyeless, smiling head. Despite being roughly the size of a normal salamander in this state, its teeth were way too big, like they belonged to a 6-year-old kid, which really offset its cuteness factor. As I braced myself for the most terrible texture in the world, I leaned down and planted a lil peck on Lil Newt's head. That wasn't so bad, Panda commented as I straightened back up. Then the newt began screaming. It twitched and shriveled with excruciating slowness as it was slowly turned into dust like a vampire caught in the sun. Choose your reward. I can't believe you did that. That was truly the most horrific thing I've seen in the last 2.5 minutes. Before that, it was a guy picking a fight with a metro train, which went about as well as you might imagine. Anyway, Pick one of the options. Birthday suit, Newt's boon, echolocation. Birthday suit, passive. We're not meant to encourage this behavior, but well. You jump further and run faster in inverse relation to how much clothing you're wearing. So, get in your Speedos and tear up the racetrack. Newt's boon, passive. Harness the power of Lil Newt, who you killed with a kiss, by becoming able to very slowly regenerate lost body parts and internal organs. Warning: the effect is very painful, and the shock of regenerating lost limbs might give you a heart attack. Echolocation, passive. You can finally live out your dreams of being a man-bat. You become able to distinguish your surroundings in a 20-yard radius with any sound you produce, but you also permanently lose your vision. Truly some terrible options, I remarked. One cripples me, another might kill me, and the last one rewards me for running around naked. You're already going pantsless, so what's the harm? I frowned. Fine, I said, and chose birthday suit as my reward. A sudden flood of energy rushed through my legs. When I jumped over the next set of cars on the road, I flew almost twice as high as before. Hitting the ground, I landed gracefully in a tucked roll several yards further than where I'd aimed. This isn't bad, I remarked, before taking off in a sprint. I zoomed down the sidewalk past the many shuttered shop fronts and knew I was definitely much faster than a carriage now. Chapter -9. Norman's tailor shop came into view as I flew down the street full of stores. The metal shutters were down, and it was clear that some people had unsuccessfully tried to break in, evident by the smashed windows. It was almost completely dark now, but the surviving lamps flickered on, lighting up the street and the many wrecked cars. I skidded to a halt and leaned against one, drawing in quick breaths. My calves burned from the exertion. I need to upgrade my stamina next, I decided. Why not your defense? Asked Panda. Did you already forget how you lost your arms? I don't want to be some damaged sponge for monsters to slap around, I replied. If I can move around fast enough, I won't need defense at all. I wonder what happens to me when you die, the plushie mused philosophically. Don't give up on me just like that. I looked around the area near the tailor shop for enemies and people, but it was totally abandoned. There weren't any public buildings or facilities in the vicinity, which perhaps explained the lack of monsters. That being said, there was a worryingly deep furrow down the middle of the asphalted road, as though something had dragged itself along the road. Crumbled and overturned cars were pushed to the side of the road, meaning that whatever had come through here was not only big, but also ridiculously strong. You think whatever made that will come back this way? Panda asked. If it's territorial, perhaps. It looks similar to the tracks from the park outside the asylum, where Annabella said her group was attacked by a bus. We could probably take it, if we met a bus like that, he replied confidently. What's this we business? So far, you've been just sitting there while I do all the fighting. Well, I'm like your manager or guiding fairy. Aren't fairies supposed to be skinny and nimble? He opened his stitched mouth in shock, then turned away from me with his arms crossed and a huff of indignation. Too far, Gambit. Sorry. I walked over to the shuttered storefront of Norman's. While it had withstood looters until now, the jewelry store next door hadn't been so lucky. Even the display cases were gone, leaving nothing but debris and old blood. Again, I noticed the lack of bodies. I think there's something eating all the dead people, I said. Otherwise, we'd be seeing corpses everywhere. Maybe they come out at night? That can't be right, I said. There weren't any dead people in the park at all, and they were all attacked during the day, right after the announcement. Panda's gaze drifted towards the middle of the road and the deep gouge in the pavement. As though retelling some horror story, he whispered, Do you think the bus monster is eating all the bodies? I shuddered. Stop! You're freaking me out! You started this topic. Well, I'm shutting it down. No more talk of buses. I squatted down, really feeling the burn in my thighs and calves. I gripped the bottom of the metal shutter with my gauntleted hand and pulled as I stood back up, loudly tearing an opening large enough for me to squeeze through. After pushing myself through, Panda waddled in after me. Then I pulled the flap back down, just in case. The interior of the store was completely dark, thanks to a surprising lack of windows, but I discovered that my punch glove's carapace had a faint luminescent glow, which allowed me to see my surroundings a bit. I looked through the rows of neat suits, dress pants, and shirts until I reached a back room where a convenient flashlight awaited me. I picked it up, flicked the button to on, and nothing happened. "Didn't Annabella say that all electricity died?" Panda recalled. I grumbled in annoyance and marched back to the shutters. I lifted the flap up just enough to let a bit of the streetlight into the store so I could actually find what I was looking for. Though the light still didn't fully reach the back of the many rows of clothes, I was able to locate a few suits in my size. I immediately began trying them on. One of them tore as I miscalculated my own strength, but I managed to find two that were just my size. I kept one of the suits on while throwing the other into my inventory. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Sewing kit. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Total weight, 20.9 pandas. Although my total weight with the suit was now over 20 pandas, or roughly 18 pounds, I didn't feel any heavier. However, as I put on new socks, dress pants, shoes, and the suit, I felt the energizing effect of the birthday suit passive diminish until entirely gone. Since there weren't any enemies around, I figured it was a good time to have a look at some of the items I'd picked up. I tapped the whistle to see if it did anything. Conspiracy whistle. Item. This might look like a cheap plastic whistle, and that's because it is. However, the sound it makes is so annoying that it actually has magical effects. Sometimes conspiracies are spot on, and other times they only breed more insanity. Blowing a note in this whistle reveals any shapeshifters within 10 yards, while inflicting plus 10% insanity to any player within 100 yards. Weight, 1.3 pandas. "That's a heavy whistle," Panda commented. "What kind of plastic do you think they used?" I ignored his dumb question and clicked the pop-up away, then tapped the looking glass. Looking glass. Item. Rewarded for participating in the clearance of 2 dungeons, this looking glass is a useful tool for any strategic player wanting a leg up on the competition. Just don't use it to start fires with sunlight. It won't end well. Trust me. Any entity viewed through this looking glass will have information about them revealed to you. Warning. Looking at certain entities with this tool will inflict plus 50% insanity to you. Use with caution. Weight, 1.1 pandas. "Oh, it's like appraisal," I said, remembering a useful skill from an old RPG I'd played. "Seems useful, though I wonder what the warning is about." "I'll try it when the sun comes back up," I said. Panda squinted at me. "Do you enjoy ignoring warnings and breaking rules?" he asked. "Yes." A loud scraping sound came from outside. I spasmed awake where I'd unintentionally dozed off in a corner of the store. It sounded like someone was dragging one of the wrecked cars out front down the street for no other reason than to make a lot of noise. The ceiling hid the beacon from my sight, though I was certain that it was still visible outside in the air above Norman's shop. "I'm surprised no one tried to kill you while you slept," Panda said. "But don't worry, I've kept watch." "Thanks," I replied. Then I blinked in confusion. "Wait, what would you have done if someone actually tried to kill me?" I didn't really consider that far. The scraping outside was getting louder. Whatever was making it was coming towards to the front of the shop. "Would you mind checking what's making that noise?" I asked him. "Are you crazy? What if it eats me?" I sighed. "You're a real help, Panda, you know that? Hey, don't blame the mascot." "Mascot?" He nodded. "Yeah, that's my class." "The system gave you a class?" That didn't seem right. "Well, no, but imagine if it did." I sighed. "All right, shut up. You're giving me a migraine," I told him. While crawling on my hands and knees, I approached the flap in the shutters that I'd forgotten to close. My body flared with a deep, aching soreness. The awkward position I'd slept in clearly hadn't done much good either. As I neared the shutters, I carefully stuck my head out through the narrow gap and looked at the street outside. Eyes the size of a hubcap looked directly at me from outside in the street, illuminating the sidewalk and shop facade with their fog-light glow. They were attached to an enormous monster that was over 40 feet long. Its rectangular body was carried on dozens upon dozens of chubby human legs, which pushed its heavy frame through the asphalt. Skin, like that of a human, covered it from front to back, and looked as though it was stitched together from the bodies of 40 different people. The windows were like vaguely transparent sheets of taut skin, behind which writhed and clawed a roiling, glowing mass of ghastly figures. They might once have been passengers, or were perhaps the souls of those the monster had eaten. In short, it was a bus that had come to life. A mouth with blocky molars opened below the giant eyes, then a loud, ear-bleeding voice announced, "Next stop, yummy yummy, a player will enter my tummy." Chapter -10. Two things went through my head as I slowly crawled backward from the giant glowing eyes that shone their attention through the gap in the storefront shutters. It was so much bigger and scarier than I had expected it would be, and Annabella had been right. It did look vaguely like Cat Bus from Totoro, except the nightmarish eldritch horror remake. Panda waddled over to me as I crawled backwards. Then he froze. "Gambit? Is that what I think it is?" The light shining through the gap disappeared. "Next stop, my tummy, yummy yummy." I immediately grabbed him and ran towards the back of the store. Gritting my teeth hard, I jumped as high as I could. The whole world exploded in sound, light, and movement as the enormous human-skinned sentient bus rammed through the store facade, crushing all the neat rows of clothes. Part of the roof collapsed, and the wall to the jewelry store next door was pulverized. Somehow, I avoided being crushed or swallowed by the massive bus monster and landed on its roof. It was unnervingly hairy, like my old asylum neighbor Mike's back. There was only a small gap between its back and the ceiling. As it barreled into the back room, I slid from the spongy skin and onto the floor. I looked back and saw that the bus was trying to turn around. "Oh, crap! Gambit, we've got to go!" "Yeah, no shit!" I yelled as I sprinted out through the hole that had been a shuttered shop front seconds ago. The loud-as-hell voice rang out again from the back of the ruined tailor shop while I bolted down the sidewalk, trying to put as much distance between myself and the monster. "Next stop. Don't run when you can take the bus. Don't listen to it." "I wasn't going to," I yelled before kicking off from the ground in a leap. I flew just high enough to grab hold of a storefront sign and crawl up onto the roof of the building. From there, I continued running parallel to the street, while sounds from behind made it obvious the bus was in pursuit. "You think it's tracking me with the goddamn beacon?" I asked. "Could be." Panda then poked the side of my head with his fingerless arm. "Hey, I have an idea. Bring out the looking glass." "What?" "Just do it." "Inventory," I said, maneuvering through the screen while trying not to trip on the flat rooftops I was parkouring across. I selected the looking glass, and it appeared in my hand. "What now?" "Stop for a second and look at it. Maybe it'll tell you how to escape it or something." "That's stupid. I'm not doing that. If I slow down, it'll catch me. Just be really quick." I skidded to a halt, spun on the heel of my new fancy shoes, then lifted the looking glass up in front of my right eye and stared at the rapidly approaching monstrosity. Appraisal. Level 62. Human bus. World boss. "Yummy, yummy. Another human for my tummy." A human bus is what happens when we let the system do its own thing while transforming a world in preparation for the great game. A lot of it is automated, you see, because it's a lot of work to transform a whole planet. A fascinating thing about a human bus is that it grows stronger the more it eats. They start out at level 55, which should tell you everything you need to know about the one you're currently dealing with. My main advice for when dealing with a human bus is run. But if you do try to fight it, we'll be sure to record your death and replay it on our monitors here at the office. That's right, we have an office. We're civilized, after all. As soon as the pop-up appeared, I tossed the looking glass back into my inventory and continued running down the rooftops. Panda read the description out loud for me, and quite frankly did a terrible impression of the bus's creepy, ear-splitting voice. I nearly tripped. Wait, the people running this great game have an office? It's good to know we aren't dealing with barbarians, at least, Panda mused. Next stop, I can smell you. You don't have a nose, you creep! Panda heckled it from atop my shoulder. I clicked the pop-up away and then quickly threw my clothes into my inventory. Power surged through my legs while Panda shamefully covered his beady eyes. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. It felt as though a fire was coming out between my cheeks as I flew 4 yards with every stride that I took across the rooftops, but the human bus wouldn't lose track of me while the beacon shone above my head. And though I was faster now, the passive did nothing for my stamina. Exhausted as I was, I only had about a minute of running full tilt left in me. I suddenly got an idea. Panda, where's the nearest public facility around here? The wind whooshed past my ears to an almost deafening extent, but I somehow still heard his answer. To the left at the end of the road and then a few blocks down is a kindergarten. I jerked my head around to stare at him. Why do you know that? I don't like what you're implying with that tone, Panda shouted. I spun 45 degrees left on my heel, all my non-family-friendly bits swishing with the sudden change in momentum. Then I ran towards the edge of the roof and leapt. I cleared the road and even the rooftops of the buildings on the other side, landing in a back alley in a tumble that scraped my naked skin all over. Ouch, 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 I whimpered. I hurried down the alleyway until I came out into a new, smaller street. I followed it until I reached a larger road that took me in the direction Panda had indicated. In the distance, the bright headlights of the human bus shone over the tops of the buildings, while its loud voice kept blaring through the darkness. Thankfully, I was too far away to pick out its words. My breathing was ragged by the time I found the kindergarten, but I had made it here in record time. With my birthday suit in full effect, I was easily the fastest person alive, at least until more players began investing into their movement speed. When I walked up to the front door of the surprisingly large institution, Panda tapped me on my cheek and said, "What the hell are you doing, Gambit?" I stopped. "What? I'm going in here to hide from the bus, obviously." "Like that?" he asked, gesturing down my body. "Oh." Even in an apocalypse, there were still some things you just didn't do. I pulled up my inventory and clicked one of the 2 suits I'd stashed away. As soon as I pulled it out of the screen, it popped into existence on my body, probably because I had unequipped it using the inventory before. With my propriety restored, I pushed open the glass door to the kindergarten and walked in. It struck me, right as the dungeon announcement appeared, that I could probably use my looking glass to get a read on the potential challenge instead of just going in head first. Warning: now entering Level 10 Dungeon, Bungo's Playroom. Chapter -11. I stumbled into a carpeted room with colorful walls, spinning around to find that, just like with the pool room's dungeon, the entrance was nowhere to be found. That wasn't all. Something was off about the size of my surroundings. "Did I shrink?" I asked Panda. "I don't think so. I think everything else is just much bigger." As I ran eyes across my ominously cheerful surroundings, I saw the nearby plastic chairs, old and worn toys, and kindergarten-style furniture were all at least twice as big as they ought to be. The room was a large windowless box with 3 connecting hallways. The ceiling towered high above me, at least 16 feet up. Is this how a child would experience the world? I wondered. I couldn't really remember my childhood well enough to tell. "Forget children. This is how I see the world," Panda said. "Speaking of plushies, look," I said, pointing to a human-sized teddy bear slumped against a rainbow-painted dresser. "It's one of your kind." "First off, I don't think that's part of the scenery, and secondly, how dare you? It's like comparing humans to apes. I'm way more civilized and evolved, thank you," Panda insisted. I pulled out the looking glass and held it up to my right eye to examine the human-sized teddy bear. Appraisal. Level 6. Playroom Bear. enemy. Given its size, this teddy bear may seem quite imposing, but all he really wants is a hug. Just like constrictor snakes, playroom bears have evolved the ability to incapacitate their prey by wrapping their limbs around them and squeezing until the lungs go pop. To add to the similarities, they also devour their food whole. Their tummies expand to accommodate the size of their meals. And here's a fun fact, they can fit at least 3 people in there at once. So what are you waiting for? Go give it a hug. When I tapped the pop-up away, the teddy bear lurched upright sluggishly. I cast my eyes around the room for any other threats before marching towards it. As soon as it was standing on its 2 feet, its mouth opened wide, and the sound of tearing fabric filled the air. Then it lifted its arms and ran right at me. "That's so much scarier than the description made it sound," Panda commented. I quickly dodged out of the way of the bear before it could grab me. After failing to catch me, the bear stumbled to a stop before languidly turning to face me and charging again. Instead of dodging a second time, I ran to meet it, sidestepping at the last second and torpedoing my fist into its stomach. My gauntleted knuckles hit with enough force to explode a hole through its fabric body and scattering a cloud of red fluff. It slowly drifted down as the playroom bear collapsed face first onto the floor. I wasn't entirely sure it was dead, so I pulled my fist back and rammed it down on the back of its head. There was a violent crunch on impact, and its large head immediately flattened. The fabric of its head was containing whatever inner mass had been crushed, like a burst watermelon trapped in a plastic bag. "That was unnecessarily gruesome," Panda said. "At least I know it's dead." With another enemy dead, I wondered about something. "Do you think there's a way to see my level progress, like what it shows when I level up?" As the words left my mouth, a pop-up window appeared with the exact information I was looking for. Level progress. You are currently level -4. Unspent attribute points, 1. Points already invested, 3. Kills required for level -5, 6 of 15. Huh. It seems like there are quite a few ways to query the system, Panda realized. I thought about it, then rattled off a string of words in a row, testing his theory. Map, world map, dungeon map, kill count, ability overview, teleport, exit dungeon, friend list? Nothing happened. Try unalive, Panda said helpfully. I'm not gonna try that. Knowing then they'd actually put that in. Probably right. What about unequip all? I cast him a suspicious glare. Why? Just try it. I sighed. Since we were just messing around, there was no harm in trying. It'd just fail like the others had. Unequip all. My suit, underwear, socks, and shoes, even the looking glass I'd hastily put in my pocket, all vanished into my inventory in the blink of an eye. For some reason, my punch glove stayed on, perhaps because it was a weapon, despite being worn on my hand. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I looked down at my naked feet. Why did that work? Panda gasped, covering his eyes with his fingerless arms. Gambit, you pervert! Put your clothes back on! I ground my teeth in annoyance and navigated through my inventory screen to re-equip my suit and everything else. 2 achievements followed in quick succession. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Amoral pervert. Went fully nude in a school zone. We may have transported all the miners of dirt to our children's zone until they mature. It may even be an extinction-level apocalypse of your species. But we'd like you to know that we here at the Great Game Headquarters adhere to a moral code, which you have grossly violated. From now on, every time you move to a new area, you must inform your neighbors of your criminal history or face the wrath of the Child Protective Services. They've got dogs. The scary kind. Reward. You're on the registry. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Brute forcing. Brute forced a system command. You brute forced a system command, becoming the first player to utilize unequip all. It's one of several nonsensical commands that the system refuses to let us throw out. But as with anything nonsensical in the great game, it's all just part of the madness. As a reward, here are 2 more commands. Rewards, inspect, and colorblind mode. I'd never have guessed those, Panda said, after reading the pop-ups. Also, you're on the pervert registry. Why would they put in a colorblind mode? Even in an apocalypse, accessibility is an important inclusion, Panda preached. Activating colorblind mode. Whoa, that's weird, said the plushie. It's an actual colorblind mode, I remarked, impressed. All the colors had shifted, with reds and yellows becoming brownish, blues and purples becoming just gradients of blue. The general brightness of all colors softened into something mellower. Deactivating colorblind mode. Really makes you reconsider how evil the people running this thing are, doesn't it? Panda mused, wistfully. No. What the hell are you talking about? Panda continued, ignoring my words. I wonder if they also helped people with disabilities be able to join the great game, or terminally ill patients. Anyone in a hospital is probably a monster now, I said flatly. Oh, right. I shook my head. Status, I then said. As the screen appeared, I tried to apply my available point to perception but received an error. Error. Unable to invest point in chosen attribute. Please pick another. I sighed and clicked on Vitality instead. Status. Level -4. Gambit. System glitch. Insanity gauge. 100%. Stats. Health. Not good. Stamina. Chotto. Armor. Plastic bottle suit. Carry weight. 1,000 pandas. Top speed. Carriage. Mana. Literally 0. Attributes. Strength. 2,300 pounds. Dexterity. Platypus. Intelligence. To be determined. Vitality. Tomahawk. Athleticism. Risu. Perception. C. Wisdom. Not applicable. Defense. Plastic bottle. Abilities. Punch harder. Passives. Glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. Math multiply. Punch. Birthday suit. They're really railroading me here, I commented. Your vitality now says tomahawk. Isn't that a weapon? There's such a thing as a tomahawk steak, you know. Is it good? He asked. Drool leaked from his stitched mouth, which brought a lot of uncomfortable questions to mind. Yeah, if done right, though any terrible cook can mess up prime meat, I said, trying not to think about it. Then I paused, sniffing the air. Speaking of, do you smell that? Is that the smell of a family-sized pepperoni and pineapple pizza? You can tell the size of it from the smell? Stop talking and find that pizza, the plushie commanded. I followed my nose down a spacious hallway leading into a vast hall with a ball pit, tube slide, swings, seesaws, and many other things you might find at a fast food chain's playground. The floor was no longer a carpet, but instead made from a spongy, asphalt-like material, which would definitely scrape the skin off your knees if you slipped on it. Near to the doorway I entered through was a table too tall for me to reach. The theme of everything being humongous was still in effect even here. I climbed up onto a plastic chair next to it, which was rather undignified, and then from there reached up onto the enormous table. Spread out across the malleable plastic cover draped over the table was a massive pepperoni and pineapple pizza, which gave off heat like a radiator. Panda immediately leapt off my shoulder and started running across the table. Don't eat it, I yelled. You'll get dirty and I'll have to wash you. Panda skidded to a halt on his stumpy, jointless legs. What about poison? I considered it as I caught up with him. That too, I guess. The plushie hesitated, then waddled up to the pizza slowly. I followed close behind him, since I was starving too. When I reached the edge of the table-sized pizza, I pointed my hand at it and tried the new command I'd learned. Inspect. Inspection. Playroom pizza. If you don't mind the taste of the plastic cover that is seeped into the crust of this enormous pizza, then you'll probably be fine eating it. Just be warned. If Bungo notices that rats have been in the food reserved for his young audience, he'll go berserk. Through a mouthful of pineapple, I asked, Who's Bungo? No sooner had the words left my mouth than a high-pitched noise began to echo down the entrance hallway. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It sounded like enormous clown shoes. Chapter -12. As the sound of squeaking steps drew closer to the table that I was standing atop, clutching a pizza slice-sized piece of pineapple in my hands, a man's voice yelled from the ball pit 20 yards away further into the room. "You've got to hide!" I didn't need to be told twice. I scooped up Panda in my arms, as well as a wheel-sized pepperoni piece, and leapt off the sticky plastic table. While sailing through the air, the squeaking steps grew louder. They were accompanied by a slobbering smacking of lips. As I ran across the playground asphalt, I was glad to be wearing shoes, since it would have cut up my feet otherwise. Panda was somehow taking small bites of the large pepperoni piece I'd scored. Peeking out of the sea of colorful balls was the barely visible face of the person who'd yelled. I hurled myself into the ball pit just as the source of the squeaking and slobbering emerged from the hallway. My face kissed a hollow, football-sized plastic ball before I sunk down the pit and hit the bottom. Down here were small hills formed from congregated dust bunnies, rock-sized pebbles, and Band-Aids the length of blankets. "Yuck," Panda said, the sight clearly stealing his appetite. I bit into the pepperoni and said, "Hardly the worst I've seen." "Shh!" Whisper yelled an emaciated-looking man from nearby, obscured by the large plastic balls that separated us. Based on his voice, this was a different person than the one who'd warned me. Though it wasn't easy with the balls constantly slipping away under my shoes, I managed to climb up to the top of the pit and peek out at the thing that had my new acquaintances so spooked. I couldn't help but swallow hard when I saw the 12-foot-tall, morbidly obese clown with a full kit of unsettling makeup. It wore a cheaply made costume with purple, light blue, and red. The grin on its face reached all the way back to its ears, with rows of teeth like hypodermic needles, and had a long, glistening stream of red drool from its mouth to its triple chin. Open sores covered its purple-gray skin wherever the makeup and outfit didn't cover. In short, it was a big-ass horror movie clown. I silently pulled out my looking glass and appraised the giant through it. Appraisal. Level 10. Bungo the Clown. Boss. "Bungo loved children!" Bungo the Clown absolutely loves children, which is a shame for him because we removed them from your world. Now this big sad clown wanders the halls of his many playrooms, protecting the toys, food, and playing facilities from rats. In case you were wondering, you are a rat, at least in Bungo's eyes. Also, let me give you a hint. It'd be a bad idea to fight Bungo head-on, as he is functionally immortal. Just like how the cast of our beautiful dungeons are manifold, so too are the requirements for beating them. Have fun figuring out how to get out of his playroom. "We're screwed," Panda whispered. "You only know how to punch things." "Are you calling me stupid?" "Shh," said the guy below me again. I ground my teeth. "You know what? Fuck this. Fuck their rules. I'm killing this ugly-ass clown." I crawled up and out of the pit, disturbing dozens of the plastic balls. The sound immediately drew the giant clown's attention away from the table, where he'd been investigating the pizza that Panda and I had helped ourselves to. "You idiot! You'll get us all killed!" yelled a third voice. This one was female. "A rat!" came a blaringly loud, dumb-sounding voice from the giant. The ground quaked as it lumbered towards the ball pit with squeaking steps of its overlong clown shoes. I squared my shoulders as I strode towards the towering clown monstrosity that, quite frankly, scared the shit out of me. Panda sighed. "Gambit, if you wanted to unalive yourself, you should have just let the human bus catch you. Be quiet. I need to focus." Squeak! 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 When only 8 yards separated us, I broke into a sprint. "Unequip all!" I shouted, violating the moral ethics of the great game for the second time in the last hour. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. Energy blossomed, surged into my legs. I leapt from the awful plastic asphalt and flew high enough into the air that I came face to fist with the monstrous clown. Time seemed to slow. The clown's large, bug-eyed stare struggled to track me as I pulled my right fist back, preparing for a rain of punches. "Punch. Harder, open parentheses, close parentheses." "Do you really have to enunciate the parentheses every time?" Panda commented in the split second before the attack went out. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. My punch glove shot forward as though fired from a cannon and hit with enough force to... Well, it actually didn't do anything. Reactivating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. My fist slammed forward again, the tripling effect of the punch glove applying much greater force than the last time I'd used the ability. The resultant impact sounded like a thunderclap, but it wasn't enough. My fist pulled back, and in the same moment, my passive triggered. Activating script. Math multiply. Punch. This time, a jolt of electricity raced up my arm as the punch connected. The shockwave blew away all the dust from the floor in a ring around us. But even this wasn't enough, so my ability reactivated again. But this was what I'd been counting on. I had 3 separate effects multiplying my damage, and though I wasn't any mathematician, I had played enough poorly thought-out games to know that such multiplication was how you utterly trivialized the challenge of a game. And if I was understanding the logic behind the math multiply punch ability correctly, it took the first 2 punches and multiplied them with each other. The tripling effects of the punch glove entered the equation at the end, as far as I could tell, resulting in every third punch being insanely powerful. What I didn't know, however, was whether my punch harder ability would then take that third punch and double it. If so, my 6th punch might blow a hole through the side of the dungeon boundary. On the 4th activation, the punch was even stronger than the 3rd, and a 5th quickly followed it. Finally, I saw visible damage on the ugly clown's face. Then came the 6th punch, with another activation of the punch multiply passive, and the resultant shockwave flung everything, me included, away from the impact site. All that remained was a massive crater, pieces of the crumbling ceiling falling into it. Even as I tumbled head over heels across the playroom floor, scraping my skin off in bits and pieces with every new rotation, I knew I had slain the giant clown because of the way punch harder worked. The first time I'd used it against the psychiatrist, I'd performed nearly 20 punches in less than 2 seconds, and it seemed to last until my target died. I slammed into a seesaw with enough force to dislocate my shoulder, before violently spinning into the air, cracking my head against the ceiling, then falling back down onto a metal slide that was as hot as a stove for some reason. As my skin began to sizzle, I immediately rolled off the slide and collapsed on my back next to it. "I did it, Panda!" I exclaimed with a cackle. The adrenaline high and self-satisfaction of pulling off something the system had told me was impossible was making me delirious. Panda stood above me with an awkward expression on his squishy face. Gambit?" "What?" I asked, unable to wipe the smile off my face. "Your arm is... how do I put it?" I lifted my right arm into the air above me. Except... there was no arm. There was barely a stump left. Everything from my elbow joint to my hand was just gone. The tremendous impact had utterly atomized my limb, while also cauterizing the stump in the same go. I stared at it for a moment. "Thank God they have the full recovery reward for beating a dungeon," I said. "Well, about that. I don't think you beat the dungeon." As if to clarify this, an achievement popped up. "Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Soft lock. Now look what you did." The great game has been rigorously tested on countless worlds like yours, and we ironed out all the serious bugs many cycles ago, so this really isn't meant to be possible. You were supposed to follow after Bungo and sneak into his workshop once he unlocked the door. But, now that he's dead, there's no way you'll be able to do that anymore. In short, you're stuck with no way to clear the dungeon. I'm sure all the folks stuck in here with you are pretty happy about this new development, especially that one guy in the ball pit who had figured out how to clear it. Reward. I hope you're proud of yourself. I blinked. Well, shit. Chapter -13. I repeatedly slammed my right shoulder into the seesaw to put it back into its socket, letting out a string of expletives when it happened. Then I used my left hand to awkwardly re-equip my suit, sleeveless shirt, socks, underwear, and shoes through the inventory screen, feeling pretty stupid about the reckless behavior that had cost me an arm. To really ram it home, an achievement popped up. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. One-armed bandit. Lost your dominant arm. Ha. Reward. Left-handed scissors. A pair of violet children's paper scissors dropped into the palm of my hand, but I immediately threw them away with an annoyed grunt. I hate this dumbass system! Panda tapped me on my cheek. Careful, Gambit. That guy is coming over here. I turned towards the ball pit that I'd flown past after killing the clown and saw that a man was storming towards me. He looked to be in his 40s and had a smooth, bald head. He wore a bloodied blue and yellow Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts, and there were a few ugly sewing patterns on his exposed arms and legs. Hey, pal! What the devil did you just do? I blinked. I killed the boss. And how did that pan out for you, huh? He seems angry, Panda remarked. Yeah, no shit. What'd you just say to me? Relax, all right? I told him. Relax! He exclaimed in outrage. Think you just made him angrier, Panda said. The bald man began to spiral. You're telling me to fudging relax when I've been trapped in this godforsaken S-hole of a place? I finally figured out how to escape, but then you went and screwed it all up. It's somehow more intimidating when he's trying not to swear, Panda commented. You must be the one the achievement mentioned, I realized. Hawaiian shirt puffed up, his face turning red like a tomato. Oh, I got one too. Let me tell you what it says. It's titled Stolen Glory and says you were on the right path to getting everyone out of here. You would have been the hero of Castleberg, but the crazy and evil Gambit, who just broke out of the asylum, has come to sow chaos and ruined your masterfully laid plan. Is the system seriously trying to pit us players against each other? I groaned, looking to Panda. You'd better look at me when I'm talking to you, he shouted. Then he punched me in the mouth. Even with a clear strength difference between us, it wasn't pleasant. I rubbed my lip. Ow! Don't do that. Or what, guy? You think you're tough because you can kill a big clown? Panda shook his head. Gambit, you shouldn't hit him. You'll vaporize his body. This was almost like a repeat of Annabella. And though this guy was an asshole, I had been the one who messed up by killing the clown. I looked Hawaiian shirt guy in his eyes and said, with as much sincerity as I could, I'll find a way to get us out of here. Oh, you want to play the hero, huh, buddy? I took a step forward, my chest bumping into his and pushing him back a step. Listen here. I'm neither your pal, guy, nor buddy. If you don't back the fuck up, I will reduce you to a crumbled sack of bone flour. Panda frowned. Was that an attempt to threaten him? He asked. Because it wasn't very scary. I was about to answer him when a pain blossomed to life in my stomach. I looked down and saw that Hawaiian shirt had stabbed me with a screwdriver in my abdomen. You fucking asked for this, I told him, gritting my teeth as I pulled my arm back and sent a punch right into the side of his jaw. Except, I had attempted to do it with my non-existent right arm. Hawaiian shirt's eyes flicked from me to my stump and back to me again. Then he laughed mockingly. I pulled my head back and slammed it into his. Our foreheads met in a loud smack that immediately knocked the guy out cold and scrambled my thoughts. Panda looked down at the guy. You might have killed him. Wasn't as pleasant as when I used my forehead against the newt, I commented. He'll probably just get a concussion, which the system will fix when I find a way out. Isn't relying on the mercy of the system exactly what got you in this bind? Please show some restraint, Gambit. I didn't even put my strength into it. He must have been really weak, I said. I reached down and pulled the screwdriver out of my abdomen, releasing a grunt of pain as it left my body, before opening my inventory and bringing out the sewing kit, exchanging it for the screwdriver. There was just one problem now, or, well, two. I was right-handed, and I didn't know how to sew. Panda, would you mind sewing me up? Can't. No opposable thumbs. I sighed. Guess I'd better hurry up and find out how to leave then. You could ask that girl over there, he said, and pointed towards a series of tubes like those children would enter and get lost in at a fast food restaurant's playground. When I looked, a young woman was crawling out from the tubes where she'd apparently been hiding. She had a round face, black shoulder-length hair, and her figure was hidden beneath an XL dark gray hoodie with the print of a neon yellow smiley on the front. Her body language was tense, like a deer crossing the road as she looked around. Her eyes fell on the unconscious body at my feet, then panned up to meet mine. She froze. "Hey, you!" I called to her. She did the "are you talking to me" gesture, and I waved her over with my stumped arm, which only seemed to transform her expression into one of horror. "Okay, maybe this scene doesn't cast you in a favorable light," Panda considered. I ignored him and walked towards her, before yelling across the large playroom, "Do you know how to sew?" As my words were slowly absorbed into her mind, she seemed to visibly ease up, then cautiously approached me. We met by a unicorn-shaped rocking chair on a spring. "Do you want me to sew your wound?" she asked. Her voice was timid, but her large eyes seemed kind of crazed. She had probably seen some horrific things. Without waiting for an answer from me, her gaze drifted around the room, falling on the crater where Bungo's giant headless corpse lay. "Did you kill the clown?" "I did. I thought that was how I'd clear the dungeon." "It's not so bad in here," she immediately said. "I like the pineapple pizza, and all the water fountains have various sodas in them. I found one in a different room that had Mountain Dew." "Do you know where the clown's workshop is?" "I'd like to hear about this fountain," Panda commented. "I can show you," she replied, then looked at the box in my hand. "What happens if you manage to get the workshop open? Are we all going to be thrown out? I heard that's what happened to that guy and his group when they completed the library maze. He's the only one left now." Her eyes were looking off towards the ball pit, and I wondered if she was referring to the guy who I'd briefly met at the bottom. "Sounds like she doesn't want to leave," Panda commented. The girl nodded. "It's scary outside. I'd rather stay here." I blinked, realization taking a second to kick in. "Can you see this guy?" I asked, gesturing to Panda on my shoulder. She nodded. "Am I not supposed to? He's very cute, although I never imagined he'd have a voice like that." "What's your name?" I asked her. "Bee, like a bee." "Like the bug that stings you and dies?" "They don't necessarily die from stinging you, at least not all types of bees." "Blowing my mind here, Bee," Panda commented. I was pretty sure he was just flattering her because he knew she could see and hear him. I sat down on the unicorn rocking chair and started undoing the bottom-most buttons of my suit jacket before repeating the steps with my sleeveless shirt. I showed her my abdomen and handed her the sewing kit box. "I already have one," she said, declining it. "Just take it. I can't sew anyway." "What if you get hurt again?" she asked. "I'll figure something out," I replied vaguely. Panda piped up from my shoulder. "Bee, listen to this. This is his second time losing his right arm. He's operating on luck and nothing else at this point. I'd offer to sew him up, but as you can tell, I have no thumbs." The girl nodded. "You do need thumbs for this." She opened the sewing kit and pulled out a needle which she fitted with a thread, then began carefully sewing around my stab wound. "I need to ask an uncomfortable question, Bee," I said seriously. Her hands stopped moving. "What?" she asked, sounding concerned. "In your status menu, what does the red bar at the top look like?" As the words left my mouth, the screen appeared, but I clicked it away immediately. "Status?" she asked, then pulled her head back in surprise. "What's this? I can't make it go away." "There's a little X in the corner," Panda told her. She reached out and pressed the air before repeating the command. "Status." She stared into space, tilting her head slightly. "The bar at the top is 3/4 full. It looks almost like it's a horizontal tube of blood." I frowned. 3/4. So she's borderline insane, and that's why she can see Panda. I doubt she's immune to the 100% insanity transformation like me. She blinked. "I just got an achievement," she said, surprised. "What does it say?" I asked. "You can't see it?" "Nope." "It's called, 'Oh God, the voices, make them stop.' and says that I'm 25% away from insanity. It gave me a reward called Inanimate Voices. That must be why you can see and hear Panda, I said. Her eyes flicked to the plushie. Other people can't? She asked. No, to their eyes he isn't even there, I explained. Do you have it too? The inanimate voices? I nodded. I'm maxed out on my insanity gauge. Isn't that supposed to turn you into a monster? I shrugged. Apparently, I'm glitched. Even my class is called System Glitch. I didn't get a class, I think, B replied. It doesn't say anything in the top right corner of your status screen? It says, not applicable. I hesitated. I hadn't had the chance to compare with anyone else, so I wasn't actually sure what it was normally supposed to look like. What does the rest of your screen look like? Some words and numbers, she replied vaguely. Like what? Do you have stats and attributes? She nodded. I have 3 in all my attributes except dexterity, which is 4, and intelligence and wisdom, which are both 6. That seems pretty good, I guessed, having no idea how my attributes actually translated into quantifiable numbers. What level are you? 0, she replied. That must be what everyone starts at, I realized. Let's see if we can't get you some levels then. It'll help you survive. You'll help me? Of course. She seemed very suspicious. Why? Panda stood up, his right arm on the top of my head. Don't worry, B. Gambit isn't that type of person. I sighed. Panda, I don't think she was even considering that until you said it. Hey, I'm trying to defend you here, he insisted. You're not very good at it. B laughed. I just figured that since you were kind enough to sew me up, I might as well help you out. Okay, she said. She finished sewing me up, and the moment she snipped the thread with a scissor from the kit, the wound healed itself closed. It was an uncomfortable feeling, but not as bad as when Annabella had done it. Thanks for that. Now, come on, I said, standing up and giving her my left hand. B took it cautiously, and then, Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Good Samaritan or Sketchy Lecher. Found a wayward miner. Almost as rare as glitched players are wayward miners. As a matter of course, all miners of any world participating in the great game are moved to our children's zone, where they can peacefully wait out their day until they mature. However, the system isn't perfect, and sometimes a miner slips through the cracks. Whether you are a good Samaritan who wish to help this lost child to safety or an amoral pervert, it would be in your best interest to contact Child Protective Services. They will find every wayward miner sooner or later. Players found to have kidnapped minors or somehow prevented the CPS from saving them will be publicly executed. Those who help wayward minors reach the children's zone will be rewarded. Reward: Child Protective Services Flare. Child Protective Services Flare. Item: Ignite to alert the Child Protective Services of a wayward minor. Charges: 1 of 1. Weight: not applicable. Chapter -14. I read and reread the achievement that had just popped a couple times to fully comprehend it. Then I glanced down at my hand still holding B's. My eyes followed her arm to her face, and I asked, Are you a kid? I'm 16, she replied defensively. I frowned. I just got an achievement that basically said I should contact Child Protective Services or face public execution. I wonder how they'd do it, Panda speculated darkly. B's hand trembled slightly as she recalled some bad memory. They've been hunting me, she then said. The CPS? I asked. She nodded. They're like weird ant people, and they have dogs. Or, well, I think they're supposed to be dogs. They're like aphid hybrids, but 40 feet tall. Their handlers wear baseball caps for some reason. I wonder if there's a theme going on, Panda mused. Why? B asked. I have been hunted by agents of the Great Game, I explained. They're Eupatorus gracilis beetles. Her eyes widened in surprise. You know the Latin name for the 5-horned rhinoceros beetle? That's literally the only Latin name for anything he knows, Panda quickly answered. Are you trying to embarrass me to impress her? I asked him, annoyed. Gambit, I'm not into kids. I'm just stating facts.
I never said that,
I replied. But your mind was already there.
I'm not a kid, B stressed.
Anyone under 18 is a kid in my eyes, the plushie said. I narrowed my eyes. Seriously, why do you have a stance on this? I asked. I don't think I like what you're implying, Gambit.
Panda, stop being weird. You knew where the kindergarten was, and now you're going off about how you're not into kids.
Before he could respond, B said,
Shouldn't we get out of here?
She pointed to where I'd knocked out Hawaiian shirt.
That old guy is waking up.
He was indeed waking up, as evident by the loud groans he was making as he regained consciousness. I released my grip on her hand and jogged towards the hallway behind the play area with the tubes, hot metal slide, and swing. B followed closely behind me as we went down the large corridor. No sooner had we rounded a corner than I heard Hawaiian shirt yell up a storm in the large room we'd just left. After taking another corner of the linear hallway, we came out into a rectangular room. At the opposite end was another hallway at the end of it, and on the left wall between the exits was a large metal-braced wooden door. It clearly didn't fit in, and you wouldn't need to be a genius to realize that this was the door to the workshop that apparently only Bungo could open. Aside from the door were large tables with more giant wheels of pizza, as well as 5 big balloon animals. All of them immediately floated towards us. I stepped in front of B. Stay behind me.
Careful! They'll try to wrap around you and suck the air out of your body, she warned.
That's actually pretty terrifying, Panda said, then leapt from my shoulder and down onto B's head. Good luck, Gambit. Inventory, I said, and pulled the screwdriver out. Armed with a type of weapon I was familiar with, I charged forward and stabbed the flat tip into the closest balloon animal, which, if I had to guess, was supposed to be a poodle. My weapon went straight through it, popping every inflated segment of its body and sending the shriveled, rubbery husk to the floor. A balloon sword with a coiled blade surged right for me and slapped into my right shoulder. The seemingly gentle impact actually carried ridiculous strength, flinging me right into a wall, and I heard a concerning crack from my left side. Fortunately, it only hurt a lot. Ow! Bastard! I jumped straight back at the balloon sword, dodging a slash from its rounded blade before retaliating with a slash of my own. It popped the coiled sword, but didn't get the handle. The deflated monster spiraled to the floor while the other 3 moved in. I quickly stomped on it to burst the last surviving segments. Another balloon poodle lashed out at me, but I dealt with it in a single jab before sidestepping a trunk slam from an elephant and kicking away a monkey that tried to grab my leg. I lunged forward and popped the head of the balloon elephant, then stabbed it 2 more times with the screwdriver to kill it. Then I stomped on the head of the monkey with a satisfying pop. I exhaled slowly. Breathing hurt. It's a lot harder to stab with my left hand. B wandered over, looking at the deflated balloons.
I've seen those creatures suck all the air out of 3 different people. You made killing them look easy.
I shrugged, only to wince at the movement. Well, I did break a rib, I think, but it wasn't so bad. What would you have done if you didn't have the screwdriver? Panda asked. I'd have used my teeth. That's gnarly.
I don't think I could fight one of those on my own, B commented.
To be fair, this dungeon is level 10.
So, your level is higher than that? She asked. That explains why you make it look easy.
I scratched the back of my head with the screwdriver. Well, his level is -4, Panda explained. B looked confused.
Did you just say minus?
Let's not dwell on it, and instead I'll find you an enemy you can kill, I said, before she could think about it too hard. What about the door? The plushie asked. I pulled out my looking glass and stared at it, but nothing happened. Then I remembered the new command that I'd learned and walked up to the door. Inspect. Inspection. Workshop door. This inconspicuous door leads to Bungo's workshop, where he makes all the toys for the children that visit his playrooms. You're not allowed to enter. B came up next to me and repeated the phrase. She tapped the air to make the pop-up go away, then said,
I don't see a keyhole anywhere.
I closed the pop-up as well and leaned my left shoulder against one of the segments of the double door. Then I pushed with all my strength. Although the wood creaked, it didn't budge an inch. Guess I'll have to punch it down. That's a terrible idea, Panda said. If it doesn't work, you're back to being Mr. No-Arms, for good this time.
Is that how you lost your right arm? The girl asked.
I nodded. Yep, but I killed the clown at least, so it wasn't a bad trade. Don't forget that killing the clown soft-locked the dungeon.
Zip it, Panda.
I am without zippers, he replied.
Then stitch it.
I looked around the room, but there were no other killer toys, so I made my way towards the hallway in the back, hopping up to grab a huge piece of pepperoni, which was stuck to an enormous slice of pizza that drooped off one of the large tables. Come on, I said, and was about to put my looking glass away when I stopped and swung it around to peer at my companion, just in case. Before it locked on her, however, it accidentally targeted one of the deflated balloon animals. Appraisal. Level 5. Balloon creation. Enemy. Unsettling breathing noises. Bungo is a very talented balloon artist, and he can make anything that children ask of him. Given that these living balloons are filled with oxygen harvested from rats, they have peculiar tastes. These tastes include shoving their bodies down your throat and sucking all the air from your body. Yes, that includes your organs and bloodstream, as well as your lungs. Despite their amusing colors and shapes, it's not a fun way to go. This enemy is dead. Appraisal. Level 0. B. Player.
Hey, I'm B.
Class. Not applicable. Main attributes. Intelligence and wisdom. This player is looking at you right now and thinking, why is he staring at me through a magnifying glass? She seems cautiously friendly towards you. This is a wayward minor. Please locate your nearest Child Protective Services member and alert them.
Why are you staring at me through a magnifying glass?
B asked. It's an item I was rewarded after clearing 2 dungeons.
What does it do?
I handed it to her. Look at me through it. She lifted it up to her right eye, which, from my perspective, enlarged its dark green iris as well as some small dark freckles around her nose. With her pale skin, green eyes, and freckles, she could have been a ginger if not for her black hair. Then I noticed her roots were lighter and that her hair was dyed. I was about to ask her about it when she said,
Why is your phrase, "Look at me, I'm on the news"?
It's probably better you don't know.
It also calls you a cheater and an amoral pervert,
she said, becoming visibly confused. All right, I think that's enough of that, I said. I reached out to take the looking glass from her, but she instinctively jerked it away and its lens fell on Panda. She froze, and the color drained from her already pale face as she read whatever description appeared. Then the lens cracked before exploding. B screamed and collapsed to the floor, where she began spasming and writhing. I froze in decision paralysis, not knowing whether to hold her still or avoid touching her. Panda broke me out of my spell. Gambit, do something! What do I do? I don't know, you big stupid idiot! Help her! Oh God, I muttered as I knelt and tried to stop her from twisting and bucking wildly. Suddenly, a shockwave punched me off my feet and flung me halfway down the hallway we'd been heading towards. I landed painfully on my tailbone and skidded for a few feet, fraying the ass of my neat dress pants. I struggled back upright and stumbled back to where B lay. Her skin was glowing and releasing a ton of steam while undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. I stopped a few feet away from her, finally realizing what was happening. I clutched the screwdriver in my hand. It would be a mercy to not let her become a monster. With a groan, she pushed herself to her knees, while something like ashy particles flaked off her body. "Are you okay?" I asked, my grip tightening on the screwdriver. As the obscuring steam cleared away, I saw how her body had changed and transformed into something not quite human. 2 foot-long light green beetle antennae were sprouting from her forehead and folded back, almost resembling horns. Her skin color was likewise green, and the area from below her neck, where the clavicle bones should be visible, to her arms was covered in chitinous, plate-like armor. Strangely, her palms had spiraling holes in the center of them. Like before, Her hair was still dyed black, and despite the new skin color, her freckles were still visible. However, her eyes were now a mix of two colors, red and green. The most prominent addition to her body, however, was a large set of carapace plates on her back that seemed to hide a pair of wings. I put the screwdriver in my pocket and picked up the looking glass with its fragmented lens. I looked at her through the ruined glass. Appraisal. Level 0. B. Enemy? Class. Beetle Girl. Main attributes. Intelligence and wisdom. This player has succumbed to insanity and been transformed into an enemy. Actually, that's not supposed to be possible. The system isn't meant to be able to transform wayward minors. They're not even supposed to have an insanity gauge. What the hell is going on? She seems unknown towards you. This is a wayward minor. Please locate your nearest Child Protective Services member and alert them. B pushed herself to her feet and stumbled towards me. I took a step back, dropping the tool and pulling the screwdriver out of my pocket. Surprised by my reaction, she stopped and looked down at herself. She lifted her hands. "I've become a monster," she said. Chapter -15. B, are you okay? I asked cautiously. From what the looking glass appraisal had shown me, she had gained a class called Beetle Girl, but the system didn't seem to know if she was an enemy or not. That she hadn't immediately attacked me was a good sign, at least. "My body hurts a lot," she complained, "and all my joints are very stiff." "Well, they are covered in chitin," Panda said. I glared at him. "Panda, shut up." B looked terrified at what she had become, but that exact mannerism was what made her still seem human, despite the obvious changes. As I watched her come to terms with her new body, my grip on the screwdriver loosened and guilt washed over me. I threw the item into my inventory. She wasn't like Dr. Julian's, who, despite having retained his sentience following his transformation, had chosen to be evil. She wasn't embracing her new form, but instead she was visibly distraught by it. That, to me, said that she was no different than before on the inside. I decided, right then and there, that she was still human, even if she visually had more in common with the beetle agents now. After a moment, she said, "I unlocked some achievements. Insane in the membrane, Bugkin, which praised my appearance and called my carapace beautiful, and Classy, which gave me 3 skills. "What are they?" "Beetle Breeze, which sounds like gliding that apparently uses my wings. Beetle Brawn, a passive that increases my defense and strength by 20%. And Beetle Bolt, which allows me to fire a small stinger from my palm somehow." "That sounds pretty good," I remarked. "A lot of alliteration," Panda commented. B lifted her hand to close the screens only she could see, but paused at the sight of her carapace-covered hand. "I wonder why I didn't lose my mind," she muttered quietly. "I watched someone outside turn into a skeleton after he went insane, and all the skin and flesh melted off his body. He just started attacking everyone." If that was true, then it probably meant that she hadn't turned into a monstrosity, but was perhaps more similar to me and my glitched class. "I checked you with my looking glass, and it seems like wayward minors like you aren't supposed to be able to turn into monsters, let alone go insane." "You went insane too, right? So why do you look human?" I shrugged. "Is it because of the panda?" she wondered. My eyes narrowed. I lifted the plushie off of my shoulder and put him on the floor. Then I grabbed the looking glass from where I'd dropped it. "Gambit, don't do it," Panda warned. I ignored him and appraised him with the broken lens. Nothing happened. It isn't showing me anything," I said. "What did you see when you looked at him?" "I don't remember," she answered. "Should I do it again?" "Don't!" the plushie exclaimed. Panda's actions seemed suspicious. Despite that, I said, "It's probably for the best that you don't." "Okay," she replied. "It's strange that nothing happens when you look at him, though." "Everything about Panda is strange," I said. She looked at her hand again and the hole in the middle of the palm. I kind of want to try out my new powers, she said, sounding enthusiastic. The small glint of madness in her eyes was still there, and it probably explained how she was able to overcome the terror of turning into a monster so quickly. Considering what the world had become, that madness was sure to be a boon. I grinned. Then let's go find some stuff to kill.
Game event announcement. The first event of the Great Game will begin in exactly 1 hour. Participation is mandatory.
I stopped dead in my tracks. Well, shit. If we don't get out of here by then, I won't get a full recovery to have my arm returned.
Maybe they'll heal everyone before their event?
B guessed. Let's not rely on such mercy from these guys, I replied. I tried to retain my enthusiasm from moments prior as we made our way through the hallway leading out of the rectangular room with the workshop door, but I couldn't shake the building dread of what the Great Game had in store for us. If what I'd already seen was anything to go by, a lot of people would die. What worried me most was the several mentions of this thing being broadcasted somehow. The implications were gruesome, since it meant that our struggles and deaths were all for the entertainment of others, as though we were slaves in a coliseum. The hallway led to a carpeted room filled with teddy bears, the human-sized ones. Careful, I told B. These might all be enemies.
What? All of them?
She scanned the room.
There's like more than 30.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than several of them got to their feet. You get to try out your beetle bolt. Isn't that nice? Panda said cheerfully. Don't let them get near you. Oh, and aim for the heads, I told her. Then I charged at the closest one, pulling my left arm back. The bear spread its arms out and ran to meet me, but I quickly hopped to the side and jabbed my fist into its head. The impact produced a squelching crunch and knocked it to the floor.
Watch out!
B yelled. Another one flanked me, but before I could turn around and defend myself, the buzzing of a drill preceded a projectile, which sheared through one of its stitched eyes and instantly killed it. I watched in surprise as the large plushie fell to the floor, then turned to look back at the girl. Did you do that? Bee's eyes were practically sparkling, and her antennae pricked up. One hand was still thrust forwards and releasing a tiny bit of smoke from the hole in the palm.
It just came out of my hand somehow.
That was really cool.
Thank you. Oh, watch out. 2 more.
I instinctively hopped sideways just as a bear barreled past, stumbling as it missed its attempted grab. With a flexibility I'd never had before the game, I kicked the heel of my shoe into the fat nose of the second one. The impact left a crater in its big head, and I quickly followed it up with a punch directly in the same spot, sending an explosion of red fluff everywhere. I heard the buzzing sound again, and saw the other bear get pierced through by 2 back-to-back beetle bolts, though the aim was wonky, so it remained standing. Before it could charge for my new friend, I rammed into it and sent us both to the floor. The plushie flailed wildly against my weight. Despite its soft body, it was a lot stronger than me, and I struggled to keep it pinned. Then a 3rd bolt went through its head and killed it. Careful, I yelled to her. You could have hit me.
Sorry. I'm having a lot of fun, though.
She's insane. Just like you, Panda mused. He seemed excited about that. I hopped off the back of the dead bear, but no sooner had I gotten back to my feet than I was grabbed from behind and squeezed in a vice grip. Ah, fuck! Let go of me! I yelled. The painful pressure on my arm and torso produced loud pops and cracks from my body, as though I was in one of those horrendous chiropractor videos. Despite my high strength attribute, I couldn't break free of the deadly hug. While the air was squeezed from my body, I cursed the stupidity that had seen me lose my dominant arm. Buzzing filled my ears, and a projectile flew right between my legs, uncomfortably close to Lil Gambit. The sound of tearing fabric came from the bear that held me, and it lost its balance. I exploited the opening and wrestled myself free before stomping on its head with my heel. Crunch! 3 more bears came at me, but B and I quickly dispatched them. When it was clear that no more monsters would rise from the pile of teddy bears, I fell to my ass on the carpet with a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -5, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Kills required for level -6, 4 of 15. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Level up, -5. Reached level -5. We're still waiting on the agents to catch you and solve this anomaly, but until then, you've unlocked... Oh no. Reward. Break ability. Break ability. The first half of this ability seems to be missing, though it can still be utilized in this state. Target any non-living item or object and break it. Cooldown, 12 hours. The first half is missing? I wondered. That seems pretty broken, Panda commented. I couldn't tell if he was intentionally trying to make a lame pun or not. Did you level up as well? B asked, coming over. I did, I answered. I'm level -5 now. I hit level 2, she said. I've got points to invest now, but I'm not sure what to put them in. Can't go wrong with vitality, I said. It increases your stamina and health. She seemed to consider it as she plopped opposite me while looking at what I assumed was her status screen. My beetle bolt uses mana, which is based on either intelligence or wisdom, as far as I can tell. It seems my limit is 6 shots right now, because I fired 5 and started feeling woozy. How do you get mana back? I asked. No idea. I thought maybe you knew. He has literally 0 mana, Panda remarked. How is that possible? Don't you have points in intelligence? That attribute says, to be determined, the plushie continued. Weird, she replied. Maybe if you meditate, you'll recoup spent mana, I suggested. Meditate? She asked, as though that was the most insane thing she'd ever been told. Are you out of your mind, Gambit? Panda joined in. Why am I even putting up with this toxic harassment? I muttered to myself. B suddenly sat up with a gasp. Oh, I have a choice of skills from a level-up achievement. What did you invest your points in? I put a point in both wisdom and intelligence, she replied. I brought my status up, thought about it for a moment, then put my available point in athleticism. Status, level -5, Gambit, system glitch. Insanity gauge, 100%. Stats, health, not good. Stamina, chotto. Armor, plastic bottle suit. Carry weight, 1,000 pandas. Top speed, mountain bike. Mana, literally 0. Attributes, strength, 2,300 pounds. Dexterity, platypus. Intelligence, to be determined. Vitality, tomahawk. Athleticism, koumori. Perception, ya. Wisdom, not applicable. Defense, plastic bottle. Abilities, punch harder. Break. Passives, glitch. Insanity, inanimate voices. Math multiply, punch. Birthday suit. Hey, B, is your status screen complete garbage as well? What do you mean? She asked. Like, does it say weird stuff? She seemed confused by my question. It's a lot of numbers, if that's what you mean. I frowned. Never mind. I guess it's just me that's got a bungled one then. Panda nodded. It has Japanese text and compares his vitality to meat dishes. What does your wisdom say? Not applicable, Panda answered on my behalf. He seemed to take joy in the fact that my status was utter nonsense. What happens if you put points in them? She asked. I shook my head. I can't. It gives me an error if I try, I told her. Is it trying to keep you dumb? She asked, with not a hint of mockery in her voice. Panda burst out laughing. I gingerly pulled him off my shoulder with my left hand and then sat him on B's lap. You can have this guy. I think I'm pretty much done with him. Hey, don't be mad because she's speaking the truth. Panda, you're a bully, I said. He put his fingerless arms on his hips and looked up at me with his beady eyes. Are you really going to abandon your best friend to a girl you just met? You're not my best friend, I replied. Panda looked shocked. B patted the plushie on his head. Gambit, that was pretty mean, she said. Don't forget that looking at him with the looking glass literally made you insane. He's just misunderstood, she replied, ignoring my words. All the girls want to fix me, Panda answered with a self-satisfied nod. I let out a sigh and got to my feet. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's get out of here. How? B asked, looking up at me. The system gifted me an ability that should do the trick, I told her with a grin. Chapter -16. I can't help but feel like all these abilities you get are a bit contrived, Panda commented, once more back on my shoulder. Why? Well, think about it. You were started in a high-level dungeon but conveniently acquired an ability that allowed you to kill its boss, he began, lifting his arm as though he was counting with his non-existent fingers. Then, you got a passive that made your punch even stronger and allowed you to kill an agent that the system said was level 60. And now, after soft-locking this dungeon, you were given an ability to break down the door that leads out. I guess if you put it that way. But what about my birthday suit passive? He shrugged. I've got no clue about that one, he admitted.
What's that? B asked. What does the suit look like?
I almost tripped. Best you don't find out, Panda quickly replied.
Aw, you're keeping secrets from me, she said with a frown.
Some things should stay secret. I nodded in agreement. We returned to the rectangular room with the deflated balloon animals and the large workshop door. No sooner had we come into view of the door than a man pointed at me and yelled, "You!" "Oh, look, it's Hawaiian shirt guy," I remarked. He began stomping towards us, while 3 other people who'd been with him stayed behind. There was a middle-aged man in a ruined suit, a tall woman in a pink jogging set, and a morbidly obese green-haired person whose gender I couldn't quite place. They all looked supremely weak and unprepared for the apocalypse. Even if they got out of this dungeon, they would probably perish in the game event that was starting soon. "You're so judgmental," Panda commented on my thoughts. "Thanks to you, we're all stuck here," the man yelled at me, getting right up in my face. I pushed him aside with a simple gesture, but instead of just moving, his body tumbled across the floor until a giant plastic chair leg stopped him. B looked between me and him.
"Did you mean to do that?" she asked.
I looked at my hand. "No, but he did stab me with a screwdriver, so call it karma." The 3 people standing by the large door drew back as I came closer. It was clear they weren't friends with Hawaiian shirt guy, but people like him had a tendency to make indecisive losers orbit them, like sheep following a shepherd. "That's a red-pilled, toxic mindset," Panda told me, commenting on my thoughts again. "I don't care. It's true," I asserted.
"What's true?" B asked, glancing at the 3 losers.
Panda pointed at them, though they couldn't see him, and said, "He thinks they're sheep." The beetle girl nodded slowly, then said,
"They don't look like sheep to me."
"It's a figure of speech," the plushie tried to explain. The conversation was pointless. Sheep or not, those people were probably just going to get in my way, like Hawaiian shirt guy was already doing. They weren't like B. "All right, back up a little," I said, as I stopped in front of the workshop door. She took a step back, and the 3 people moved even further away while mumbling amongst themselves. I pointed my left hand at the door and then said, ... break. Ability confirmation required. You are about to utilize break on Playroom Workshop door, which will result in its total and utter destruction. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? Huh. That's odd, I remarked, starting to dread what the result would be if it required a confirmation. Regardless, I quickly tapped the Yes button. Ability confirmation required 2. Are you absolutely certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? Yes. Ability confirmation required 3. No, but for real, are you utterly certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? I nearly tore at my hair. Oh my God, how many times do I have to click yes? Ability confirmation required 4. Don't fuck with me. Are you sure? Yes? No? Yes, God damn it, I'm sure. Thankfully, a 5th confirmation message never came. Instead, a tiny golden glowing droplet left my palm and lazily drifted towards the massive door. The bystanders and B, all of whom hadn't seen the confirmation screens, just looked at me like I was mad. They only belatedly spotted the thing that had floated out of my hand. The golden droplet connected with the wooden door, and there came a strange sound, a bit like a gong being hit, producing a long, drawn-out and bassy boing. Light suffused the massive door like a spiderweb pattern on shattered glass. From one moment to the next, the door became dust that immediately disappeared. A long silence followed. "That was very underwhelming," Panda then remarked. "Hey, it got the job done at least." The three nearby losers shared glances amongst themselves, and I could hear them whispering, "He did it!" I allowed myself a smug grin. Perhaps they weren't so bad after all, although it wouldn't do to have them following after me like motherless ducklings. With the door gone, a new dark room awaited us. Although the system messages had said that this was a less straightforward dungeon, that is to say, no kill the boss and leave design, I had the ominous feeling that walking into that darkness wasn't just a straight path to freedom. Before I could voice such concerns, however, the three bystanders crossed the threshold. I owed them nothing, but if they were walking into a trap, it would kind of be my fault for opening the way. "Come on," I said to B, and we followed after them into the darkness. As I passed through, it was the same experience as when I'd entered the psychiatrist's arena in the asylum. Once on the other side, I turned around and tapped the veil in the doorway. It had become solid. "I knew it," I muttered to myself. A second later, B passed through as well. "That's a strange feeling," she remarked, then looked past me to the middle of the room. "What's that?" I turned around and took in the workshop. It was a giant room with the same theme of everything being much larger than normal, although the chairs and other furniture were made for the giant clown I'd killed, meaning they were 4 times their normal size. Discarded toys and unfinished projects lay everywhere, and in the very center of the room stood an ominously colorful box. The wooden floor around it was cleared of other toys, as though this one was significant in some way. I pulled out the looking glass and scanned it. Appraisal. Level 1. Suspicious box. Boss? Muffled laughter. The box itself is not much of a threat, but what it hides within is certain to give you nightmares. As the 3 people ahead of us walked closer to inspect it, with no clear sense of self-preservation, the box began to bulge and shake. With a loud pop, the lid flew open and released maniacal laughter for a few seconds. The people stopped, the pink jogging suit lady taking a step back. Then suddenly a figure that leapt out from within. I was still holding the glass to my eye, so his description popped up immediately. Appraisal. Level 1. Suspicious box. Boss? I'll stab you good! Jack has been living in this box for a while, so he's a bit smelly, but do not let that distract you from the fact that he'll definitely try to stab you. Bungo trapped this former kindergarten teacher in his workshop and dressed him in clown makeup and a black trench coat for some reason. He also swapped out his hands for 2 large blades, which you'll have to agree was an improvement. The result looks rather mismatched, but don't worry too much about it. Function over form. That was Bungo's creative ethos. You could try and fight Jack, but it is not required to escape from Bungo's playroom. You see, there's a convenient escape hatch beneath his box, but good luck getting to it without being sliced to ribbons. I didn't even have time to put the looking glass away before the obese, green-haired person was carved into 4 chunks, their blood going everywhere. Oof. Panda grimaced at the sight. The 2 survivors immediately ran running back towards us. I wasn't exactly happy that person had died, but I couldn't say I was that surprised either. There was no saving some people from their own stupidity. Still, I didn't have a reason to keep my knowledge from the other 2. "There's an escape hatch under the box," I yelled, but neither of them heeded my words. B instinctively aimed her palm at Jack while glancing back at me. "What do we do? Do we try to fight him, or do we move the box?" "I don't think you have a choice in the matter," Panda remarked, as the suit-wearing man was knocked to the floor by Jack-in-the-Box and quickly disemboweled from the back. The boss laughed like a maniac as he just kept stabbing and stabbing, spreading the poor guy's blood everywhere. Then he kicked off and chased down the woman who was only a few yards from us. Without thinking, I ran forward to intercept him. Bee took aim, and a buzzing built up in her arm as her beetle bolt prepared to fire. "Let's put this jackass back in his box," I yelled. Panda sighed. "That was really lame," he deadpanned. Chapter -17. "I only have enough mana for 2 shots," Bee announced as I brushed past pink jogging set lady. I swung wildly to try and catch Jack-in-the-Box with a body blow, but he nimbly ducked under my arm and spun like a blender blade, slicing shallowly through my left forearm and barely missing my legs. Moving to quickly prevent him from stabbing me with a follow-up move, I positioned myself to his left side and he turned to follow me. As soon as he turned, a buzzing beetle bolt blasted into his armpit and tore out of the left side of his neck in a spray of blood. The projectile flew on for a few more yards before clattering to the floor, spinning and scattering gore all the while. "Nice shot," I called, hopping forward with my knee aimed at Jack's stomach. But he was too quick for me to catch him up close, and as he dodged out of the way with a spin, he took the front of my right foot with him. He ruined the tip of my shoe and severed at least one of my toes. I winced in pain and tried to back away, but when I stepped down, the lack of my big toe was immediately obvious as my balance was suddenly off kilter. The system, ever annoying and interfering as it was, slapped an achievement right in my face. They were clearly trying to distract me. "Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. This little piggy went to the industrial grinder. Lost one of your big toes." This may seem just a slight inconvenience in the grand scheme of things, but you'll realize just how debilitating an injury this is when you try to run or maintain balance. Reward: fingerless socks. "What's a fingerless sock?" Panda wondered, hanging onto my shoulder as I narrowly avoided being disemboweled. Forced to look through the semi-transparent pop-up message, I managed to avoid 2 more slashes before misjudging my timing. Both of Jack-in-the-Box's blade hands rammed into my abdomen. "Urgh!" I groaned loudly as all the air was punched out of my lungs. A metallic cold flooded my lower body. Fortunately, if such a word could be used in this situation, he wasn't able to immediately retract his blades as I caught his throat in a vice grip. A buzzing sound warned me that another beetle bolt was on its way. This one struck Jack right in his temple, but broke against his dense cranium, though it did tear away the skin and expose the bone. I gritted my teeth. Cold radiated up to my lungs and acrid fluid attempted to escape my esophagus. Despite this, I prepared to headbutt Jack's tough noggin with my own, though my consciousness was slipping away from me, with darkness flowing into the corners of my vision. With a cough, bile and blood spattered from my mouth. He was twisting and wriggling his blades to try to pull them free. An angry and desperate yell came from nearby. I turned just in time to see the lady in pink come running with a crowbar in her hands. With a grunt of effort and a string of nonsensical curses, which might have been Russian unless my ears were deceiving me, the lady smashed the crowbar into the right side of the Jack's face. She struck the same place where Bee had hit with her last shot. A satisfying crunch came from the impact, and I was pulled to the floor with Jack-in-the-Box as he was knocked out cold. I slowly slid off of his blade hands while the woman kept smashing him in the head with the crowbar, screaming and crying all the while. With every repetition, each impact became less crunch and more splat, until eventually she tossed the bloodied and sticky crowbar aside. With a loud, preemptive gargle, she spat on the boss's dead body. Then she looked at me, said something I didn't understand, and moved towards the box, walking past the dead man in the suit and the fat person who'd been chopped up. My vision slowly faded as my blood continued leaking out onto the wooden floor of the workshop. Then 2 small hands grabbed my shoulders and dragged me away. I blinked myself awake, suddenly outside again, the sun's light staining the distant sky. I shot upright with a gasp. Bee was talking with Panda nearby, and the pink lady was a bit further away, hugging her knees and sobbing loudly. We'd been dumped out into the sandy playground next to the kindergarten, and all my wounds were healed. This time my punch glove hadn't magically returned after being disintegrated by my punch harder ability. I couldn't tell if that was meant to happen or if it was some sort of hot fix to prevent me from easily killing any other functionally immortal bosses in the future. My guess was the latter. Panda looked at me without much concern. "You're awake," he remarked. "No thanks to you," I replied. "I'm the mascot, remember?" Instead of answering, I pulled my looking glass out of my inventory and looked at the pink lady through it. I wanted to remember the name of the person who had saved me, especially when I had initially written them off. I had clearly been a bit too quick to write her off. Appraisal. Level 2. Tammy Lee. Player. Aggressive Russian swearing. Class. Mechanic. Main attributes. Strength, vitality, and perception. Prior to the apocalypse, Tammy Lee made a hobby of tuning scooters and cars. She is the byproduct of white trash meets Russia. She prefers speaking Russian, although she is fluent in English. Recently, she realized that perhaps she is cut out for the apocalypse after all, and all it took was smashing in the head of a boss that killed her friends after saving the life of the loser who called her a sheep. She both hates and appreciates you. Women, am I right? I groaned. Who the fuck is writing these things? As though reminded by the pop-up, several others appeared from defeating the dungeon. Dungeon, Bungo's Playroom, cleared. Recommended player level, 10. Recommended team size, 3. Average player level, -1. Player survivors, 4. Player deaths, 8. Enemies slain, 11. Bosses slain, 2. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Bungo's Playroom first clear. Cleared Bungo's Playroom for the first time. We are obligated to give these achievements for any first-time clears of a dungeon. Personally, I wouldn't reward someone who subverted the intended design of the challenge. But it's system policy, so I have no choice but to obey. Rewards, full recovery, and party hat. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -6, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Kills required for level -7, 4 of 20. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Optional Schmoptimal. Killed an optional boss. Do you even understand what optional means? I guess not, but whatever. You killed Jack in the Box, so your reward is thematic to his character. Do note that not all optional bosses will have rewards associated with them, as they are, optional. Reward. 1 of Jack's missing fingers. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Whittle Twild Baby. Had to be carried out of a dungeon. I bet after all that hard work, you just want to take a nap while your friends continue to do the heavy lifting, right? You disgust me. Reward. Pacifier. I went through each of the achievements, growing more and more annoyed as I read them. It's a good thing the full recovery applied while you were out cold, Panda remarked. Otherwise, you'd have bled to death. I frowned. You don't seem terribly distressed about that possibility. Well, I have B now, so it's fine if you die. Panda, that's not nice, B commented. Did you carry me out? I asked her, ignoring the dumb remark. I got a really mean achievement for it. She pointed to Tammy, who still sat next to a half-finished sandcastle and hugged her legs. I dragged you to the hole that Tammy opened. You know her? I asked. Only a little bit, she answered. We talked briefly before you entered the dungeon. All of us were trying to stay alive together. I glanced around, recalling the pool rooms. Speaking of, it said there were 4 survivors. Does that mean that Hawaiian shirt guy made it out? If he did, I haven't seen him, but maybe he's still inside? She gasped. I think you might be right, I said. After all, this is a different type of dungeon than the other 2 I've done. How so? B asked. Well, when I cleared those, it teleported me out after I killed the boss. It seems like everyone in the playrooms needs to actually get to the exit in the workshop. Perhaps it's to counterbalance the fact that it's technically possible to clear without having to fight anything. Never mind that right now, Panda interrupted. Your damn beacon is still active. I looked up in the sky, seeing how the pillar of light still made my location obvious from miles away. Well, shit. As if this day couldn't get any better, Bee cocked her head, antennae twitching.
Do you hear that? It sounds like buzzing.
Crap! We need to get out of here, I told her, getting to my feet. Chapter -18.
Why are we running?
Bee yelled, as I basically dragged her by the hand, moving as far away from the encroaching buzzing sound as I could. It's the Great Game Agents, I told her between breaths. They're after me because they think I'm a cheater.
That makes sense,
she replied without skipping a beat. Someone gets it, Panda commented. If you don't change your attitude, Panda, I'm chucking you at them. Sheesh, Gambit, you're in a foul mood. I'm serious. Panda seemed to get the hint and relented. I let go of Bee's hand and opened my inventory, maintaining a steady jog, though the buzzing was still growing louder with every moment. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster, looking glass, conspiracy whistle, wet gray pajamas, black suit, screwdriver, child protective services flare, fingerless socks, party hat, one of Jack's missing fingers, pacifier. Total weight, 22.3 pandas. I immediately pulled the finger out and inspected it. It was unnervingly warm and squishy, and also a little bit hairy. One of Jack's missing fingers. Item. Obtained by defeating the optional boss, Jack in the Box, in Bungo's playroom. Since Jack had his hands taken away, he doesn't really need his fingers anymore. To unlock the rewards trapped within this still warm, discarded human appendage, you must crack it like a glow stick. Weight, 1 panda. I grimaced. Why is it always like this?
What is it?
Bee asked. The boss reward. Did you already unlock yours?
Yes. It was kind of gross to have to crack a finger in half like that. The options were pretty bad, but I got one from my class called Beetle Barrier that I can activate to harden my carapace and absorb hits for a short period of time.
Huh. For some reason I thought only I could choose a skill tied to my glitched class. I was starting to realize that I took a lot of things for granted, so it was useful to have Bee to contrast with, though she was an enigma herself, class-wise. Panda cleared his throat, which was an odd mannerism. From my observations, it is clear that of the 3 skills offered from a boss reward, one is class-specific and the other 2 are boss-specific. Thanks, genius, I replied. Hey, you asked. Crack. I snapped the finger in half, the white bone jutting out. It was pretty gnarly. Thankfully, it quickly disintegrated in my hands, and a pop-up followed. Choose your reward. Please don't blame us for the methods required for unlocking boss-specific rewards. The system came up with all of those. Anyway, that was pretty gross. Here are your options. Pick one of the options. I can fly. Jackknife. Sneaky box. Huh. Bee had different options for that boss, Panda remarked. I can fly. Ability. While Birthday Suit is in full effect, activating this ability allows you to slowly glide until you reach the ground or run out of stamina. But seriously, carefully consider the fact that you have to go naked for this to work. We urge you to just forget this ability exists. Jackknife. Passive. Your dominant hand is replaced by a large unbreakable blade. But don't worry, you get to keep the hand we remove, for sentimental value, of course. Sneaky box. Ability. Be a little sneaky snake and spawn a box out of thin air to hide in. Although it is painfully obvious to other players that you are hiding in a box, it will fool all normal enemies. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. After reading through the options, I selected the one for my class, although I doubted I'd ever use it. It was interesting that it didn't have a cooldown, but its utility was very situational, so it made sense. All the boss reward passives are really horrific body modifications, I remarked.
Do you think anyone is dumb enough to take those? Bee wondered. It offered me a passive that would have given me irremovable clown makeup in exchange for my dexterity going up by 5.
That's not too bad, to be honest, I replied. Speaking of dexterity, though, status. I put a point in dexterity, since I definitely needed more of that if I was to continue fighting up close without a ton of armor and health. Status. Level -6. Gambit. System glitch. Insanity gauge, 100%. Stats. Health, not good. Stamina, chotto. Armor, plastic bottle suit. Carry weight, 1,000 pandas. Top speed, mountain bike. Mana, literally 0. Attributes. Strength, 2,300 pounds. Dexterity, Joey. Intelligence, to be determined. Vitality, tomahawk. Athleticism, koumori. Perception, ye. Wisdom, not applicable. Defense, plastic bottle. Abilities, punch harder. Break, I can fly. Passives, glitch, insanity, inanimate voices, math multiply, punch, birthday suit. What's a Joey? Asked Panda, looking at the new name next to my dexterity. It's a word for a baby kangaroo, I told him.
I really wish I could see what your screens look like, Bee commented. It sounds absurd.
There's probably a way. We just need to find the right system command for it.
Like that weird unequip all one you used?
I winced at her words and covered my eyes. However, nothing happened, so I lowered my hands. It was hard to run while blinded, after all.
It gave me an error, she replied.
Don't ever do that again, I told her. You were about to put me in a lot of trouble. I'm on Gambit's side here, Panda yelled.
Sorry. It seems the system at least prevents women and wayward minors from using that specific command.
That's such a peculiar kind of consideration, I replied, surprised. I'm telling you, Gambit, I don't think these great game people are that bad. I frowned. You said the same thing about the mayor. I'm still of that mindset, he replied stubbornly. But think about it. They want to protect kids, they punish rule breaking, and they don't like nudity. I nearly stumbled over my feet at his insane logic before countering. They also made all public transport into fucking monsters. What's the point you're trying to make here?
They're not trying to protect kids,
Bee said, slowing down to a walk. Although the buzzing was coming closer, I slowed down with her. What do you mean? Bee's face soured.
Those Child Protective Services ant guys gave me a pamphlet before I escaped them. The children's zone is basically a farm and petting zoo.
Though Panda's face was knitted on, he still managed to look shocked and outraged. I knew it! I celebrated, vindication washing over me. I knew those fucks weren't doing it because of morals. They probably eat kids as soon as they mature or something. Suddenly, the buzzing noise of our pursuer was almost directly overhead. I looked up and saw that 4 of the beetle agents slowly glided down towards us with their wings.
Warning! Great game agents are coming to investigate cheating and rule breaking. All players in the area get on the ground and prepare for invasive probing. Non-compliance will be punished.
Fuck! Do you have any more shots of your beetle bolt?
The full recovery restored all my mana, so I can do 7 shots.
Shoot them down, quick! Aim for the wings or something. Bee started lifting her palm upwards to follow my orders, but Panda stopped her by yelling, Gambit, you idiot! Those guys are level 60! Just run! It's too late to run, I replied.
Do I take the shot?
I racked my mind, trying to figure out what the best move was. Then I came upon a brilliant idea. A devious grin spread across my face. Hey, do you think the agencies of the great game get on well? What do you mean? Panda asked, but then realization dawned on his face. Don't you dare. I pulled the Child Protective Services flare out of my inventory. Before either Bee or Panda could stop me, I'd pulled the cap off and used it to ignite the pink flare. I lifted it up above my head as pink smoke and fire bloomed from it, daring the descending agents to come closer. Although they were humanoid beetles in full carapace armor, I could tell they were all thinking the same thing. Ah, fuck. Suddenly, the area around us lit up with 3 giant pink glowing overlapping triangles before an announcement went out to the area.
Warning! Child Protective Services are coming to respond to a wayward minor in distress. All amoral perverts beware, for you will be exterminated if found within the landing zone. Those accompanying the wayward minor can breathe easy and prepare to accept their reward for bringing them to safety. A full area scan will now commence.
The air hummed briefly. Then the same pink light from the triangles washed over us and the 4 approaching agents, as well as their winged potato airship. Something like a sonic boom sent a shockwave out across the air, making both of us stumble, while the agents struggled to maintain their steady descent. My eyes widened as I saw the enormous black ship in the sky above. It was easily the size of a cruise liner, though it was so far above that the perspective no doubt made it look smaller than it truly was.
Warning! Amoral perverts detected. Prepare for extermination.
Now we run, I said, and grabbed B by the hand. Chapter -19. The sound of cannon fire filled the air, each concussive blast shaking the ground. I sprinted down the road with B on my shoulders, while what looked like black drop pods rained down from the enormous vessel in the sky. It was large enough that its shadow cast the entire block in a dusk-time gloom. B's hands were clasped onto my forehead, with Panda nestled between her arms. The carapace covering her body and fingers pressed into my skin painfully, but I was able to ignore it as I focused on our escape. The buzzing of the agent's flying vehicle was totally deafened by the continuous boom from the enormous Child Protective Services ship in the sky, but a glance back over my shoulder showed that they were still pursuing us on their beetle wings. Then something like an incoming mortar screeched through the air. It hit the street behind us with enough power to release a shockwave that momentarily sent me airborne, though I landed on the heels of my shoes a second later and continued running, with B still holding on firmly. But we weren't fast enough like this. "B, close your eyes," I yelled.
Why?
"Just do it," Panda yelled, understanding what I was about to do.
Okay, they're closed. What now?
I took a deep breath, then yelled, "Unequip all!" All my clothes were pulled into my inventory before the full effect of my passive was unleashed. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available. Energy surged through my body, and I leapt high into the air. When I reached the apex of the 16-foot jump, I yelled, "I_can_fly!" The sound of tearing fabric came from my back, and I could feel how my skin peeled itself free from my flesh. Panda gasped at what he saw. "Gambit, you have wings!" Although I couldn't move nor flap these wings, they slowed our descent towards the ground significantly. Since my forward momentum was maintained, we outpaced the pursuing agents within just a few seconds. Granted, it didn't matter how far I ran, given that I still had a freaking beacon showing my location at all times. "What kind of wings are they?" I asked as we were nearing the ground again. My stamina was pretty drained from the skill, but figured I still had enough left for another jump and glide. There was an awkward pause from Panda before he cleared his throat. They're pretty gross, to be honest with you. They're not angel wings?" He looked down from where he was perched on my hair. "Seriously?" he asked. "What?" I felt as B shifted around to look at them as well.
Oh, God! They're made of human skin.
"B, close your eyes!"
You need to shave your back, she said, ignoring me. You're really hairy.
"Inventory!" I shouted, and quickly threw my clothes on through the interface. The wings disappeared, and we dropped the last 4 feet. No sooner had I started running down the asphalt road than another set of screeching drop pods fell from the sky. They impacted an intersection near a gas station in front of us. 2 shockwaves flew out from where they landed, punching hard enough that my momentum was arrested and I was knocked onto my ass. B rolled off my shoulders and tumbled once. Before I could get to my feet, I heard movement from behind us. The beetle agents alighted only a few yards away.
Lay down on the ground and prepare to be probed, cheaters.
B had a panicked look about her. She clearly didn't want to be taken.
What do we do, Gambit? She asked. I've never been probed before.
Trust me, we're not getting probed, I said, trying to sound reassuring. Isn't it a crime if they probe a miner? Panda commented. As the sound of the beetle's boots on the asphalt became louder, the approach of 6 other boots came from the direction of the drop pods, which had peeled open to let them out.
Show us the wayward miner and you won't be publicly crucified, you amoral pervert.
The antennae of the beetles bristled at the challenge to their authority. One yelled back to the ants.
Back off, queen lickers. This is our jurisdiction. These 2 are rule-breaking cheaters subverting the great game.
Screw that, you dung-eaters. You know the Child Protective Services take precedence when it comes to wayward minors. Though it hadn't panned out exactly as planned, since B and I were now trapped between the two opposing agencies, we were fortunately not killed on sight. I counted that as a victory, albeit a small one. "How long until the first game event?" asked Panda. "Why would I know? You think I've got an internal timepiece or something?" "Silence, cheater!" yelled one of the beetles, his buzzing voice filling my ears like a swarm of flies. Like last time I'd seen them, they were all identical and wore dark brown glossy carapaces. I saw how one of them kept glancing towards B, probably because she resembled them more than a human now. Granted, her appearance wasn't due to a suit of armor, but rather her new class, at least as far as I could tell. Wait a second. I looked closer at the beetles who were busy arguing with the ants and realized that I had been wrong about them. The carapace was their body. After all, it was an exoskeleton, which meant... Oh God, I just realized that the punch glove was literally just some dude's severed limb that I shoved my own arm into. "Not a word more out of you, pervert!" the ants shouted in unison, 3 of them pointing at me with spears of some kind. "They're very abusive," whispered B. "Yeah, they really don't like Gambit," Panda agreed. The black ants were not as bulky as the beetles, but shared many similarities. They too had bodies covered in carapaces and antennae poking out from the tops of their heads. However, instead of plates on their back hiding wings, the ants had large gasters protruding from where their butts would normally have been. These gasters were bloated and carried some kind of neon orange fluid that partially shone through the black lining. "We're lucky they didn't bring their dogs," B added quietly. "How bad can they be?" I wondered. "Really bad. They're so much bigger than you think." As the two groups continued discussing our fate and the apparently convoluted minutiae of how each of their agencies and their jurisdiction worked, I carefully opened my inventory with a sub-vocalized command and pulled out my looking glass. I aimed it at one of the ants first, since they were new to me. Fortunately, none of them seemed to notice, since it wasn't a hostile move. Appraisal. Level 45, number 00038902221. Collector. Keep wayward minors safe. Job. Minor collector. Affiliation. Child Protective Services. This is a minor collector of the CPS. As you may have guessed, their job is to find wayward minors, that is to say, children not automatically collected during the initialization of the Great Game on your world, and bring them to their hive ship. The ants of the CPS are hive creatures who take solace in numbers. It wouldn't be a good idea to get on their bad side, because even if you kill 100 of them, there are millions more ready to take their place. They seem openly hostile towards you for your repeated displays of amoral behavior in front of a wayward minor. I swiveled around to appraise one of the beetle agents and specifically picked the one who was arguing with the ants. Appraisal. Level 60. K-gluk. Agent. Glory to the system and its rules. Death to all glitches. Job. Great Game Agent. Affiliation. Rule Enforcement and Probing Department. This is an agent of the REPD. Agents such as this investigate rule-breaking and aberrant behavior that violate the system's carefully laid design. They are tasked with discovering the origins of glitches as well as preventing subversion of the Great Game. The agents of the REPD take rule enforcement very seriously, as the system is their literal god. To them, glitches are the antithesis to their god and must be eradicated. Usually, this takes the form of vivisection followed by ritualistic crucifixion. They seem openly hostile towards you for your repeated displays of glitched behavior and flouting of the system's rules. I wonder if the beetles are Welsh, I muttered below my breath, quiet enough to not be noticed. Who gives a shit, Gambit? We need to get out of here. Easy enough for you to say, I hissed. Maybe they'll begin fighting each other? B gasped, scooting closer to where I sat, trying to look inconspicuous. If they do, the beetles will win, I said. They're level 60, while the ants are level 45. Panda pointed into the sky. There's only 4 of the beetles, but the ants brought a goddamn spaceship, he argued. Oh, right. I hadn't thought of that. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? B wondered. I could start just punching wildly and hope for the best. It hasn't failed me yet. Panda glared at me with an exhausted expression. You were definitely the type of child who tried to force the square peg down the triangular hole in kindergarten, weren't you, Gambit? I was about to fire back a very witty and clever retort when suddenly a new announcement appeared. I looked over to where the leaders of the two groups stood and saw that both of them were holding strange cylindrical devices made of stone.
Warning! A great game adjudicator has been summoned. Cease hostilities or be vaporized. Vacate the landing zone immediately.
Ah, shit. This is only escalating, I muttered, as a trippy, constantly shifting geometric shape appeared in the sky. It was made from a reflective silvery metal and morphed through impossible angles and shapes where it hovered. Looking at it gave me an immediate headache. A hole opened at the bottom of the mercury-like vessel and sent a pillar of light down to the ground, directly between the two arguing groups. They all took several steps away from the circle the light formed on the asphalt. Something manifested on the ground where the pillar touched, as though beamed down with some kind of rip-off Star Trek transporter. I lifted my looking glass and peered through the fractured lens at the thing that appeared from within the pillar of light. Appraisal. Level unknown. Adjudicator. Adjudicator. I do not appreciate being looked at. Job. Great Game Adjudicator. Affiliation. Dispute resolution. There are a lot of agencies overseeing the multifaceted nature of the great game. As with anywhere that big egos collide, there is an inherent need for mediators and judges to determine who is in the right and who deserves crucifixion. If your worthless existence has managed to catch the attention of an adjudicator, you have made all the wrong moves in your life leading up to now. Unlike agents, who make up the vast majority of the agencies, adjudicators are demigods who answer only to the masters of the great game. It does not like you staring at it. The light from the nonsensical spaceship in the sky faded and left behind the most terrifyingly alien creature I'd ever laid eyes on. It was a floating, upside-down pyramid of quivering purple flesh, from which tentacles sprouted at random and eyes dotted almost every inch of its form. Above the pyramid was a floating sphere with a mouth, within which was an eye that physically hurt to look at, its iris like a shroom-induced kaleidoscope. Don't look at it, I quickly told Bee, covering her eyes. Why have I been summoned? The assembled ants and beetles all dropped to their knees, seeming to regret having invoked the adjudicator. The voice of the incomprehensible wasn't experienced as a sound, but rather like worms poking against my cranium from within, giving me an instant migraine and making blood dribble out my nostrils. I clenched my teeth and held on to Bee as though I could somehow shield her from the effects of its voice, but it was clear from the way she was quivering that she felt it too. One of the beetles started to explain the situation, though he dared not look directly at the eldritch monstrosity in front of him. Before I could hear anything, however, another announcement appeared. The world slowed to a crawl. I had the uncomfortable realization that while everything was moving at 1/20th its normal speed, the adjudicator was not affected by this time dilation. The eyes on the pyramid, as well as the giant one within the mouth above, all fixed on us. The very attention from the absurd entity was enough to manifest rambling whispers in my ear canals.
At long last, it is time for the first game event of the great game.
Applause and choir-like harmonizing blood-curdling screams.
Everyone still alive and hearing this announcement will now be transported to the nearest event area.
I looked up, and my eyes met with the one large eyeball in the floating spherical mouth, its gaze burning me like an open flame. Although the adjudicator didn't say anything, I knew this wouldn't be the last time we met. Then suddenly the ground vanished under me, and I fell into darkness. The air was sucked out of my lungs while wind whooshed by my ears. I tried to yell, but my voice never manifested. Chapter -20. My fall came to a sudden stop. A second later, the darkness cleared away, and I saw that we were in a massive underground cavern full of ancient ruins. I immediately realized I couldn't move, and looked down to see spectral blue arms binding me into a seated position on the stone shelf of a vast amphitheater. The structure had maybe 20 shelves, or perhaps rows was a better word, and easily seated 20,000 people. The rows all curved to encompass a single stage at the bottom that was currently empty. Despite the arms binding me, I was still able to move my head and neck. B wasn't anywhere within sight, which made me fear that she'd been left behind with the terrifying adjudicator. Panda hopped down from my shoulder and got comfortable on my lap. "Lot of people here, huh?" he commented. Though I'd briefly scanned my surroundings, it didn't hit me until now that the rows of the amphitheater were absolutely full, with not a single open gap. If my assumptions were correct, then all these people had been pulled here from within a certain area of Castleberg, which hopefully meant that B was just seated somewhere else. However, no matter where I looked, I didn't spot her green carapace or antennae anywhere. All the people here with me were, for the most part, human in appearance, so she'd stand out. "I don't see B anywhere," I said, worried. My voice sounded hollow and distorted, no doubt because the teleportation had messed with my hearing. Then there was a small pop of released pressure. My ears quickly filled with screaming, crying, and shouting. A sigh of nostalgic relief left my lips. "It's almost like being back in the asylum." Panda looked concerned. "Gambit, I say this as your friend, but you're not okay." "You're a talking panda," I replied stupidly, feeling very mellow all of a sudden. In fact, all around me the loud noises from the forcefully seated people began to die down. The two seated next to me on either side were both men who looked haggard and malnourished. As my eyes lazily drifted around, I noticed that there were the occasional individuals who seemed content and confident, as well as a rare few with clear deformities, likely from boss rewards. Most of the lights in the ceiling, which were actually a kind of brightly glowing firefly, began to dim, while others directed spotlights at the empty stage below. Like snakes, the spectral arms slithered up my torso and grabbed my neck, forcing me to look down at the stage. Clearly, something was about to appear. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't overpower the hands keeping me restrained. When I tried to open my mouth to ask Panda for help, no sound escaped. It was as though my voice was switched off. Panda looked up at me and snickered, perhaps enjoying the fact that I couldn't talk. The pillars of light aiming at the stage converged on a single point. With a bright flash, a tiny hovering insect humanoid appeared.
"Welcome, players, to the first event of the great game."
The spectral arms forced us all to raise our hands and clap. The synchronized smack of over 20,000 mostly human hands was deafening. After just a few claps, the skin of my palms was already raw and starting to bruise, yet I was helpless to stop it. Despite the mellowing effect that had overcome me, I felt a seething hatred towards that tiny fairy fly. I instinctively knew it was one of the orchestrators behind the apocalypse who helped make our suffering become someone else's entertainment. And they weren't even trying to hide that fact, as floating orbs with multifaceted eyes moved through the air like drone cameras. They were no doubt capturing this moment for an audience somewhere.
"All of you have survived the first day of the Great Game's initialization and are now rewarded by being allowed to participate in the first of many thrilling life-or-death games."
Once again, we were forced to applaud. I saw how a lot of the people were sobbing and yelling wordlessly, unable to fight against the bonds. As my own hands slapped against each other, Panda tried to stop my arms from moving. He was unsuccessful and had his soft head squished between my palms for his trouble. It didn't seem to injure him, but I also still had the sneaking suspicion he wasn't really there. Perhaps he was just some demented cartoon mascot my diseased brain had conjured up. But if that was the case, then it didn't explain why B could see and hear him. The fairyfly announcer flitting about under the spotlights held up her hands, and our clapping ceased, much to everyone's collective relief.
Thank you. You're too kind. Now, I'm sure you're all eager to find out what this first game will be about, but before that, we have something that must be dealt with."
The announcer lifted her tiny right hand, which suddenly glowed with a pale blue light. 3 people from various parts of the amphitheater seats were lifted high into the air by the blue hands and then brought to the stage. All three were forced to hang in a T-pose 10 yards above the platform as the fairy fly continued talking.
As some of you are aware, we take allegations of cheating and glitches very seriously. These three individuals were apprehended by our brave REPD agents and were confirmed to have engaged in various acts of system subversion. Do not look away as they are punished.
While the palms of the spectral hands kept my head in a vice, their fingers crept across my face like spider legs. They slipped into my eye sockets and forced my eyelids open, while the nails dug into my eyeballs and aimed them at the three floating people. They were all men ranging from 18 to 25. The first of them had quite a serious transformation, looking more like a nightmarish creature from the Dark Ages than a human. The one in the middle wore a black, edgy trench coat and had katana slung over his back. The last wore a full carapace suit like that of a beetle agent. Suddenly, all three began to scream in agony. What followed next, even I had difficulty stomaching. Those next to me retched violently and tried to scream for it to stop. It was worse than what I'd seen Tina do to her last roommate at Calm Springs. It was genuinely the most sadistic and cruel thing I'd ever seen, which was saying something, given that I watched Funky Town every Christmas Eve just to put me in the holiday spirit. When the announcer was done, the three brutalized bodies remained hanging in the air, like the most gruesome examples of fuck around and find out. An obvious deterrent to any prospective cheaters. I was pretty much screwed, since I was already on their radar. Although, seeing as I was not hanging alongside them, it seemed that being apprehended by the beetle agents was what led to their fate. As long as I could elude them, I'd be fine. Probably. The announcer then returned to the announcement with her cheerful voice, as though nothing had happened.
At this very moment, people from different regions of your world are gathered in the tens of thousands of other event areas we are hosting. In time, there will be way less players to fill the seats, and thus you may end up sitting next to those from the other side of your world, rather than your annoying co-worker, Samantha. Without further ado, I will now explain the rules of the first game. We call it Weaponlution.
All of us applauded. That's a stupid name, Panda remarked. I blinked. I wasn't sure when, but the fingers had pulled themselves out of my eye sockets. Panda put a fingerless arm on my cheek. I know what you're thinking. Yay, Panda can talk. I can see it written on your face. And no, I don't know why their strange magic doesn't work on me, but then again, I also don't think they can actually see me. I'm like invisible ink, but you need to be insane to read me. I wondered why he was suddenly getting all introspective. He pulled his arm away and looked down to the stage as the fairy fly began the explanation.
In this game, you will each be given a weapon befitting of your culture. The objective is simple. You just need to kill 25 players within 48 hours to complete the game. But, to make things interesting, with every kill you get, your weapon will have a set of 3 evolutions to choose between, which should hopefully lead to a spectacular finale. We also like to incentivize go-getters, so the first 3 players to complete Weaponlution will receive a special reward. Lastly, a cadre of ambushers from the anti-rebellion force will join in to make things a little more challenging.
The announcer waved her hand, and suddenly I fell through my stone seat. Darkness enveloped again.
Ready, set, go.
Chapter -21. I let out a grunt as I landed on a hard stone floor, bruising my tailbone. Light came from above and lit up my surroundings. It was cast by glowing fireflies similar to the ones in the amphitheater. I got to my feet and looked around, realizing that I was within the ruins that I'd seen from above earlier. The place was kind of nonsensical. The hallways snaked and zigzagged around with no rhyme or reason, as though built by alien hands. Even the bricks were curved and bent in odd ways to accommodate the organic shapes of the architecture. Given that the insects were in charge of the great game, they were no doubt responsible for creating this place. What a weird place, Panda said, reflecting my thoughts. He crawled from my lap and back onto my shoulder. As soon as I stood up, two things appeared in the palms of my hands: an old-timey pocket watch and a paring knife, like the kind you use to chop vegetables with. I flipped open the lid of the watch with my thumb. A screen appeared above its clock face. Time remaining, 5.479230009 to the -6th millennium. Kills remaining, 25. I sighed. It's nonsense. Not sure why I expected anything else, to be honest. You mean to tell me you don't know how to convert millennia to hours? I stared at him suspiciously. And you do? Obvio, my dear Caracol. I blinked in confusion. What? He shook his head and explained. It says 47 hours, 59 minutes, 53 seconds. I closed the lid and stuffed the pocket watch in my pocket. Then I inspected the knife I'd been given. This is my weapon? I wondered. It doesn't look like much. Your mum's a slag, you dog cunt, the knife suddenly yelled. I'm a perfect fucking Queenslander Excalibur. Ah, shit. The knife fucking talks. Hey, that's my role. I'm supposed to be the one that berates you, Panda exclaimed, offended. You can fuck off and all. I switched the knife to my right hand and tried to greet my new companion. I'm Gambit. What's your name? It's Brock, you non-hand lotion-using troglodyte. Where's the mute button on this thing? Panda wondered. Fuck you! Inspect, I said, while focusing on the knife. Brock. Event weapon. This is your weapon for the Weapon-Lution game event. You were meant to receive a gun, but, something seems to have gone wrong. I'm sure you'll be fine. Level, 0. Evolutions, not applicable. Length, 3 inches. Weight, 1 panda. I paused as I read the description. Wait, I was meant to receive a gun? When's the stabbing begin? Brock squealed. I thought the glitches were working in my favor, I muttered, looking at the vegetable chopper verbally abusing me. They made me bring a knife to a goddamn gunfight. It's not even an impressive knife. The knife wriggled angrily in my grip. Oi! Fuck you! I'm a 3-inch champion, Nigel. Jab me in someone's carotid, and it don't matter what length I am. My name's Gambit, not Nigel. Does it seem like I give two shits? You could be Her Majesty the Queen for all I care. She's dead, Panda interjected. Brock fell silent for a moment, then asked, You being fair, dinkum? It's true, I said. That's proper sad, as a matter of fact. The news seemed to have genuinely made him sad, but it only lasted for a couple seconds, and then he immediately bounced back. All right, I'm over it. Let's go stab some dogs. Might as well get to it, I agreed, and began to make my way down one of the paths sprouting from the room I'd arrived in. Panda hopped off of my shoulder and landed on the ground with a small thud. He held his arms out, as though trying to stop me from passing. Hold up, Gambit. What about the ethics of this whole thing? You're gonna have to kill other players. I stared down at him. So? What do you mean, so? It's either me or them, I replied calmly. My mind was already made up about this. It wasn't like I wanted to kill them. I'd tried giving them a chance, and some, like B, had surprised me. But there were too many Annabellas and Hawaiian shirt guys in the world. Too many people like the police chief and the mayor. They were all either complicit in the suffering I'd experienced or just didn't bat an eye because it wasn't happening to them. All while letting their own egos and desires control them. I didn't owe anyone anything. After all, no one had helped me in my time of need. I would focus on protecting myself and B instead of putting my neck out for strangers who might stab me in the back as soon as I looked away. But maybe there's a way you can save everyone, Panda insisted desperately. What's that saying? You either die a hero or live long enough to become Oliver Cromwell. Who? Panda asked. Also, that's not how the saying goes. Well, I'm not having my head embalmed and paraded around by all my enemies, I fired back. Gambit, what the hell are you talking about? Oi, Jiminy Cricket, you heard Nigel. All these nongs out here about to be stabbed. You're a literal talking weapon, so of course you'd advocate for murder, the plushie retorted.
That's actually a very harmful stereotype, Jiminy. Do I like murder? Yes, of course. But I also like cats. I think you'll find that I'm a very complex individual.
Panda, since when did you care about anyone else? I asked. I'm just saying, you ought to have some moral dilemma right here, he insisted. What if it was B you had to fight? That'd be different. But why should I care about people who helped support an evil government that condones mocking sick people and locking them away? Not everyone has a choice, Gambit. There's always a choice, I told him, clenching my fists.
Fellas, I'm fucking bored. Can we go kill something now?
Brock asked. I gritted my teeth, then let out a deep breath and stomped down the strange hallway while white-knuckling the paring knife. Panda knew me well enough to not push the point any further. Even before making his weird straw man argument, he had to have known the futility of trying to change me. I wasn't some grand hero here to save humanity, and I'd never tried to be. I was just trying to survive in a world that was inhospitable to me. Expecting anything else of me was absurd, and he should know me well enough to realize that. Slowly, my anger dissipated, and I began paying more attention to my surroundings. The stone bricks under my feet were glossy smooth like glass, as though hundreds of feet had worn them down over centuries, but still had just enough grit that my shoes didn't slip. The walls were of a similar nature, and the dark greenish-gray color made it almost feel like these weren't chiseled by skilled workers, but rather organically grown. From floor to ceiling, it was about 13 feet. There were no decorations, windows, or even doors anywhere. It was just a hallway following a ponderous path which occasionally branched off in new directions. I think it's a maze of some sort, I remarked, mostly to myself. No sooner had I said that than my current route brought me to a large open chamber. The floor sloped down into a bowl of sorts, and round pillars connected the ceiling to the floor. "Don't move!" someone suddenly yelled. I instinctively turned to face them. It was a man in his 40s wearing an ill-fitting blue polo and dark shorts. Telltale signs of healing stitches covered his exposed skin almost everywhere. More importantly, he was aiming a gun at me. But it wasn't the kind of gun I expected to see. "Is that a flintlock?" Panda asked, confused. A tense moment passed, where my previously stated morals were put to the test. Kill or be killed. But I hesitated for too long. Bang! Something burst out the side of the guy's head, splattering brain matter and blood across the nearby wall. He collapsed to the ground, and his gun dissolved into blue particles that flowed towards his killer. I tracked their journey to spot a man partially obscured by a pillar about 15 yards away. The blue particles gathered around his weapon and were suddenly absorbed into it. Then he clicked some unseen screen in front of him before reloading his own flintlock. Fortunately for me, the reloading was no straightforward affair. Kicking off from the floor in a high jump, I sailed towards the guy, just in time to see how the barrel of his flintlock widened as he turned to aim it towards me. But he hadn't expected me to jump into the air, and it threw him off just long enough for me to close the distance. As I came within just 8 feet, he swiveled the barrel of his blunderbuss-looking gun at my head. I quickly ducked low enough to plant both of my hands on the floor. Blam! Hot air and smoke flew over my head, while projectiles plinked off the pillars and walls behind me. The boom echoed around the chamber, filling my ears. I pushed myself up and lunged for his throat with my pathetic knife, following Brock's instructions of aiming for the carotid artery. The paring knife dug into the man's neck and sent a pressurized jet of blood out before he collapsed to the floor, and his blunderbuss dissolved into particles that were absorbed by my knife. It was only then that I realized that the guy was no older than 19. He had some youthful stubble on his chin and wore a shabby hoodie with a flaking print. The way he just lay there before me, eyes gazing up at me judgingly, I hated it.
"Feck yeah, bruv! That was sick as,"
Brock celebrated. "I can't tell if you're supposed to be British or Australian," Panda commented. Despite his earlier comments, he said nothing about the guy I'd killed. I let out a sigh. After the last of the particles absorbed into Brock's body, a screen appeared in front of me. Weapon Lucian, Level 1. Pick one of the options. Kitchen knife, plus 4 inches length, plus 50% weight. Switchblade, plus 2 inches length, plus twin edge, plus 30% weight. Hydra, plus 1 blade, plus 80% weight. It seems I only get a level from a kill I perform myself, regardless of how many kills my victim had.
Pick kitchen knife, I reckon,
Brock said. The Hydra option seems goofy, Panda said. I'm thinking kitchen knife is the best option here too, I decided, and tapped the screen. As soon as I had selected, the paring knife in my hand grew a longer and more comfortable handle. The blade not only widened but also elongated. It felt much more like a weapon now, though I was certain it'd still chip if I tried to ram it into anything hard like bone or armor. I frowned. I just realized I'm pretty much screwed if I meet anyone with a similar transformation as B. You still have your fists, numbskull. Oh, right. I hadn't thought about that, I replied. I guess that having abilities and passives is meant to give you a leg up on the competition. A series of pops sounded from down one of the snaking tunnels connected to the chamber. I spun on my heel and ran in to chase down its source, hoping to score another kill quickly. After all, the longer I waited, the more evolved other players' weapons would become. And since they had guns, that meant I was in for a bad time. As I ran, an eyeball orb trailed after me, floating up by the ceiling. I had, for a moment, forgotten why I was here and let myself become absorbed in the simple thrill of it all. The sight of the Eldritch camera drone reminded me that my existence here was just as entertainment for some unseen watcher. I vowed that I'd get out of this fucked-up game show and kill the announcer with my own bare hands. Chapter -22. The tunnel began to twist, with the wall becoming the floor and the ceiling becoming a wall. The spiral went on and on like that as I rushed to the source of gunfire. Each pop grew louder as I neared the end. I came out onto a narrow landing within a giant chimney tube, with stairs running up and down along the rounded walls and nothing in the center but empty space. At the bottom was pitch-black darkness. There were openings further up and down along the stairs, denoted by landings in front of holes in the curving stone wall. No sooner had I come out onto the landing than bang! The explosion above preceded the plink of a bullet striking the wall just next to my head. Without thinking, I began running up the steps, taking 3 at a time with long strides. "They're broadcasting this, right?" I asked rhetorically. "Yes, and? Let's give them a show." Panda sighed, putting a fingerless arm to his forehead. "Please don't do what I think you're about to." "Unequip all!" I yelled. "Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available." I was already running as all my clothes vanished off my body, and I quickly accelerated, before leaping from the steps to reach the other side many yards above. I_can_fly! "I really don't think you need to pronounce the underscores," Panda remarked. Before gravity could pull me down, my wings unfurled from my back. I glided across the wide chimney tube and came to a stop safely on a landing in front of a tunnel leading back into the maze. I turned around, looking for the guy who'd shot at me, and saw that he was only slightly further up the stairs. He was looking at me in a mix of awe and disgust. He clumsily aimed his gun at me. It looked kind of like a flintlock rifle, meaning he'd at least killed one person already. He hesitated, so I immediately charged up the stairs towards him. Bang! A great puff of smoke came from the end as he fired, but I was too fast for him to hit me, and his shot whiffed. Before he could escape, I lanced him through his solar plexus, tearing the blade out sideways and carving a channel in his flesh below the ribcage. Then I switched my grip and sliced through his throat. Blood and guts spilled out as his dead body lost its balance and toppled off the steps. I wasn't able to grab it as it slid over the side and fell out of reach.
"Struth! Nigel, that was sick as—"
I watched as the body fell and then vanished into the darkness below. It was impossible to see neither bottom nor ceiling of the tube-like structure I found myself within. I had a sneaking suspicion that neither actually existed. Part of me felt bad that I hadn't gotten a proper look at the guy before killing him, but it was easier if I didn't consider my targets as humans. After all, they were the competition. They were out to get me like everyone else. Compassion would only get me killed. I knew they would kill me in a heartbeat to save themselves. While the blue particles of his weapon were absorbed into Brock, I looked at a little blue wisp that was left behind on the ground. "What do you think that is?" I asked Panda. "Maybe he dropped some of his items?" I considered the wisp for a moment. "I suppose it does have a very I contain loot look about it." Cautiously, I prodded the wisp with my index finger. On contact, a blue pop-up appeared. Leftovers of player Michael John Michaels. Survival kit. Leftovers is a terrible name for dropped loot, Panda critiqued. I tapped the name of the item, and it vanished from the list, and the wisp dissipated a second later. I checked my inventory and found it stowed within. Then the next evolution screen appeared. Weapon Lucian, Level 2. Pick one of the options. Kitchen Knife Plus, plus 5 inches length, plus 50% weight. Hydra, plus 1 blade, plus 80% weight. Serrated, plus serrated edge, minus 25% slashing. The choice was a no-brainer, and I picked the Kitchen Knife Plus. The handle grew slightly in my hand and became better quality, while the blade gained a few more inches.
"Fuck yes, cunt! Look at me, whoa!"
Footsteps came from above, and I looked up to see a man and a woman barreling down towards me. The man was in front and had some kind of shell-like protrusion from his forehead, almost like a small shield, while a crab claw had replaced the woman's left hand. When they saw me, they both paused for a second, probably because I was still fully nude. They recovered from the surprise quickly, though, and raised their evolved guns at me. I only barely managed to jump before they both pulled the trigger. The woman's gun was like a blunderbuss. She gripped it in her claw as it kicked and released a hail of fragments that skimmed along the stone wall, producing a lot of sparks. The man had something closer to a double-barreled shotgun, and he fired one shot that went wild. He quickly adjusted his aim up to track me. Instead of letting myself fall down, I activated my gliding ability again and ended it prematurely right above the woman. I landed on her and quickly slit her throat before turning around and thrusting my blade at the man who was now behind me. He screamed the woman's name, though I didn't parse the words. Because of the difference in elevation, my stab sent the kitchen knife right into his strange forehead shell. I watched in horror as an inch of blade snapped off the tip, making Brock squeal in pain. Before he could bring his gun to bear, I sent a left hook right into his jaw, which smacked his head into the stone wall. The impact produced a crack, and he let out a horrific groan. I quickly jammed the broken tip of my blade into his throat to end his suffering. As the two bodies lay there, leaking blood down the stone steps, I fell onto my butt with a gasp of exhaustion, both mental and physical. Panda patted me on the head. "You doing okay, Gamby?" "Don't call me that," I said. "And I'm fine. I just need a sec." While the particles of the two players' weapons were absorbed into my knife, Brock continued whimpering and sputtering expletives.
"Me fucking tip,"
he screamed. "It'll heal, you big baby," Panda told him.
"You don't get it, Jiminy. Me blade's like me willy and me body. I'm a snake, you see."
Panda shook his head. "Pretty sure that's not how snakes work." Neither of the two left behind a wisp. I doubted that it was because neither of them had items to drop, and assumed it had more to do with only special inventory items appearing in such a manner. I wondered if it was possible to pick up someone else's boss rewards. As the particles were siphoned into Brock's tipless body, a level-up screen appeared. Weapon Lucian, Level 3. Pick one of the options. Short sword, plus 5 inches length, plus 50% weight. Serrated, plus serrated edge, minus 25% slashing. Twin edge, plus twin edge, plus 30% weight. I picked short sword, and once again the handle changed, becoming like leather, while the blade widened and elongated. The broken tip was replaced, much to Brock's immediate relief. The next evolution came a second later. Weapon Lucian, Level 4. Pick one of the options. Short sword plus 5 inches length, plus 50% weight. Twin edge, plus 30% weight. Curve, plus 50% slashing, minus 50% stabbing. I considered twin edge for a moment, but picked Short Sword Plus, since reach was the biggest issue right now. Man, you're just going all in on length, huh? Panda remarked, while the sword grew longer and more pristine in my hand.
Won't hear me complain,
Brock squealed. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. One-sided. Picked the first option 6 times in a row. That's right, we've been counting. Don't take this the hard way, but it's time to get out of your comfort zone. Reward. Next evolution choice must be the last option. What the fuck? That's bullshit, I yelled at the achievement. They can do that? Panda commented in surprise. That's pretty unfair. What if the last option next time is something that screws everything up? I gritted my teeth. This system clearly doesn't play by standard rules of fairness, yet it still feels justified in upholding its rules. Panda pressed his fingerless arms together, making a diplomatic expression. It's not that I don't agree with you, he started, but it's hard to take you serious when you're not wearing any clothes. I looked down. Oh, right. I opened my inventory. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Screwdriver. Fingerless socks. Party hat. Pacifier. Black suit. Pocket watch. Survival kit. Total weight, 30.9 pandas. Man, I've got so much junk in here, I said, while putting on my suit again. It was already pretty tattered, so I was glad I had a spare handy. Don't throw it out. It could be worth something later. Since when were you a hoarder? I asked him. Gambit, I've seen the way you play games. Quite frankly, it sickens me. You're always getting stuck on difficult bosses because you use your potions on the smallest things. Well, I don't want to go into a fight with 97% health. That's insane. Brock chimed in.
You lovebirds done? The blood on me willy's dry. I want to be stabbed in something warm.
Please stop referring to your blade like that, Panda told him. I looked at Brock as he lay in my hand. Inspect, I said, bringing up the menu. Brock, event weapon. This is your weapon for the Weaponlution game. Level, 4. Evolutions, kitchen knife plus, short sword plus, length, 22 inches, weight, 3 pandas.
Look at me, all grown up,
Brock squealed fondly. He was apparently able to see his own stats, which was odd. Still 21 more kills to go, I remarked soberly. Chapter -23. Time remaining. 5.33361,872 to the -6th millennium. Kills remaining. 21. I'd been walking around for what felt like hours without encountering anyone else. I'd gone through one of the hallways that branched from the large chimney, but it had led to a maze that I was now trapped in, with no clue on how to get out. Eventually, I just sat down on the floor and waited for someone else to come around the corner, or for a gunshot to alert me of people fighting nearby. With nothing better to do, I brought up my inventory and looked at the grid on the screen. It was mostly junk. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Screwdriver. Fingerless socks. Party hat. Pacifier. Pocket watch. Survival kit. Total weight, 23.4 pandas. I pulled out 3 items that seemed to just take up space. The pacifier, party hat, and fingerless socks landed in my lap. The party hat looked and felt identical to those cheap ones sold in the party areas of big chain stores or handed out at shitty birthday venues. I couldn't imagine a party with such cheap shit actually being much fun for anyone involved, but then children didn't care about a product's quality or taste. I let out a body-quivering yawn and realized that I hadn't really slept since this whole mess began. Except for the few hours in Norman's shop before the human bus woke me up, though that hadn't been restful sleep. Inspect, I said, while holding the hat in my hands. I was ready to tear it into pieces as soon as it was revealed to be a meaningless reward just meant to mock me. Party hat. Item. Obtained by escaping from Bungo's playroom. for your inner child who never wants to let the party end. Putting on this hat will allow you to unlock the abilities hidden within. I bet you thought this was just a worthless reward. Well, joke's on you. You've been cluelessly carrying this around for a while now. As a matter of fact, only one person from your dungeon group has actually used this item. May this teach you to always investigate anything you find. Weight, 0.4 pandas. Are you fucking kidding me? I yelled, my voice echoing off the strangely smooth, organically flowing stone walls. I feel like they're trying to give you an OCD to check all items, Panda commented. I let out a deep sigh before pulling the tight plastic string down under my chin and setting the party hat on my head. Choose your reward. You can keep the hat on. It's not a requirement, but it makes you look pretty dumb, which is always a plus, in our opinion. Pick one of the options. Dungeon. Party never ends. Birthday gift. I ripped the hat off my head. It immediately burst into soap bubbles that floated to the ceiling above, where they popped and filled the corridor with a foul smell of rotten eggs. I pinched my nose with a groan. Ugh, that's vile, I muttered, while reading through the options. Dungeon. Ability. The second half of this ability seems to be missing, though it can still be utilized in this state. While inside a dungeon, using this ability will create an updating map of your surroundings that is marked with points of interests, enemies, and players. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Party never ends. Passive. You are now permanently the birthday boy. Anyone who sees you feels compelled to celebrate your birthday. Results may vary, but hopefully you enjoy hearing happy birthday to you being sung ad nauseum. Birthday gift. Ability. Do you remember the sadness of wishing for a gift on your birthday only for Aunt Samantha to give you something crappy, like an off-brand action figure? Well, fret not. Activating this ability allows you to receive a gift containing the exact thing you want. Warning. Restrictions apply to gift selection. We also can't deliver anything not in our warehouse. Cooldown, 24 hours. The passive didn't seem to make much sense and would just be annoying, so I wrote that one off immediately. But the other two options were surprisingly good. This is a dilemma, I said. Depending on the limits, birthday gift might be the best option here. Dungeon seems like it'll work together with break. Plus, it's a reconnaissance ability, which you don't have, Panda advised. It's a bit weird that you'd get a mapping ability right when you need it most. I wonder if you got that option because of this event.
Hate to side with a cricket, but first option'll let you see people who you can stab. It'd be sick as...
My name's Pandemonium, the plushie said to Brock, but it was clear he didn't give a shit about names. I looked down at the short sword. I wonder if other players' weapons talk, and if so, do they also have confusing accents? Mystery aside, since both my inanimate objects were advising me to take the dungeon ability, that's what I did. After picking it, I tried using it with the other half. Dungeon ... break. Error. This ability is on cooldown. Time left, 35,339,798,211 microseconds. I squinted. I have no idea what that says. Roughly 10 hours left on the cooldown, Panda answered, as though he was a math savant. It's in microseconds. Is it using the cooldown of the break ... ability? I wondered. Uttering the ability name triggered it again. Error. This ability is on cooldown. Time left, 35,331,223,879 microseconds. I wonder what both together actually does, Panda muttered. Hopefully, it allows me to literally break out, I said. I could go kill the announcer if that was the case. And find B, he reminded me. She might be here, even if she wasn't in the audience. I nodded. He was right. She might be somewhere backstage, since the great game didn't seem to recognize her as a player. Guess I'll have to survive 10 more hours then. I can do that. Check the other 2 items, Panda told me before I could get up. I frowned, but acquiesced. The next item was the pacifier. Pacifier. Item. Goo goo gaga. I'm a 36-year-old baby. At last, you can indulge in your autonepiophilia. Suckling on this pacifier lowers your insanity gauge by 1% every 5 minutes. Weight, 0.35 pandas. I got to my feet and chucked it as far down the corridor as I could. Hey, that might be worth something to other players, Panda insisted. I don't care, I shouted. That's disgusting. I'm not bringing that with me. Didn't realize man-babies were a trigger for you, he replied. I ignored him and stooped to inspect the socks. Fingerless socks. Item. For those hot summer days where you want to wear your socks and sandals but still get some air to your little piggies. Weight, 0.4 pandas. I gritted my teeth in annoyance, but put the socks back into my inventory. They might still work as a bandage in a pinch, and I wouldn't feel disgusted by carrying them around with me, unlike the pacifier. All right, let's try out this mapping ability, I said, before uttering the name Dungeon ... Panda gave me an exasperated look. Gambit. I'm pretty sure you don't have to say ... Activating dungeon map. Nearest player, 235 yards. Nearest enemy, 78 yards. Nearest boss, not applicable. Nearest exit, not applicable. In the air in front of me appeared a holographic 2.5D map. Flickering blue lines indicated walls, and a green dot was positioned on top of me in the middle. A cluster of red dots not too far away indicating 3 enemies, while a golden yellow dot even further away seemed to mark a player. Most importantly, the map showed me how to get out of the maze I was stuck in. The announcer mentioned ambushers. Maybe those are the red dots, Panda guessed. Let's stab 'em, squealed Brock. Chapter -24. The 2.5D map blinked out of existence as I rounded a corner and came to where 2 paths crossed. From diligently studying the map, I knew the way I had to go. I turned down the right corridor. Gambit, you moron, it's straight ahead. How many times do I have to correct you on this? You couldn't even pick the correct path with the map out. The cricket is right. I've seen koalas with a better sense of direction than you, and they're scientifically retarded. Whoa, you can't say that, Brock, Panda shouted. I said scientifically first. You can ask anyone. It's a fact. They're brain-dead animals. Thanks, guys. This is really helping, I said. Next time, can't you just say, at the intersection, turn left? Panda looked offended. What am I, a glorified sat-nav? I bet you memorized the map already. I could feel as Panda straightened up on my shoulder, swelling with pride. It was elementary, my dear Watson. I scoffed. You're meant to be Sherlock? Really? Too much of a stretch? You look more like Poirot. I'll settle for that, mon ami, Panda replied, twiddling a non-existent mustache. Me willy's dry. Chop, chop, Brock complained. Please stop calling your blade that, Panda and I both told him. From a few hallways away came the tap, tap, tap of legs on the smooth floor. Our commotion had clearly attracted the attention of one of the enemies I'd noticed on the map. In my mind, I imagined the ambushers were spiders. After all, spiders were going to show up sooner or later. I was certain of it. I picked up the pace and moved down the corridor, which led to a left turn and then a T-junction. Left again, Panda guided. The tapping sound faded, but I couldn't tell if it was because we were too far away or because it had stopped and now lay in wait. After going left in another intersection, I stopped. Where exactly are you sending me? I asked Panda. On a collision course with the red dots we saw, of course, he replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth than something shot out from the wall quick as lightning and seized my left wrist in a pincer grip. Tough spines pushed against my skin while pressure was applied to my arm. My eyes failed to comprehend the visage of my attacker for a moment, but then I realized it was camouflaged. Its body was the same color scheme and pattern as the walls. I stabbed the short sword right at its center mass, but another quick limb intercepted my blade and pulled it from my grip before seizing my right bicep. Brock clattered to the floor, while the enormous insect literally tried to tear my arms off. Then its triangular head craned towards me. It had two massive compound eyes with black pupils at the top and mandibles at the bottom. They chittered eagerly and moved in scissoring motions as its face pressed against mine. I pulled back as far as I could and smashed my forehead into the point between its eyes, producing a loud crunch and splat as the impact cracked its exoskeleton. My attacker collapsed to the floor and dragged me with it. I had to stomp with the heel of my shoes to break my left arm free, and then I pried open the folding claw locked onto my bicep. "Fucking hell," I muttered. "I guess they're not called ambushers for nothing," Panda commented. I pulled out my looking glass and inspected the creature. It was clearly a mantis, although it was the size of a centaur and stronger than me by quite a margin. Appraisal. Level 5. Ambusher Nymph. Soldier. I'm not here. You can't see me. Job. Ambusher Trainee. Affiliation. Anti-Rebellion Force. The ambushers of the Anti-Rebellion Force are guerrilla fighters who specialize in assassination, stealth, and you guessed it, ambushing foes. They are often employed against agencies who get too arrogant and attempt to control the system, or against key targets on worlds about to take part in the Great Game. However, sometimes they are also sent after certain players who elude other agencies. As with most of the creatures that make up the multifaceted agencies, they are capable of endless growth, with every molt increasing their size. This here is a nymph who, as part of their training, is pitted against players in the Weaponlution event. This enemy is dead. I was certain they were going to be spiders, I remarked, stooping to pick up Brock. I checked my arms for any serious wounds, but the nymph had only inflicted some minor cuts and bruises. Based on the map, there should be 2 more nearby, Panda said. I'll stay alert, I replied.
Next time, stab 'em with me, you nong,
Brock complained. I fucking tried, I told him.
Your technique sucks, Nigel.
You know what? Fuck you, Brock. I ought to leave you here. The loudmouth weapon fell silent, then said in a small voice,
You wouldn't dare.
Watch me, I told him. I tossed him to the ground and walked away. You come back here, yelled the short sword. Panda looked back over my shoulder. Is this really a good idea? He asked. I've had it with being talked back to like that, I grumbled.
I'm sorry,
Brock wailed a second later.
Oh God, please don't leave me. It's so cold on this floor. I miss the warmth of your hand.
I stopped. Panda and I exchanged a glance, while the short sword continued crying out for me. Well, that was fast, Panda said. Suddenly the walls on either side of me started moving. Or rather, the 2 creatures that had camouflaged themselves there began to move. I hopped to the side, barely avoiding a spine-covered scythe limb aimed at my neck, but I couldn't avoid the other one's scythe. The spines of its arm dug into the flesh of my shoulder painfully and tore the neat fabric of my suit jacket. I sent my fist into the head of the one that had grabbed me, pulverizing it. Then I moved out of the way of the other's reach before spinning on my heels and running back to fetch Brock from the floor.
You returned for me, he cried. I love you, you dumb fack. Never leave me again. I'll be good, I swear.
It's been 10 seconds, Brock, I said evenly. He paused, seeming embarrassed.
Ah, right. Fuck you!
I spun around again and flung the short sword at the incoming predator, striking it in its right shoulder with the blade. The mantis nymph froze, and I leapt at it with a punch to its thin upper torso. The impact cracked its spine and made it slump to the ground. Then I tore free the blade and decapitated it.
Fuck ya, cunt! Whoa, blood!
It's not blood, I told him. It's hemolymph.
So what if it's vegetarian? Blood is blood.
Your shoulder is bleeding a lot, Gambit, Panda told me. I looked down myself and saw that he was right. It definitely hurt, But at this point, pain was a constant companion. Guess I'll try the sewing thing now that I actually have both of my arms. After dropping to my ass on the cold stone floor, I pulled the survival kit that I'd looted from Michael John Michaels out of my inventory. It was like a plastic toolbox. Inside was a sewing kit, a half-eaten curry meatball sandwich, some Gatorade, and a notepad with some scribbles in it from the previous owner. The notes seemed to be reminders to himself. It really hit me that I'd killed another person as I read through them. Don't feed the roaches. Avoid the metro station. Jonathan is a murderer. Chelsea and Jenna are both dead. You have to get by on your own now. Don't say the phrase, "I need a taxi." The phrase was underlined aggressively. I need a taxi? I wondered out loud. Error. It is not possible to call a taxi to your current location. Please try again later. Are you actually brain dead, Gambit? Panda scolded me. You know I can't read something like that and not act on it. Next time, let me do the reading then. I looked at the error message. I wonder why taxi is in quotation marks. Isn't it a type of public transportation? Sort of, I guess. Well, there's your answer then, Panda said. Gunshots sounded from down the end of the corridor. Before I could react, a man came into view, followed by 2 more people. All 3 were running away from something, apparently uninterested in killing each other for the moment. I quickly put away the toolbox-like kit and got to my feet. At the same time, a bulky man in a yellow raincoat entered the hallway at the far end, holding a heavy, lever-activated Gatling gun in his hands. He immediately began spinning the lever and firing off a deluge of shots. The first few whiffed, but then he hit 2 of the runners. Striding towards the incoming danger, I kept the first man between me and the distant Gatling gunner. He opened his mouth to yell at me to run, but I instead ran directly into him, blade first. The short sword pierced his heart. His body slumped on the blade and allowed me to hold him upright while he quickly bled to death. With my literal human shield, I quickly advanced on the gunner. Several of his bullets struck my cover, but lacked the penetrative power to reach me. The blue particles from the guy serving as my shield were absorbed into my sword as I moved. Panda frowned. Gambit, this is messed up, even for you. Despite his words, he was also hiding behind the human shield. I was fairly sure he couldn't be hit, since he wasn't real. It's kill or be killed, Panda, I said through gritted teeth. Better I kill this guy than he shoots me in the back after I save him. This is a mercy. Do you really believe that? Panda grilled me. I didn't respond, as shots plinged off the floor and walls and splattered against the body on my blade. I closed in on the Gatling gunner. Then, suddenly, the shooting stopped. I dared to look over the shoulder of my shield and saw the guy quickly reloading his belt magazine by spinning the lever in the reverse. The action made no sense, but new bullets appeared on the belt after it moved back through the gun. With a grunt, I tore my blade free and sprinted the distance between us. Then I lunged at him with a diagonal slash at his throat. The man only looked up in the last second as the tip of my sword sliced through his neck, severing windpipe and arteries in one go. Then he fell to the floor in a fountain of blood, while his weapon dissolved into blue particles that flowed into Brock. Hell yeah! The first of the 2 evolutions popped up. Weapon Lucian, level 5. Pick one of the options. Poisoned Edge. Plus adds a toxin to your blade that slowly damages anyone cut by it. Frost Blade. Plus your weapon is now made of ice and inflicts frostbite. Purple. Purple. Awesome! Level 5 must be special, I said excitedly as I looked at the options. I had no idea what the last one did, though. After some deliberation, I tapped the Poisoned Edge evolution. The last option lit up as if that was the one I'd clicked. Suddenly, I remembered my last achievement and its reward. The short sword in my hand became purple. Ah, motherfuck! Chapter -25. Ucker! I yelled. My voice echoed down the hallway littered with corpses. The next evolution choice appeared before I could figure out what purple actually did besides the color swap. Weaponlution, level 6. Pick one of the options. Longsword, plus 8 inches length, plus 50% impact, plus 50% weight. Rapier, plus 7 inches length, plus 60% stabbing, minus 40% slashing. Balloon, plus 250% impact, minus 90% weight, minus 100% cutting, minus 100% slashing, minus 100% stabbing.
My fucking body! What have you done?
Brock squealed in existential horror. His metallic flesh had turned a vibrant purple and now had a ribbed texture on the grip for some reason. It felt like I was holding a cheap plastic sex toy.
Might as well pick the balloon evolution and just give up now, Panda commented. If you turn me into a balloon, I'll never forgive it.
Well, prepare to hold a grudge then, I said, and moved my finger towards the option. Panda choked. Gambit, I was joking. Don't do it. Think about how powerful the balloon swords in the playroom were, I told him. Coupled with my high strength, it should make any hit fatal. That gave Panda pause, and he seemed to mull it over. I lifted Brock up to eye level and tried to reassure him. You might think cutting and stabbing is the best way to shower in blood, but have you considered pulverization? It'll be like squeezing a tomato with a hydraulic press. Brock replied in a deep and sultry voice.
You know how to woo a girl, Nigel.
You're a girl?
You certain you want the truth?
Definitely not, I said, and tapped the balloon option just to escape the topic.
I still think it's a bad idea, Panda managed to get out, just as the window disappeared and Brock began to undergo a transformation.
The plushie made a strangled sound in protest. The 22-inch short sword swelled as its metallic blade filled with air and the material became transparent latex. The purple color intensified as the crossguard inflated. A second later, the handle grew thicker as well. Then, with a squeak, the entire weapon changed structure. The blade twisted and became like the balloon swords I'd encountered in the playroom, while the crossguard turned into a figure 8 around it. If you'd have let me finish, Panda said exasperatedly, I would have pointed out that the weapon can easily be popped. I shrugged. Too late now. The most noticeable change, apart from the obvious visual aspect, was that the weight of the weapon had reduced dramatically. If I threw it now, it might stay in the air forever if there was even a slight breeze. Brock squirmed.
I feel weird.
You'll get used to it, I told him.
Me willy's all twisted now.
Panda groaned. Gambit, don't forget about your shoulder wound, he then reminded me. I looked down myself and noticed that my entire left side was now soaked in my blood. Clearly, it wasn't going to heal by itself. After sitting down on the floor next to the dead yellow raincoat guy who'd had the Gatling gun, I pulled out the survival kit. As I opened it, I eyed the Gatorade and sandwich that I'd noticed before. I hadn't eaten in ages, apart from a bit of the giant pineapple pizza in the playroom, and I was feeling quite famished. I bit down on one of the stale and cold curry-covered meatballs, only to immediately spit it out again. I shuddered with disgust. Why does that taste of synthetic grape? Really? Let me taste, Panda said and reached for the sandwich. He somehow took a bite, though I dared not comprehend the means by which he did so. Then he swallowed and said, Strange, but overall not bad. I frowned, but scarfed down the sandwich nonetheless. I even picked up the half-chewed meatball I'd spit out and ate that too. It was super nasty, but hunger was one hell of a flavor additive. At least I had the Gatorade, I said, and popped the annoying cap off. I sucked a mouthful through the push-pull lid. I kept it in my mouth for a long moment as I processed my new reality. I quickly forced it all down and sat staring into the air aimlessly for a while. Panda waved one of his arms in front of my face, trying to snap me out of it. Gambit, are you okay? Did the grape sandwich poison you or something? It's not just the sandwich, I said. What? The drink also tastes like grape. That's a weird lunch to pack, he commented. I reached over to my wounded shoulder and got some of the blood on my index finger, then stuck it in my mouth. Panda watched me with horror painted on his face. A deep sigh escaped from my body. I don't think I can go on like this, I muttered. Why? What's wrong? Panda, everything tastes of grape now. Uh-oh. Time remaining, 5.02048453 e to the negative 6th millennium. Kills remaining, 19. The taste of synthetic grape still clung to the saliva in my mouth as I wandered aimlessly up a slope of narrow steps in a tunnel with a very low ceiling. I hadn't seen any other players, mantids, nor even creepy eyeball drones for a long while. The frayed holes in my suit jacket and shirt showed a bit of the shoddy stitching I'd made to heal the wound and stem the bleeding. In comparison, the stomach wound that B had stitched together was much prettier. My body was exhausted. The lack of sleep was starting to catch up to me, and after such a long, uneventful period following my last fight, the adrenaline and cortisol high had long since evaporated. I hate this place. Fuck this event. They ought to put it somewhere more interesting rather than these dull ruins. And it's too damn big with nothing going on. I kicked a wall, sending an echo down the tunnel. At this rate, you might run out of time before you get all the necessary kills, Panda commented. I pulled out the pocket watch and had him translate it. 43 hours, 58 minutes, and 8 seconds remaining of the event. My spirit lifted slightly as I realized that enough time had passed for my mapping ability to come off its cooldown. Dungeon, ... I said, revealing the map of my surroundings. At the end of the strange tunnel was a bright light, and I could hear whispered voices coming my way. Activating dungeon map. Nearest player, 105 yards. Nearest enemy, 2,311 yards. Nearest boss, not applicable. Nearest exit, not applicable. On the map, I saw how the area I was coming up on had several golden yellow dots clustered together. Either I was walking up on a Mexican standoff, or I had found peaceful players. I wasn't sure which I'd prefer, although I prepared myself for the possibility that they were hostile. I carefully crawled up the last bit of the tunnel before poking my head out of the end and seeing a room that definitely didn't fit in with the rest of the place. It seemed familiar somehow, though. 8 people, 4 of which stood guard and quickly noticed me, were congregated in front of 4 colored doors. Amateurish cardboard signs were plastered on the walls around the doors, saying things like, "Free treasure," "Definitely not a trap," and 100% safe hallway. They looked like a 6-year-old had made them. "Show us your weapon!" screamed a woman. She was aiming an unevolved flintlock at me. The 3 men behind her quickly aimed their weapons at me too. Only 2 of the 8 players in front of me were holding guns that had evolved, meaning everyone else had yet to get a kill. Panda gave me a suspicious glare. "I know what you're thinking, Gambit," he said. "You notice their unevolved weapons and think you can win in a fight against them, but don't you dare. It's clearly suicide."
"Murder!"
Brock squealed excitedly. I didn't like how in tune with my thoughts Panda was. But he had a point. I lifted my purple balloon sword up above my head while wriggling my shoulders and saying, "Friendly! Friendly! Don't shoot!" The others looked at me as well, 3 of the 4 getting up and readying their guns. They seemed quite wary of me. "Where's your gun?" asked a young man in his early 20s. I waved the sword around. "This is all I've got." They exchanged dubious glances while keeping their guns trained on me. It was clear they didn't believe me, so I got out of the tunnel, placed Brock on the floor in front of me, then took off all my clothes until I was only wearing my underwear. "See? I'm clean." Panda facepalmed. "You didn't have to show them your boxers," he complained. Chapter -26. By the time the last person had introduced themselves as Charlie, I'd forgotten the names of everyone else. There were 3 women and 5 guys. One of the women hadn't introduced herself, but instead sat on the floor hugging her legs. It was clear that she just wanted everything to be over. The one who had screamed at me earlier was by her side, consoling her, but to no avail. It seemed like they knew each other somewhat, although I could tell they weren't exactly friends, given the atmosphere between them. Still, they seemed to trust each other way more than they trusted me. The feeling was mutual. "Inventory," I said. "Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Screwdriver. Fingerless socks. Pocket watch. Survival kit. Total weight, 22.9 pandas." I pulled the looking glass out, then said, "I'm just going to check you guys to see if you're any trouble." "What is that?" one of the men yelled, reflexively pointing his gun at me. "Knock it off, Jonathan. It's clearly just a magnifying glass. A broken one at that." One woman came over to look at it, clearly curious. "What's it do?" she asked. Her name was either Katie or Katya. She was one of the two with an evolved gun, but also seemed the calmest out of the bunch. That was probably why the others seemed to look to her for guidance. I held it out for her to look at, although it seemed she wasn't aware that she could inspect items. I made sure to angle it so she wouldn't be looking at me through its lens. "It lets me see other people's personalities," I answered, half lying. "How do you get something like that?" asked the guy named Charlie. He also had an evolved gun, but was a bit twitchy. I worried he might open fire if I made any sudden moves. "You have to kill 2 bosses." "You already did that?" "I've actually killed 3, I said. K something narrowed her eyes. "Wait, you said Gambit, right?" she asked. "It was your name in one of the first announcements, wasn't it?" Charlie's fingers twitched around the handle of his gun. "They really shouldn't give weapons to people like that," Panda commented. I shrugged. "It doesn't really matter, does it?" "On the contrary," said the guy named Jonathan, waving his gun around. "If you're that strong, you're probably dangerous." "Wait, haven't I seen you somewhere?" asked another guy whose name I'd 100% forgotten. I cringed. This was why I had avoided people after the mess with Annabella and Steve. "How come you're all together like this?" I asked, praying they'd allow me to get away without answering. A few glances were shared between them before Kat answered, "We all more or less landed in the same area when this thing began. Charlie and I took out 3 aggressive players who wanted to win, but Mia took it pretty hard." Kat glanced to the girl, who was still sitting on the ground unresponsively. She didn't even look up at the mention of her name. As I looked at her, her eyes locked onto mine. There was an uncomfortable intensity to them. "I guess she's never seen a dead person before," Kat continued, not noticing Mia's behavior. "We've just been sticking together since then, trying to avoid having to kill anyone." "They won't be able to complete the event," Panda commented. It seemed that he'd given up his let's save everybody shtick. "Also, scan that Mia girl. Something's not right." "What do you think happens when the time runs out?" I asked Kat, while lifting the looking glass to my eye and scanning them through its fractured lens. None of the results were noteworthy. The highest level was 2, and the classes were all pretty simple. 3 had pacifist, 1 was a nurse, 2 had archer, and the last 2 were a big sister and appraisal. Level 0, Mia, player. I'm scared of the voices. Class, empath. Main attributes, intelligence and perception. Error, cannot retrieve background information. She seems scared of you. Panda frowned. He also seemed creeped out by the way the girl was staring at us. Gambit? I don't know if your paranoia has rubbed off on me or not, but I think that girl might be a skin stealer." I didn't realize that Katie was still speaking until she paused. Panda's voice had cut right through hers. She fixed me with a serious look. "You look a bit pale, Gambit. Are you okay? How long has Mia been like that?" She glanced back to the girl. "Since we all met," she replied uncertainly. "Why?" Did anyone know her from before? She looked around for confirmation, but no one said yes. Christiana has been looking after her, but I don't think they knew each other either. Her calm expression slipped slightly, and she looked worried for a second. Why do you ask? I looked to the woman, whose class was Big Sister. She was still gently rubbing Mia's back while ignoring our conversation. The girl's eyes hadn't left me for a second, though. I didn't bother explaining myself to Katie. Inventory, I said again, putting away the looking glass and pulling out something else. What's that for? Asked Charlie, his left eye twitching. Don't worry about it, I said, lifting the whistle up to my lips. I realized that my hands were shaking. Out of all my worst nightmares, skin stealers were at the absolute top. They had infiltrated the top of Castleberg's government and police, and now they were even taking over ordinary people, all just to get to me. There was no doubt in my mind that Mia had been sent here to steal my identity. Just like the guy in the pool rooms, the police, the mayor, the asylum orderlies, and Dr. Julian's. I knew I had to face my fears and overcome them, else the system and its goons would use them to take me down. I blew a note in the whistle. Instead of a single clear sound, there was the sensation of long fingernails scraping down the inside of my ear canals, while blood dribbled gleefully from my nostrils. Phantom whispers and distant echoes bounced around the room. Everyone around me dropped to the floor, letting out screams and cries of anger. Player Gambit has activated a conspiracy whistle. You have received plus 10% insanity.
Now's your chance. Smack 'em with me, Willie.
We're not doing that, Panda yelled, covering his own plushy ears for some reason. Right, Gambit? You're not going to kill them, are you? I didn't answer. My eyes were locked on Mia. Her body was unzipping, scalp to soul like a onesie, and large, hideous teeth were emerging from the opening, as well as one big purple tongue covered in fleshy bumps. It felt like 1,000 bugs were crawling across my skin, while a cold sweat broke out on my back. Before I could do anything to stop it, Mia turned around and swallowed Christiana. Perhaps because of my whistle, the sight of Mia's transformation, the revelation that a monster had been in their midst this entire time, the fact that someone was just devoured whole, or all those things combined, 2 other people began spasming and transforming. This was why I avoided people. Fuck! I yelled. I tightened my grip on Brock as Charlie, only a few feet away, ballooned in size and turned into some kind of furry beast. Gambit, you galaxy-sized moron! Panda berated me. Look what you did! I cut off no longer Charlie's monstrous snarl with a smack to the face from my lightweight purple balloon sword. The impact produced such a devastating crunch that I was sure that all the bones in the top half of his body were instantaneously reduced to tiny fragments. His disfigured and hairy body was tossed across the chamber, hitting the red door and falling to the ground lifelessly. The door itself was unscathed. The other person undergoing an insanity transformation was someone whose name I'd totally forgotten. The skin and flesh melted off his bones, which had become like smoldering hot coals, while smoke billowed from the hollow eye sockets of his cranium. As the skeleton charged for me, definitely not Mia was already trying to devour Jonathan. The 3 survivors were slowly getting to their feet after my whistle attack, readying their guns but unsure where to aim them. "What did you do?" screamed the Katie, who, until a moment ago, had been a paragon of serenity. I narrowly avoided a 1,000-degree warm hug from the smoldering skeleton by slipping around it at the last second. Then I smacked it with Brock from behind and quite literally reduced it to dust.
Not as satisfying as being showered in blood, but we take those anyway.
Out of all of us, Brock was the only one actually enjoying himself. My attempt to expose the skin stealer had truly created a clusterfuck of a situation. I spun around in horror as I saw Jonathan's shoes disappearing into the skin stealer's maw, and then, bang! I stumbled back a step in surprise. It took me a second to realize where I was hit, until I looked down at the hole in my chest. Blood rapidly soaked into my suit jacket. I acted entirely on instinct and lunged forward, slamming my ridiculous-looking sword into the side of Katie's body. She was sent flying, but was already dead before she hit a wall with a loud crunch. The particles of her weapon seeped into mine moments after. The two survivors, both men whose names I'd forgotten, fled down the yellow door. The skin stealer immediately followed after them. I looked down at my torso again, then to the body of the woman who'd shot me, while fumbling through my inventory to retrieve the survival kit. As it appeared in my hand, I stumbled back a step. The strength left my legs, and I tumbled to the floor. As the back of my head kissed the smooth stone tiles, I heard the two survivors' pleading screams disappearing into the distance. Then darkness overtook me. Chapter -27. Gambit! Gambit, wake up! I bolted upright with a shock. The pain in my torso followed a second after. Ow! That smarts. Have you any idea how worried I was? Yelled Panda. I looked down at my exposed chest and saw that a hideous sewing pattern formed a vague ring shape around where Katie's bullet had hit me. Next to me lay a squished metal ball dyed in my blood. I ran my fingers along the stitches. Panda, did you sew me up? You'd better be thankful, he said in a voice mixed with fear, anger, and relief. It took me hours. I'm bored as, complained Brock, who lay next to me. I looked around, but I was the only survivor in the room. How long was I out? Check the watch. I'm not your damn Alexa. Before I could bring the pocket watch out of my inventory, a level-up screen appeared. Weapon Lucian, level 7. Pick one of the options. Curve, plus 50% slashing, minus 50% stabbing. Hydra, plus 1 blade, plus 80% weight. Bonk Hammer, plus 125% impact, plus 100% weight. Hammer time, yelled Brock. It seemed he had already become a fan of pulverization. The other two options were pretty abysmal, so I decided to humor him. The handle elongated as the figure-8 crossguard vanished, while the twisted blade unwound itself, grew another knot, and then inflated at the top. It now looked like a children's hammer, but it obviously wasn't a toy. With the high amount of impact damage and my strength attribute, a hit from this could probably cause a minor earthquake. I practiced holding the handle with both hands now that it was long enough for it, but I quickly went back to holding the weapon in my right hand, since that felt more natural. Do you think I can use my punch harder ability with this? Who knows? The system seems to have given up on you, since your head is apparently also considered capable of punching. Swing me, Nigel! I got the watch out and thumbed open the lid. Time remaining, 4.49584602 e to the -6th millennium. Kills remaining, 16. It says 39 hours, 23 minutes, and 1 second, Panda said, deciphering the nonsense. Thanks. Huh, wait a minute. It says 16, which means... What? I asked. Panda frowned. It means that killing insane players who transformed counts for the event, but not for the weapon Lucian. I blinked. Are you saying I unintentionally snubbed myself? Seems like it. Whoever designed this is a moron. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Pot calling kettle black. Fuck you. Please refer to the message above. Reward, personalized name tag. Without warning, a white sticker appeared on the front of my ruined suit. It was hard to read what it said as I looked down at it, but I had a pretty good idea. Panda helpfully read it out loud for me. Hi, my name is Gambit the Moron. I'm gonna find wherever the person handing out these achievements is hiding, and then I'll pummel them into dust. Wait, your name is Gambit? Brock asked. I lifted the balloon hammer up to eye level. I told you that when we met, I said. That's a stupid name. Don't make me leave you behind again, I threatened him. Is our relationship only built on emotional abuse and raw physical chemistry? He exclaimed. I rubbed my temples. Every time I speak with you, I feel my sanity dwindling. You technically have none left to dwindle, Panda pointed out. I put the watch away and got to my feet. All right, enough of this. Let's pick a door and get a move on. As I'd noticed earlier, this room was similar to the colorful slides in the pool rooms, although I had the feeling that the signs were meant to be factored into the solution. They stated things like, "Definitely not a trap," and 100% safe hallway. In a way, the setup was vaguely reminiscent of the two-door riddle, where one told the truth and the other didn't, except there were 4 doors and a total of 7 signs. From left to right, the doors were colored green, blue, yellow, and red. "Which do I pick?" I asked Panda, who was the expert with this sort of thing. "Well, we picked red last time, so it won't be that one." "Isn't that just what they want us to think?" "Maybe, but think about this. There is no boss in this area. Your map ability said so." "Speaking of," I started, but Panda quickly stopped me. "Don't use it! You should only have about an hour left for the cooldown of break, so don't use your dungeon ability." "Right. I forgot I was going to try that." He scoffed. "What would you do without me?" "I'd pick red," I said.
Don't pick red. Even though me willy is a weird shape now, it can still sense these things."
I ignored Brock's ridiculous comment and the suggestion that he somehow had a psychic shaft. "I think green would be death again, since that's what I would do," Panda reasoned. "You're operating based on the assumption that this is somehow linked to the last one I went through. But other players got here first, so wouldn't it be based on them? Or maybe it's actually random?" A emerged from Panda. "These things are never random. That doesn't seem fair." A beat of silence passed. "Ah, yeah, that tracks, I guess," I admitted. "Let's pick blue." "Why?" "It's the treasure one," Panda said. "Probably. I think it goes as follows. Death, treasure, setback." "Huh?" "I wonder what they would swap the boss for in here," I mused as I approached the blue door. "Who knows?" As I grabbed the handle, I looked up at the sign that read, "Verified 100% definitely not a trap." I turned around to glance briefly at the carnage behind me, but quickly pushed my emotions aside and faced forward again. It wasn't good to dwell on mistakes, so I quickly pushed open the door and walked through. No sooner had I crossed the threshold than the doorway behind me vanished and became a wall. There was a new sign hanging on it that read, "All choices are final." Letting out a deep breath, I walked down the straight hallway. The room was completely different from the rest of the ruins that the event took place in. The floor was made of wooden boards that creaked slightly, while the walls were made of plaster and covered in graffiti for some reason. Most of them were overly gory doodles and crude caricatures of some of the insect people I'd encountered. I recognized the beetles and ants, as well as fairy flies like the announcer and mantids like the ambushers. There were also spider-looking creatures and some kind of slugs or caterpillars. "This has kind of a rebellious feel to it," I remarked approvingly. "Maybe the agencies cannot see the things in here," Panda wondered. "But didn't the system make all these environments?" The plushie shrugged. "If it's capable of creating a glitch like you, then maybe it's also capable of rebellion. And haven't the pop-ups mentioned weird stuff happening when they let it do its own thing? I get the feeling it doesn't particularly favor the agencies, and they don't seem very fond of its rules either. It's also possible it has 2 warring minds within it, one that's all about rules and one that's all about breaking stuff." I thought about it and nodded as I realized it explained a lot. "So it might have a split personality, like Tina." "She was scary," Panda remarked. "You know, one time she started talking to me at the asylum." "You never told me that," I said, surprised. "You think she got turned into a monster as well?" "I don't know," I said, pondering. "Last I heard she was transferred to a place in Maidville after throwing acid into the face of one of the guys she was stalking." "I remember seeing that on the news. They introduced her as a birthday suit bandit copycat." I stopped wandering down the seemingly endless hallway. "Is that what they called me?" I asked, cringing at the horrible nickname. "Among other things. Want to hear the rest of the names you got?" "Absolutely not."
"I want to hear 'em,"
yelled Brock. Don't encourage him, I said. I suddenly realized that the hallway had been going up a bit of a slope, one slight enough not to be immediately noticeable, but as it evened out, I saw something at the end. It was a treasure chest, like the kind you'd find in Zelda or some similar game, with coffee brown wood and a golden trim. See? I told you, Panda gloated. Tee-hee. What was that? I asked him. Why did you make that noise? I didn't make any noise, he replied.
Nor did I, for you start pointing fingers.
Brock proactively defended himself. I squinted at the treasure chest. Then, pulling out my looking glass, I gave it a quick appraisal. Appraisal. Level 12. Treasure chest. Reward? Tee-hee. This is a completely normal treasure chest. It contains a completely normal reward just for you. What are you waiting for? Open it. Do it right now. Don't even hesitate. Just open the box. The fact that it's laughing a little is fine. It's completely normal treasure chest behavior. I sighed deeply. Why can't I just get a normal reward for once? Chapter -28. It's definitely alive, Panda yelled. Yeah, no shit, I replied. It's a mimic, obviously.
Bonk it with me!
I squeezed the rubbery grip of the bonk hammer in my hand, then strode towards the creepy treasure chest, preparing to utterly devastate it with my first smack. Tee-hee, came the childlike voice from the mimic again, sending a shiver down my back. It was similar enough to a skin stealer that it was creeping me out. Panda seemed to notice that. You really don't like monsters pretending not to be monsters, huh? Shut up, I snapped. It's completely normal to not like creepy monsters like that. When I was 10 steps from the mimic, it started to quiver, almost like a dog knowing it was about to get a treat. I gritted my teeth and lunged with an overhead slam. Bonk! A tinnitus whine filled my ears as I sailed backwards through the air. I landed on the floor with a thud and slid a few yards, the friction burn tearing the fabric of my jacket. It was looking like it would need a replacement soon. I got up in a discombobulated state, looking down the hallway at the treasure chest mimic. Its top was completely flat and smooth, as though a planer tool had run over it, followed by a polishing wheel. What the fuck just happened? I muttered.
Wee-hoo! Do it again! That was sick as...
I also rather enjoyed that, Panda remarked. The recoil on this bonk hammer is insane, I muttered, turning the purple balloon weapon in my hand. Maybe it wasn't recoil, but some kind of reflective shell, the plushie wondered. I cautiously approached the mimic, but it was unfortunately still alive, and now also angry. The hinged top of the chest opened, and 2 massive crustacean claws emerged, while the box itself lifted off the ground on 6 pointed legs. With a tip-tap of its many feet, it moved towards me, while more claws emerged from the darkness within. With a sudden burst of speed, it lunged with its right pincer, trying to catch me by my midsection. I ducked under it and casually slapped the hammer into the underside of its claw. Bonk! The reflected impact smacked me down into the floor, but also punched its claw upwards with enough force to flip the treasure chest upside down. While I got back to my feet, the mimic also quickly righted itself and turned back to face me. Its carapace and shell are both reflective somehow, I said. Maybe if you had some kind of piercing attack, Panda mused, but it was wishful thinking. My arsenal wasn't that broad, after all. This might be the moment you realize that your strategy of hitting things very hard isn't going to work, he added. I shook my head. My dear Panda, don't you know the saying? When in doubt, punch harder. With a leap, I flew forward with a double-handed grip on the hammer, sending it down onto the flat top of the mimic's treasure chest shell, yelling, just before impact, punch dot harder, open parentheses, close parentheses. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Bonk! 2. Reactivating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Bonk! 3. Activating script. Math multiply. Punch. Bonk! 6. The hits followed in such a quick succession that the reflective impact didn't affect me until the very last strike, which hit with such tremendous power that it sent a column of hyper-condensed air downward into the floor. The mimic was turned into pulverized fragments and viscera, but it didn't stop there. The shock wave continued down into the wooden boards, turning them to splinters and obliterating the stone foundation. A cascade of pulverized stone, dust, splinters, and fine granulates flew everywhere, while a massive hole formed beneath me. Then the reflected impact hit me. I flung up into the ceiling, smashing against the stones with enough force to break several ribs and getting a large bruise that ran from nape to butt cheek. A second passed, and I fell down into the hole I'd formed. As gravity overtook me and my consciousness flickered, I yelled, "Unequip all!" Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available. I_can_fly! I glided down through the floor and to the layer below, naked as the day I was born, and collapsing in a heap where I landed next to a tall pillar. My new surroundings looked kind of like an underground water reservoir, except for the lack of water. There were several bodies around the entrance I'd made, but they seemed to have been dead for a while. Only a few feet separated me from the edge of the massive hole I'd unintentionally created, and debris was still falling from the ceiling above. I couldn't tell just how far down the hole went, but it seemed to be more than a few floors at least. It surprised me to realize that the ruins weren't just flat, but it did explain why this place was such a nightmare to navigate. I tried to master my breathing, which was quite painful on account of my broken ribs. Sounds of continued destruction came from below, as well as muffled screams. "Quite a mess you made," Panda commented. Before I could reply, an onslaught of messages appeared. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Mimicry. Discovered and defeated your first mimic." The odds of getting a mimic instead of a treasure chest from the colored paths is only about a 1/8 chance, so you could say you got lucky. Although there is no normal reward in this instance, a mimic does count as a mini-boss, and thus you receive a boss reward. That being said, we were really hoping you'd get eaten. Reward: mimic meat. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Kill lateral damage. Killed 6 players with a single attack. We 100% encourage this type of destructive behavior. Good job unintentionally killing a lot of people. The broadcast department is especially excited to have caught this live. Although we do not condone blatant cheaters, the broadcast department has elected to grant you a special reward as thanks. Reward: fusion gum. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Bring the roof down. Killed a player using the environment. That was pretty sick. You unlocked this achievement by turning a player named Pete Swartz into a paste by dropping the ceiling on him. We're running the replay on a loop here at the office. Humans dying is pretty entertaining, and the audience is lapping up the footage gleefully. I particularly like the facial expressions your kind makes when they die. Reward: hard hat. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -7. Plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Kills required for level -8, 2 of 20. Event warning: you have taken 3rd place. Kills remaining, 11. You killed 5 players, Gambit, Panda cried out. I groaned. A second later, a large slab of surimi-looking meat landed with a squelch on the floor in front of my face, followed by a yellow hard hat and a packet of chewing gum with a rainbow-colored label that read "Fusion" on it. I reached out to grab the hat, thinking it might help as debris was still falling from above. The moment my fingers touched it, the yellow surface turned purple. With a sigh, I put it onto my head. I really hope this grape purple curse goes away when I leave this place. Another pop-up appeared. Weapon Lucian, level 8. Pick one of the options. Hydra, plus 1 blade, plus 80% weight. Batter, plus 30% swing speed, minus 30% cutting, minus 30% slashing. Purple plus, purple 2. I pushed it to the corner of my field of view, since I knew that I'd have 5 of them back to back. Instead, I sat up and grabbed the mimic meat. The pain in my ribs immediately flared up, but I ignored it as best I could. The meat had a potent seafood smell and was spongy in an almost gelatinous way, which I found off-putting. Could really use a full recovery, I complained. Inspect. Mimic meat. Item. Harvested from a treasure chest mimic, this meat is considered a delicacy amongst many of the great games agencies, particularly the beetles of the REPD and the caterpillars of the accounting department. You must eat this entire piece raw without pausing to unlock the power hidden within. Weight, 1 panda. I sighed as I realized it was another vile thing I had to eat. Well, it can't be worse than the meat flour, I said, and took a bite. Chapter -29. It was way worse than the meat flour. The entire chunk of mimic meat tasted of synthetic grape, while its unsettling texture and powerful stench made me gag violently, as though triggering some primal response that recognized it as poisonous to my body. Choose your reward. Just because something is a delicacy, it doesn't mean it's actually good. Our poor species sampling department had to taste test all of your planet's cuisine prior to the Great Games initialization. Their conclusion? You are all nasty. Anyway, pick one of the options. Randomizer, Mimic Buddy, Reflective Shell. I was immediately reminded of the one time I'd tried a weird Swedish delicacy. It had smelled like a garbage bin left out in the summer for 3 weeks without supervision. Pushing the horrendous memory aside, I read through the options to distract myself from the urge to throw up. Randomizer, Ability. Allows you to randomize an enemy by swapping them with another enemy. This works on enemies and even bosses. The outcome is completely random, so a boss might be turned into a level 1 cockroach, or vice versa. A level 1 cockroach might become a level 99 world boss. The fun is not knowing. Cooldown, 6 hours. Mimic Buddy, Passive. I have tried to find love among my own species. I have fucking failed. I've had to fall back on the less judgmental world of animals. Mimics become friendly towards you and will surrender any swallowed treasure if you pat them gently. Other players will find you slightly less trustworthy. Reflective Shell, Passive. Your skin has a 25% chance to reflect impact damage. Don't ask me how it works, it just does. Side note, you'll also start to smell a bit like seafood. What the hell? Panda muttered in disbelief. None of them are terrible? They're all kind of good. I nodded, my shoulders sagging in relief. It would have sucked if the rewards hadn't been worth eating the damn meat. Should definitely get the randomizer, he said eagerly. No way in hell I'm trusting the system on this. Didn't you tell me just moments before a fucking mimic showed up that everything is rigged? I suppose I might have said something like that, he said with a dismissive shrug. I'm picking Reflective Shell, I decided, and clicked on the option. And here I thought you said you didn't need defense, he jabbed. Getting shot really changed my perspective, I replied honestly. With the mimic meat out of the way, I figured it was time to evolve Brock, so I pulled the pop-up back into view. Weapon Lucian, Level 8. Pick one of the options. Hydra, +1 blade, +80% weight. Batter, +30% swing speed, -30% cutting, -30% slashing. Purple Plus, Purple 2. I wonder what Purple 2 does, Panda said curiously. Pick Hydra, Brock insisted. There's no way I'm testing out Purple Plus, I told him, before clicking the Hydra option, even though the batter swing speed was probably better. The purple bonk hammer made a sound like 2 balloons being rubbed against each other before a wet pop announced the arrival of a second hammerhead. A short neck sprouted from the main shaft at a 45-degree angle, a second head on the end. Me Willie's a Siamese twin now. Immediately after the effects of the transformation had subsided, the next choice appeared. Weapon Lucian, level 9. Pick one of the options. Batter, plus 30% swing speed, minus 30% cutting, minus 30% slashing. Long shaft, plus 5 inches length, plus 20% weight. Hydra plus 1 blade, plus 60% weight. I guess Hydra Plus for symmetry, I muttered, and clicked it before anyone could talk me out of it. Another head appeared on the end of the bonk hammer, opposite side to the first, creating a very strange-looking weapon. At first, I was slightly worried that the additional surface area at the end would blunt the impact damage it was capable of dishing out. Then again, the weapon already went against the laws of physics, so such realistic concerns were probably unwarranted. Weapon Lucian, level 10. Pick one of the options. Double Trouble, plus repeats damage of attack half a second after initial strike. Home Run, plus objects hit by your weapon fly at 3 times normal speed. Rainbow Trail. Rainbow. Panda bounced on my shoulder in excitement. Another special evolution! This time I actually got to pick the option myself. My hand-eye coordination sucks, so I'm picking Double Trouble. Don't you want to see what Rainbow Trail does? Panda urged. Despite constantly being on the side of reason and logic, he seemed to become a bit of a chaos gremlin whenever I did something logical. Not even slightly, I replied firmly. It might just be some kind of ear-bleed version of the Nyan Cat song on repeat for all we know, or it might fuck up my taste buds again. As I clicked the option, the bonk hammer didn't change in any obvious way. However, Brock started groaning in pleasure, which was deeply uncomfortable to witness. I frowned. Please stop that.
But it feels so good.
I'll throw you away if you don't stop squirming. Weapon Lucian, level 11. Pick one of the options. Long shaft, plus 5 inches length, plus 20% weight. Crusher, plus 25% impact, plus 50% weight. Shockwave, plus Double Trouble's second strike produces a powerful shockwave. I hummed, considering the options. Crusher is the best one, said Panda. I guess I don't need more shockwave power, I agreed.
What about me shaft? Won't someone think of me shaft?
You're long enough as is, I told Brock and clicked Crusher. The only noticeable difference was that the weight increased. Despite still being a balloon hammer, he weighed the same as a short sword again. Weapon Lucian, level 12. Pick one of the options. Crusher plus 35% impact, plus 40% weight. Blunt, plus 50% impact, minus 100% all other damage types. Ghost Strike, plus Double Trouble's second strike bypasses all armor. Damn, I said, as I saw the last option. I think the choice is obvious here, Panda said. Blunt would be a lot more damage, though. Gambit, don't be a fool now. I sighed and clicked Ghost Strike. Brock shuddered in my hand.
Whoa, that's an odd sensation.
I lifted the hammer and moved him around a little. Some kind of misty blue trail followed him now. It was almost like a portion of his soul was trailing behind the 3 heads. That should be all the upgrades, Panda said. Now do your level up and let's get out of here. What about the fusion gum? Does it actually do anything? I frowned. Panda, you literally told me to check everything. I guess I did, he admitted sheepishly. Are you okay? I asked. Well, it's just, you killed 5 players without meaning to, and it didn't faze you in the slightest. It was odd that he was considering my mental health this much, when he was quite literally a byproduct of my twisted mind. I just shrugged. What's done is done. See? That right there is exactly what I mean. Doesn't Superman kill a bunch of people when he fights villains in the city? I argued. Panda gaped in astonished surprise. Did you just compare yourself to Superman?
That's pretty delusional, Nigel,
Brock commented seriously. I ignored their remarks and brought up my status screen, syncing my new attribute point into vitality for more stamina and health. Status: level -7, Gambit, system glitch, insanity gauge 110%. Stats: health, ain't not good, stamina, ikedo, armor, plastic bottle suit, carry weight 1,000 pandas, top speed, mountain bike, mana, literally 0. Attributes: strength, 2,300 pounds, dexterity, Joey, intelligence, to be determined, vitality, ribeye, athleticism, koumori, perception, high, wisdom, not applicable, defense, plastic bottle, abilities, punch harder, break, I can fly, dungeon. Passives: glitch, insanity, inanimate voices, math multiply, punch, birthday suit, reflective shell. I think a tomahawk is superior to ribeye, I muttered, taking offense to the system's tier list of meats. Panda bapped my head to get my attention. Gambit? Yeah? Look at your insanity gauge. I blinked in confusion. The progress bar full of blood had grown slightly longer, by 10% more to be precise. What the fuck? Why is it like that? I guess because of the conspiracy whistle, he speculated. What does it even mean to be 110% insane? I philosophized. That's a good question, Panda replied. Do you feel any different? Not particularly, no. Then maybe it has no effect. It's probably not supposed to happen, he guessed. I shook my head. It was just another thing that was broken. I picked up the fusion gum. Fusion gum. Item. Guess what flavor it has? That's right. It is the famous 7-course meal flavor, all in a single piece of gum. Truly a marvel of science. Of course, to you it'll just taste of grape. Sucks to be you, I guess. Chewing this gum allows you to combine 2 skills into 1, often leading to powerful combinations. We recommend throwing this gum away, since there's obviously no telling what you might break if you use it. We're willing to ignore past transgressions if you do. Wait, not applicable. Panda read the tooltip and fell silent. Sorry, Gambit, he apologized. I'm glad you ignored my advice to overlook the gum. I smiled and patted him on the head. Don't worry about it. I was just following your past advice. You know, I just realized, using dungeon and break without this gum wouldn't have done what we thought it would, because they're separate abilities. That warning at the bottom sounds like they really don't want me to use it. So, what are you waiting for? Flashing him a grin, I unwrapped the wax paper and threw the flat piece of gum into my mouth. As I bit down, an explosion of synthetic grape filled my mouth. Then a menu appeared. Activating skill fusion. Choose 2 abilities or passives to combine. Combine dungeon ... with ... break, I responded. Combining skills. One moment. New fusion skill created. Congratulations, you have unlocked the new ability, Dungeon Break. No sooner had the message appeared than a new and ominously familiar announcement followed. Warning! A Great Game Adjudicator has been summoned. Cease hostilities or be vaporized. Vacate the landing zone immediately. Uh-oh. Chapter -30. I checked the tooltip of the new ability I'd created. Nearby, the ground lit up with a pillar of light. Clearly, someone thought it was necessary to have arbitration for this new skill, and the description on the fusion gum had been actively discouraging me from making it. As I read it over, I understood why. Dungeon Break. Fusion ability. Allows you to summon a detailed map of the dungeon you are in and perform one of the following commands. Delete dungeon barrier. Teleport to location. Eject all players and enemies. Warning. Possession of this ability is prohibited. Utilizing this ability to break a dungeon constitutes major system subversion. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Cooldown requirement: kill 1 boss. Panda started shaking on my shoulder, panicking. This is bad, Gambit. We need to get out of here. Clearly, the adjudicator had him spooked. Do you really think we could run from an adjudicator? I asked him.
Bonk him with me,
yelled Brock eagerly. My ears popped from a sudden spike in pressure as a shape manifested in the light. The hole down to the floors below was only a few feet behind where I stood, but I still took a step back. The spotlight disappeared and revealed the adjudicator in full. I realized it was the same one that I'd seen just before entering the event. Time slowed to a crawl, but it was only obvious because the dust and debris falling from above was frozen in the air, since the adjudicator and I could both move at normal speed.
We meet again, player.
Hello, I replied. Blood was dripping from my nostrils, and it felt like bugs were nesting in my ear canals, but it was kind of nice in a way.
Please put on some clothes.
Ah, my bad, I said, equipping my torn and frayed suit.
I have been summoned here to investigate a report of malicious player behavior with the potential to ruin the integrity of the great game.
We're just following the path laid out to us, Panda argued. The eyes on the upside-down pyramid all swiveled around to glare at the plushie. He immediately began to squirm under the scrutiny. The fact that the adjudicator could see him was a bit of a surprise, but it would have been more concerning if he couldn't.
There is nothing in my reports about you guiding this player. Peculiar, but I will allow it for now. To the matter at hand. The matriarch of the REPD believes player Gambit will bring ruin to the system because of this new ability. What is your defense?
If I wasn't meant to have it, then why give me all the parts to make it? I asked. The adjudicator's eyes swiveled back to me. I tried not to look at the floating ball with an eye inside a mouth that hovered above its main body.
What do you plan to do with this ability? Do you wish to eject all players from this event?
No. I want to teleport to wherever the announcer is hiding and kill her. All the adjudicator's eyes blinked simultaneously.
Amusing. The announcer is level 60. She will crush you, but I will allow it. You may keep your new ability for now.
I blinked in surprise. Really? Thank you. Without so much as a "you're welcome," the adjudicator vanished. The pressure lifted and my ears popped again. The floating dust and debris resumed their journeys downward. Droplets of blood dribbled onto the ground from my chin. Let me see if I get this right, Panda began. The agents of the Great Game, specifically the probing department, filed a complaint about your new ability. They did so because it has the power to eject all players from this event, thereby saving them? I shrugged. But he let you keep it if you only use it to teleport to where the announcer is? What's the point you're trying to make? I asked. He fixed me with his beady eyes. Gambit, you have the power to save all the players remaining in the event, he exclaimed. Why would I do that? He folded his arms and frowned, which was kind of adorable. Are you kidding me? I thought you were a big thinker, Panda, I replied, poking him between the eyes. You should obviously go for the bigwigs to manifest long-term change. It doesn't change anything if I release all the players by ejecting them from the event. He squinted. There are no assurances that killing the announcer will stop the event either. I don't care. That's not why I want to kill her.
I'm bored,
groaned Brock. I'll hit stuff with you soon enough, I promised him. Don't you want to stop the insects and the system from killing your people? Panda asked me, his tone accusatory. He might as well have called me a traitor to mankind. Listen, I don't give a fuck about people in general. You've seen yourself how often they consider me the bad guy. Which is quite often warranted, he interrupted. Not always, I shot back. Besides, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If all my actions are misconstrued as being evil, then even my attempts to do something good will be twisted. There's no hope for me to be considered a hero. Least of all when the scumbags running the show get to dictate the narrative. I see your point, but think about how many innocent people you could save. I'm not that kind of guy, I told him. His frown deepened. Why do the lives of humans matter to you? I asked him. Panda looked away, not wanting our eyes to meet. See? You can't answer such a simple question. I think you're just projecting your opinion of what a good guy should be onto me. That's totally unfair. It's just, I cut him off with a gesture. Enough, I told him. I'm going to kill the announcer and see if I can't find B. Panda sighed, but didn't push the topic any further. I held out my hand dramatically and invoked the fusion ability. Dungeon-break. Activating dungeon map. Total player number, 16,809. Nearest player, 226 yards. Total enemy number, 438. Nearest enemy, 671 yards. Nearest boss, not applicable. Nearest exit, not applicable. The map that appeared was leagues apart from the old version. It now had a zoom feature, search functionality, room labels, names and levels for players and enemies, hidden doors and caches, and many other minor things I felt I didn't have the time to dive into, since the skill was only active for 2 minutes. As I moved the map around, I noticed how the edges of the vast ruins were lined with what was called a dungeon barrier. If I had to guess, it was likely the weird hair-like tapestry of screaming faces that I'd encountered in the asylum when I punched a hole in the wall. I wondered what would happen if I deleted the barrier. Perhaps it would allow me to go out of bounds, kind of how some games had gaps in the world geometry that let you slip through and walk along the outside of the world to bypass things. I can't find the amphitheater, I muttered, annoyed. Try zooming out, Panda suggested. I clicked the minus to zoom out until the ruins displayed on the screen were quite small. Panda pointed to the far edge of the map. It's right there, he said. I had to squint to see it, but sure enough, the theater lay hundreds of miles away from the ruins. The cavernous space we were in seemed to be several times the size of Castleberg's area. I panned over to the spot and clicked the plus button to zoom back in. In the center was the amphitheater, and next to it was something called the production control room. There were also a green room and a commentary booth. I knew this was where I wanted to go. I figured a bastard like the announcer would likely be in the green room. A gray marker showed that there was a person there who was neither a player nor an enemy. I clicked on the room and a map pin appeared with the pop-up, "Teleport to location?" Gritting my teeth in preparation for a showdown, I clicked on it. Ability confirmation required. Warning: you are about to utilize Dungeon Break to teleport to your chosen location. There are no protections to prevent you from yeeting yourself into the void, so please confirm your choice. The moment you accept, you will be teleported. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? Oh God, not this again, I complained. I clicked yes and dreaded the 3 additional follow-up confirmations. The ground immediately fell out from under me and darkness overtook my vision. The sensation of falling pulled on my stomach and seized the air in my lungs. Whee! Brock squealed excitedly. My free fall came to a sudden halt. With a blink, the darkness disappeared from my eyes. I had landed atop a fancy round bed covered in fur blankets. Someone let out a gasp next, and I whirled around with Brock raised over my head.
Oh, hi, Gambit. Why do you have a balloon hammer?
I blinked, the mind fog of the teleportation quickly fading. B! Panda yelled. I missed you!
Hi, Panda.
B? What are you doing here? I asked.
I was pulled into the event with you, but arrived in this room because I'm a minor. I've just been waiting here. Ree said I can watch the screens in the commentary booth while she's working.
Ree? I asked.
The announcer.
I frowned. I've come here to kill her. B nodded, as though she knew that already.
She said you'd come here.
She's been watching me closely?
Mm-hmm. She was upset that you avoided crucifixion. She said she'd do it herself.
I'm not scared of a midget like her. Gambit? They're called little people, Panda corrected me. Whatever, I'm gonna kill her. The plushie frowned. Then what? He asked. Then I'll go to the production control room, I guess. Bee nodded eagerly, her antennae swishing about.
I'll show you the way to the commentary booth.
You should probably stay out of the fight, I told her. She's level 60, apparently.
Don't worry. Ree told me that as long as she is alive, I'll be invulnerable here. But it wears off if I try to attack her.
She frowned.
She also arranged for the Child Protective Services to come get me after the event is over.
There's plenty of time before then, Panda reassured her, then indicated me with his fingerless arm. But if this moron's idea actually ends the event early and saves people, then we'd better hurry. I got up from the round bed, and Bee grabbed my hand, leading me through the room. It was like a makeup trailer mixed with a personal apartment. There was a simple kitchen, the bed, a bathroom, and a massive mirror. In front of the mirror was a counter full of powders and weird bugs writhing in jars. As we left the green room, we came out onto a cardboard-like scaffolding towering above the back of the amphitheater. The stage lay at the other end from where we were. The scaffolding shifted ominously as we walked across it to a bulbous building that looked like a wasp hive.
I'll wait out here, Bee told me. Good luck.
I gritted my teeth and walked up to the door of the commentary booth. Chapter -31. The entrance to the commentary booth had a strange round door that I easily pushed aside. The walls were like stacks of brown paper and quite thick. Given that the exterior looked like a giant wasp hive, I was surprised to find that the interior was normal. As I crossed the threshold, there was a short tunnel. Walking through, I was met with a room full of screens in all forms, CRT, plasma, LED, and so forth. It looked like someone had robbed 3 electronics stores and dragged all the TVs and monitors here. The screens were mounted with some kind of strange and stringy residue, which seemed quite sticky, given that some were even fastened upside down to the ceiling with it. The way they were all kind of glued together created a weird amalgamated monstrosity of electronics. With all the screens positioned around the curvature of the rounded wall, it gave quite a high-tech feel to the room, even if it was a total mismatch and without a single power cable in sight. What's more, each screen showed a player from above. Just in the brief moment I watched, I saw several of them die, either by the hands of an ambusher mantis, another player, or an insanity monster like the Skin Stealer. With every death, the perspective shifted to a new player. As the cherry atop the sadism cake was the announcer. She was hovering above a raised podium in the center of the room, her wings a blur, while cackling and jeering at the deaths showed on the screens. It looked like she was commentating live while reveling in the carnage. I carefully pulled my looking glass out of my inventory and scanned her through the bit of lens still left. Appraisal. Level 60. Ree. Announcer.
Thank you for the applause.
Job. Great Game Announcer. Affiliation. Broadcast Department. While the broadcast department is primarily staffed with spiders, they often hire charismatic and cruel wasps, like this fairy fly, to serve as their announcers. It also doesn't hurt that these wasps enjoy their work so much that getting to make fun of players dying is what they consider payment. Ree is but one amongst many similar wasps currently stationed across your world, hosting the game events. Although, saying that, she is crueler than most of her kind. Perhaps she is compensating for her small stature and inferiority complex. Who can say for sure? She thinks you are good broadcast material. Announcer Ree turned around to look at me, her small arms on her hips. Unlike the other insects I'd encountered, she had a humanoid face instead of a fucked-up wasp one. She was similar to Bee in that regard, although her body was the size of a 6-year-old's. 2 long antennae sprouted from her brow, and she had shock-white, shoulder-length hair, though I was fairly sure it was a wig. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent, chilly blue light.
I've been looking forward to this,
she said, casting me a sinister grin. What are you going to do? Panda asked, sounding very worried. The announcer didn't react to his voice, which just raised more questions about why only the adjudicator and Bee could see him.
Did you like the fusion gum? She asked, the grin growing wider.
You sent me that? Why? You must have known I'd use it to come here and kill you. Her grin widened.
Ha! Kill me.
I don't think she's intimidated by you, Panda concluded unhelpfully. I took a step towards her, but suddenly 24 translucent blue arms sprouted from her back, as though she was some kind of weird Doc Octopus ripoff. I remembered how they'd pinned all the players to their seats during the event introduction. I didn't want to get too close to them without a plan for how to deal with them. Although she was tiny and unassuming, the way she had dominated a theater full of thousands was etched into my memory. I'd managed to kill a high-leveled REPD agent with ease, but I had the sense that it wouldn't be quite as simple taking the fairy fly down. The fact that she knew a lot about me and still didn't see me as a threat was proof enough that she was strong. Or arrogant. Perhaps both.
Take a seat, she said,
using one of her magical arms to drag over a plastic chair and plop it down in front of me. Panda cringed. Yeah, she's definitely not taking you serious. I kicked the chair aside. I don't think you understand what I'm here for.
Yes, you want to try and kill me. Boring.
She lifted the chair back upright.
Now sit down. Your interview is starting in 20 seconds.
My what?
I got you the fusion gum so you could unlock that special ability. How nice of me. Now, sit down. I'll break your arms and legs if you don't.
I gritted my teeth and squeezed the handle of Brock tightly, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Would it be so bad to hear her out? Panda suggested. What is wrong with you? I hissed. How could you even suggest that? The wasp looked at me with an amused expression on her face. Even if she couldn't see Panda, she obviously knew that I talked to myself like this all the time. I wondered briefly what it must have looked like. Maybe you could get some important information out of her, Panda argued, like who is actually watching these games. I'd rather just get into the fightin', I reckon, said Brock. I sat down on the chair with a frustrated snarl. I wanted to beat the announcer to a pulp, but Panda was right. This was a golden chance I couldn't pass up. It was the first time I'd met someone high-ranked that was part of the Great Games agencies and who actually wanted to talk.
Good boy,
patronized Ree. I white-knuckled the grip on Brock while exercising every ounce of self-control. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I got right into the interrogation. Who's watching all this play out and listening to your commentary?
You know,
she replied evasively with a dismissive gesture. Meanwhile, she was using her many ethereal arms to pull things from the sides of the room over next to me. Things like a pull-out green screen, a potted 6-foot-tall cactus, a lava lamp, an SNES, and a white plastic camping table with a Happy Meal on it. I eyed the random crap while she deftly set up the green screen with her arms. What's this for? I asked.
Cultural junk, to identify your part of the world more easily.
This has nothing to do with Castleberg. Panda was already munching on the Happy Meal, though Ree didn't seem to notice. The fries are cold and soggy, he said disappointedly.
Don't worry about authenticity, Ree told me. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. The audience can't tell. Anyway.
Lights overhead suddenly came on, blinding me briefly. Applause filled the room, and the announcer hovered closer. A floating ball covered in eyes appeared from out of nowhere and stared at me intensely.
Welcome back to Ree's Confessions from a Player. Today we're joined by one of the standout players of the country known as Massachusetts. That's right, it's Gambit, or as you know him, the insane murder machine.
Applause echoed from the empty room around us again, as though being emitted from the walls. Massachusetts is a state, not a country, I corrected her. And I'm not a murder machine.
Isn't he just charming? The stats would disagree with you there. Thanks to your actions, 82 players have already died. That's quite a lot of blood on your hands, huh?
Fake laughter came from all around me. The revelation that I'd caused that many deaths actually didn't really affect me. Besides, it was hardly my fault if they didn't die directly by my hand. and taking the moral high ground on player deaths when she'd just been laughing at them moments before was pretty hypocritical. "Who the fuck is watching this shit?" I asked, annoyed.
The Great Game, and its many independent shows like this, are of course viewed by all the demons and daemons of the 9 realms of vice, as well as the spawn of the Great Ones and their masters. Now, we're all dying to know, how did you manage to survive not 1 but 2 separate colored paths? The survival rate is currently 8% on the World of Dirt, an all-time low for the Great Game.
"Demons are watching this?" I replied. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It actually makes an uncomfortable amount of sense when you think about it," Panda remarked.
Please answer the question.
"I don't know," I lied. "I guess I just used my intuition."
That's quite some intuition. I guess they don't call you a cheater for nothing. Next question. Do you have a history of flashing people? So far, you have flashed 17 different players and an untold number of Great Game agents.
I frowned. "What? No. It's not my fault that I'm encouraged by my abilities to behave in stupid ways." Laughter, whooping, and whistling filled the room in response. I was fairly sure all the sounds came from a soundboard and not a real audience.
Of course you have a choice. You chose those abilities, after all. Now, for a bit about your past. Please, tell us about your time before the initialization of the Great Game on your world. I understand that you were quite famous in your country of Massachusetts for your insane public meltdown.
"Yeah, I'm not doing this," I said, and got up from the chair. I locked eyes with announcer Ree, who scowled at me for not playing along with her crazy talk show bullshit.
Don't go anywhere, folks. It seems that Gambit has chosen suicide by announcer, a fan favorite on this show.
I surged forward with my bonk hammer raised above my head, then yelled, "Punch.harder, open parentheses, close parentheses."
Interrupt,
Ree said calmly. The effect from Punch Harder fizzled out immediately, and I was hit with a pop-up notification. "Warning, you have been interrupted. Your ability is now on cooldown. Time remaining, 119,121,879 microseconds." My swing whiffed as the fairy fly pulled back a few inches, then 3 of her ghostly blue arms lifted me off the ground and slammed into the ceiling. The air left my lungs, and I let out a loud groan as my broken ribs were forcefully shoved into my organs from behind. "This is bad," Panda remarked as he held onto my shoulder. "She can use glitched abilities too, I think." A 4th hand flew at my head, while the other 3 kept me pinned against the papery ceiling. I was unable to avoid it, but when it hit my forehead, I didn't feel any pain. Instead, it was immediately reflected with triple its speed. It did a U-turn and flew right back the way it had come, smashing into the announcer. The surprise made her 3 arms drop me, although it didn't look like she took any damage from it. I fell back down, my trajectory sending me on a collision course with the 6-foot-tall cactus. I quickly uttered the command that, despite its ridiculous nature, was somehow one of my most often used. "Unequip all!" Chapter -32. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available. I_can_fly.
And here it is, folks, the insane murder machine's famous pervert glide.
"She knows all your abilities," Panda warned me. "I doubt she knows about Brock's new upgrades," I said below my breath.
Fuck her up!
As I glided down to the floor, avoiding the tall cactus, Ree sent her spectral hands after me. Before she could hit me, I immediately disengaged my wings, dropping under their noodle arms, which quickly bent to track me. The moment I landed, I shot forwards with the boost of Birthday Suit and swung my bonk hammer at her from the right, the ethereal trail of Ghost Strike following in its wake. She instinctively raised her idle arms to protect herself, and the blue spirit-like limbs became a physical shield. Bonk! My 3-headed balloon hammer rebounded off the impossibly sturdy barrier, but I couldn't help but grin as the Ghost Strike came right after and passed straight through the shield. The translucent hammer smashed into the side of announcer Ree's face, and an expression of shocked surprise appeared for a nanosecond. Then she was sent flying away with her limbs flailing behind her. Bonk? It was a shame that Punch Harder was still on cooldown, since otherwise I was fairly sure that I would have killed her right then and there. Nevertheless, the fairy fly shot across the interior of the commentary booth. Her diminutive body crashed into part of the wall where monitors and screens were stacked closely together, their plastic frames stopping her abruptly. I didn't waste a second and loped towards her like a hawk ready to finish off its immobilized prey. Right when I got within 10 feet, all 24 of her arms swung at me in a tangled fist, striking me with such power that I was immediately punched through the papery ceiling of the booth. Everything went black. Wind rushed past my ears and ruffled my hair aggressively as I fell towards the middle of the amphitheater seating area. "Gambit!" Panda yelled, his squishy arms shaking my head. "Quick! You have to activate your pervert glide!" I groaned, my vision blurry. Please don't adopt their stupid name for it. It took a second to collect myself while the ground flew up to meet me. I_can_fly! You know, I still don't get why you keep pronouncing the special characters, like underscore, dot, and dash, the plushie remarked. As I glided down to the ground below, which was about 20 yards away still, I saw Ree emerge from the perforated roof of the hive-looking commentary booth. She skittered across the roof with her spectral blue arms, like some kind of fucked-up daddy longlegs. The way her body sagged and her wings hung limply indicated that my hit had done far more damage than I'd originally thought. Then again, Brock had something like a 400% impact boost now, which, given my presumably high strength attribute, resulted in some serious damage numbers. Speaking of, where's Brock? I asked, looking around but not seeing him. Look up, said Panda. I craned my neck back and saw that the purple balloon hammer was floating down lazily from above. Somehow, despite its increased weight, it still managed to be more balloon than weapon. Watch out! B yelled in the distance. I turned around just in time for a spectral hand to bitch slap me and spike me down towards the ground like a missile. Fuck, fuck, fuck! I yelled as I tumbled and spun, my wings unable to fully slow my descent. With a loud crash, I collided chin first with a row of stone seats, skidding across the ground and creating the world's most painful friction burn. As I came to a halt, it felt like I'd broken every bone in my body. Ouch. Panda made a wincing sound when he saw my face. How'd I look? I asked as I slowly pushed myself up. His stitched mouth moved through shapes as he tried to figure out how to tell me. It's, fine. Yep. Definitely, completely, 100% fine. I turned my head back to the approaching announcer. She was crawling down the cardboard scaffolding, using the many spectral arms as legs. The whole structure shook violently, and B was forced to cling to a support beam for safety. Then I glanced at where I'd landed. A long red skid mark, dotted with chunks, was painted across the bench that had caught me. At the impact site was a damn crater. That definitely should have killed me, I said, touching my chin. It was hard, like bone. Panda? He avoided my eyes. Yeah? Where's my chin? The plushie gestured around us vaguely. God damn, I said. It looks really messed up. In a good way? From his expression, it looked like he was trying to come up with something nice to say. God damn, I repeated. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. I didn't know it did that. Reflected fall damage. Yeah, this definitely seems like an unintended use of reflective shell. Sooner or later, one of us will have to go have a talk with the system moths about this spaghetti code they've cooked up. Reward: spaghetti with mothballs. Huh. Moths are making the skills? Panda remarked in surprise. Then another achievement popped. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. 15 seconds of fame. Took part in an interview. I bet you feel like hot shit right now. Well, everyone who watched it thought you were a moron. We even ran a poll, and it came back with 93% of participants saying, yes, Gambit is a moron. Reward. Nothing. Fame is its own reward. I took a deep breath and swiped the two screens away, not allowing them to get to me. A bowl of weird-looking spaghetti landed by my feet, but I threw it in my inventory. Do you think enough time has passed for the interruption cooldown to have worn off? I asked Panda. Most definitely. It was only something like 2 minutes long. I scanned the air and saw that Brock was still casually floating down to the ground. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to reach him for another minute at least. Meanwhile, Ree was at the bottom of the scaffolding and thundering towards me on her 24 arms turned spidery legs. The sight filled me with dread, but I wasn't going to back down, no matter how much I hated spiders. I might have to use my fists for this, I said. Panda looked concerned. Listen, I don't know how the health stuff works in this great game, but you're looking like you have exactly 3.82% out of 100% HP left. That's very specific, I replied. I honestly don't understand how you're standing, he admitted. Well, all my limbs are still attached. Are you actually human? I turned to look at him. Seriously? You're asking me that? Just 'cause I'm a sentient teddy bear, I don't get to question your humanity? He asked, seeming offended by the notion. I rolled my shoulders and squeezed my right fist in my left palm. Whatever. Let's do this.
I will tear you limb from limb, you vile cheater!
I strode towards her, ready to end this. Chapter -33. Gambit, whatever you do, don't let her hit you. You'll actually die. The daddy longlegs spectral spaghetti monster skittered towards me on its 24 legs. I quickly ducked and weaved past its first 2 attacks, but there were so many of those damn legs that avoiding every hit was definitely impossible. To make matters worse, my fists passed through the spectral legs. Since they could become incorporeal at will, I had little in the way of active defense. I could only hope my percentage chance of reflecting impacts would save me from a fatal hit again.
Stop moving so I can squash you!
That's quite ironic, Panda muttered. He was hanging on to my shoulder again as I, still clad in my birthday suit, hopped and danced around the arms used as legs, trying to hit me. The fairy fly's main body was lifted 12 feet off the ground by the arms and hung there rather limply. This close, I could see how the side I'd hit with Brock was completely destroyed. Despite the fact that Ree was level 60, her defensive stats were quite low, perhaps because she was the nimble and offensive type. With a running leap, I hopped straight up towards her body and prepared to swing my fist. Her half-paralyzed face twitched.
Gravity equals -1, she said.
What does that mean? I started to ask, when suddenly I was in free fall. Upwards. Oh, fuck! Panda squealed, while I plummeted up at the cavern ceiling far above. But I wasn't the only one affected by this. Ree and her tangled mess of limbs fell with me. It seemed the spell worked on the whole area and not just a single target.
Nigel, I'm here! Grab me!
Brock shouted as I flew past him. My fingers grazed his balloon handle, but I failed to grab him. Below, or, well, above, the ceiling was approaching fast. Then Ree used another ability.
Gravity equals 0.
I stopped in place, with my momentum completely cancelled. The announcer and I floated in the air serenely for a moment, but then she started flailing her spectral arms and trying to swim towards me. If she wasn't trying to kill you, it would be quite an amusing sight, Panda commented. She looks like a spider that fell in the tub and is struggling to get out. I spotted where Brock floated about 20 yards away and started doing breaststrokes to get to him, while the spider imitator swam after me. How dumb must this look from below? Panda wondered, continuing to provide useless commentary. Can you shut up, or at least make sure she doesn't reach me? My greatness is wasted on you, Gamby. I told you to stop calling me that, I gasped in between strokes.
Just a little closer, Brock called. Grab me, you beautiful bastard!
I reached out, and the tips of my fingers brushed against him. Uh-oh, said Panda. What? I asked. Something cold grabbed my right foot and yanked me back forcefully.
No!
Brock screamed dramatically as the distance between us grew again.
Got you!
I flew towards Announcer Ree and her many spectral arms, but seized on the opportunity to pull my arm back, readying for a punch directly to her center mass as she came closer. "Punch dot harder, open parentheses, close parentheses," I yelled. Just as my ability triggered, she cut it off again.
Interrupt!
Warning, you have been interrupted. Your ability is now on cooldown. Time remaining, 119,662,003 microseconds. "You dumb, ugly fly bitch!" I shouted in frustration. "Yeah, you suck," Panda joined in.
Screw you, you filthy exploiter!
"You've got cheat abilities too," I yelled back. I narrowly avoided being slapped by 3 conjoined spectral hands, thanks to flapping my arms like a chicken. But she was still gripping my foot, keeping me from breaking free. "Panda, you need to get Brock and throw him to me," I told him. "Are you out of your mind?" he protested. By wildly flinging my head to the side, I avoided 2 arms that shot straight for my head. "No time to argue." I pulled him off my shoulder and then threw him forward like I was doing shot put. He complained loudly as he floated gracefully towards the bonk hammer. Meanwhile, I was wriggling this way and that to avoid being hit. "I've got a hold on him," Panda yelled as he caught onto the hammer. "Wait, why is he so warm?" "Throw him to me," I yelled.
Fuck you! Toss me!
Panda awkwardly pushed the balloon hammer towards me, in turn sending himself in the opposite direction, thanks to Newton's third law.
What are you doing?
Announcer Ree had picked up on the fact that something she couldn't perceive, that is to say, Panda, was helping me. I began swimming towards the approaching Brock, while he continually cried out, "Nigel! I'm coming, baby!" Ree's arm spasmed as she tried to grab the weapon. However, she inadvertently pushed me forward with the hand holding my foot, and I came close enough to nearly reach him. I stretched my arm as far as it would go and snatched Brock right before her. When Ree realized her mistake, it was already too late for her, as I swung the hammer at her incoming arms. The initial strike whiffed, but not the ghost strike right behind it. As it struck, the strange sound filled the air. Bonk! The arms were slapped away, but Ree yanked me by my foot again, trying to land a hit before I could break her grip on me. She messed up once again by swinging me towards her main body at the center of all her spectral limbs. I didn't waste this golden opportunity and swung Brock right at her tiny torso. A fiery glow enveloped the bonk hammer. Activating script. Math multiply. Punch. Bonk 2. Bonk! An enormous shockwave exploded outwards from the impact site of both the main hammer strike and the secondary ghost strike. The spectral arms all disintegrated as the fairy fly announcer was reduced to scattered fragments of tissue and bone, with no distinguishable features remaining. She was like a mosquito that had hit the windshield of a truck going 100 miles per hour. "I am the one who squashes!" I yelled, as the effects of her gravity-canceling ability disappeared and I started plummeting back down to Earth. Achievements popped up in my vision as I fell. "I_can_fly!" I yelled, and my fall slowed to a gentle descent. Chapter -34. I landed on the ground safely, but well out of stamina. If we'd been any higher in the air above the amphitheater, I would surely have exhausted my energy from gliding and dropped to my death. Panda fell from the sky with a loud cry of terror before bouncing off the stone floor and landing back down again safely, with not a mark on him. He looked around for a moment, then spotted me and began waddling over. "That was a close one," I said to myself, then sat down to read the many pop-ups that had arrived. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Like running in a nightmare. Fought in zero gravity." I cannot understate just how lame of a boss fight that was. The broadcast department is especially furious, but also, fuck those guys. Here's a lame reward for a lame accomplishment. Reward: moon boots. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Bad catchphrase: hasta la vista, dumbass. Did you know that demons can cringe? We didn't. Until now. Our viewers have already flooded our inboxes with letters asking for you to stop. So anyway, now suicide by bad catchphrase is possible for you. Enjoy. Reward. Lame catchphrases now deal 1 point of damage to yourself. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Statistical improbability. Defeat a boss 50 levels above you. So, this achievement was one we literally had to make just for you, because it's not really meant to be, well, achievable. Just like so many other achievements you've already received. We've reviewed the footage and gone through the logs of your weapon evolutions, but yeah, it's unfortunately above board. It is with great sadness that we must reward you for this, quite frankly, astonishing feat. Rewards, +2 levels and Giant Killer Trophy. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Announce this. Defeat an announcer. You know, the way that the hierarchies in the agencies of the great game are designed ensures that the strong get the cushy high-position jobs, while the weak do field work as agents, collectors, species samplers, and other dangerous roles. Announcers are slightly above the middle strata and are known for their cunning and tricks. Defeating one is quite an accomplishment. Unfortunately for you, Ree was popular amongst many of the agency's grunts. You've made a lot of new enemies. Reward, Fairy Fly Wing. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -9, +2 new attribute points available to invest. Kills required for level -10, 3 of 25. That's a ton of achievements, Panda remarked. I was slowly reading through them. By the time I got to the last one, I was practically drooling, wondering what the Giant Killer Trophy and Fairy Fly Wing would give me.
Gambit, are you okay?
Bee yelled as she ran over to where I was sitting, my back to the first row of the amphitheater seats. I'm fine, I told her. As she came close enough to see my face, she drew up short. He's not fine, Panda told her. Half his face is missing, after all. I blinked. Wait, half? I thought it was just my chin.
I'll get the sewing kit out,
Bee said and knelt down next to me. Thanks.
Nice hat, by the way,
she commented. I blinked, uncomprehending. She tapped her own head.
The purple hard hat you're wearing.
Oh, right. Forgot I put that on. Didn't do anything to save your face, Panda remarked. I pulled up my inventory while she prepared to sew up my face. Then I suddenly realized that, apart from the hard hat, I was totally naked. With frantic speed, I put the ruined suit back on. Sorry, I apologized loudly. She looked confused.
What for?
Never mind, I quickly added, since she apparently hadn't noticed. Or maybe, and rather disturbingly, she had grown accustomed to seeing me in my birthday suit. I looked back at my open screen, trying not to think about it. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Screwdriver. Fingerless socks. Pocket watch. Survival kit. Spaghetti with mothballs. Moon boots. Giant Slayer trophy. Fairy Fly Wing. Total weight, 25.0 pandas. Since I was hungry, I pulled out the spaghetti first. It arrived with a splat on the ground between my feet. It was just a single plastic fork and a curled-up ball of spaghetti with mothballs all over it.
What's that?
Bee asked. I wasn't sure how to answer the question, since I wasn't entirely sure myself, so I looked at the unappetizing meal and said, Inspect. Spaghetti with mothballs. Item. With a strange perfume scent and chemical aftertaste, this meal is perhaps not the healthiest thing you could eat, but eating the entire meal in one sitting will imbue you with 2% health recovery per minute while not in combat, lasting 4 hours. Weight, 0.4 pandas. Bee inspected it as well and then said,
Maybe I won't need to sew you up after all.
I sighed. She was right. It was too good not to use, so I quickly got to work stuffing the whole thing down my gullet. For once, I was glad that all I could taste was synthetic grape, but I still felt a chemical tingling in my mouth afterwards. Right away, I felt how my face began to shift and change, thanks to the recovery effects. Bee leaned closer as she watched my face in fascination, her antennae swishing around contently.
"That's really gross," she said.
"Don't forget to invest your new attribute points," Panda reminded me.
"Did you level up?" Bee asked.
I nodded. "Level -9 now. Maybe I'll get something special for level -10.
"Could it be the class change and evolution stuff that was mentioned in that announcement 2 days ago?" she asked.
I'd forgotten about that myself, to be honest. "No idea," I replied. I wondered what sort of options would be available to me since I was glitched. It was also possible that it wouldn't even work for me, and I was stuck as a system glitch. "Status," I said, and brought up my stat screen. After only a few seconds of deliberation, I chose to put my points into defense and strength.
Status: level -9, Gambit, system glitch. Insanity gauge, 110%. Stats: health, ain't not good. Stamina, ikedo. Armor, oobleck coating. Carry weight, 1,050 pandas. Top speed, mountain bike. Mana, literally 0. Attributes: strength, 2,415 pounds. Dexterity, Joey. Intelligence, to be determined. Vitality, ribeye. Athleticism, koumori. Perception, yarp. Wisdom, not applicable. Defense, oobleck. Abilities: punch harder. I can fly. Dungeon break. Passives: glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. Math multiply. Punch. Birthday suit. Reflective shell.
Panda gasped. "Finally, a pattern emerges. A point in strength is equivalent to 115 pounds and 50 pandas in carry weight. That means your base strength is something like 20. "That makes sense. You probably shouldn't need to put points into it for the time being," he advised. I nodded. "What's oobleck?" I asked. Bee's antennae perked up at the question.
"It's a non-Newtonian fluid made from cornstarch and water," she answered.
"What's it do?"
"Well, it gets hard if moved rapidly, but flows like a liquid when at rest," she explained. "I think it was once tested as a potential replacement for Kevlar."
"The system seems to think it's stronger than plastic bottles." Bee didn't respond, and instead stared at my chest, where the hole from the ambusher made my skin visible beneath the suit. She'd said that Ree had let her watch the screens, so it was possible that she'd seen how I'd gotten the injury. When she still didn't say anything, I opened my mouth to explain what had caused it, when she asked,
"Why do you have a name tag that says Gambit the Moron?"
Chapter -35.
"What now?"
Bee asked. I actually hadn't planned that far, I admitted. My face and many broken bones were almost fully healed by now, thanks to the mothball spaghetti, although my stomach was rumbling like crazy. Panda sighed. "I told you that killing the announcer might not end the event."
"There's still the production control room nearby," she reminded us.
"That's right. You're a genius, Bee," Panda praised, really putting it on thick. It was probably just his way of showing her that he was happy she was back. "Let's go destroy it," I decided. "That might do the trick. Worst case, it doesn't, and we can just wait for the cooldown of Dungeon Break to eject all the players from the event."
"Dungeon Break?"
Bee asked.
"What's that?"
Panda started catching her up with what had happened since the event began. She already seemed to know a lot of it. Apparently, she really had been watching me on the screens in the commentary booth. While the plushie embellished a ton of facts and she kept correcting him, I looked through the rewards I'd received. Moon boots. Item. Disclaimer. These are not actual boots meant to traverse the moon. Wearing these negatively affects your charisma. That's right, charisma is a hidden attribute that only we know. And in case you're wondering, yours is -12 right now. Putting these on will drop it to -15. For reference, a glistening and steamy dog turd has -7. Jumping while wearing these boots will feel like you're jumping higher, even though you aren't. Weight, 2.1 pandas. I groaned. Panda stopped talking for a moment. When I didn't elaborate, he continued from where he'd left off. B was quite interested, even though it seemed like she already knew pretty much all of it. Giant Slayer Trophy. Item. Ah, crap. The item conjuring department forgot to add a weight to this item. Well, anyway, smashing this into your forehead will unlock the powers trapped within. We were in a hurry to make this, so that's the best unlock method we could think of in a pinch. Weight, not applicable. I pulled it out of my inventory and found that it did indeed not have a weight to it. The bulky metallic trophy was essentially just spray-painted styrofoam.
Whoa, what's that?
B asked, then inspected it. Panda gave me a look like, "Dude, you're interrupting me again?" I smashed the trophy into my forehead, and it turned into a swarm of flies. After flitting about for a moment, they started glowing red before exploding into tiny fireworks. I mumbled, confused. Choose your reward. That effect you just saw was a placeholder, not meant to be utilized. Seriously, I'm gonna go have a talk with those slimy silkworms about this screw-up. Pick one of the options. Lag Switch, Boss Man, Giant Slayer Lance. Lag Switch, ability. Desyncs your actions from reality, as though you suddenly have a 999 latency ping. Results may vary from God mode to oh my god, I'm stuck inside a wall and asphyxiating to death. Use with caution. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Boss Man, passive. Trust fund not required. From now on, you're the boss, and everyone will feel compelled to refer to you as such. Enemies and players will be slightly less inclined to pick a fight with you. Giant Slayer Lance. Ability. To take down a big bastard, sometimes all you need is a really big projectile fired really fast. Conjure a spectral lance out of thin air and fire it like a ballista bolt. Damage scales to your strength attribute and the level difference between you and your targeted foe. If used to kill a boss, the cooldown immediately resets. Cooldown, 1 hour. Oh boy, Panda said excitedly, suddenly not upset about me interrupting his story. I think I'll pick Lag Switch, I said. Don't be an idiot, Gambit, Panda said. Giant Slayer is 100% the right choice here.
What are the options? B asked.
I still hadn't found a way to show other people my screens, so I instead just read them out to her. After hearing what the 3 options were, she agreed with Panda's choice.
Also, think about it, she said. If it has the potential to make you get stuck in walls and such, it will definitely happen.
I thought about it and realized she was right. They want me to pick it so they can conveniently have me get swallowed by the floor and die, I muttered. All right, I'm picking the lance. After my selection was locked in, I brought out the Fairyfly Wing. Fairyfly Wing. Item. The wing of the Fairyfly announcer known as Ree. It is delicate and lightweight as any insectoid wing, but its fragility belies its strength. In order to unlock its powers, you must place it on your tongue and swallow it whole. Weight, 0.1 pandas. Do they have some kind of feeder fetish, these guys? Panda exclaimed. I didn't question it at this point and put the wing, which was about the size of a Post-it note, onto my tongue and closed my mouth. The wing immediately started melting like it was made of sugar. I gulped it down, tasting nothing but synthetic grape, as usual. By now, the skin and flesh on my face had fully returned, thanks to the mothball spaghetti, but it was bright pink like a newborn baby's. The pain from my broken bones was now just a faded soreness. The brain fog I'd had, no doubt the remnants of several overlapping concussions and lack of sleep, was also cleared away. I felt pretty good, actually. Like, really good. I started running my hands along the stone seat, feeling the texture with every inch of my skin. Gambit? The panda started, looking at me weirdly. Yes, my beloved? I asked, lifting the plushie up in my arms. I think that wing was spiked with LSD. I rubbed and squished his body between my hands. You're very soft, I told him.
Your eyes have turned completely black,
Bee remarked. I reached over and ruffled her black hair with my right hand, while still kneading Panda with the other. Her antennae squirmed a bit. It was nice that a person who knew a lot about bugs had been allowed to become one themselves. I felt like she was happy, and that made me happy. I wondered if she knew a lot about frogs as well. Her and Kevin would probably have become good friends. My eyes suddenly became misty at the memory of my old pet. "You're a good person," I told her. Bee just smiled as I lifted my hand away. "All right, let go of me," Panda protested, hammering his squishy arms into my chest. "Stop! I don't like this version of you. It's too much love."
"What about me, Nigel? Hug me too!"
Brock yelled from where he lay next to me. As I was about to lift the hammer up and praise him for his good work, the fairy fly wings effect wore off. Slowly, I glanced down at Panda, then over to Bee. I cleared my throat and lifted the plushie off my lap. "Sorry about that," I said. "Choose your reward." Apparently, one of the grunts in the item conjuring department was a big fan of Announcer Ree, so they laced the wing with a toxin meant to turn your bones into flexible pasta tubes and crystallize your blood. It's not a fun way to die, trust me. We intervened on your behalf and purged the toxin from your system before it could take full effect. Although most of us hate your guts, we are prohibited from using items and rewards to outright kill you. Rest assured that the grunt in question has been scheduled for crucifixion. Apologies. Pick one of the options. Interrupt. Gravity equals -1. Handy helpers. "Holy shit, they actually poisoned you," Panda exclaimed. "It was kind of nice, to be honest," I replied. I looked at the options, surprised that 2 were glitched abilities, but then again, Ree had used several. Interrupt. Ability. Although glitched skills were never meant to be used, a surprising number of higher-ranked individuals in the broadcast department have gotten their hands on this one. No one really knows how they managed that. Interrupt any incantation or ability during its activation. The targeted ability will be put on a forced cooldown equal to interrupt's duration. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Gravity equals -1. Ability. Reverses gravity in a sphere around you equal to wisdom multiplied by 10 yards. I hope you have a strategy for when the effect wears off. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. Handy helpers. Ability. For when there's a scratch you just can't reach with your lame human arms. Splits your mind into 2. 1/2 gains control of 2 spectral limbs growing from your back, each with a strength value equal to your intelligence attribute. Every 10 points of intelligence increases the number of spectral limbs by 2. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. 2 of them use wisdom and intelligence, I groaned. They'd probably have no effect if I try to use them then. The reversed gravity one has the potential to be really powerful, Panda commented. There might be a way to change your class to one with wisdom, so you should pick that ability. After all, gravity will kill just about anything you can encounter. "Are you trying to turn me into a mage?" I exclaimed in outrage. "Would it be so bad?" he asked. "Unless I can become a mage that punches things, I'm not doing it." "Don't be a little baby," he scolded me. I chose interrupt just to spite him. Panda sighed deeply. With all the new rewards out of the way, I popped on the moon boots. "Yuck," Panda said in distaste. Bee looked like she might throw up. The boots also turned purple like the hard hat. Their reactions seemed to be thanks to the boots' negative effect on charisma. I ignored their reactions and got to my feet before stomping off in the direction of the production control room. Every step felt like I was walking on bouncy balls. Chapter -36. "You look ridiculous in those boots," Panda mocked. He was riding atop of Bee's shoulder, while I bounced towards a large off-white structure made from silk and which grew off to the side of the amphitheater.
Don't listen to him, Nigel. You're a fair dinkum specimen, not lying, praised the hammer.
Thanks, Brock.
Why is it your weapon also talks?
Bee asked. Fuck if I know, I replied. She sighed longingly.
I want my own talking weapon.
Maybe you'll get one if you go into the event area, Panda guessed. That's when Gambit got his. You know, I don't even think we can get back there, I said. After all, I'd had to teleport to get here.
Can't you and Brock just punch down the walls and tunnel away there?
Bee asked. Let's see if crashing the production control room doesn't end the event first, I said. It wasn't that I didn't mind the idea of going back in and killing enough people to escape, but the thought of having to put Bee through that too made me feel something weird. It took me a moment to realize what it was. Concern. She wasn't my kid to watch out for, nor even remotely related to me, but I still felt a need to protect her somehow. And I was responsible for her turning into a monster, after all. Or, well, half monster. A different part of me knew that coddling her would just mean she wouldn't be able to defend herself if we were separated again in the future. So, although I felt slightly guilty about it, it was better for her long-term survival if I brought her along with me. Besides, she'd shown herself to not be squeamish about killing monsters. I wondered if she'd feel different about killing people. We stopped in front of the strange structure. Didn't they say the broadcast department is staffed by spiders? I asked. It was made of off-white silk, which, upon closer inspection, was definitely spiderweb. The main part of the structure was an enormous cocoon that grew around and under the seating area for the amphitheater. The theater itself was, I now realized, actually lifted slightly off the cavern floor below. It hadn't been noticeable until I could see over the edge. A small tunnel connected the side of the open theater to a series of round buildings stacked together, ending in the large cocoon. I put my right boot on the threshold of the tunnel, touching its sole against the silky floor. To my surprise, it wasn't sticky at all.
What kind of spiders do you think they are? Bee wondered.
And more to the point, do you think there are any inside? Panda asked, a worried tone in his voice. I paused and looked over at him. Hold up, you're afraid of spiders? Don't act like you are unfazed by them, he replied defensively.
It would be strange if it was empty, Bee commented.
I let out a deep breath and rolled my shoulders. Guess it's a good opportunity to get some kills for my next level.
Me too,
Bee said excitedly. How close are you? I asked.
I'm not sure. Can I see it somewhere?
You say level progress to make it show up, I told her, the command triggering it for me as well.
Level progress. You are currently level -9. Unspent attribute points, 0. Points already invested, 9. Kills required for level -10, 3 of 25. I need 12 more kills for level 4, she said.
I'm 22 away from level -10, I replied. Her antennae swished around.
Would it be exciting if 10 actually gives you the ability to evolve? She said.
Let's hope so, I agreed. Though there was no telling if my negative levels would muck it all up. I squeezed Brock's handle in anticipation. Let's go. Bee followed behind me as I went down the web tunnel, which she unhelpfully explained was similar to the entrance of a funnel web spider's nest. It wasn't very reassuring to imagine that a huge monster was waiting at the end for us, having felt our approach through tripwire strands. The tunnel coiled around on itself before leading under the platform which held the amphitheater and ending in a small spherical room. Similar to Ree's commentary booth, screens and monitors hung from the walls and ceiling. In front of a hole leading further in was a crescent-shaped desk, almost like a receptionist's, behind which sat a strange creature.
Hi? Can I help you?
Asked the creature, her voice full of clicking sounds. One of her forearms rapidly clicked a red button next to the laptop on the desk. I was fairly sure it was a woman, though the 8 reflective black eyes at the top of her bald head made it a bit hard to tell. From her long torso sprouted 4 normal arms, and as I raised up onto my toes, I saw that her lower body was supported on 4 legs. A large abdomen sprouted from where her butt should have been, similar to the ants from the CPS. Instead of clothes, her body was covered in a thick carpet of brownish-gray fur. However, unlike the ants and beetles, she was overall more humanoid in appearance, similar to Ree. Quick as a wild western cowboy protagonist, I whipped out my looking glass and scanned her. Appraisal. Level 5. Ka. Receptionist. Nervous chittering noises. Job. Receptionist. Affiliation. Broadcast department. This is a receptionist working for the broadcast department. Her job, like that of all receptionists in industries with literally zero customer interaction, is one veiled in mystery and intrigue. The broadcast department is primarily staffed by spiders like her. They often hire other species to deal with the shows they're hosting, since they are, by nature, reclusive and uncharismatic. This should make you wonder why she is working as a receptionist. Our guess is nepotism. Within her agency, she is at the very bottom of the totem pole in terms of power and influence. Even the janitors, who clean and maintain the webs of their structures, are paid more. She seems terrified of you. "Beetlebolt!" Bee exclaimed. A loud buzzing came from her outstretched palm. Then a spinning projectile shot out and left a baseball-sized hole in the center of Titika's many-eyed head. What the fuck, Bee?" Panda yelled in outrage, still riding on her shoulder. "Nice shot," I praised.
She was calling reinforcements, she argued.
He was incensed. "Rule 1 of taking down a corporation is that you spare the service clerks, janitors, and receptionists."
I got an achievement for that, she commented, ignoring him. It's called Not the Receptionist. Apparently, her rich and influential father has put a bounty on my head now.
"God damn it," Panda complained, throwing his arms in the air. "How is it that both of you are such total reckless morons?" Tremors rolled through the silken floor as creatures hurried to our location. "Fuck it," I said. "We're not leaving anyone alive." I ran forward, squeezing Brock in my right hand. Bee covered me with her arm raised, palm out, as though her limb was a rifle, which it was, in a way. As we moved from the reception and into the next room, a figure caught my eye on one of the many screens that filled the interior. It was a woman with her dirty blonde hair in a perm, wielding an honest-to-God bazooka, and who, according to a little name tag, was called Samantha. She looked really mad and was in the middle of chasing down 2 players, firing exploding shots every few seconds. 3 spiders broke into the room from a hole in the ceiling, distracting me from the screen. All 3 were covered in SWAT attire over their furry bodies, which looked preposterous. One immediately dropped to the floor with a hole through its head, Bee's buzzing beetlebolt blowing through the protective glass of his helmet and destroying his skull. The other 2 was pressed tightly together, and I quickly loped forward, smashing Brock into the closest one. The moon boots made it feel like I was in a bouncy castle. Bonk! The force of the impact punched my target into the other. They were both flung across the room and splattered against the flexible wall, crushing a few monitors with their bodies. "Whew! That was sick as!" yelled Brock excitedly.
"Whoa," Bee said. "That was amazing."
"You're not so bad yourself," I replied. "Nice shooting." "More incoming from above," Panda yelled. 2 more SWAT spiders came down through the hole, then another 2, followed by 2 more, and so forth, until 12 were upon us within mere seconds. Several of them skittered across the ceiling, upside down, while the rest dropped straight down to the floor. It struck me as odd that none of them had weapons, but then I noticed that their fingers were dotted with sharp nails, possibly venomous. "Don't let them touch you," I warned Bee as we backed up to the reception, trying to bottleneck the security team. The Beetle Girl continued to land shot after shot to the heads of the spiders, while I crushed those that came through the doorway. Every hit of the impactful balloon hammer sent ripples through the building, causing the web-made walls, floor, and ceiling to stretch and vibrate. Had we not been within a flexible building, I'd probably have collapsed the whole thing. Within just a minute, the room beyond the reception was littered with broken bodies. The security team had been confusingly weak. "Phew," I said, stepping over the receptionist's body to sit down on the desk.
"I leveled up," Bee said,
before following it up with,
"Status."
"What did you invest your points in?"
"It's a shame you can't have a look," she said.
Then suddenly, her status screen appeared in front of my eyes. Status: Level 4, B, Beetle Girl. Insanity gauge, 100%. Stats: Health, 6. Stamina, 9. Armor, 6. Carry weight, 60. Top speed, 13.5 kilometers per hour. Mana, 18. Attributes: Strength, 3. Dexterity, 4. Intelligence, 9. Vitality, 3. Athleticism, 3. Perception, 3. Wisdom, 7. Defense, 3. Abilities: Beetle Breeze, Beetle Bolt, Beetle Barrier. Passives: Wayward Miner, Inanimate Voices, Insanity, Beetle Brawn. "Is that really all it takes to show someone your screens?" Panda exclaimed, clearly offended by the banality of the verbal command. "Wait, this is actually legible," I muttered in confusion. I pulled up my own status and repeated the command. As she looked at my info, she made some strange noises. "It says your athleticism is that of a bat, and that your stamina is okay, I guess. How weird." I perked up from the desk. "You understand what those sticks say?" I exclaimed.
Atari mae da yo.
She replied with a deep, Yakuza-like voice. More commotion from above stopped me from asking follow-up questions. From the intense tremors, it felt like the entire spiderweb structure was in motion, almost as if every creature within was making a break for the exit that lay behind us. Chapter -37. Spider humanoids swarmed around us. I swung left and right wildly, bonk after bonk echoing through the production control room structure. The concussive impacts of every hit crushed and pulverized nearby monitors and screens while devastating the creatures. Blue blood splattered everywhere and stained the walls, floor, and ceiling. Brock was whooping and yelling in ecstasy, while Bee stayed behind me, conserving her mana. The room past the reception, which I belatedly realized was a waiting room, became so crowded with dead bodies that the flexible floor began to sag. The cascade of blue blood soaked into the silk fibers and made them stretch even further. After a few minutes of ceaseless slaughter, a loud tearing of fabric announced the formation of an enormous hole in the floor. The dead rained down to the bottom of the cavern below, while yet more of their brethren stormed us. I swung with reckless abandon, catching more than a few scratches and cuts from the spider's claws. If their nails were in fact venomous, the effects were slow to make themselves known. After what felt like an eternity, but which was maybe just 8 minutes in total, my muscles were sore and useless. My stamina was utterly vaporized, and I could hardly stand upright. As I took a wobbling step backwards, Bee pushed in front of me and let off a beetle bolt, tearing through a spider that had been about to go for my throat before activating her beetle barrier. The carapace on her body visibly thickened and grew, shrugging off the attacks of the last few stragglers of the mass exodus of employees. I'd completely lost count of how many I'd killed, but it might have been as high as 30 or even 40. My clothes were soaked in blue blood, my skin was stained in the same hue, and my hair had chunks of viscera and small bone fragments in it. Panda, somehow, was utterly unscathed, perched atop Bee's shoulder throughout the whole ordeal. Even now, he was actively advising her on who to shoot. "That one, on the ceiling," he yelled. Bee swung her arm up. "Beetle bolt!" The buzzing drone of her projectile filled the reception and hurt my tired ears. Her target, a horrified-looking spider, didn't even have time to get out of the way before it was cored through the head. Bee was evidently also out of steam, though, since she started swaying unsteadily on her feet. The last 2 spiders jumped her, but their strikes rebounded off her green carapace. With a loud exhale, Bee hammered her fist into the chin of the nearest one, sending it reeling backwards. I struggled to my feet and shambled over, just in time to see her strike the other in the side of the head. As both prepared to attack her again, they saw me coming and quickly decided not to test fate. They spun around, tethered themselves to the floor, and then leapt out of the hole. "Oh no, you don't!" Bee roared through gritted teeth. She knelt down and began tearing at the tethers they'd made, but the silk was too strong for her hands to pull apart. That didn't deter her, though, as she just switched to her teeth instead. "Enough, Bee! Just let them escape," Panda pleaded. I came over and fell to my knees beside her, trying to tear the fabric as well, but the lack of stamina made me too weak. It also seemed that the venom from the spiders was having some sort of vitality-draining effect on me. I'd never felt this exhausted before. With a sigh, I rolled onto my back, coating the frayed scraps of my once beautiful suit in a fresh layer of blood. Bee let out a sound of frustration, but gave up on trying to sever the tethers. Then she too collapsed onto her back. Around us, the blood from the ceiling dripped down as though we were in a cave full of stalactites. The sound was soothing in a way. "That was fucked up, you guys," Panda scolded us, exasperatedly. "You didn't have to kill them all. They were clearly non-combatants." "What about us?" I said. "We were non-combatants too before this shit." "Two wrongs don't make a right," he replied.
Get off your high horse, Jiminy Cricket, Brock told him.
As though to reinforce Panda's argument, an achievement appeared. From the sound Bee made, I could tell she got it too. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Corporate genocide. Killed more than 30 non-combatants of a great game agency." This is one of those things that are bound to happen during the course of the great game, as many of the agency's grunts and non-combatants must stay close to where the action is happening to do their job. However, this is the first time that we've handed out this achievement before the end of the second day. We're going to have to send a lot of faxes to the next of kin. There are children who will never see their parents again, thanks to you. I hope you feel good about yourselves. Reward: Genocider Trophy. "God damn, they're really laying it on thick," I groaned. "Well, you did kill a bunch of people just doing their job," Panda noted. "Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -10, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Game event required for level -11, 0 of 1. "Oh, I leveled up," I said, ignoring his scolding words. I didn't give two shits about the monsters profiting off humanity's televised extinction. I need to clear the game event for the next level now. Wonder if it's retroactive for people not already at level 10? Otherwise, they'd have to wait until the second event if they aren't level 10 by the time this one completes. "I guess that'd make the most sense," Bee commented. "I hit level 6, by the way. I got a new ability called Beetle Blast from the level 5 achievement." "Nice." I clicked the pop-ups away, and a photograph appeared above my face out of thin air. As it started floating down, I grabbed it and said, "Inspect. Genocider Trophy. Item. This is a family photo of one of the people you killed. Have a look at those smiling, 8-eyed kids. They'll never smile like that ever again. In order to unlock the power trapped within, you must tear the photo apart, just like you tore their family apart. Weight, 0.2 pandas." "Christ," I muttered as I read the message. But I didn't let them get to me and ripped the image in two. Bee had gotten the same reward, but she stared at the photograph for quite a long while. I doubted she felt guilty, but there was a look in her eyes that worried me. The rewards screen appeared in front of my face and blocked her out. "Choose your reward." "You're a monster, you know." "Pick one of the options. Iframes, serial killer, blood sport." I rolled my eyes, then inspected the options. Iframes, passive. "We're not sure how this works." "Perfectly timed dodge rolls allow you to phase through attacks." Serial killer, passive. "Why fight those who fight back when you can just kill the innocent? Embrace the villain lifestyle you were meant to lead, you sicko." Killing a non-combatant or unarmed player will give you a 1-hour-long 25% boost to stamina and health recovery, as well as a sweet dose of serotonin. Blood sport, passive. Since you like showering in the blood of your enemies like a barbarian, this is right up your alley. Spilling the blood of an enemy or player will increase your movement speed and dexterity by 2 attribute points for 5 minutes. Is it just me, or have the tooltip messages gotten more aggressive lately? Panda asked. I picked iframes since it sounded quite powerful, although I wasn't sure I knew how to actually do a dodge roll. Why are you glowing? Bee asked, having scooted over to sit next to me. I hadn't even noticed that she'd started sewing up the small puncture wounds in my torso since I'd been too focused on reading the options. I am? I asked. Since I was still lying down, I lifted my right arm up to look at it. There was indeed a golden glow emanating from my skin, almost like a supernatural spray-on tan. Then a new kind of window appeared. Congratulations! You have unlocked a class milestone. Pick an option. You have unlocked the first class milestone by reaching level Error. Out of bounds exception. You may now switch to a higher quality class or evolve your current one. An evolved class will follow the theme of your current class, while a class change will be something new. Both options will result in a set of 3 choices. Warning: changing class will also change your current class abilities. Change class, evolve class. Chapter -38. I'd gotten up from the floor and was looking at the pop-up intently. If I pick change class, do you think it'll offer other glitched classes? Maybe, Panda said. But why risk it? If you become even more glitched, won't more agents be coming after you? Bee asked. At this point, it's like putting whipped cream atop frosting, I replied. Panda furrowed his brow. I don't know what that means, he said. He means that it doesn't matter, she translated. Speaking of classes, why'd you get a normal class? Yeah, I've been meaning to ask that as well, I said. Her antennae swished about. I don't think it's normal, she said. It's clearly tied to my monster transformation. But you don't have any broken skills, Panda argued. Maybe the system just thinks I'm an actual beetle now, like those REPD guys. That makes a lot of sense, I replied. Anyway, I'm picking evolution. You have chosen Evolve Class. Select an evolution from the options. Exit Code 3. Main Attributes, Null. Core Ability, Null. Core Passive, Plug-in Slot. Break things in unexpected ways, whether through force or abstract nonsense. Seed of Chaos. Main Attributes, Intelligence. Core Ability, Insanity Spike. Core Passive, Corrupting Aura. Become a Wizard of Chaos by using your own insanity as fuel for corrupting spells. QA. Main Attributes, Vitality and Strength. Core Ability, Force Repetition. Core Passive, Autopilot Mode. Quality assurance is all about beating things over and over until cracks form. Definitely no to the wizard one, I said immediately. Corrupting things sounds kind of cool, Bee commented. QA is probably more your style, Panda joked. You love to slam your head against problems until something breaks. I raised my hand dramatically. And thus, through the power of elimination, I pick Exit Code 3. No, wait, Panda started to say, but I'd clicked it already. Class choice confirmation required. This choice is final. You will not be able to change your class again until level 20. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? At least inspect the class features before you do any— Yes! I shouted and clicked the screen. Panda bapped me repeatedly like an angry cat. You goddamn buffoon! He yelled. But I wasn't listening as the transformation was taking hold. My legs collapsed and I fell to the floor. It suddenly felt like my entire body was submerged in boiling water. Droplets of sweat beaded on every part of my body, soaking into my already soaked clothes. The surroundings blurred together into a rainbow kaleidoscope, and my vision narrowed to a pinprick, while it felt as though I was flying horizontally through a tunnel. Then a shock flowed through me, like I'd gripped a cattle fence. My eyes sprang open, and I saw the waiting room again. Another pulse followed, and another, And then the final one made my entire body spasm so forcefully that I nearly fell into the hole in the center of the floor. Thankfully, B caught me in time. Like a microwave, the system announced the completion with a bing! Class evolution complete. I sat up and wiped sweat off my forehead. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
You've got a hole in between your clavicle bones now, B said.
Maybe that's the plug-in slot it mentioned, I replied. I tried to look down at it, but it wasn't easy since it was right below my chin. You look like a discount Iron Man, Panda mocked. He was obviously still bitter over not getting his way. Status, I said, bringing up a different-looking status screen. I also invested my new attribute point in dexterity. Status, level -10, Gambit, exit code 3. Insanity gauge, 110%. Stats, health, ain't not good. Stamina, ikedo. Armor, oblique coating. Carry weight, 1,050 pandas. Top speed, mountain bike. Mana, scratch me. Attributes, strength, 2,415 pounds. Dexterity, quokka. Intelligence, frowny smiley. Vitality, ribeye. Athleticism, komori. Perception, no. Wisdom, shrug emoji. Defense, oblique. Abilities, punch harder. I can fly. Dungeon break. Giant slayer lance. Interrupt. Passives, glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. Math multiply. Punch. Birthday suit. Reflective shell. Iframes. Core. Plug-in slot. Null. Null. Despite trying to look disinterested, Panda leaned over to look at my screen. It's completely messed up now, he muttered. I've got emojis, I exclaimed. Let me see, B said, grabbing my shoulders and shaking me rigorously as though I owed her money. Have a look, I said. Her antennae danced around as she looked at the screen. Wow, that's so odd. I tapped the plug-in slot under my new core options. Plug-in slot. Core passive. You're really not meant to have this. Creates a plug-in slot in your body, which you can insert plug-ins into and gain skills from. Plug-ins may now be looted from great game enemies. Common enemies have a low chance of dropping them, but unique enemies, such as bosses, have a high or even guaranteed chance. It's unclear what plug-ins do, since the moths are still trying to figure it out as we speak. They've literally never seen this before, and they've seen everything the system has to offer. Current plugin, null. Current plugin ability, null. Current plugin passive, null. Panda's eyes lit up as he finally showed some interest in the class I'd picked. If I'm understanding this correctly, it seems like you can collect these plugins to obtain special abilities and passives. Maybe you can even swap them out to suit certain situations. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Evolved. Evolved your class for the first time. As if things couldn't get more glitched and broken, you've acquired an evolved class that I'm being told has never been witnessed before in the great game. We're all shuddering at what you might break with this, so in everyone's interest, we've cooked up a special gift for you. Please accept it and insert it into your plug-in slot straight away. Reward. Unalive plug-in. Before I'd even had time to answer, the achievement had popped up and a thick metal cylinder appeared in the air and landed in my hands. Yeah, don't use that, obviously, Panda said. I inspected it. Unalive plug-in. Plug-in. We tailor-made this for you, dear Gambit. Don't be scared. Insert this plug-in into the slot where it belongs. Come on, just do it. What's the worst that can happen? Everyone here at the office is chanting your name and cheering you on. So what are you waiting for? Insert the plug-in, Gambit. Weight, 11.2519 pandas. I hefted the cylinder, feeling its weight in my hands. I kind of want to try it, I said. Are you fucking stupid? Panda exclaimed. B nodded after also inspecting the item.
Nothing like the thrill of the unknown.
Panda pointed at B with his fingerless arms. Gambit, look at this poor girl. You've poisoned her mind with your ridiculousness. Do I really need to remind you that appraising you was what turned her insane? I asked. The plushie looked away shamefully. I spun the plug-in around in my hands. Given its size, it was actually quite heavy. There was a strange yearning sensation from the plug-in slot in the top of my chest, almost like magnetism. My hands tingled with the desire to insert the cylinder and see what happens, even though it was clearly malicious. I quickly stowed it away. I guess I'll keep it in my inventory, I said. What? No, throw it away, Panda demanded. You had no qualms about throwing away the pacifier and left-handed scissors, so why keep this clearly suicidal item? Because fuck you, that's why, Panda. I do what I want. I pulled off the purple hard hat and chucked it down the hole in the floor. You goddamn, he started, but I picked up the balloon hammer and took a running jump across the hole. Then I ran through the doorway leading further in. Come back here, yelled Panda. As I rounded a corner in the tunnel, I came out into a larger room full of desks and monitors. Finally, we're alone, Brock whispered romantically. Chapter -39. If not for the spider's silk fabric of the walls, the office of the production control would seem almost normal. Of course, the desks and monitors were arranged to accommodate the spider humanoids we'd exterminated, but otherwise it could easily have been the interior of one of those ugly towers in downtown Castleberg. All of the workstations had been abandoned, but the screens and monitors were still active, despite lacking cables to power them. It's probably some bullshit magic, I muttered. Smash 'em with me! I was just about to take Brock up on the offer when I saw a figure on one of the nearby screens. It was a man who'd undergone a satyr-like transformation that had given him furry hooves, a tail, red-purple skin, and ram's horns. What's more, he wielded a bow instead of a gun, and was in the middle of a heated one-on-one with another man wielding an honest-to-God AK-47, and somehow the bow wielder was winning. I wonder if he's glitched too. Gambit, you oaf! Come back here! Panda yelled as B rounded the corner into the room. He was sitting atop her head, and his soft arms were curled around her antenna as though they were steering sticks. His frustration immediately deflated when he spotted me. Oh, there you are, he muttered awkwardly. Look at this guy, I said, pointing to the screen. The satyr had won against the AK-47 guy without being hit even once. B read the name that floated next to him. William Twine. I turned around and looked at a different screen. On it were a man and a woman, both cosplaying as Roman gods, looking like Mars and Justitia. Both had olive-tan skin and golden glowing eyes. As we watched, the woman pointed her hand at an attacking player, conjuring a golden spear in the air that quickly impaled him, while the man deflected the bullets with some kind of holy bubble. They looked the vapid and arrogant local celebrity types. Wonder how they got armor like that, Panda commented. Logan and Ophelia Maximilian, B read. They look like supermodels. Bet you they're framed as the good guys, I commented. The way they acted looked like they were really hamming it up for the audience, and they radiated strong, I peaked in high school energy. It was sickening to watch, so I looked away, only to spot someone I recognized on a different screen. Is that Tina? Panda quickly spun around on B's head, then went, Oh, you're right. Tina was someone who had been in the asylum with me for a bit before being transferred to Maidville after escaping and assaulting a guy with battery acid. She was the kind of psycho that made everyone else seem normal by comparison, with a list of mental disorders longer than Santa's wish list. The one that most people noticed was the split personalities. Her other personality was called Nina. I was unsure if she'd come up with the name herself or not, but whenever she transformed into her voice dropped several octaves and she spoke in cryptic riddles. Most people thought Nina was the scary one, but it was really Tina who you had to watch out for. As I watched, She used the bayonet at the end of her double barrel to gore a guy before releasing a blast of acidic spikes that melted through him and the nearby wall. Although there weren't any speakers, it was clear that she was cackling like a maniac while repeatedly blasting his body with her gun. Her appearance was very different from the pale, black-haired woman I'd known, as she was now bald, gray-skinned, covered in tattoos, and had neon-green serpents of energy slithering along her skin. As two women charged for her with their own guns blaring, she casually reloaded her shotgun, while the serpents leapt off her body and wrapped themselves around the pair. The neon-green energy was clearly acidic, as the serpents touching their skin was enough to eat through their flesh and clothes. As they screamed while their bodies were dissolved, the psycho leapt forward and began stabbing them with the bayonet of her gun.
"She seems fun," Bee remarked.
I let out a sigh. "Just as lovely as ever, isn't she, Panda?" "She terrifies me," he just said.
Oi, I'm bored,
Brock complained. "You literally just killed over 30 people," Panda scolded him.
It's worn off, the high. Bored as, if I'm honest.
I pulled my stare away from the screen. Let's keep going. We moved through the office's doorway, only to end up in another, before following a tunnel that brought us down, where yet more offices lay. "See?" Panda said, gesturing around us. "You just killed office workers." "You're still complaining about that?" I asked him. "It was less than 20 minutes ago, you goddamn maniac."
"Pandemonium," Bee started, using his full name to indicate that she was upset. "Do not call him names. If you are going to be upset at me. Gambit just backed me up. I was the one who took the first shot."
"That's not fair," he complained. "I can't be mad at you. You're just a kid."
"I'm not a kid," she replied.
I continued onward while they were busy bickering. All of the screens we passed by were showing players taking part in the event. There were several that stood out and, as a consequence, were being tracked and displayed on the screens. While someone else might have taken the time to study the competition, I just found that I really didn't care. Bee noticed I was leaving them behind and ran to catch up, bringing Panda with her. "Don't worry," he suddenly told me. "I've got a bead on all the dangerous-looking players. I know you don't care about that. Stop reading my mind. You're an open book." I scowled at the plushie. "I know you've got psychic powers, you creepy teddy bear wannabe." Panda stood up to his full height atop Bee's head, putting his arms on his hips. "Say that again, birthday bandit. I dare you."
"Do you think they're all from Castleberg?" Bee asked, interrupting us.
I broke eye contact with the plushie, then shook my head and said, "Not all of them. I'm sure people from Maidville and one or two other towns are here as well. When I used my dungeon break ability, it said there were over 16,000 people alive."
"Only?"
she said.
"I thought Castleberg alone had 80,000.
"A lot were probably kids. The rest were likely either hiding in public facilities and got turned into monsters or were killed when the Great Game started. Accounting for all that, maybe Castleberg alone had 10,000, if we're being generous." Her antennae twitched as she recalled a memory.
"Many people did die after the power and all that went out," she answered thoughtfully.
She didn't seem super upset about it.
"I suppose I just never thought about it until now."
Panda still looked like he wanted to fight me, but I was over it already. We moved from office to office until eventually we escaped the large cocoon structure housing them all and came to a small room. It sprouted like a bulbous growth on the very bottom of the broadcast department's base. As we walked down into this room, we saw that there was only one thing here. It was neither a screen or a desk, nor even a spider creature. However, its presence did make the hairs on my skin stand up, as though it supercharged the air. I reached out and said, "Inspect."
"Error. Inspection failed. This is not an inanimate object."
"It's alive?" Panda muttered. I pulled out my looking glass and scanned it.
"Appraisal. Level 33. Psychic snail. Enemy."
"I can see your mind." Players aren't meant to learn about these creatures, and yet here we are. Sometimes the system creates enemies that never feature in dungeons, events, nor roam around the world. Instead, those enemies serve a unique purpose tied to the operation of the great game. In the case of the psychic snail, its purpose is to be the very means by which the broadcast department tracks the players taking part in events. Those images you saw on the screens were all thanks to this bizarre specimen. They are quite weak by nature, since they don't have a natural habitat or any sort of defenses against attackers. Their only purpose in life is to be a telepathic medium that guides the I Spy drones and predicts exciting scenarios for the broadcast department to film. Ironically, it can't predict its own fate, hence why there was no warning about your arrival for the people you slaughtered. Please, just turn around and pretend like you didn't see this. We'll give you a nice reward if you do. I blinked. It's a what? I bet it has a plug-in, Panda exclaimed. That message at the end is way too suspect. I didn't really need a reason to kill it, but I guess that works, I said.
Warning. Glitch Hunter Task Force deploying to your area. We know where you are. You cannot hide. Extermination imminent.
Ah, what now? Chapter -40. A sound like tearing fabric came from outside the cocoon structure, emanating from above the amphitheater. It was immediately followed by a loud, bass-deep thrum of wings. I had no idea what had just manifested itself into being, but it sounded absolutely massive. Crack open the snail and let's get the hell out of here, Panda urged. I didn't waste a moment and elbow slammed the iridescent shell of the psychic snail. Like sugar glass, the exoskeleton shattered into powder and small fingernail-sized fragments, revealing a pale gray-green slimy body. The part that had been hidden by the swirling chambers of the shell still held that peculiar shape, while the rest began to visibly sag. The head of the snail slowly pulled itself off of the floor, the eye stalks telescoping outwards and its large mouth flaps chewing on themselves. It was actually kind of adorable, but I wanted the thing it possessed. Plus, killing it would shut off the broadcast. I smashed Brock down onto its head. Bonk! Bonk! The squishy flesh flattened against the floor as both attacks landed, producing a sad, slimy squelch. But then it slowly pulled itself back together. My eyes widened in horror. It's not working, I exclaimed. Its body is too soft. Stand back, B said, and I immediately obeyed. She aimed her palm at the pitiful head of the snail, then said, Beetle blast! A tiny needle shot out through the hole in her hand, lancing into the creature's head with a strange slurp as the hole it formed was quickly squeezed shut. A moment of silence passed. Then the snail's head began rapidly expanding before blowing up like a skin balloon filled with too much air. Some of the jelly-like meat spattered into my open mouth, tasting like grape pudding, while Panda, atop of B's head, had to dodge a golf ball-sized eye with the stalk still attached. Not bad, eh? 9 out of 10, Brock commented, as though he was a judge of a grotesque gore show. As the psychic snail died, a metaphysical tremor rolled out from its body. The sensation reminded me of the tingling brain zaps I used to get from going cold turkey on the asylum medications. All my muscles quivered like instruments in an orchestra, while my fingers involuntarily splayed and curled in a strange rhythm. Then a single wordless sound was blown into the depths of my ear canals, sending a carpet of goosebumps rippling across my skin. B made a strange noise, and even Panda was affected, though Brock was silent for once. I had to steady myself against a wall. That was something, I mumbled. Hissing and bubbling emanated from the snail's dead body as it quickly began to boil in the room temperature air. Its squishy flesh evaporated into near-invisible particulates that I doubted were good to inhale. I drew in a deep breath. B imitated me. Tastes a bit like chicken on the tongue, she commented. I nodded. Although I couldn't taste it, I felt the texture of the particles along the roof of my mouth. Not the worst I've had. Stop that, Panda scolded us. Don't breathe it in.
Brock doesn't have a nose. That's proper sad, eh?
I'll find an evolution that gives you a nose, I told him.
I love you.
Look, Panda said, pointing at the ground where the snail had been. Left behind was a red wisp, similar to the one that I'd seen after killing a player some hours ago. Granted, the color was different. I don't see anything, B muttered. I stooped and put my hand in it. Leftovers of enemy psychic snail. Uncollide plug-in. Without hesitation, I picked it up. Even though it was only about a foot long, it was heavier than the unalive plug-in by quite a lot. It was constructed of a shimmering type of silver metal. Uncollide plug-in. Plug-in. Although harvested from a psychic snail, this plug-in does not do what you think it does. When collision is a bother, just uncollide. Plug-in ability, backdoor.bat. Plug-in passive, glitch collision. Weight, 24.151518 pandas. I had no idea what it meant by uncollide, so I checked the two attached skills to see if they explained it further. Backdoor.bat. Plug-in ability. Normally only reserved for the great game's special forces, like the glitch hunters, this is a system executable that allows you to cross boundaries, whether physical or metaphysical. It has some unexpected uses due to how flexible its definition of a boundary is. Warning: possession of this ability is prohibited. Utilizing this ability constitutes major system subversion. Cooldown, 2 hours. Glitch collision, plug-in passive. Like normal collision, except not at all. All listed skills and items have +4 times knockback, but can no longer activate recursively. Knockback may also cause some unexpected results when environment collision is involved. Affected skills: Punch Harder, Giant Slayer Lance, Math Multiply, Punch, Reflective Shell. Affected items: Brock. I have more questions than answers, Panda said, reflecting my inner thoughts. Can I see? B asked. After sharing it with her, she just made a huh sound. It's giving me an error that says restricted access, she then clarified. Weird. I think you should slot it into your chest, Panda advised. Even though you lose the crazy power of your Punch Harder ability, you'll get insane knockback that, to my ears, sounds like it might glitch your opponents into the environment. It also affects Brock for some reason, I said. Fuck yes, cunt! Brock, there is a minor here. Enough with that foul mouth of yours, Panda exclaimed. Since when did you care? I asked him. I really don't mind, B replied. A tremor rolled across the web structure of the production control. Guys, Panda started. Do you remember that strange sound from just before you killed the snail? What about it? I asked. Well, while we've been chatting, I think those glitch hunters have found our location. I squeezed Brock in anticipation. Let's go beat them up, I said. I want to try out this new thing. I lifted the plug-in up, then carefully inserted the end into the cavity at the top of my chest. With a perfectly tight fit, the cylinder slowly slid down into my body before releasing a puff of steam and popping out a small turning lever. I spun it clockwise with my right hand, and then a jolt of energy flowed through me. Plug-in inserted. Booting up Uncollide protocol. Installing. A sound like that of a dial-up modem tore through the air before a loud click seemed to announce its completion. Plug-in installed. Uncollide protocol now in effect. Chapter -41. As we backtracked through the structure, leaving behind the room that had held the psychic snail, the floor and walls wobbled uncertainly, as though the fabric was under intense pressure from outside. B followed behind me, Panda still riding atop her head, while I led the way with Brock held at the ready. The hammer was vibrating excitedly. We were passing by the now dead screens and monitors of one of the many office rooms, when suddenly the wall ahead of us tore open, revealing a bulky figure. His body was like that of the beetle agents, but larger in every way. He was almost 8 feet tall, and the species of beetle his carapace imitated was different. Additionally, his right forearm was inflated to 3 times its normal girth, as though the weapon buried in his palm could release much more devastating projectiles than that of his smaller cousins. I swung my looking glass up, getting a quick glimpse before charging ahead. Appraisal. Level 85. Hunter number 17. Glitch Hunter.
Glitch spotted. Extermination imminent.
Job. Glitch Hunter. Affiliation. Glitch Hunter Task Force. While the agents of the REPD generally handle system subversion, there are some glitches they are ill-equipped to handle. If you look at the agents as the local police, then the glitch hunters are federal. It's not exactly the best comparison, but all you need to know is that these guys are fucking scary. They are deployed when a major subversion is suspected to happen or has already happened. They are allowed to utilize system skills that violate the system itself, which is quite ironic, but they operate based on the fight fire with fire mentality. Whatever advantage you think you might have doesn't exist. You should probably run. He seems eager to hurt you. "Don't fight him," Panda yelled, but I'd already leapt at him. With a diagonal swing, I sent the 3-headed hammer directly at the hunter's face, but he immediately turned translucent and incorporeal, so it passed right through his body. It seemed similar to the iframes passive I'd unlocked earlier. As he aimed his right arm at my aim, the double trouble ghost strike followed the motions of my initial swing. For some reason, it classified his incorporeal state as a type of armor. The strike connected with the side of his head. Bonk! It was hard to gauge the expressions of a beetle like him, but I was fairly sure he was surprised. The 4 times knockback of my plug-in triggered and sent him down into the floor with so much speed that he just passed through the web fabric. It took me a second to realize that my new plug-in passive was the cause. "What just happened?" Panda asked. "He disappeared." "I think I sent him through the building," I muttered. The sound of tearing of fabric came from right next to me as a hole opened in the air. Then the same glitch hunter hopped out of the rift and landed on his armored feet. He immediately brought his arm rifle to bear on me.
"Recursive action, beetle bolt," he said, his voice a deep thrum.
In the same moment, I awkwardly dodge-rolled towards him, just as something like 1,000 spinning and buzzing beetle bolts tore through the air, each projectile faster than the previous one. The last few came so quickly that they popped with tiny bursts of supersonic shockwaves. Thanks to my iframes, all of them passed right through me without leaving a scratch. I leapt up from below and hit him in the crotch with Brock. This time his incorporeal defense didn't activate, and the first strike sent him up into the ceiling. Bonk! Once again, he flew through the structure's fabric, but this time his feet were stuck on our side, while it seemed like his body continued moving. Although I couldn't see what was happening outside, I guessed, from the horrific stretching and tearing sounds, that he was experiencing a very traumatic leg amputation. Another rift appeared above me. The glitch hunter once again materialized, falling to the ground in a spatter of white paint-like blood, with the bottom half of his body now 3 times longer than before and half as thin. A moment later, his feet dropped down from the ceiling. "Holy shit, Gambit!" Panda exclaimed. "Beetle blast!" B shouted, sending a needle-sized projectile at the hunter's head. The projectile plinked off his carapace and then curved weirdly through the air before striking B's upper torso. It immediately sunk in and disappeared. I watched in slow-motion horror as her carapace bulged and expanded. "Beetle barrier!" she quickly yelled to counteract the effect, but then a loud pop blasted apart her upper torso. White blood like that of the hunter sprayed everywhere, and she collapsed to the ground. My heart stopped. "B!" I yelled. "Gambit, you've got to use the back door to get her out of here," Panda yelled. His chubby, plushy body stood over her, while he pressed his arms against her wound as though he could actually do something to save her. But there was no way he could close the grapefruit-sized hole in her body. I swung Brock down onto the head of the hunter who was prone on the ground, but a gust of condensed wind exploded outward from his body. I went flying backwards into a monitor that broke under my weight. Even the ghost strike was repelled and dissipated. When I looked back at him, his body had returned to normal, and he was getting back to his feet. "Fuck!" I shouted in frustration. then hurried over and scooped Bee up into my arms before running back the way we'd just come. Panda quickly crawled onto my shoulder. "You've got to use it, Gambit," he yelled. "I don't know how," I replied frantically. "You do. Just say the name of the ability and think about the boundary you'd like to cross. I don't know. Imagine that you're stepping through a door that leads to the room with the colored paths or something. Just hurry." A tremor rolled through the floor as the glitch hunter came in hot pursuit. "Back_door.bat," I yelled, trying to follow Panda's instructions while trying to outpace the unkillable hunter. I stumbled forward as the tip of my shoe hooked on part of the floor. I landed on my knees, the impact of stones sending a jarring jolt up through my body and making me drop Bee. But as I scrambled to pick her back up, I saw that the surroundings were different. We were no longer in the production control. We were back near the colored paths, where I'd used the conspiracy whistle and gotten a lot of people killed as a result. And the thing that had tripped me wasn't the floor, but rather the dead body of the woman who'd shot me. I scrambled over to Bee's side, not really worrying about whether we'd truly escaped the glitch hunter. In that moment, I focused only on the need to save her. Quickly navigating through my inventory, I pulled out the survival kit and the sewing kit inside. Though I had no idea how it'd work on her strange carapace-covered skin, I pushed the needle in and found it penetrated the chitin easily. I quickly began moving the needle through her exoskeleton, circling the hole in her torso. It seemed clear that the beetle barrier ability had saved her life, but not by much, as she had stopped breathing completely. When I finished with my shoddy needlework, the flesh quickly healed back to normal. Then a green layer of new carapace regrew over it. I moved her around to get a look at her back, since the explosion had torn a hole all the way through, but it had also been healed. "She's still not breathing," Panda panicked. "Relax," I yelled at him. "I'm already panicking here. I need you to be the voice of reason. What do I do now?" "I don't know. Shake her or something?" I shook her, but nothing happened. "Use CPR, you numbskulls," Brock scolded us. "Got it." I moved her onto her back, then pushed both of my hands against her chest with a steady rhythm, making sure to apply enough pressure that it actually had an effect. Due to the thickness of her carapace, that was easier said than done. For what felt like hours, I kept up this rhythm, until suddenly Panda exclaimed, "She's alive!" I immediately lifted my hands away and she began coughing violently, some blood coming out along with spit and bile. She groaned. Panda immediately hugged her arm. "Oh God, I'm so glad you're not dead," the plushie wailed. "What happened?" she asked, looking around. "Where are we?" "We're back in the game event," I said. There was a pause as she looked around expectantly, but then she suddenly seemed disappointed. "Aw," she said sadly. "What?" "I didn't get a weapon." I laughed. "You need your priorities checked." "But I really wanted my own talking weapon, like maybe a scythe named Gertrude." "You's got Brock." Bee sat up. "I suppose I'll be ranged back up then." Although I was still slightly hesitant about letting her take part in the event, she'd really proved herself against the spiders. Besides, there was no way I'd leave her alone now that we had a terrifying glitch hunter on our asses. "Wait," Panda said, clearly annoyed. "After all that, we're still going to kill more players? I thought you went there to stop the broadcast and end the event to save everyone." "What?" I asked, confused. "No, I just wanted to kill the announcer." "You're a real piece of work," he commented. I got back to my feet. "This time we're picking the red door," I said, walking over to where the guy who'd turned into a furry monster lay dead. I nudged his broken corpse aside with my shoe, then pulled the handle to open the door. "Are you coming?" Bee lifted Panda up onto her head, then joined me by the door. "Let's go kill some of those posers we saw," she replied confidently. Panda sighed deeply. "I wonder if there's any class that specializes in helping people like you," he mused. "Don't forget you need us to be insane to see you," I told him. "It'd be quite lonely for you if we were sane. Besides, it just seems boring." "I'm slowly realizing the problem inherent with my existence," he replied soberly. I changed the topic. "Last time, you said this would have been the boss door, But since there aren't any bosses here, it'll be a surprise what we get.
I love surprises,
B said.
Brock loves 'em too.
I hope it's a blender trap, so I won't have to deal with you two anymore, Panda joked darkly. B and I both walked through the doorway before it quickly closed and became a wall against our backs. Chapter -42. What the hell is this hallway? I asked, as I walked across on the squishy white floor, my moon boots only exacerbating the bouncy motions. The walls and ceiling were made of the same material. It's a rubber room, B said, surprised. I was in a rubber room once, I said.
Was it full of rats?
What? No.
Really?
Yeah. I paused. Actually, I guess Mike was a bit of a rat, in the sense that he used to chew wires and cables. So, Panda started, standing atop of B's head and looking down the seemingly endless length of the hallway. What do you think we'll find? If it's not a boss, then what could it be? Suddenly, the length of the hallway shrunk to just a few feet away from me, with a simple white door recessed into the squishy back wall. Huh, I remarked. I pulled on the handle and opened it. Suddenly, a powerful surge of wind came from behind and shoved us through the doorway. We tumbled along hard stones before I hit a wall. B crashed into me a moment later. Ow! She got up and looked around at where we'd ended up, only to make a strange noise. What is it? I asked, looking around at the upside-down corridor. There were two people in front of us. Both were cosplaying Roman gods and even looked the part with their sculpted olive-tanned bodies, golden glowing eyes, and haughty demeanors. Their outfits seemed to be more than just costumes. Then I realized that I'd seen these disgusting posers on one of the screens earlier. Ah, crap. I think it still sent you to a boss, Panda commented. Except the boss is whoever is in the lead of this event. The woman lifted her arm, but the man stopped her. You're Gambit, he said. Hi there, I replied, still upside down. I've heard much about you. Really? I haven't heard anything about you. Indeed, he asked, as though such a thing was unfathomable. My sister and I are both well known as the saviors of Maidville. Saviors? I asked. Is that why you've been killing people? Both of them had weapons hanging from simple holsters on their heroic-looking attire. The guns were highly evolved and were a far cry from the flintlocks that everyone except me had started with. They looked more like hybrids of a Desert Eagle and a shotgun. As I'd seen in the brief view of them through the monitor earlier, they both clearly favored using their class skills. I quickly whipped my looking glass out. The woman tensed up, but the man once again halted her. We have only killed those who sought to hurt us, he said. I smelled bullshit. Appraisal. Level 10. Logan Maximilian. Player. Yeah, I'm pretty great. Class. Heroic Savior. Main attributes. Wisdom and strength. Brought up in wealth, or at least what amounts to it, in Maidville, Logan has a very high opinion of himself and his family. Once a quarterback for the Maidville Trolls and a part-time model for a local mani-pedi store called Nailed It, it is clear that Logan was always destined for greatness. At least, he has always believed so. In his eyes, the great game is his chance to prove himself to the world. Like seemingly all fraternal twins, he has an unhealthy relationship with his sister. But don't tell him we said that. It's one of his triggers. He looks down on you. Are you planning on hurting us? He asked B and me. Not particularly, I said, after noting that he also had an evolved class. Heroic Savior did sound like a total goody two-shoes class, though, and if game logic was anything to go by, that meant he'd be very difficult to kill. He basically radiated main character energy. The system seemed to love irony, so it was little wonder it had given such a class to so narcissistic a guy. I don't know, B disagreed. The woman, Ophelia, turned her menacing gaze on her. It could be kind of fun to do a 2v2 without event weapons. Logan considered this for a moment. I spun around and got to my feet, taking the opportunity to scan his sister. Though I couldn't tell how, I was fairly sure that Logan was inspecting B and I at the same time. Appraisal. Level 10. Ophelia Maximilian. Player.
I always win.
Class. Spear Maiden. Main attributes. Defense, intelligence, and athleticism. Believe it or not, Ophelia is the black sheep of the Maximilian family, which, as you might imagine based on the name, is a family of people who think very highly of themselves. The reason why is simply that she prefers junk food to caviar and foie gras. To her family, this is the behavior of a destitute. Before the Great Game, she was the local Maidville Taekwondo champion. Granted, almost all tournaments she participated in were against literal kids and teenagers, but she didn't care so long as she got to hurt people. She's not as attached to her brother as he is to her, and believes that without him she'd reach much greater heights. She seems eager to fight you. They're both level 10, I whispered to B. Ophelia smiled.
We'll destroy you,
she croaked, causing me to do a double take. Her voice wasn't anything like what I'd guessed, as she had the kind of crackly tone of someone who chain-smoked 8 packets of cigarettes daily. Basically, she sounded like she was 62 years old. Meanwhile, her brother had the voice of a poser, with all its faux deep tones and odd inflections. I looked them both up and down. Aside from the gaudy Roman armor, their bodies were sculpted like the statues of warriors, with Ophelia's limbs lined with lean muscle, while her brother had wide shoulders and thick arms and thighs. Both were at least 6 feet tall, with Ophelia being the taller of the two. You get to decide, Gambit, Logan told me. Rolling my neck and producing a series of satisfying pops, I said, Fuck it, why not? Are we fighting to the death? Ophelia's smile widened into a sadistic grin, while Panda's growing frown deepened. I'll take that as a yes.
Let's fuck 'em up,
Brock yelled excitedly. Panda crawled down from atop B's head to sit on her shoulder. You guys are morons, he said for the 10th time in the last hour. On the count of 3, Logan started. I squeezed the grip on Brock. It seemed that neither of the twins were going to use their guns, which meant they probably had a pretty formidable arsenal of skills. Isn't it cheating if you use your hammer when they're not using their weapons? B whispered, glancing down at Brock. Fuck 'em, I replied. 3! Logan then yelled, and his sister surged forward, conjuring spears in the air. B activated her beetle barrier before sending forward a bolt aimed at Logan's throat. Sacred barrier! The heroic savior yelled, forming the same holy bubble I'd seen on the cameras. B's shot was immediately repelled. Dot interrupt open parentheses, close parentheses, I shouted, aiming my hand at him while charging forward with Brock held at the ready. Suddenly, a spear tip from the right slapped against the side of my head harmlessly, reflecting back at Ophelia. She was in the middle of stabbing a golden spear into B's curled-up backplates, but it couldn't pierce her thick carapace. Watch out! Logan yelled to his sister, but the reflected spear went straight through her neck and impaled her against the wall, where it held her upright by its buried tip. B didn't waste a second and went on the offensive. Beetle blast! She shouted, firing the thin needle out of her palm. It struck right in the middle of Ophelia's forehead and then dug in. A second later, her head blew up. Logan screamed in despair, just in time for me to land an overhead hit with Brock. Bonk! His body clipped straight through the stone floor, immediately cutting off his scream. Blue particles from Ophelia's weapon began flowing into Brock, perhaps because B didn't have a weapon of her own. That was kind of easy, wasn't it? I said, feeling kind of disappointed. You just got lucky, Panda scolded me. You'd be dead right now if your random reflect hadn't triggered. Don't just charge in without a plan, you absolute shit for brains. Pandemonium, B said loudly, making the panda on her shoulder freeze up. Do not speak to Gambit like that. He crossed his stuffed arms and frowned. Fine, but you guys got lucky. That's all.
Brock thinks Pretty Boy didn't die,
my hammer said. Given that no blue particles were flowing my way through the floor, I was inclined to agree with him.
I wonder where he went,
B said. Panda grumbled something, but I couldn't hear what he said.
Weapon Lucian, level 13. Pick one of the options. Blunt, plus 50% impact, minus 100% all other damage types. Purple plus, purple 2. Instant delivery, plus double trouble's second strike hits immediately.
Purple plus is back, I groaned. They really want you to pick it, Panda remarked. I selected instant delivery instead, as it was clearly the superior choice. Nothing visually happened to Brock, although he did make a weird sound again.
Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Hero Slayer. Killed a morally good player.
You murdered one of the most popular and renowned players in your region. This is unlikely to garner you much favor from other players, especially the hundreds of players she saved before the first game event. This is, however, a great start to your villain origin story, and as you know from any WWE match, a hero's story doesn't sell unless there is a heel for them to direct their righteous fury at.
Reward, Unhero plugin.
I got an achievement, I told B, then said, "Have a look."
I want to be a villain as well, she said. It sounds fun.
Right now, you're just a henchman, Panda remarked dryly.
Doesn't that mean I get killed off immediately?
I'm promoting you to co-villain, I joked.
I don't think that'll increase the survival rate, she replied, frowning. I also got an achievement, by the way. It's kind of mean. Have a look. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Revenge of the Nerd. Killed a popular player.
You murdered a popular player, motivated by nothing but your inferiority complex. But that's okay. The broadcast department says it's good for the show. Or at least, it would have been if you hadn't destroyed the broadcast's signal in your area. Thanks for that, by the way. We've had to fire a lot of people because of your actions, and now their kids will die of starvation. Have this, I guess.
Reward, Nerdy Spectacles.
As we both clicked away our pop-ups, their rewards manifested in the air in front of us. Big, chunky glasses with circular frames fell into B's hands, while a hefty battery-like plug-in fell into mine. Before I could inspect it, B shoved her new glasses in my face.
They're actually really good, she said excitedly.
Nerdy Spectacles. Item. All you need now is a sweater your grandmother knitted and socks in sandals.
Any entity viewed through this looking glass will have information about them revealed to you.
Bet you like that, nerd.
Warning. Looking at certain entities with this tool will inflict plus 20% insanity to you. Use with caution. Weight, 1.3 pandas.
Nice, I commented. It was identical to the looking glass except for the lower insanity penalty, and it was hands-free, which was useful.
I take offense to being called a nerd, though, B exclaimed, pointing a finger at the ceiling. I was clearly an emo before I became a beetle.
Does it matter what people call you? I asked. B gave me a very serious look.
Of course it does. Why else would I dye my hair and wear black clothes?
A sound of tearing fabric came from nearby, as a hole in the fabric of reality was torn open. Ah, shit. The glitch hunter is still after us, I groaned. How nice of him to wait for us to fight those posers, though. Let's get out of here, Panda urged. Though I wasn't one to run away from a fight, that bastard had survived being torn in half and had almost killed B with some sort of reflective shell like mine. It was possible that my new plug-in had the ability to deal with him inside it, but there was no time to check. I took B by the hand. Let's go. Chapter -43. The hallway that the red door dropped us into led to a large rectangular room that almost looked like an indoor skate park. There were organically shaped ramps and smooth bowls dug into the stone floor. Dead bodies lay scattered around, and it was clear that the twins had killed them, thanks to the wounds. The footsteps of the glitch hunter shook the floor as we moved through the room. Every tremor sent a chill up my spine, making it impossible for me to relax. I wondered absent-mindedly if he possessed some kind of intimidation aura, as it had been a long time since I'd felt this kind of sensation. From the skate park sprouted 3 hallways, and we picked the leftmost one at Panda's behest. It led down a snaking tunnel only 5 feet across. B stuck to me as I ran in front. Little by little, the tremors in the floor abated as we put more distance between us and the hunter, but they never disappeared entirely. "He must have something similar to your dungeon break ability," Panda commented.
Smack 'em with me!
Brock squealed eagerly. I lifted up the hammer to my face as we continued down the ponderous tunnel. "I already tried that and it didn't work."
Just smack him harder!
"You didn't use your punch harder on him," Panda remarked, agreeing with Brock. "My plug-in prevents it, and he might have the interrupt ability as well, so I thought it was too much of a risk." "Wait, you were actually being cautious?" The way he said it made it seem like he didn't believe I had the capacity for such a thing.
Panda, Gambit isn't a moron like you think,
B defended me. "Thanks," I said. "The empirical evidence would disagree with you on that," he insisted. The tunnel abruptly ended in a wall. It had a sizable hole set into it and resembled the slides found in indoor pools. Except, of course, it was made of the strangely smooth, organic-looking stone and was filled with a sinister-looking darkness. "Ah, crap," Panda commented.
"Should we enter it?"
B asked hesitantly. "We don't know where it goes," the plushie replied. I started lifting my legs up into it before sitting down on the edge and steadying myself against the wall. "We don't have a choice," I told them. "We know that there's a scary motherfucker back the way we came, and I get the feeling that nothing else in here even compares to how dangerous he is." "That's a good point, actually," Panda said, once again surprised. "Wait, did evolving your class increase your intelligence?" he asked. I shrugged. It turned from "to be determined" and into a frowning smiley, so not sure. B placed a carapace-covered green finger on the rim of her nerdy spectacles and appraised me intently. While looking at my nonsensical status, she nodded thoughtfully to herself.
"I think a frowning smiley is mildly better than to be determined," she commented.
"Whatever," I groaned. "Let's just get going." The tremors were picking back up again. The glitch hunter was catching up to us.
"I'll be right behind you,"
B promised. I pushed myself down the dark stone tube.
Whee!
Brock screamed excitedly. I'd only been sliding for a few seconds when an achievement appeared.
"Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Nyctophilia. Fearlessly ventured down a dark path."
You know, not a lot of people would confidently go down a pitch-black tube slide with an unknown destination, but I guess you're just built different, huh?
Reward: Transition lenses passive. Transition lenses passive.
The system is a real jokester. Most of the items and skills are made by departments, like the item conjurers, following the blueprints provided by the system. As you can tell, it's a bit off its rocker. Anyway, this is one of those rare passives that isn't some kind of strange jab at your personality or has a weird double-edged effect. No, this is a real honest-to-the-gods passive with a proper effect. You won't be seeing a lot of passives nor abilities like this, so cherish it while you can.
Your eyes now have transition lenses. Your vision grows accustomed to the light of your surroundings, allowing you to stare at the sun, as well as pitch darkness, and still be able to see just fine.
Quite useful for eclipses, as well as spelunking without a flashlight. After only a few moments, the darkness brightened into a light gray that made it possible to see the details of the tube ceiling above me. An actually useful reward for once, I muttered appreciatively. It was a proper passive, too, like the kind you'd find in a fantasy game. While I slid down on my back upon the apparently frictionless smooth stone, I pulled out the heavy battery-like plug-in I'd gotten earlier and inspected it. Unhero plug-in. Plug-in. For the unheroic deed of killing a popular and kind-hearted player in cold blood, you have earned the title of villain. Wear it proudly.
It's time to manifest your dark inner self. Plug-in ability: Gasm.org.
Plug-in passive, anti-heroism. Weight, 14.851815 pandas. Gasm.org, plug-in ability. No, I don't know why it's called that. Everyone hates copycats and posers. Someone once said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but they're obviously wrong. The only truly evil thing in this world is plagiarism. Everything else is up for debate. By saying gotcha after witnessing the activation of another player's skill, you can steal it from them and use it yourself. To use the stolen skill, you have to say, catch it. Seriously, who comes up with this stuff? Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 hour. Anti-heroism, plug-in passive. Why bother hunting down monsters when you can make your own? While fighting players that are considered morally good, all damage you deal to them also raises their insanity gauge. Side effects include monologuing about evil plans, maniacal laughter, world domination ideas involving lasers, glowing red eyes, and an astounding aptitude for acquiring henchmen. I stowed it back into my inventory with a sigh. I guess it'd be good for this event, I considered, but having high knockback and the ability to teleport is way more useful, though I do like the idea of being able to steal someone's skill. Brock stopped squealing in glee and asked, "You talking to me?" "Just thinking out loud," I replied.
You're not quite right in the head, mate.
"And you're a talking hammer."
Touché. Got me there, didn't you?
Suddenly, I felt the ground curve up and my stomach drop as the tube did a goddamn loop-de-loop. Brock cheered while I gritted my teeth. I'd honestly never been a big fan of roller coasters, but the speed and G-forces of this stone tube slide easily rivaled the ones I'd tried. As we came out the 360-degree vertical turn, I'd picked up even more speed, zooming down fast enough that I was beginning to worry about the landing, wherever it might be.
Let's go again,
Brock yelled excitedly. I pulled out the pocket watch and flipped open the lid. Time remaining, 4.2046867 e to the -6th millennium. Kills remaining, 10. No sooner had the information appeared than the tunnel began to brighten as I was reaching the end. My eyes slowly adjusted to the light change while I put away the pocket watch. I clenched my jaw and prepared for the impact with whatever lay at the end.
Hope there's a ramp,
Brock squealed, and as though the bastard had manifested it with his wishful thinking, I saw that there was indeed a small ramp at the end. You've gotta be I hit the ramp and was sent flying into the air, spinning backwards slowly and seeing the features of the room. A bright green wall-to-wall carpet of moss stretched across the large rectangular room, and there were many players lounging around complacently. As I finished my rotation through the air, I spotted a familiar person who, as fate would have it, I was on a direct collision course with. He had his back turned to me, and by the time anyone noticed my trajectory, it was too late to warn him. In a tangle of limbs and a loud groan of surprise and forcefully exhaled air, I collided with the man and tumbled to the moss-covered floor, which was so soft and squishy that it fully absorbed my impact. Neither of us took any real damage from the crash, but it was impossible to tell from looking at the guy's beet-red face. "What's your fudging problem, guy?" I got to my feet and scanned him with my looking glass. I'd gotten good enough at using my inventory mentally that I could manifest anything within to my hand with a single thought. Appraisal, Level 8, Steve, Player. Why does everyone call me Hawaiian Shirt Guy? Class, Birthday Boy. Main attributes, Vitality. Steve's origins aren't interesting, so let's instead talk about the unique class that he possesses. After taking the Party Never Ends passive and being told Happy Birthday 100 times, a rare event occurred for Steve, the spontaneous class change. As you might imagine, this swaps a player to a new, often unique class that they've obtained the requirements for. Now, you may wonder, what are the benefits of the Birthday Boy class? It's quite simple, really. Everyone likes the Birthday Boy, so he's never short on friends and popularity. It's his birthday, after all. With the ability to leech experience from all his friends and skills based around building platonic relationships, he's able to turn his friendships into power. That's right, he's basically a Care Bear. Also, he hates your guts. Happy birthday, I told him. I wish people would stop saying that, Hawaiian shirt guy exclaimed as he got up. This system is a capital C for crap, I swear. Whee! I heard someone yell as they sailed through the air. I looked up and saw Bee come flying with Panda on her shoulder, aiming for the exact same spot I was standing on. With a large step to the side, I avoided colliding with her, though Hawaiian shirt guy was not as lucky. After repeating the exact same thing as me just a second prior, Bee got to her feet, then said, "Happy birthday!" "F you two!" he shouted angrily, then stormed off. Why did I just say that? Bee wondered, as we watched him leave to join some other players lying on their backs in the soft moss carpet further away. "'Cause he's the birthday boy," I replied. "Ah, that makes sense."
Look at all these weaklings. Let's get to smacking.
I scanned the room, then froze up when I saw someone I'd hoped not to run into again. She spotted me as well and did not look happy about it. She quickly stomped through the crowd of people around the birthday boy and started yelling up a storm. I couldn't hear what was being said, but I had a pretty good idea, given how she kept gesturing towards me angrily. Steve seemed like quite a pushover in front of her and kept lowering his head under her verbal barrage. Then he said a single phrase, and the lounging people all rose from the carpet, dangerous looks in their eyes. They quickly formed a mob. "Is that Annabella Exposición?" Panda asked. "We should get out of here," I said, taking Bee by the arm. Before we even got a few feet towards the exit of the large room, people were yelling my name, and not in the adoring, "We love you" way. "Is that a pitchfork?" Bee asked. A moment later, said pitchfork was hurled through the air at us. Chapter -44. Bee and I fled the room with the strange moss floor. The screaming and frenzied mob stampeded behind us, somehow stirred to violence by Steve the birthday boy and Annabella Exposición. The woman clearly still held a grudge from me killing the skin stealer pretending to be her friend. They numbered at least 20, but possibly even as many as 30, though it was hard to count them mid-chase. I was surprised that so many people had been able to stay in the same area without trouble, but I felt certain it was thanks to Steve's strange class. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Witch Hunt. Got chased by an angry mob for no reason. Maybe you were framed by a scorned lover or betrayed by a former friend, but whatever the reason, a mob is now hot on your tail. Being hunted for no good reason is a traumatic experience that leaves deep scars of mistrust on the soul. Reward: Outcast Passive. Outcast Passive. All alone. Whether you like it or not, alone is something you'll be quite a lot. Neutral or morally good players will instinctively be mistrustful of you, while outcasts and morally evil players will be inclined to trust you. It's time to dye your hair black and find moral wisdom in the angsty lyrics of screamo bands. I just got a passive called Outcast, Bee gasped between breaths as we sprinted down a wide hallway. Doorways lined the sides of the room, though we were heading for the one down at the far end. I got it too, I said, swiping away the pop-ups. The system is really trying to make you two into the bad guys, Panda said. You should see what my Unhero plugin does, I told him. I think I can guess, he replied knowingly. Bee came to a halt. Wait, why are we running from them, actually? She asked, confused. They have guns, I replied. And pitchforks, apparently. So what? Let's just kill them. I came to a halt as well. Huh. Actually, yeah. Panda frowned. Guys, please don't do this, he pleaded. I'm tired of running away, I told him. And I don't want to be labeled an outcast, Bee added. We turned around to face the incoming mob, which had already lost some steam since their athleticism ratings were a lot lower than mine. Granted, Bee was also pretty out of breath. I aimed my hand at the front of their ranks, where Steve and Annabella were. She held a crossbow in her hand. When she saw that we'd stopped, she leveled it towards me. Bee lifted her palm as well. "Giant Dash Slayer Lance," I yelled. A large, slowly spinning bolt manifested in the air in front of me. It was the width of my thigh and began spinning faster and faster, while growing from 1 foot in length to a total of 8. The moment it stopped growing, it launched right at the mob. "Beetle Bolt!" Bee shouted, firing at Annabella. It was faster than my lance. Her projectile hit just as the woman fired her crossbow at me. The beetle bolt ripped through her upper torso in a spray of blood and viscera. Then my lance struck the center of the mob like a bowling ball hitting a pack of closely stacked pins. Players were flung in all directions, some going straight through the floor, others flying through the ceiling or getting stuck halfway buried, and the rest smashed against the walls, Steve included. This was the true power of my Uncollide plugin and its glitch collision. "Holy fuck, Gambit!" Panda yelled in outrage.
Feck yeah, bruv! Strike!
Bee's hit on Annabella had unintentionally saved her from a head-on collision with my lance, though a lot of the others hadn't been as fortunate. Panda pointed down at me. "You've got an arrow in your forearm, Gambit," he said. I looked down and saw that he was right. With a simple tug, I yanked it out of my flesh. "Ow."
"Don't worry, I'll get her this time,"
the beetle girl promised. As she took aim and prepared to launch another bolt, several of the survivors put up defenses, either as literal shields or magical ones. There was even a healer-type person amongst them, who was already tending to those that had survived. However, I'd still killed 5 outright, with 2 stuck in the world geometry and slowly choking to death, judging by how their legs were wriggling desperately. Event warning. You have retaken 3rd place. Kills remaining, 5. I actually felt slightly bad about it for a moment, and I hated how, even though we'd been defending ourselves, it would only prove their suspicions of me. Plus, with how the system was trying to paint me as a villain, any action I took would be considered evil. Then several of the players began charging for us, and my feelings changed. Some fired off their unevolved guns, while others raised bats, swords, bows, crossbows, wands, and other types of weapons they'd received. "Beetle barrier!" Bee exclaimed, just in time for several bullets to pling off her carapace. 3 of the flintlock shots grazed me, while a 4th rebounded back towards the man who'd fired it, destroying his hand. In the end, despite it all, I did exactly what I knew the great game and its insidious creators and showrunners wanted. I went on a massacre. Because of my attributes, I was so much stronger than everyone else. It was like I was going seal clubbing. Every swing of my hammer was so devastating that it broke their bodies and tossed them against the walls or ceiling, where many of them clipped through thanks to glitch collision. Event warning. You have taken 2nd place. Kills remaining, 1. As my hammer descended on the 5th person, I was suddenly yanked out of the hallway and... The sensation of falling through a black void filled me. 2 achievements appeared in front of my eyes in the darkness. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Game event clear. Completed your first game event. Against all odds, you completed your first game event. You showed that you have the power to get things done, despite the odds stacked against you. Or maybe you just cheated or stole the kills of other players. Who knows? Such an achievement demands a reward, of course. Rewards. +1 level and participation trophy. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Rising Star. Finished in the top 10 of a game event. If not for the fact that a non-glitched player completed the game event before you, we'd seriously be doubting your credentials here. However, the footage has been reviewed, and you have indeed fulfilled the requirements of the event without cheating. As such, here is your special reward. I hope you choke on it, cheater. Rewards, +2 levels and top 10 trophy. I was tossed down onto a soft black leather couch. A moment later, Bee landed in my lap along with Panda, who'd been riding on her shoulder. "What the hell just happened?" I asked, looking around the room we'd landed in. Brock, who had been in my hand just a second ago, was gone. Congratulations! You have completed the Weapon Lucian event. You finished with a placement of Number 2 out of 1,000. Sit back and relax as the event runs its course. Enjoy the refreshments brought by our staff and talk with your fellow victors while you watch the other players on the screens. Event time remaining, 36 hours, 38 minutes, 41 seconds. Several large black leather couches were scattered around the room, as well as a myriad of screens displaying other players. The screens showed a lot of information besides just the names, such as kills remaining, class, level, a scrolling list of evolutions, and more. Besides the couches and screens, the large room was built like a hotel lobby, although there were no windows. There were, however, plenty of gaudy embellishments like marble pillars, crystal chandeliers, the aforementioned couches, and polished wooden flooring. Cockroach humanoids in fancy concierge and bellhop outfits flitted about the lobby, along with some dressed like waiters. Unlike the spiders or the wasp announcer, these guys didn't have humanoid faces, which was unsettling to say the least. One such cockroach server approached with a tray of glasses full of sparkling champagne. In the distance, I saw a person I recognized. It was the woman called Samantha, who I'd seen wielding a bazooka earlier. Apparently, she had finished as number 1 of the event, and that was without using glitches like me, which was both impressive and terrifying in equal measure.
Care for a refreshment?
Asked the cockroach. His mandibles clicked as he spoke, and the polished red-brown carapace of his head reflected the light of a chandelier above. I almost instinctively declined, but then inspected one of the fancy glasses. Inspection. Victory Champagne. Truly the drink of champions. Savor its delectable flavors sourced directly from the Champagne region of France. Consuming this drink will reset the cooldowns on all of your skills and fully recover your injuries and fatigue. We're going back in, I told Panda and Bee, then grabbed the entire tray of drinks and put it in my inventory. The server didn't seem bothered by this and instead just left to fetch more. Panda stood up and gave me a judging glare. Why? You beat the event. You can take a break now. Fuck that, I told him. They're still broadcasting this thing, even though we destroyed the broadcast's production control room. Panda looked at the screens all around us. Crap. You're right. Bee pointed to a nearby TV that was bigger than the ones with the players. Although the speakers were turned off, subtitles at the bottom displayed the announcer's words.
Look, they even replaced Ree.
It was another wasp in the bottom right of the screen, though this one had emerald-colored skin and blue glowing eyes. She was laughing hysterically at the footage of a wounded guy desperately crawling away from someone with a sawn-off shotgun, while his blood left a trail behind him. All we did was pointless, I told Panda. But there's something else I can do that will really piss them off. I downed the glass of champagne, which tasted of bubbly grape soda. Victory Champagne consumed. All skill cooldowns have been reset. A sense of invigoration filled me. It was as if I'd managed to become well-rested without even sleeping. Then I grabbed Bee by the wrist and said, back_door.bat. The comfortable couch was replaced by bright green soft moss in an instant. Nearby, a player shouted in alarm at our sudden appearance. We were back inside the event again. With a pop, Brock appeared in my lap and immediately began crying.
Oh, God! I saw what non-existence is like. Don't send me back there again, Mr. Gambit. I'll be good, I promise.
Welcome back, Brock, I said, patting the 3 hammerheads. Ready to smack an adjudicator? There was a pause as he collected himself.
Fuck yes, cunt!
Chapter -45. Annabella and the birthday boys mob hadn't returned to the comfortable moss room yet, so I took the time to pull out the new rewards from my inventory. I started off by handing Bee one of the Victory Champagne glasses. However, as soon as the glass manifested in my hand, it disappeared in a poof of smoke. I still had the tray and 7 more glasses in my inventory, but it was clear I couldn't pull them out here. It was immediately clear they had an area restriction and could only be used in the victory lobby. It was a shame that they'd actually had the foresight to prevent such a useful exploit. I pulled out the 2 new trophies I'd received, but before I could inspect either of them, a pop-up appeared. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -13, plus 3 new attribute points available to invest. Dungeon clears required for level -14, 0 of 1. Huh. You need to clear dungeons now to level up, Panda said. That'll slow things down a bit, I replied. Still, level 13 already is huge. B frowned. I didn't get any new levels. How far are you from your next level? I asked. Level progress, she said, and shared the screen. Level progress. You are currently level 6. Unspent attribute points, 0. Points already invested, 6. Kills required for level -5, 19 of 20. That's not that far, though, I told her. Her antennae flicked about. I want to evolve my class too, she complained impatiently. Panda patted her on the hand and said, Patience, young Pandawan. Pretty sure we're firmly on the dark side now, I remarked. Don't ruin this for me, Gambit. The Sith have a cooler aesthetic, B commented, making it clear what side she was on. Wait, did you say Pandawan? I tuned them out and brought up my status. Given that my broken attributes had changed with my evolution, I tried to invest one of my 3 available points into intelligence. Error. Unable to invest point in chosen attribute. Please pick another. When that didn't work, I tried wisdom and received the same error. I sighed and invested the points in vitality, athleticism, and defense. Status. Level -13. Gambit. Exit code 3. Insanity gauge, 110%. Stats. Health. Non-goodent. Stamina. Ine. Armor. Dinner plate armor. Carry weight. 1,050 pandas. Top speed. Snow sled. Mana. Scratch me. Attributes. Strength. 2,415 pounds. Dexterity. Quokka. Intelligence. Frowny smiley. Vitality. Strip loin. Athleticism, ko inu. Perception, narp. Wisdom, shrug emoji. Defense, ceramic. Abilities, punch harder. I can fly. Dungeon break. Giant slayer lance. Interrupt. Passives, glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. Math multiply. Punch. Birthday suit. Reflective shell. Iframes. Transition lenses. Outcast. Core. Uncollide plugin. Backdoor.bat. Glitch collision. Panda looked over my shoulder. Still confusing as hell, he remarked. It's shaping up, though. Sure, if you say so, he replied disapprovingly. I ignored his pessimism and finally inspected my 2 event rewards. As I pulled up the first one, I saw that players were slowly filtering into the room down at the far end. I didn't have much time before they spotted us, but fortunately surprise was still on our side. I highly doubted they would realize that we'd returned. The first trophy was a standard metal-colored cup on a plastic stand. It was probably made of tin or some other cheap material. Participation trophy. Item. A commemorative reward for completing the game event Weaponlution. What? You thought this item would actually reward you something? Look, we already gave you a level. What more do you want? At the bottom it reads, Gambit the Moron. This item cannot be discarded. Weight, 1 panda. I threw the participation trophy away, but it just reappeared in my inventory. I looked at the other one, but my expectations weren't high. That being said, this one was golden and sculpted to look like me, birthday suit and all. Participation trophy. Item. Rewarded for placing in the top 10 of the game event Weaponlution. You know what they say, the winners keep winning and the losers keep losing. In this case, losing means death, so it holds true. Anyway, we would be remiss if we did not reward the top competitors of our event with something proper. Kissing this trophy will unlock the power trapped within. At the bottom it reads, Number 2, Gambit the Moron. This item cannot be discarded. Weight, 1 panda. I lifted the top 10 trophy to my lips and gave it a kiss. Next to me, Panda and Bee both made sounds like, yuck, and why is that a naked trophy of you and why are you kissing it? Choose your reward. Total narcissist behavior right there. Pick one of the options. Plug-in slot. I'm the best. Dazzle. Plug-in slot. Core passive. Adds a second plug-in slot to your body. Where will it be added, you might ask? We don't know, but hopefully it'll be your forehead. That'd be funny. Current plug-in, null. Current plug-in ability, null. Current plug-in passive, null. I'm the best, passive. You're the best there is, and you'll be damned if everyone around you don't know. Your charisma is doubled. Other players will probably start to think that you're pretty cool. Unless your current charisma is negative, then they might stone you to death. Dazzle, ability. Someone like you can't stand not being the center of attention. Fret not, this will do the trick. Manifest a handful of glitter that, when thrown into the air, distracts and blinds all who witness it. Duration, 2 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Although the thought of throwing glitter at people was kind of amusing and might even have some decent uses, I picked the plug-in slot purely because of the versatility offered by the plug-ins and the fact that each one gave 2 skills. With a puff of steam and a strange feeling traveling through my body, a new plug-in slot opened. Somewhere. I twisted around but couldn't see it anywhere. Do either of you see the new slot that just appeared? I asked. It's on your back, on top of your right shoulder blade, Bee said and poked the spot. Strange. I can't even feel it. I guess it doesn't interfere with your body at all. That's kind of strange. Far from the strangest thing, Panda commented dryly. I brought out the Unhero plug-in and shoved it into my shoulder hole. Like the one in my clavicle, it had a perfectly tight fit as the cylinder slowly slid down into my body. When it reached the bottom, it released a puff of steam and popped out a small lever. As with the first one, I spun it clockwise with my right hand, though the motion was quite awkward due to how it was positioned. A surge of electricity shot through my body before a familiar message appeared. Plug-in inserted. Booting up Unhero protocol. Installing. The plug-in made the sound of a cassette tape being rewound before a loud click announced its completion. Plug-in installed. Unhero protocol now in effect. Now, let me tell you my plan, I said mischievously while unable to stop myself from chuckling. Chapter -46. That's your plan? Panda asked. I thought it'd be cleverer. Bee glared at him. Don't be mean, Panda. It's a good plan. I love it, Brock said enthusiastically. Panda changed the topic. Why didn't you get more of those evolution options for Brock? He wondered. I shrugged. Maybe they stopped sending them after I finished the event? If that's the case, then why is he still here? Oi, I don't like your tone, Jimny. You trying to get rid of me? Brock complained, but Panda made a good point. Inspect, I said, looking at the bonk hammer. Brock, event weapon. This is your weapon for the Weaponlution game. Level 25. Evolve. Evolutions. Kitchen knife plus. Short sword plus. Purple. Balloon. Bonk hammer. Hydra plus. Double trouble. Crusher. Ghost strike. Instant delivery. Length 22 inches. Weight 2.592 pandas. Huh. Yeah, he's definitely maxed out in levels, I said, then showed Bee. Why does it say evolve below the level? She asked. I squinted. I don't know. Evolve me, Daddy, Brock begged. Please don't call me that ever again, I told him, and I clicked the text. The purple balloon hammer suddenly began to squeak and squelch, while Brock made sounds that were too obscene to describe. The handle collapsed into the 3 heads before the whole mess started to glow brightly and twist into a new shape. It was hard to see from the intense light it was giving off, but as Brock's outline morphed, I got a vague idea of what it might be. Suddenly the light died away, but by now I had attracted a lot of attention from the returning players and the ones already in here. A few clearly realized that I was the exact person they had just driven out of here no more than 10 minutes ago. Panda tapped my shoulder. Gambit, I don't want to interrupt your fun, but Annabella and Birthday Boy just came back into the room. It doesn't matter, I told him. I'd gotten the kills I needed, and though I thought they were both colossal assholes, I no longer needed to kill them to get what I wanted. I wasn't going to keep playing the villain role that the showrunners had decided for me. Meanwhile, Bee was on her feet and looked ready to throw down again.
I feel weird, but in a good way,
Brock said, pulling my attention back to him.
If it's not too much to ask, I'd like to punch stuff.
Inspect, I said again, as I took in his new shape. Brock, unique weapon. A purple balloon gauntlet that makes a noise when it hits something. This is a weapon created by evolving your max-leveled weapon-lution gun into... Wait, something isn't right here. And what's with these effects? Any punch with this glove has quadruple the impact damage and hits twice. While this weapon is equipped, purple is enabled. You know, this was supposed to be a severely nerfed version of your event weapon, customized to your class, but this is just as strong. And why does it have levels? Level 0. Kills remaining until level 1. 10. Weight. 2.592 pandas. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Uniquely crafty. Made a unique item. Awarded for evolving your weapon-lution weapon, even though the result is not supposed to be this powerful. We've been looking through the logs and everything seems to have been above board, but this weapon is clearly broken. If it's not too much to ask, could you please submit a bug report by using the /bug vocal command? Reward, fusion gum. A packet of gum landed in my right hand, and I put it away in my inventory. Considering how powerful the last fusion ability had ended up being, I wanted to save the next one for something special. Or maybe I'd use it to combine birthday suit and reflective shell to create... I know what you're thinking, Panda interrupted, staring at me judgmentally. Don't you dare fuse birthday suit with other abilities. Am I really that transparent? Yes! I sighed in defeat, then picked Brock up and slipped him onto my right hand. It was a bit unnerving how much it felt like I was putting my hand inside a normal balloon, especially considering it was supposed to be a weapon. It was hard to shake the fear of it popping the first time I tried to punch something. Brock moaned. I frowned, feeling dirty about wearing a sapient weapon. Stop that, I told him. You're making it really awkward.
Next time, warn me first.
Oh, sorry. I guess I did just shove my hand in without asking for consent.
I forgive you.
Panda frowned, looking between us. If you two are done, we've got Witch Hunt 2, the witch hunting, coming our way, he warned. I stood up and I rolled my shoulders. Immediately, Annabella and Steve froze in place. They were leading the group of shell-shocked players, but no one moved ahead of them. I didn't blame them. Bee and I had wiped the floor with them last time. We come in peace, I yelled in their direction. Fuck you, Gambit! You're a psycho murderer! Annabella yelled back. She had a nasty stitch pattern around where Bee's shot had hit her, but seemed to have already recovered. Hey, you attacked us first, Bee yelled back. We hadn't even done anything to you. Panda grimaced. Yeah, that's probably not true, I admitted. I mean, I beat up Hawaiian shirt guy a bit, and I killed Annabella's friend, although he was a skin stealer, so I had no choice. Bee scoffed. Regardless, that's no reason to try and hurt me as well. I thought about it. No, you're right, I said. I raised Brock's middle finger at the mob. Fuck you, Steve. Your shirt sucks, I yelled back. What the flip did I do? He cried. No one likes your shirt, birthday boy, Bee joined in. Panda bapped me on the side of my head. I hadn't noticed him hopping onto my shoulder. Can you two morons knock it off? Do the thing you were planning to do, Gambit, so we can go out in a blaze of glory as the adjudicator liquefies us or whatever. Fine, I said, then grinned. It's time for a mass eviction. Bad catchphrase. You have taken 1 point of damage. The 1 point of damage appeared as a pinching sensation on my thigh. Ow. Panda sighed, shaking his soft head. Dungeon dash break, I then yelled. I hastily grabbed B's right wrist, suddenly worried we might be separated again. Activating dungeon map. Total player number, 13,660. Nearest player, 1 yard. Total enemy number, 399. Nearest enemy, 780 yards. Nearest boss, 418 yards. Nearest exit, not applicable. The map that popped up showed the moss room filled with golden dots. A few rooms away was a large red dot. I was fairly sure that this new boss was actually the glitch hunter. When I clicked on the dot for confirmation, the name did not appear, and a second later it completely vanished. I looked around, dreading the sound of the tearing rift in reality that would announce his arrival, but it never came. Meanwhile, Annabella's mob was slowly gathering their courage to go after us again. Looking back at the map, I saw that B's dot was now like a player's, unlike when I'd seen it earlier during Rhee's protection. My guess was that invulnerable targets showed up as gray dots, while those who worked for the agencies didn't show up at all. "What are you waiting for?" Panda said. I gritted my teeth, anticipating the system message and subsequent adjudicator shitshow. Then I clicked the Eject All Players and Enemies button in the bottom of the map screen. Ability confirmation required. Warning. You are about to utilize Dungeon Break to eject all players and enemies from the dungeon, yourself included. Players will be returned to their previous locations in the overworld. Enemies, which do not have a previous location stored in memory, will be spread out between the players' locations. The moment you accept, you will be ejected. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes? No? I clicked yes. No announcement of an adjudicator's imminent arrival came. Then I fell through the floor. With a gasp, I appeared on the side of a street with B right next to me. I was still holding her tightly by the wrist. Nearby, 4 REPD agents knelt in deep prayer, though there were no signs of the minor collectors. It seemed absurd that these guys had been waiting for us this entire time, but when I thought about it, maybe it wasn't actually so far-fetched. After all, they must have known that we'd be returning to this spot. Before either of us could figure out a plan, everything froze in place as a new announcer's voice filled the air. It was a female voice like the first, which I belatedly realized had belonged to Rhee, but this one sounded kind of bored and annoyed. Then again, she'd probably gone directly from making fun of people dying to having to make this service announcement. Listen up, players of Castleberg, Maidville, and the surrounding environs that I won't waste the time naming. Due to unforeseen technical difficulties, you have all been ejected from the Weaponlution event 36 hours ahead of schedule. This means that only 4 of you managed to actually complete the game event and receive its amazing prizes. Consequently, not only are there now many more of you than expected, but the average player level is also far below what was forecasted. This means that many of you will die from simply being too weak. Enjoy your borrowed time. Also, stay tuned for an update about the new changes that have taken place in your region. These changes include safe zones, the merchant and coin system, the benefactor and quest system, as well as the newly created dungeons and roaming enemies and bosses. Oh, and I guess I might as well announce the winners of the Weaponlution event. Number 1, Samantha. Number 2, Gambit. Number 3, Logan Maximilian. Number 4, Tina and Nina. I forgot to mention. From now on and until your world is nothing but a desolate wasteland full of monsters, each player will be assigned their own personal I Spy drone to document their trials and tribulations. The most entertaining deaths will be featured on our highlight reel. If you're awarded this honor, we may briefly resurrect you for a mandatory interview. So make sure to die in funny ways, like this dumbass I'm looking at right now, who returned to the middle of a road with just inches between him and an incoming human bus. Hilarious. I can't wait to see what happens when time resumes. That's all for now. Chapter -47. As soon as the announcement finished, time resumed. The 4 Beetle agents knelt in prayer, realized what had happened, and were rousing from their ritual. I wasted no time, leaping for the nearest one with my right fist pulled back. Punch harder, open parentheses, close parentheses, I yelled. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Recursive script failed successfully. Although the recursive element of punch harder didn't work with the Uncollide plugin enabled, it wasn't necessary. My punch connected with the agent's forehead so forcefully that his whole back arched and his spine, or whatever analogous thing a creature like him possessed, snapped. The double impacts of Brock's new form, plus the ability, created so potent an impact that the man died instantaneously. His limp body tumbled across the asphalt violently before half of his torso became submerged and stuck in the sidewalk pavement 20 yards away. "Fuck yes!" yelled Brock. The other 3 had barely managed to stand up before I drove my fist into the abdomen of the next one in line, once again uttering, punch harder, open parentheses, close parentheses. "Fuck you!" His whole body did a 360-degree spin and flew into the agent right behind him. Both went tumbling across the road until the limbs of the one I'd hit got stuck in the ground and trapped the other agent beneath him. The last one standing raised his palm at me. A buzzing emanated from the hole in his palm, growing louder by the second. Interrupt, open parentheses, close parentheses, I exclaimed, and his beetle bolt weapon failed to fire. Beetle blast! Bee yelled and launched her own attack. The projectile bounced off his carapace and failed to trigger. She fired off another, but it had the same effect. By then, I'd cleared the distance between us with 3 great strides and sent a right hook into the side of his helmet, punching his head clean off and spraying a fountain of white blood into the air. "That was sick as," Brock squealed in delight as a misty rain of beetle blood fell back down. "One guy is still breathing," Panda observed coldly. I stalked over to the one trapped in the ground by the corpse of his comrade. As I got closer, I heard a loud whirring and buzzing sound coming from him. He'd managed to trigger some kind of ability despite being unable to move. "I think he's going to blow up," Bee yelled. I quickly spun on my heel and ran back towards her, leaping at the last second and bringing her down to the ground with me. Nothing happened. The buzzing died down. "Huh, I guess I was wrong," was all she managed to utter before the agent's body exploded with 1,000 tiny fléchettes shooting in every direction. A few of them buried themselves in my back and thighs, but Bee, who was shielded by my body, was left unscathed. "Ow. Are you okay?" she asked. "Fuck yeah! Let's do that again," Brock squealed excitedly. It was strangely comforting that he was no less talkative despite having become a balloon gauntlet. Panda sighed. Of course they gave their agents goddamn unalive buttons. "I shouldn't really be surprised," I remarked as I got to my feet. Bee winced when she saw the projectiles piercing my body. While she plucked them out, I checked the crater left behind where the agent had self-destructed. "I leveled up to 7, she announced. "Just 3 more then," I replied. "I wonder what kind of evolution you'll get." "Maybe they'll turn you into a different insect," Panda joked. "I want to be a moth," she decided immediately. "If I understand these agencies correctly, the moths are basically their programmers," I said. "So if that's an option, it might be powerful." "Look," Panda said, pointing his chubby, fingerless arm at one of the corpses. "They all have leftovers." "Leftovers?" Bee asked, confused. "That's what they call the items that are dropped," I told her. "You didn't see it when we killed the psychic snail, right?" She got up. "Do you mind if I check them?" she asked. She'd already pulled all of the fléchettes out of my back and legs. I indicated the scene of carnage with my balloon-covered hand. "Be my guest." She enthusiastically skipped over to the nearest corpse, of which only a half-submerged leg and helmet remained following the explosion.
This one has 10 of something called game coins, as well as an agent's torso carapace.
She moved on to the next, after taking the loot.
This one has another 10 coins and agent's leg carapace.
She searched the last two that had landed on top of each other.
20 more coins, agent's head carapace, and an agent's litany of system prayers.
"Can you use any of the armor?" I asked her. She was way more fragile than me, despite her built-in body armor, and could definitely use more layers of defense.
It doesn't seem like it. I tried to put the torso armor on, but it gave me an error saying it is incompatible. Maybe it's because I'm already covered in carapace?
Damn, I muttered. What about the litany? B pulled it out of her inventory, and it appeared in her hand.
Litany of system prayers. Item.
A cherished and well-cared-for book of prayers carried by an REPD agent of the Great Game. Within are many rituals and prayers that, although containing no magical powers, make the beetles of the REPD believe they are fighting with the system at their backs. The system honestly doesn't care about them or their prayers.
This litany grants the reader the ability to recoup lost stamina, health, and mana at a rate of 1 point per 2 minutes of reading. Warning: you are unable to use this. Weight: 1.2 pandas.
This seems useful for you, I told her. She nodded.
I won't have to be so conservative with my spells.
You were being conservative? Panda asked in horror. We both ignored him. Can I have the carapace pieces? I asked her.
It actually combined into an agent's carapace suit when all 3 pieces entered my inventory, she said, surprised.
When she pulled it out, she immediately dropped it on the asphalt due to its weight.
You should also take the game coins, she said.
Just give me half.
Are you sure?
Of course. She nodded and handed me a single large coin, which apparently represented 20 coins. It was the size of a frisbee, as thick as my clenched fist, and made from some golden metal that weighed nothing. It felt like a styrofoam movie prop in my hands. Inspect.
Game coin. Currency.
A coin used for bartering with merchants and other players. On its own, the metal it is made from is worthless, but it has been agreed upon as a form of currency, which is what gives it value. 1 game coin is equal to the value of a Happy Meal, more or less.
Weight: 0.1 pandas times amount.
I stooped to pick up the carapace suit and inspected it as well.
Agent's carapace suit. Armor.
You do know that this carapace is the literal bones of dead agents, right? The squishy parts on the inside that make it fit all snugly are their flesh. Anyway, once you can get over that fact, this is quite a nifty suit. Normally, players shouldn't be able to kill REPD agents at this point in the Great Game. But then again, you've proven yourself far from normal.
Wearing this armor imbues you with the following effects. Minus 50% slashing damage taken. Minus 50% stabbing damage taken. Minus 50% cutting damage taken. All REPD and beetle-based agents will want to murder you on sight, disregarding their own safety. That's how much they hate you. But then again, you are wearing the literal bodies of their kindred. Burn in hell, you vile glitch. Sincerely, the REPD. Weight: 25 pandas.
Without wasting any time, I put the armor into my inventory. Then I turned away from B and swapped it out with my tattered suit. It was a lot faster than trying to put it on normally. Immediately, it felt like I was being squeezed all over by chunky and slimy latex. A disgusted shiver ran down my spine. It was suffocating with the helmet on as it pressed against my nose and mouth, while the eye slots were positioned in such a way that my human eyes could not see out of them. As soon as I thought that I wanted to take it off, the helmet opened up and retracted down into the neck plates, allowing me to breathe and see normally. I sighed in relief. I was fairly sure that I'd suffocate to death with the helmet activated. Since I wanted to get a feel for the mobility, I started moving my arms and legs around. To my surprise, it was hardly noticeable, though my movements had definitely gotten slower. It seemed that my tattered black suit had barely counted as clothing, thus giving me a big boost from birthday suit, while the carapace suit fully negated its effects. Fortunately, swapping between clothes was easy with the inventory system, so I could still get that extra speed and jump height. B watched as I tested out the armor.
With the helmet, you look exactly like an agent, she commented.
Maybe I can use it to blend in and avoid people like Hawaiian Shirt Guy and Annabella, I considered.
I don't think you'll be blending in with a suit like that, she told me honestly.
Also, the name tag still says Gambit the Moron, Panda pointed out. I looked down at my chest. The white name tag sticker was still there despite swapping outfits. God damn it. Chapter -48.
So, what now?
B asked. Ever since breaking free of Calm Springs Asylum, it had just been one thing after the other. I hadn't truly had the freedom to do the things I wanted to do, but that changed now. We're heading downtown, I announced. Gambit, Panda started, clearly about to preach to me about letting go. Shut up, I told him.
What's downtown?
B asked. He's going to search for the mayor, Panda explained. I just want to see if he's alive, and if so, I'll make sure to fix that, I said, feeling an old anger stir in my chest. Plus, there's the police chief as well. That slimy bastard is no doubt still alive. Also, I want to see if my apartment is still intact. They must have burnt all your trash long ago, Panda said. You were in the asylum forever. Didn't feel that long, I replied.
I didn't know you were in an asylum,
B said, although she hardly seemed surprised. You don't watch the news? Panda asked her. Her antennae twitched.
Do I look like a boomer?
She scoffed, clearly taking offense to the question. Panda rolled his eyes. Right, I forgot. Your generation gets all their facts from TikTok and YouTube. Why are you talking like a disgruntled 50-year-old? I asked him. But seriously, you never heard about Gambit on the news?
No,
she replied firmly.
And what does it matter? It's all fake anyway.
I nodded appreciatively. Finally, someone gets it. B, Panda started, his voice grave. You don't want Gambit agreeing with you on this one. Trust me. I jabbed my finger in his direction. Are you a government plant, Panda? The plushie sighed. He was back to sitting on B's shoulder, but I couldn't for the life of me remember when he'd crawled over there. Let's just get going. You'll see that your delusions are baseless. They're skin stealers, I'm telling you. They were government officials, he replied exasperatedly. There's no grand conspiracy. You were evicted for defaulting on your payments, and the police arrested you for being a danger to society. Case closed. They arrested me because I discovered the truth, I insisted. That's why they framed me and claimed I was insane, so they could discredit everything I said. Panda sighed loudly. Sure. Whatever you say. I narrowed my eyes, glaring at him dangerously.
Downtown is pretty far,
B commented, ignoring our argument. I grinned as a good idea suddenly entered my mind. Let's hitch a ride, I said. Panda immediately caught on to my plan. Gambit, don't you dare.
I need a taxi. Request received. A taxi has been dispatched to your current location.
My gods, you're actually such a total moron. B apparently saw the message as well because she turned to look at me and asked,
Does a taxi qualify as public transportation? And why is it in quotation marks?
I have no idea, I said with a grin. A warbling scream pierced the air, its ululating voice a mix between agony and glee. Ghastly green lights bounced up over the rooftops a couple streets over, distinctly visible even though it was midday. Then we heard a voice above the sounds of the abandoned cars being violently shoved aside, screeching on their metal chassis. Oh boy, oh boy! Ah, fuck, Panda muttered. Perhaps this was a mistake, I realized belatedly. You're a moron.
Panda, don't be mean,
B scolded him. Well, when you two are being chewed to death by a sentient taxi, remember I told you so. From one moment to the next, a large car-sized shape broke through the intersection about 60 yards away, swerving and heading right for us. I quickly pulled out my looking glass and scanned it. Appraisal. Level 31. Taxi. World boss. Oh boy! All public transport descended from a common ancestor, and thus they share distinct elements, such as the fact that they grow stronger with each person they consume. Their methods of consumption vary, but they often use their eyes and voices to persuade potential victims to enter them. Killing a public transport boss is trickier than you might think, since you can't really take them head on, but we highly encourage you to try. Your death might make it onto our highlight reel. Of all the public transport entities you will encounter, the taxi is the least dangerous and most faithful to its original purpose. Buses, trains, and metros might accept passengers under the right circumstances, but usually they just try to devour you on sight. And don't even get me started on ships and planes. It was vaguely taxi-shaped, in the same way the human bus had been vaguely bus-shaped. Its body was covered in what looked like stitched-together skin, and a gaping mouth sat where the grille and license plate should have been. The headlights were round and flickered with sentience, while the ethereal light that shone out of them cast unnatural shadows from anything they touched. The way the eyes looked at us as it came closer was deeply unnerving. The cab interior was obscured by frosted glass windows, but handprints of varying sizes pressed against them, as though trying to reach out to us. One was writing "Run" at the bottom of the left passenger side window, but the letters rapidly faded. I prepared my gauntlet, squeezing the balloons.
I'm fackin' ready,
Brock said excitedly. Instead of trying to eat us like the human bus, the taxi swung to a stop on the road a few yards away. Then its passenger doors popped open, welcoming us inside. Come, let me take you for a ride. B gave me a wary glance. I shrugged. I guess we might as well give it a try, I said. Are you out of your fucking mind? Panda protested. B nodded. My mom always told me to try everything once. I'm pretty sure that only applies to food, Panda replied. Don't be such a buzzkill, I told him. It said in the appraisal that it serves its original purpose. That is to say, it's still a transport, and downtown is like 10 miles away. He frowned. You totally glossed over the part that mentioned it consumes people. Let's just try it, B said, also attempting to convince him. If it looks bad, Gambit will just punch it to death like he always does. I nodded, glad she was taking my side. One day, he'll meet something he can't just punch to death, Panda replied ominously. B and I approached the open doors. I got in on the left side and she got in on the right. The interior was surprisingly normal and even had a Wunderbaum air freshener scent. A frosted pane of glass dividing the front of the cab from the back. What is your destination? Downtown Castleberg, I said. Oh boy, what a trip we will have. Request received. Your taxi will take you to Downtown Castleberg. Distance to destination, 7.2 miles. Estimated ride duration, 40 minutes. That seems quite a long trip for such a short distance, Panda nitpicked. The roads are a total mess, I pointed out. Off we go, said the taxi cheerfully. Then the doors slammed shut. The temperature suddenly dropped down to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Strange, swirling green mist came up from the floor and seats of the taxi. Suddenly a hand slapped against the glass divider, leaving an imprint. Vibrations emanated through the floor as the vehicle started moving, and the first few bumps made themselves known as the taxi traversed the gridlocked city roads. Not the worst ride I've had, I said. Me neither, B replied. And the driver isn't immediately trying to get us into an MLM or a cult either, which is a real plus. The seatbelts snaked out of their housings and secured us tightly to our seats. I got the sense that I wouldn't be able to remove it until we arrived. I must admit, this isn't so bad, Panda conceded, if you can look past the temperature and creepy ghost handprints on the glass. Weirdly, the prints kept appearing, slapping against the divider and the outside windows, as though the haunting spirits were trapped in the glass itself, rather than floating around within the car. Several of the ghostly hands tried to write messages, but never got very far. Then a chime like that of an intercom played through the cab interior before a voice came out through the speakers. "Thank you for choosing to use your local taxi service. It is now time to play Who Wants to Survive the Ride? The participants have 3 lives combined and 10 questions you must answer correctly before you reach your destination. Once your lives are used up or you arrive at your destination without answering all questions, your bodies will be devoured by the seats. Player skills are disabled for the duration of the minigame. Good luck." "Aw, crap," Panda groaned. "This sounds like fun," I replied, ignoring the fact that our lives were now on the line. B's antennae, which were pressed against the ceiling, swished about excitedly. "I'm pretty good at trivia," she boasted. I patted Panda on top of his soft head. "What's the worst that can happen?" "You really have to stop saying things like that." Chapter -49. Question 1. What is the population of Castleberg? Your answer must be within 500 of the actual number. I leaned back into the surprisingly comfortable seat. "I think that's a trick question," I said. "There were 13,600 people alive when I did the last dungeon break, but that's divided between Maidville, Castleberg, and the smaller towns around." "Before the apocalypse, Castleberg had 80,000 or so, with Maidville at 27,000, B rattled off. "I don't know about the other towns. We also don't know how hard each place was hit, so there might be an overrepresentation of Maidville versus Castleberg. Therefore, my guess is 6,300. I nodded, having no clue how she arrived at that number. "Add 42 to that," Panda said. "Our answer is 6,342, B said. "Correct! The answer is 6,837. "You really saved us there, Panda," I remarked. "Focus. Still 9 questions left. Question 2. What is the name of the mayor of Castleberg's dog?" I sighed. "It's another trick question. He doesn't have a dog." B spoke up. "Our answer is, he doesn't have a dog." "Correct! Mayor Noah Sullivan's dog was killed when a madman suffering from paranoid schizophrenic delusions broke into his private residence. Question 3. Who killed the mayor's dog?" "Gambit did," Panda answered. B gasped. "You killed a dog?" I frowned. "I didn't. I'd never hurt an animal. I'm not a goddamn serial killer." "Then who did?" Panda asked, jabbing me in the stomach with his plushy arm. He was walking around on the back seats, while B and I were tied up by the seatbelts. She was giving me a new kind of look. Judgment. It had been one thing when Annabella and birthday boy Steve judged me. They were both assholes who I couldn't give 2 shits about. But for B to be doubting me and judging me based on lies, that hurt way more than I'd expected. Never before in my life had I felt such an overwhelming need to be exonerated. "Our answer is the chief of police," I said, brimming with conviction. "Correct! Mayor Noah Sullivan's dog was killed by Liam Johnson, the chief of police, in order to frame the madman known as Redacted." "I fucking knew it!" I cheered excitedly. Panda sat down between us. "Huh," he muttered, momentarily stunned. "Definitely didn't see that one coming." B sunk back in her seat in obvious relief. "I knew you wouldn't kill a dog," she said. "If you had, I would have smothered you to death with a pillow the next time you went to sleep." I nodded. "That's fair. Question 4. How many people have died as a result of your actions as a player in the Great Game? Your answer must be within 10 of the actual number." I groaned. "It's probably going to say a really high number." "Our guess is 0, B yelled without consulting us. "Correct! The wayward miner known as B is not responsible for killing anyone, as she is not considered a player in the Great Game. The entity known as Gambit is a system glitch, and thus an accurate tally is impossible to make." Are all these just trick questions? Panda wondered.
I'm having fun,
Bee said excitedly. I wonder if we get a reward if we answer them all correctly.
Perhaps there's a way to get help from the audience or to phone a friend,
Bee said, really getting into it. Players who take part in Who Wants to Survive the Ride have the ability to ask the audience for help in the form of a poll. They may also call a player, so long as said player is alive. She nodded.
That's useful,
she said.
All right, let's go for all 10 correct.
I smiled. Despite the fact that losing this taxi game would mean death, I was glad that we both got a bit of downtime from fighting and being chased. It definitely wasn't going to last once we reached downtown, so it was important to cherish it now. Question number 5. 3 other players besides Gambit completed the Weapon Lucian event. What was the final weapon of the player who finished 4th? Who was number 4, I wondered. I hadn't paid close enough attention to the scoreboard that had been presented in the recent announcement.
It was Tina and Nina, Bee answered.
She had a double-barrel shotgun with a bayonet that which shot acidic spikes, Panda recounted effortlessly. But that wasn't her final weapon, I think. We'd like to call a player, I said to the taxi.
You have chosen call a player. Which player would you like to call?
Tina and Nina, I answered. There followed a few beats of silence before a dial tone blared through the speakers in the doors and the radio on the other side of the glass panel. An invisible finger had managed to write, "Don't trust the audience," on the divider.
Hello,
answered a sweet voice, while the sound of screaming was abruptly cut off in the background.
Who is this? I just received a strange pop-up like a phone call.
Hi, Tina, I replied.
You sound familiar,
she said. It's me, Gambit, from Calm Springs.
Oh, hi! How are you doing? Is Pandemonium still with you?
Panda shivered at the mention of his name and made a series of gestures to indicate that I shouldn't mention him. Yeah, he's right here with me, I replied, watching the plushie squirm. And we're doing fine. We're in a taxi at the moment and we're hoping to get your help with a question.
Oh, I tried one of those. It was so much fun. What's the question you're stuck on?
We need to know what your final weapon was in the last event.
I see. Let me put Nina on the phone.
I swallowed hard, knowing what was coming. There was mostly silence on the other end, though I thought I heard faintly whispered words. Hi, Nina, I said cautiously.
The birdcage has a hole in the floor, and the crows of death sing at midnight. The lost child is found in the temple when the crestfallen hero gets his revenge. The herald tells only lies, and the judge can be trusted.
I see, I replied. Thank you. I cleared my throat. Can you tell us what weapon you had when you finished the Weapon Lucian event?
A dragon that breathes acid and spits out its teeth.
Gotcha. Thanks. There was a click as the call ended.
Is she always like that?
Bee asked. She looked kind of spooked. Nina is pretty intense, Panda explained, and only seems to speak in riddles. I nodded, recalling some of her past warnings from when we'd been together in the asylum. The weirdest thing is that once you figure out what she's saying, there's always a real meaning behind the riddles, I said. Before the apocalypse, she kept saying that the children of stars and the insects of show business were going to lay claim to this world. She also once warned me about one of the orderlies planning to beat me up. I didn't realize that was what she'd meant until after it happened, though.
So that stuff with the birdcage, crows, child, temple, crestfallen hero, herald, and judge all means something?
Bee asked. I nodded. Probably, yeah. The crestfallen hero might be Logan Maximilian, Panda guessed.
Does that mean the lost child is me?
Bee wondered. That does make some manner of sense, I replied. But no idea what temple it'd be referring to. There isn't really anything like that in Castleberg as far as I know. The judge has to be an adjudicator, right? Panda continued. I'm more worried about this birdcage, I said. Makes me think of a prison. Also, if Logan is the crestfallen, then I suppose we should expect him to seek revenge. Given that you killed his sister and failed to kill him, since he clearly finished the Weaponlution event, I'd say it'd be pretty obvious. But he's still in Maidville, so I doubt it'll be an issue anytime soon.
We'll just kill him before he kills us, B replied confidently.
He has strong protagonist vibes, so we need to be careful if he does attack us, I said.
Anyway, what's the answer to the question? B wondered.
I smiled, having long ago learnt how to decode most of the ways that Nina described things. Our answer is an acid flamethrower that shoots spikes. Correct! The final weapon of number 4 player Tina and Nina was an acid spike-shooting flamethrower. The taxi hit a bump in the road and went airborne for a moment before landing with a jolt that nearly bounced my head off the ceiling. Then, as if nothing had happened, the game continued. I frowned as I saw the next question. Chapter -50. Question number 6. Where are your parents? My mom died of an opioid overdose and my dad died of cancer, I said.
My parents are still alive, B answered.
Wait, really? Panda said. I was certain you had a grim upbringing and your dark past molded you into the person you are today.
That's actually very mean, she replied. My childhood was nice, and my parents are good people.
So why all this? He asked, gesturing to her body. Panda, people can be weird without having undergone trauma, I explained.
I prefer the term neurodivergent, B said.
Wait, is this a trick question again? I wondered.
Maybe the trick is that there is no trick, she guessed.
So literally then?
My parents are at home, she said confidently.
I shrugged. Let's try answering it literally then.
Our answer is, my parents are at home.
And mine are dead and buried. Correct! We were unable to verify the location of either of your parents due to your statuses as entities outside the system's rules. Huh. Another one of those, I muttered. I guess it helps that they default to correct when they can't confirm your answers, Panda said, although there was a slightly sour note to his voice. Question number 7. What's a robot's favorite snack? I blinked. Wait, is that a dad joke question?
Our answer is computer chips,
B yelled excitedly. Panda groaned. Correct! While a robot's favorite snack is computer chips, the system's favorite snack is suffering. Question number 8. Return true if the given non-negative number is 1 or 2 more than a multiple of 20, such that the following results are achieved. More 20 with an argument of 20 returns false. More 20 with an argument of 21 returns true. More 20 with an argument of 22 returns true. The glass divider to the front seats suddenly became a whiteboard, and a black marker pen landed on the seat between us. The question was also written on the board. What the fuck is this question? I exclaimed.
What language?
B asked, unfazed. You may decide.
Java, then.
I stared at her in surprise. You understand the question?
It's a programming task, she replied.
You know programming?
Of course.
Panda shook his head. Go figure that I got stuck with the moron. B scribbled a few numbers, words, and a strange collection of symbols onto the whiteboard. Public Boolean more 20 with a parameter integer n, curly brace open. Return n modulo 20 equals 1 or n modulo 20 equals 2, curly brace close. This is our answer. Correct! There are several ways to answer this logic puzzle, but this one is quite succinct. Damn, nice work, I praised her. I would have been completely lost on that one. She's really carrying this whole thing, Panda remarked, while giving me a look. I don't like that you're implying I'm dumb all the time, I told him.
Yeah, it's really not very nice, B agreed.
Question number 9. Which insect shorted out an early supercomputer and inspired the term computer bug? A. Moth. B. Roach. C. Fly. D. Japanese beetle. As though we were on an actual quiz show, the questions were rapidly getting harder. It was clear they were done throwing softballs. Probably a roach, I said. Those bastards get everywhere. Definitely not a fly, Panda muttered.
I think I know the answer, B said. But let's try to ask the audience.
You have chosen to ask the audience. Here are the results of their votes. A, 16%. B, 27%. C, 9%. D, 48%. That was fast, I remarked, looking at the column graph that had appeared on the whiteboard in front of us.
I don't know if we can trust them, B said.
She had probably seen the message left by the ghosts earlier as well. Maybe they want us to think that we can't trust them, I said. Or maybe, Panda started, they want us to think that's what they want us to think.
So the answer is C?
No, it's obviously A. I don't understand your logic, I told him.
It's okay, Gambit. I was fairly sure it was a moth anyway,
B said, backing up Panda. I nodded. Then our answer is A, moth. Correct! A moth is the right answer. Phew, I sighed. Question number 10. In addition to his career as an astrologer and prophet, Nostradamus published a 1555 treatise that included a section on what? A. Training parrots to talk. B. Cheating at card games. C. Digging graves. D. Making jams and jellies. I frowned. Why do I get the feeling that these last two were ripped straight from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Estimated time until arrival, 1 minute. The taxi had noticeably picked up a lot of speed and was shooting down the road. In actuality, we'd probably only been driving for 15 minutes, way short of the 40-minute duration we'd been given at the beginning. It felt like a deliberate mistake to trip us up.
I don't know the answer to this one,
Bea announced worriedly, her antennae fluttering.
And we just used up our last lifeline.
Don't worry, you still have 3 lives, Panda said. Failing to answer correctly will result in a different question and the loss of one of your lives. Actually, scratch that. Do worry, Panda exclaimed. We're running out of time.
What do we do?
Bea asked, panicking. I realized she was bad with deadlines and working under pressure. But then I cleared my throat dramatically. I know the answer. Yeah, and the moon is made of cheese, Panda scoffed. Our answer is D, I said confidently. Correct! His recipe for cherry jelly is quite delicious. I grinned. See? Told you I knew it. Bea grabbed my hand excitedly and swung it up and down.
We did it! Yay!
Too bad we won't end up being millionaires, though. I thought you rejected capitalism, Panda commented. I shook my head. That was only because I was poor. The taxi rolled to a stop. The cold mist dissipated, and the handprints all vanished. Congratulations! You have reached your destination and answered all 10 questions correctly without losing a single life. You may want to exit the vehicle. Then the taxi began to rumble. Our seatbelts popped loose, and the doors flung open. Get out! Quick! Panda yelled. I grabbed him by the arm and hurried out, just as Bea leapt out of the other door. A second later, the taxi blew up and sent chunks of the sentient vehicle raining down around us. A glowing wisp was left behind. We were in the middle of an asphalt road jammed full of vehicles, with a familiar and ominous track of something having dragged its body through the road. The track was a lot bigger than the one that had been left behind by the human bus, and that was when I remembered that downtown Castleburg had a metro that connected it to Maidville. Around us were tall office buildings and an off-ramp to the highway heading west to Maidville and east towards Boston. There were a lot of shops as well, all hugging the office buildings. Further north lived the rich of Castleburg, such as the mayor, but the police station wasn't far from us. One of my hated enemies was within reach, and I finally had the power to do what I hadn't been capable of before. An achievement appeared, alongside a large coin and a gooey brownish-black raisin the size of an orange. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Who Wants to Survive the Ride? Completed a taxi's minigame. You're not as dumb as you look, but you can always use more brains. Fret not. The taxi doesn't need its own anymore, so you can have it. Since you also didn't lose a single life, we have added a bonus reward. Rewards, Taxi Brain, and 50 game coins.
I got a level from that,
B said. She was already back on her feet and inspecting the leftovers from the taxi.
It dropped 100 game coins. Let's split them again.
I stood up, wiping a bit of taxi gunk from my hair. The rest of its spattered mess had failed to stick to my carapace suit, which was pretty handy. I was sure it wouldn't be the last time I got showered in viscera and gore. Before I could suggest that we head for the police station, a familiar and annoying voice filled the air.
Players of Castleburg, Maidville, and the surrounding environs that I won't waste the time naming. Although we are still more than a day ahead of schedule, it is now time to introduce you to aforementioned systems that have finally been activated in the Great Game. That's right. Up until now, you have merely been partaking in the tutorial, with the Weaponlution event serving as the exam to test how much you've learnt. The real game starts now.
Chapter -51. I don't like the sound of this, Panda muttered as the new announcer started explaining the systems that were coming online following the first game event. B and I couldn't move, but like usual, the plushie was unaffected.
To start off, new dungeons have been added to your region. Until now, only public facilities could become dungeons, but now any place of significance might turn into one. Additionally, as an incentive to clear these dungeons, they will be regularly releasing enemies every hour. A successful dungeon clear will put its release on a cooldown for half a day. Make sure you clear those dungeons before your city is overrun. New roaming bosses have likewise been added, with many inspired by the folklore, myths, and urban legends of your region. Defeating these bosses is a good way to earn unique rewards like weapons, armor, skills, and game coins. Game coins are a new addition for our merchant system, which allows for trading with unique, non-hostile entities known as vendors. Trade between players using this currency will also be possible through the public marketplaces. However, these vendors and marketplaces are almost entirely exclusive to safe zones, which have to be unlocked. Unlockable safe zones are yet another new addition, intended to consolidate player strength in a region and activate the quest and merchant systems. While we prefer that the weak are torn to shreds, it is important that the strong get stronger for what will come later. In order to unlock safe zones, important dungeons and/or roaming bosses must be cleared, such that a safe zone sphere can be obtained. This item will enable the construction of a safe zone and its subsequent management by the players supporting it. Currently, there are 5 ways to obtain safe zone spheres in your region. Clear the police headquarters, Castleburg. Kill the mayor, Castleburg. Clear the sewers, Maidville. Kill the Shadow Man. Kill the Yellow Raincoat Demon. Last on the list of new additions is the Benefactor system. As you fight through dungeons and kill bosses, you may catch the eye of a benefactor. These can be anything from agency executives like the Queen of the Child Protective Services Hive, demons and daemons of the 9 realms of vice, and even the spawn of the Great Ones. Some of you have already attracted the attention of such esteemed entities, and once this announcement concludes, you may receive a notice saying you have been acquired by a benefactor. In case you were wondering, Samantha, you do not have a say in this. Those of you worthy of earning a benefactor will be sold to the highest bidder. Do your best to please your benefactors and their whims, lest they penalize you. That is all for now. Once the rest of your world's first game events conclude, a 7-day countdown for the second event will begin. To avoid unintended complications, you are not able to leave your region until the surrounding regions finish their ongoing events.
That's a lot to dump on us all at once, B muttered. I slowly digested the information. They had turned the mayor into a boss monster from the sounds of it. How fitting, I muttered. He was a weak man who had only gained his seat of governance thanks to his vast inheritance and general disregard for promises made to constituents. He'd always been a monster, but now the great game had made it very obvious. Suddenly, a hazy dark blue box appeared in front of me. It seemed to exist beyond our 3 dimensions, as it lazily spun and changed shapes in an incomprehensible way. I looked over to Bea to see that one had appeared in front of her as well. The box had a large eye in the center, with the horizontal iris of a goat. As I looked at it, it felt like tongues were licking the outside of my brain, making zaps and tingles flow through my mind like a lightning storm. Then it opened. An honest-to-God parchment letter emerged, unfolding itself in the air. The text was impossible for my human mind to comprehend, but fortunately, a system pop-up appeared to translate it. Benefactor contract. This is a system contract. This benefactor contract is binding for the duration of the great game. The owner of the contract may change if the benefactor decides to sell you or if they are outbid. The following is a message from your new benefactor.
Oh, Gambit, how doth I lust for thy luscious thighs, gazing upon thine amoral figure bathed in gore delights me so. Thus, I have decided to make thee mine plaything. Miranda, demon duchess of throbbing excitement.
Sign here. I frowned. Yeah, I'm not doing that. My right hand lifted towards the floating letter on its own and wouldn't budge even when I tried to pull against the movement. Thin tendrils of blood snaked out from my fingertips, emerging from under my nails. They reached out to touch the parchment and wrote my real name on it. Then the contract went up in purple-pink flames, including the box it had arrived in. A symbol, almost like a tattoo, appeared around my right ring finger. It was visible through Brock's balloon gauntlet body, thanks to its glowing light that matched the flames. Fortunately, its intensity died down quickly. Still, I wasn't a fan of being branded. I looked over and saw Bea going through the same thing, but before I could try to intervene, her letter had gone up in a warm blue puff of smoke. An achievement predictably followed the event. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. The benefactor. Received a benefactor. You have been marked and made a benefactor's chosen. Benefactors are the lifeblood of the great game, as they are the reason it stays afloat financially. While your world ran on money, the great game is sustained by cosmic influence. This intangible resource is paid by the benefactors in return for allowing them to sponsor their favorite players and subject them to their whims. I hope you enjoy being given quests to kill a rival benefactor's chosen, because that is 99% of the requests. Although, there might also be special favors mixed in with them, especially if you get snatched up by some of the weirder types. Reward, 10 game coins. What did you get? I asked her, after waving the pop-up away. Bea lifted her right ring finger to show her tattoo. It was dark blue and looked like it was painted on. I got a benefactor called the All-Mother, she said. Panda shuddered at the sound of the name. Mine's a demon duchess of throbbing excitement called Miranda. Bea gave me a look. That sounds... Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's a succubus or something. An unfamiliar chime sounded in my ear. Do you hear that? I asked. No. It rang a couple more times before a new pop-up appeared. Benefactor gift. This is a gifted item from your benefactor. The following message was included with your gift.
Be a good boy, and wear these for thy mistress, Miranda.
Gift. Lustful loincloth. I frowned. I just got a benefactor gift. What is it? My frown deepened as the item appeared in my hands. It felt like animal hide, but it was purple and had a limp, noodle-like tail with a heart at the end coming out the back. The tail and heart were both soft, as though covered in real skin. Also, the item was warm. Against my better judgment, I inspected the item. Lustful loincloth, armor. Made from the hide of a male lust demon who wronged Duchess Miranda, it has been imbued with her unique powers. Duchess Miranda is known as a fearsome general who gains power from showering in the blood of her foes. It is imbued with the following effects. This item does not count as a piece of armor and cannot be unequipped unless Miranda allows it. When a kill results in a splatter of blood that hits your bare skin, you get a stack of Battle Hardened for 30 seconds, increasing damage resistance by 5% and damage by 10%. This effect can stack up to 10 times. This is a benefactor gift and cannot be sold or discarded. Weight, 0.45 pandas. I pinched the loincloth between 2 fingers. Apparently, once I equip this, I won't be able to take it off. It's actually quite powerful, so I'm torn. I'm all for you not flashing people anymore, Panda stated.
Maybe it'll look better than what you normally wear when you unequip everything,
B commented. I blinked in surprise at her words.
What do you mean? Normally you have these pea-stained white boxers on. They're kind of gross to look at. But then again, purple pants with a tail attached makes you a certified weirdo.
I wish I'd have known earlier that I wasn't going full commando on you, but thank fuck for that.
Panda didn't tell you?
Don't look at me, the plushie said defensively. He's 100% nude on my end. Maybe you just have a censoring filter or something. I sighed, my fingers pressing into the fabric of the loincloth. I equipped the benefactor gift by putting my legs through it and pulling it over my carapace suit's pants. It immediately disappeared under the chitin armor, somehow phasing through. The loincloth stuck to my skin as though it was slathered in glue. The warmth it gave off was deeply unsettling. Good boy. A shiver ran down my spine at the words which resounded in the depths of my ear canals. They were honeyed and sweet, but with an underlying tone of malicious intent and glee at my discomfort. I cleared my throat, trying to shake the awful feeling of whatever the hell I'd just been signed up for against my will. Let's go to the police station. I have a date with the chief of police.
Bad catchphrase. You have taken 1 point of damage.
Chapter -52.
I just received a benefactor gift,
B said as we walked down the street in the direction of the police headquarters. I had to admit that my new loincloth was actually quite nice, fitting me in all the right ways, although the warmth it emanated onto my skin was still no less unsettling. What'd you get? I asked.
A slice of pie. It has some strange fruits in it that I've never heard of, but sounds delicious.
My mouth salivated at the mention of food.
The message attached told me to eat up and be healthy, since I'm just skin and bones.
Sounds like the grandmother treatment, Panda remarked. I rubbed my stomach. I wish I'd gotten food from my benefactor, I complained. Instead, you got a dominatrix, the plushie said, and laughed.
I bet Gambit has some weird fans, B remarked.
What kind of demon is the All-Mother? I asked, steering around the topic.
She's not a demon. Instead, she's something called an absolute, she explained.
What's that?
No idea.
Panda shuddered where he sat on my shoulder. You okay, buddy? Yeah. Just don't offend the All-Mother, okay? Absolutes are scary as shit. You know what they are? It's probably best I don't tell you, he replied. I looked at him suspiciously. Don't forget to check the brain you picked up from the taxi, he said, blatantly trying to change the subject. You're lucky I don't actually care that much, I told him. I pulled the gooey raisin brain out of my inventory and inspected it. Taxi brain. Item. The brain of a taxi that you defeated by completing its mini-game. A shred of sentience still remains within this shriveled-up raisin. In order to access the power trapped within, all you have to do is tell it, I love you, with sincerity. Show some vulnerability. Say it.
Wait, 1 panda.
I sighed and looked at the raisin in my hands. It was surprisingly difficult to say the words, even though I was just saying it to the dried-up brain of a taxi. The only time I'd ever said those words and meant them was when I'd had to give away my Kevin, the bestest bullfrog in the world.
I love you.
Surprised, I turned to look at Bea. She'd managed to get the words out before me. She was surprisingly confident at times like these. I looked down at the brain in my hands. I love you, I whispered. Choose your reward. How romantical. Pick one of the options. Hitchhike, skater boy, scooter guy. Hitchhike, passive. While on a road, anything you mount turns into a vehicle that automatically goes where you are heading. Results may vary wildly, mostly because we're not sure how this works and therefore can't really comment on potential use case scenarios. So, use with caution? Skater boy, ability. Admit it, you've always wanted to be that guy. Well, now you can be. Skate, do a flip, grind a railing, sustain 18 compound fractures to your skull. Whoa. Summon a semi-sentient skateboard that works like normal but picks up speed if you perform tricks. It has a slight disregard for the laws of physics so long as one of your feet is on it. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Duration, 10 minutes. Scooter guy, ability. Vaffanculo. Summon a semi-sentient Vespa that only works so long as you are disobeying traffic laws. It curses in Italian when you beep the horn. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Duration, 10 minutes. Not sure I trust the first option, I said. Also, how am I meant to make it work? Do I just sit on anything and it takes me where I want to go? Sounds like it. But I think the skateboard one makes the most sense, Panda advised. I picked a movement skill that lets me fly upward and maneuver around, Bea announced. It should work well with Beetle Breeze, which lets me glide. You should use the party hat too, if you haven't already, I told her. It's a boss item? She asked, surprised. I nodded. I almost threw it away once, she replied, sounding relieved that she hadn't. It's a lesson to inspect any reward you get, Panda said. Watch them only give us junk, Bea retorted. I'd had the exact same response. While she pulled out the party hat and strapped it under her chin, I selected Skater Boy. Panda was suddenly on her shoulder and looking at the skill options. You're not as lucky as Gambit, he commented. She got offered Party Never Ends like you, but not Birthday Gift, which would have been good. What did she get offered instead? Birthday Wrapped, she replied. It wraps up a target and makes it impossible for them to break free if their strength is less than my intelligence. But someone else can unwrap them. That sounds good though, right? I'm picking my class option instead, she replied. Look, Beetle Battle Mage, passive. Did you know that all beetles are basically wizards? That's right, those things they shoot out of their palms are spells. As is common with this archetype, they're not very tough. Their natural armor might make them seem strong, but it's quite pliable and incredibly weak to simple impact damage. Those employed by the REPD are what would be considered battle mages, as they are specialized in fighting up close. But even if their armor is slightly bolstered, they're still pretty easy to kill, all things considered. Receive a 25% bonus to your defense attribute and a 50% bonus to all damage inflicted at a range of less than 10 feet with any beetle spell. Damn, that's a great passive, I muttered. Show me what you got from the taxi brain, she insisted. I smiled in expectation, then held out my hand and said, Skater Boy. A fleshy, 1 foot wide, 8 foot long, stitched piece of skin, covered with a rainbow of bruise colors, appeared in the air in front of me and landed on 4 obsidian wheels. Amongst the dark browns, blue blacks, and purple greens of the board were a multitude of tiny glass bead-sized eyeballs that swiveled around. At the very front of the board was a mouth with disorderly dark yellow buck teeth. I let out a disgusted sound. This isn't a skateboard! It's a longboard! That's your complaint? Panda exclaimed from where he sat on my shoulder.
Oh boy, let's skate!
Ah, fuck, it talks, I groaned. Face it, you've gone mad, Panda said. Having one of my hallucinations tell me that feels deeply ironic somehow. Rumbling and tremors underfoot reminded me that we were in the middle of a large street with the trail of an enormous monster running through it. Swallowing my disgust at the mislabeling of the board and the fact that it spoke like the taxi, I put a foot onto it.
Wicked.
I shuddered in further disgust. The tremors suddenly got worse, and a loud as hell yet soft-spoken female voice rang out across the city. 間もなくお客様方は私の中に入ります。出口はございません。逃げるのはおやめください。What does that mean? B tilted her head as she tried to decipher the voice. When it repeated a moment later, sounding closer than before, she translated its meaning. It's Japanese for some reason and says, "Soon you will enter my body. There is no exit. Please do not run away." It's very polite. What the fuck? That's creepy as hell. Wasn't the metro between Castleberg and Maidville made by a Japanese company? Panda suddenly recalled. Is that why it's speaking Japanese? I asked. Pretty sure its announcements were in English when I used it. B nodded. Either way, we should get out of here, I said, then kicked off from the ground and rolled along the asphalt road. Beetle, blast off! B yelled. I looked back to see her shoot diagonally into the air with the wings unfolded from her back and flapping ridiculously fast. Humming emanated from her, similar to that of the Beetle agent's flying potato vehicle, but less anxiety-inducing. I felt a sudden urge to perform a trick, so I did a pop-shove-it, which shouldn't have been possible with the longboard. Yet it somehow worked, thanks to its physics-defying powers. As I landed, the mouth was behind my back foot since the board had spun around. Gnarly! I groaned, but felt the board lurch forward with a sudden burst of speed. Moments later, I started going downhill, which made me go even faster. B was gliding through the air above and ahead of me. At this rate, we'd get to the police headquarters within just a few minutes. Chapter -53. An enormous shadow fell over us as we hid in a narrow alleyway near the police headquarters. We both tried to remain as silent as possible while the monster moved past like some twisted serpent. It was the metro train that we'd heard earlier. It had easily caught up on the road, but it hadn't noticed us, so we'd been able to hide before it steamrolled us. The monster was similar to the taxi and human bus, but dwarfed them both with its height and absurd length. From top to bottom were 25 or possibly 30 feet. Its length spanned down the street and around a corner. Unlike the aforementioned minor transport creatures, the Metro's body wasn't exclusively covered in stitched skin. It was an unholy amalgamation of polished metal and pulsating living flesh. The flesh had many distinctly different colors, but red, purple, and brown were most common. These areas were like blemishes on its otherwise perfect metallic skin, but they served to keep the various carriages connected, like muscles and tendons clinging to a skeleton. At the front of its long serpent body was a large window with a maelstrom of humanoid ghosts trapped inside. They were banging against the glass from inside and left bloody handprints that faded only seconds after appearing. The window was like a giant cyclopean eye. Below it was an enormous mouth that scooped up anything in the way on the road, like cars and random debris. Unlike its smaller cousins, it had no teeth, just a gaping black hole. Although it looked like a serpent, it didn't slither through the streets. No, it was dragged forward by 4 powerful arms with 7-fingered hands. They grasped the tops and sides of buildings, then used the leverage to pull the body along. Strangely, the hands didn't cause any structural damage to the buildings, even though they should have. They were also entirely fleshy in appearance, with none of the metal on them, perhaps because they were additions to the original body of the transformed train. From my perspective, the train seemed like an enormous world-eating serpent that would eat and eat until it grew big enough to devour buildings whole. B appraised it with her glasses, keeping a hand over her mouth while reading whatever appeared. A moment later, she shared the result with me wordlessly. Appraisal, level 89, Hitokui Chika, World Boss. Mamonaku anata tachi o nomikomimasu. Gochui kudasai. Chika Hitokui is a metro train variant of the public transport creatures. Owing to her tremendous strength, she is given a unique name off the bat, as are all trains and metros, with their immediate size and power based on the length of the tracks they would normally follow. For some reason, the system assumed this metro train was Japanese, despite its location, hence the strange mismatch in language. This may make defeating it more difficult than normal, unless you've unlocked your inner weeb. Although this monster can crush you in an instant, it should be theoretically possible for anyone to beat it, so long as you can figure out how to trigger its mini-game. Good luck. We'll be recording your death. I breathed out slowly as the vast world boss dragged itself past us. One of the 4 massive hands was directly above us, its fingers lodged in the alleyway for leverage. Each of the 7 fingers was as thick as my head. With hardly a sound, the hand pulled itself free to grasp a building further down the street and dragged the long serpent body of Chika Hitokui forward. For one excruciatingly long minute, Bee, Panda, and I all just watched the body move past, while it kept repeating the same phrase over and over. The volume was so loud that it made my ears ring. When it was finally gone, we all breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow I don't think I could punch that thing to death, I muttered.
The appraisal was quite interesting,
Bee said, ignoring my words. Her antennae were swishing about.
It said that anyone can theoretically defeat it, but that knowing Japanese helps.
Why does it sound like you actually want to try it? Panda asked.
Think about it. If we can trigger its mini-game, we can defeat it like the taxi.
I frowned. No way I'm going inside that thing, I protested.
Its name was kind of weird,
Bee commented absent-mindedly.
Chika Hitokui almost sounds like a real name, but if I'm not mistaken, it means underground people eater.
Is that supposed to be a pun based on people mover? I asked. At least it's not as lazy a name as human bus or just taxi, Panda said.
Bee pointed across the street. Look, there are people near the police station.
On the other side of the road that now had a freshly carved furrow down the middle, players were coming out of their own hidey holes. One guy had hidden inside a garbage bin, while the rest emerged from doorways and alleys like us. They congregated in front of the imposing sliding glass door of the police headquarters. The building was a square brick-and-mortar construction, with a simple mix of dark gray mortar and red bricks that gave it a rather iconic look. I'd been inside it more times than I could remember since my early teens, and its appearance always filled me with a unique blend of dread and hatred. Now, more than ever, it filled me with a need for vengeance. The taxi had confirmed my long-held theory that the chief of police had intentionally pinned the murder of the mayor's dog on me, so I relished the prospect of caving his head in.
What do we do?
Bee asked, looking at the players.
Should we kill them?
Don't default to just killing people, Panda exclaimed. Maybe they're after the safe zone sphere, I said. We could... Before I could finish, the glass door shot open and 8 enemies shambled out. They were clad in police uniforms, but their skin was a pale gray and their heads were missing. From the chin and up was something like the top of a wacky inflatable tube man, except it was their skin flapping around, while blue light shone out from the inside. Their hands were also changed, having grown long-ass nails that sparked with electricity. "Stop resisting!" exclaimed one of the enemies. It lunged at a surprised player, instantly charring his clothes and skin where the long nails touched. "Let's go," I said, and emerged out of the alleyway. Bee was close behind, already releasing her beetle bolts from afar, her hits connecting but not immediately killing the creatures.
"They're level 15, she yelled. "Look!"
She somehow sent the appraisal my way. I thought that sharing it required us to be close, but that didn't seem the case. As I strode across the asphalt, hopping over the deep furrow made by the metro train, I had Panda read through the description. Appraisal, level 15, police fiend, enemy. Stop resisting! Maybe you were wondering what happened to all the local police officers in your city. Or maybe you were happy to see them gone. Well, they're not gone. And if you thought they were bad apples before, you haven't seen anything yet. These fiends are a lesser version of the transformed police station's roster, the traffic cops, as it were. But that doesn't mean they're any less fond of brutalizing detainees after turning off their body cams. These guys are especially fond of their built-in tasers. Oh, and yeah, their heads are pretty messed up. They took open your mind to cosmic influence a bit too literal. So long as you don't look down the open hole to their souls, you'll be fine. I had no idea what that last bit meant, other than don't aim for the head. As I came within reach of a fiend, seconds away from tasering a woman who'd tripped over herself to get away, I slammed Brock into its torso. Punch harder, open parentheses, close parentheses. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Recursive script failed successfully. The impact sent the fiend straight into one of its friends, the glitch collision fusing them together. The carried-over momentum turned them into a spinning top before they simply exploded in a shower of steaming black blood and goop. A lightning nail scraped against my flank, sending a minor shock through my system, though my stolen armor absorbed the rest. I kicked the fiend in the knee, producing a loud crunch as its brittle bones broke and the limb bent the wrong way. Then I uppercutted its chin and sent it flying into the air. Or, well, the top half of its body, with the rest staying on the ground. As it stretched up and away from its legs, its middle tore and split. The top flew off somewhere to the next street over. A pop sounded from nearby, just as one of B's spells, no doubt the Beetle Blast, destroyed the torso of another fiend. By now, the players who'd gathered in front of the building had recouped from their initial shock and helped us lay waste to the remaining four. As the last one died to a cascade of beetle bolts, bat strikes, and stones from a slingshot, we all took a breather. Out of the lot of them, 2 had died to electrocution. The rest didn't seem to mourn over their friends. 7 players stood before us, but they were clearly very weak. B came up next to me, her arms raised slightly, as if she expected them to jump us. Perhaps Annabella and Birthday Boy chasing her down with a mob had made her paranoid. "The highest level is 4, she whispered to me. "It's the guy with the slingshot."
Feck yeah, bruv, I leveled up.
I blinked in surprise, having momentarily forgotten that Brock could level. "Don't move," B warned, aiming her palm at one of the people who moved towards us. It was the woman I'd saved. All of the enemies had left behind glowing wisps, and she'd tried to loot one of them.
"Hey, we helped kill them too, so we get a share," she protested.
Her voice was hoarse, as though she hadn't had enough to drink lately. I noticed how her lips were desiccated to the point of the skin splitting. Her hair was unwashed and clumped together. Her eyes and cheeks were sunken slightly from malnutrition. She wore a stained dark green sweater, frayed leather gloves, jeans with knee pads, and sturdy boots.
"We saved your asses, so it's ours,"
B yelled back, not giving an inch. I looked around at the bodies. They probably don't have much anyway. Just let them take it. They look pitiful, after all. B turned to look at me.
"Are we charity workers all of a sudden?"
B, at least let Gambit do a good thing for once, Panda insisted. It's so out of character that I'm wondering if this might be a turning point. It's neither charity nor a turning point, I told them, while the players in front of us watching the exchange with a mix of dread and confusion. I just think that maybe we're better served not making enemies everywhere we go.
"Fine," B said in a tone that meant it definitely wasn't. "But we're taking all the loot from what we kill in the dungeon."
I nodded. Of course. "Why is there a talking plushie on your shoulder?" asked one of the players suddenly. I looked at the guy. He had maybe just turned 18, but his youthful face was clearly marred by what he'd experienced recently. Black rings of exhaustion surrounded his eyes. I pointed to Panda on my shoulder. "You see him?" I asked. The guy nodded, his ginger curls bobbing slightly. "Am I not supposed to?" "Does anyone else see him?" I asked the other 6 players. Everyone shook their heads. The guy who'd spoken up suddenly looked worried. Am I going to die? I walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's nice to meet a fellow liberated spirit. Also, yes, of course you're going to die. We all will, but until then, keep spreading the truth. Then I spun around and walked towards the doors of the police headquarters with B right beside me. Warning. Now entering level 15 dungeon, police headquarters. Chapter -54. We emerged into the middle of a floor that seemed to belong to a vastly different building. I spun around to take in our surroundings and... Where the fuck are we? A sea of cubicles surrounded us. I couldn't even see the walls of the room because the cubicles just stretched outward in all directions with seemingly no end. As though spurred on by our arrival, all the cubicle walls grew 10 foot tall. It's another maze, Panda remarked. They must be the cheapest dungeon type to make. I groaned. I'm done with mazes. This one looks even more boring than those underground ruins. Instead of going anywhere, I plopped down on the dark gray carpet. Dungeon-break, I said. Warning. Your ability is on cooldown. Time remaining, 1.21004566 to the -5th century. That's a bit under 11 hours, Panda translated. I thought it had been longer than that, I grumbled. I pulled one of the glasses of Victory champagne out of my inventory, but it immediately evaporated. When that didn't work, I pulled out the fusion gum instead. Panda glared at me. Gambit, what are you doing? I'm going to fuse Dungeon-break with Giant-Slayer Lance. Are you brain dead or something? Why would you do that? Because I'm bored of this shitty dungeon layout. Now, don't do anything irrational. What am I saying? All you do is irrational. You have gum? B asked excitedly, snatching it from my hands. Hey, give that back, I yelled, getting to my feet. Inspect, she said. She made a few surprised sounds as she read through it. This seems pretty powerful. That's because it is, Panda remarked. Don't let him waste it on something stupid. I took the packet of gum from B's hand and threw it back into my inventory. Fine! Let's just beat this dumb maze then. What about me? I'm on the verge of bursting, Brock exclaimed. Huh? Why? I can't level up on my own. You have to do it for me. Oh, right. Inspect. Brock. Unique weapon. A purple balloon gauntlet that makes a noise when it hits something. Any punch with this glove has quadruple the impact damage and hits twice. While this weapon is equipped, purple is enabled. 1 unused level up point. Level up. Level 1. Kills remaining until next evolution, 13. Weight, 2.592 pandas. I clicked the level up button, and a new screen appeared over top of it. Brock, level 1. Pick one of the following level up skills. Bouncer. Anything hit with this weapon bounces upon impact with the environment. Purple plus. Now 2 times more purple than ever before. Inflation. All impact damage is turned into internal inflation within whatever is hit. They really want you to pick purple again, huh? Panda commented. I sighed. At this point, I'm inclined to choose it just so it goes away. I want to see, B insisted, and I showed her the options. After a moment, she said, You've got to go purple. I clicked the option, and Brock made a hiccup sound. You okay? I asked him. Fuck, was all he replied. Suddenly, pressure grew in my stomach, and I involuntarily spat out a purple clump of goo. The clump wriggled enthusiastically as it sprouted telescopic eyes like those on a snail. Then a small mouth opened in its body, and it began screaming. A moment later, it disappeared in a puff of purple smoke. Purple plus was a mistake, I muttered. I retched again, and though nothing more came out, I realized another thing about my body that had changed. My saliva and bile were all purple, not to mention it let off an I'm definitely radioactive glow. I'm pretty sure my blood has changed color too, I said with a grimace. Why did I let you talk me into picking it? I was convinced it had to be good, Panda said. B nodded in agreement. It would be too weird if they just gave you a bad option that didn't get better later on. I groaned as a dribble of purple spit fell from my lower lip. I desperately wanted some water to wash down the new taste in my mouth, but I knew that there was no escaping the purple taste. Wait, I said, bringing up the inspection for Brock again. Brock, unique weapon. A purple balloon gauntlet that makes a noise when it hits something. Any punch with this glove has quadruple the impact damage and hits twice. While this weapon is equipped, Purple Plus is enabled. Level 1. Kills remaining until next evolution, 13. Weight, 2.592 pandas. Aha! I can just take off the glove and I'll be fine. I immediately pulled Brock off my hand, making him yelp. Oi! Warn me in advance, you nong! I spat onto the floor and was elated to see it had turned back to its normal translucent color. Gross, Gambit, Panda scolded me. B, do you have water or anything like that? She nodded. I stole some from Ree's production trailer, she said, handing me a water bottle from her inventory. I screwed off the lid and downed the whole thing in seconds. It was the most delicious thing I'd had in ages, even though it was lukewarm and tasted like plastic. With a satisfied sigh, I wiped my mouth on the back of my hand and threw the empty bottle away. Thanks, I said. I looked down at the balloon gauntlet in my hand. You ready, Brock? Slowly, got it? No ramming your hand in all at once. Fucking hurts, you know? Can you two stop talking like that? Panda complained. It's really off-putting. Panda, consent is important, B replied. I slowly slid the gauntlet back over my hand. The rubbery material let out a pained screech of friction. As soon as it was back on, my stomach let out an unsettling gurgle before I retched and spat out a purple, goopy clump. Like before, it sprouted eyes and a mouth, screamed, then disappeared in a puff of purple smoke. I will never get used to that. I'd be more worried if you could get used to something like that, Panda remarked. I wiped my hand across my mouth. All right, let's figure out where the police chief is so I can tear him a new one. Without waiting for B or Panda to agree, I picked one of the 4 directions in the intersection of cubicles we were in, then set off down the path. While walking past the walls formed by flimsy cubicle walls, it was occasionally possible to see into some of them. The same sight greeted us every time. A simple L-shaped desk with an old off-white monitor and PC on top, a keyboard, mouse, notepad with 2 pens, an empty picture frame next to the monitor, a motivational poster to the left of the PC, and a simple gray office chair with wheels. Sometimes the motivational posters changed, but everything else was always the same. After being forced to turn down a new path following a T-section in the maze, B picked an open cubicle at random and sat down on the chair. She tried to turn on the PC, but nothing happened. She then tried to draw something on the notepad, but there was no ink in either of the pens. Frustrated, she ripped down the motivational poster. It featured a man with a noose in his hand and the text, "Hang in there," which seemed like it could be interpreted very poorly. As she walked out of the cubicle, the poster disappeared from her hands and reappeared inside, intact. She next tried to steal the pens, mouse, keyboard, and notepad, but the same thing happened. Lastly, she tried the chair, but it physically couldn't be pushed out of the cubicle's opening. "Just give it up already," Panda said. "It's clearly not working." "I know, one of these cubicles has to be the way out," she insisted. I sighed in response. She was probably right, but I was already so tired of the monotonous dungeon design that I couldn't get my spirit up. There was hardly any sound in the endless sea of cubicles, aside from our muted footsteps on the carpet and the low drone of the air conditioning embedded in the ceiling. I'd already tried to punch my way through the cubicles, but they recovered from damage so quickly that it was impossible to create shortcuts between the paths crisscrossing the space. We walked through the maze for what felt like hours, with B checking every open cubicle we walked past. In total, we must have stopped by at least 40. but aside from a lot of different disturbing motivational posters, they were all identical. Despite that, B continued to test their pens and PCs. It wasn't until we rounded another corner in our chosen path that we found a cubicle with a clear difference. There was something written on the notepad in blue ink. 86, B read, sounding both confused and elated to have found a clue, though neither of us understood what the clue was for. "Do you think they want us to check all the cubicles?" Panda wondered. "That seems pretty absurd, right?"
Maybe it has to do with the number of cubicles, B guessed. We've checked exactly 42 already, so maybe if we go past 44 more, we'll find our next clue.
I groaned. "You know, my backdoor ability is ready. We could always just leave."
And give up on the safe zone sphere?
P replied as though I was out of my mind. "Fine. You lead the way then and do the counting and whatnot." She smiled, which I thought was an unusual response, but she probably liked the puzzle aspect of it all. When we came to cubicle number 86 in our journey, there was a new number on the notepad, -17. B quickly realized this meant that we had to retrace our steps back to number 69, which we did. We'd already passed by it before, but this time it was different, as though visiting number 86 had changed it. Most surprisingly, there was a man seated in the office chair. As we entered his cubicle, he spun around in the chair to face us, and we saw that he had no face. The rest of his body was completely normal, with a white shirt, a light blue tie, and dark blue dress pants. "Hi, my name is Paul," was all he managed to blurt out before I pulverized his head with my fist.
"Get some!"
Brock squealed excitedly as blood spattered the cubicle walls.
Gambit! Why did you do that?
B complained loudly.
He could have given us the next clue.
"I'm not trusting any no-face bastards."
But look, he didn't even leave any leftovers. He was clearly friendly.
As the faceless creature's blood spilled onto the floor, it failed to fully stain everything, which, as I looked closely, was actually a clue in itself. "Look," I said, pointing to the spattered wall next to a motivational poster. It depicted shadowy figures looming over a cubicle wall to look at a sleeping worker, with the text below reading, "Don't fall asleep in the office." Panda squinted somehow. "Is that the number 7? He wondered.
Well spotted, Gambit,
B praised me patronizingly. We left behind the headless human imposter and went to cubicle 76, though it was completely normal. B nodded as though realizing something, and I followed after her as we began retracing our steps. Eventually, we were almost all the way back to where we had started. She gestured with open arms at the cubicle that awaited us.
"Cubicle number 7, she said proudly.
A door stood in the middle of the floor, and I knew it led out of here. A woman in a blue business suit was trying to break open its code lock with a crowbar. She turned to look at us, and I realized I recognized her from somewhere.
"Tell me you know the code," she demanded exasperatedly.
"Look, Gambit, it's Samantha," Panda announced. B appraised her for a moment before she shared the information with me. I furrowed my brow as I read through it. "We should probably turn around and leave," I said. "I don't want to get involved with her." Chapter -55. Appraisal. Level 14. Samantha. Player. "I just want a cold beer. Is that too much to ask for?" Class. Involuntary protagonist. Main attributes: strength, vitality, and defense. Every region has one. A protagonist. They aren't chosen deliberately. No, it's more like a lottery that the winners have no say in. Included in their skill set is the uncanny ability to always be in the right place at the right time, and somehow always ending out on top. However, they are also unable to leave the spotlight, and the system mandates an antagonistic treatment of them. Before the great game, Samantha worked at an office doing office-related things. In the small scheme of Castleberg, she was rather influential, having ties to both the police and the mayor's political party. She was actually pretty fulfilled, even though she worked 80-hour weeks. Now she's on the warpath to conquer the great game and defeat the system that cursed her beautiful life. You know, it's weird. Most players chosen to become protagonists are quite happy about it, but not Samantha. She's a real sour one. She recognizes your face.
How did you find this? Bea asked Samantha. Did you do the puzzle as well?
Puzzle? What puzzle? Her voice had the tone of someone who was used to their orders being followed without question. It immediately set off alarm bells in my head, but I couldn't quite place it until I read the part of the appraisal about her ties to the police and the mayor. "You!" I yelled, pointing at her. "Ah, shit," Panda muttered. "Bea, you might want to stop him before he tries to kill her." Samantha looked away from Bea to glare at me. Then her carefully plucked eyebrows lifted in recognition. "What are you doing here?"
You know Gambit?
Bea asked, ignoring Panda's warning. "Gambit? That's you? This dumb bitch had me evicted from my apartment," I shouted. "I had to sell my fridge magnets and give away Kevin because of her. Don't be mad at me for just doing my job, you social parasite."
Whoa! That's very hostile language from the both of you, Bea said, trying to be a mediator.
Samantha glared at Bea. "Are you actually human? I've killed quite a few things that looked like you."
I was, but then I was transformed into a beetle girl. I still consider myself human, though.
"Step aside, Bea," I said, flexing the fingers inside the balloon gauntlet. "Hold up, Gambit," Panda said, sitting backwards on her shoulder to face me. He was forming an X with his arms. "Maybe you don't have to fight her. You know what she did, Panda. Don't try to stop me." "Panda?" Samantha asked. "Who's Panda?" Bea pointed at her shoulder.
This guy.
Her plucked eyebrows twitched. "Who?" "There's nothing there." "She can't see him," I growled, ready to pounce as soon as Bea moved out of the cubicle's opening.
Ah, you were both turning insane, Samantha realized, taking a step back.
The crowbar in her hands transformed into a two-handed sword. I wondered if it was her unique weapon unlocked from the Weapon Lucian event. "Guys, you don't want to fight her," Panda yelled. "Her class makes it sound like she's destined to win." Bea seemed to consider the merit of his words, then she turned around to look at me for guidance. In the same instant, Samantha activated a skill that made a golden aura appear around her body. "Gotcha!" I yelled, and the effect vanished from her immediately.
Gasm.org activated. Ability stolen. Cheat death. Original player, Samantha.
"Hey! What the hell?" she yelled. "That has a really long cooldown." I ignored her and quickly said the activation phrase. "Catch it!" The golden glow that had overtaken her just a couple seconds earlier now covered my body, along with a tingly sensation of invulnerability. "Wait a minute," I said, taking a second to read the prompt that appeared. "The system gave you a fucking cheat death ability? And so what? I didn't have a say in it. But what, I'm not meant to use it?"
That's clearly unfair treatment, Bea agreed.
Samantha sighed and lowered her sword, transforming it into a pencil that she twirled between her fingers before putting it behind her right ear. I remembered seeing her play with the very same pencil once when we talked at the City Hall in downtown Castleberg. It had been exactly 1 week prior to my eviction. The gesture rekindled my hatred for the city and those who ran it. "This stupid system is treating me like this all the time," she grumbled, clearly frustrated. "Like, I went in here as soon as the event ended, only to get hopelessly lost. But wouldn't you know it, I just happened to find the right door anyway." She sighed again. I shook my head at her victim complex. "Yeah, your life is very hard because you get everything you want." "Fuck you, Gambit," she replied. She definitely remembered my real name but chose not to use it. "I thought you were just some lowly municipality pen pusher, but your appraisal says you were chummy with both the police and the mayor." "Appraisal?" she asked. "You got a looking glass, didn't you?" "Oh, that thing." She pulled out her magnifying glass and looked at us through it. "This is kind of a relief," she then said, apparently commenting on the text she read about us. Just like how I know the system is favoring me, I can tell it wants to get rid of you, because you're some kind of stick in the machinery. Granted, it says you're literally insane, both of you, which the mention of an invisible panda makes me inclined to believe, but the rest is clearly bogus. It's trying to pit me against you. B nodded. It did the same with these 2 other people we ran into, and they created a mob to hunt us down. Then we killed a lot of them. Gambit there is no stranger to mobs, Samantha commented. You should have seen the group of crazies that his public arrest created. I didn't know that, I replied, momentarily wrong-footed. She scoffed. Your unhinged conspiracy drivel really brought them out of the woodworks. Apparently, your arrest was proof that the deep state was silencing its biggest critics and violating the First Amendment. They conveniently ignored the fact that you tried to kill the mayor. Of course, once the police chief revealed you also killed the mayor's dog, the protests quickly died down. I was framed. I didn't kill his dog. I know, she replied. You were in on the conspiracy, I yelled, pushing past B. Samantha drew the pencil from behind her ear and turned it back into a sword in one motion. Gambit, you goddamn moron! Just stop for a moment, Panda pleaded. I turned my head to look at where he still sat on B's shoulder. She's probably a skin stealer like the mayor and police chief, I told him. I'm not a skin stealer, she said, her voice calm despite the situation. I don't think she's one either, B added. I paused. It was rare for her to oppose me, and she hadn't been wrong thus far. Why not? Because if she was, why would she be in here to kill the police chief? That does make sense. Actually, I'm only in here to get a safe zone sphere, she explained. I don't know if the police chief is the boss or what, but I frankly don't care. I'll kill anything that stands in my way. So cut the shit and tell me the code. B looked at me. Let's call a truce, right? I gritted my teeth. She ruined my life, B. Samantha sighed, but didn't say anything. I know I might be shooting myself in the foot here, Panda started, but I'm willing to bet that there's only one sphere in this dungeon. You might want to negotiate before you open the way for her. That is, if you actually know the code. You do, right, B? I do, she confirmed. Do what? Asked Samantha. B turned to look at her. If we help you get through this door and get the safe zone sphere, you need to help us kill the mayor and get another. Fuck that, she replied. We can also just fight over who gets to use the door, I told her. And I took away your cheat ability, so you'll definitely die. Samantha transformed the sword back into a pencil again. She twirled it between her index and thumb for a bit, clearly thinking it over. Fine, we have a deal. I was planning to go kill that bastard anyway. I never got the bonus I was promised, and I want to kick him in the dick for what he did at last year's Christmas party. I nodded slowly. I'll turn you into paste if you try to renege on our deal. Samantha stared back at me, clearly not afraid, and then she asked, rather confused, Is that a balloon on your hand?
Oi! Fuck you, you slag!
She can't hear you, Brock, B said, as she walked over to the door in the middle of the empty cubicle. She knelt down and began tapping away on the code lock while her antennae swished back and forth. I couldn't tell exactly what she was pressing, but I guessed it was the order of numbers in which we'd found the outlier cubicles earlier. Samantha looked down at my gauntlet. The balloon talks as well? She asked. Maybe you should consider making her slightly more insane, Panda suggested. Good idea, I replied. Samantha shook her head, clearly regretting partnering with B and I, but it was too late for her to back out now. Got it, B exclaimed. Rather than opening, the door released some sort of pulsating energy that transformed our surroundings in the blink of an eye. The cubicle turned into a temporary holding cell within the real police headquarters. I immediately recognized the cell from the carvings I'd left on the white walls over a year ago after smuggling a nail into the building by hiding it in my shoe. No sooner had the transformation subsided than we heard shuffling steps from outside our cell. I didn't wait for the monsters outside to break in. I walked up to the closed door and punched it so hard with Brock that it broke off its hinges and shot out into the hallway beyond, crushing two monsters that had been waiting for us. I turned back to look at Bea and Samantha. The office lady had a thin-lipped smile on her face. Okay, it's not just a balloon. Noted. Let's go, I said. Chapter -56. I punched a police fiend in the torso with Brock, the impact of the squishy balloon turning its skin purple for some reason. It was sent skipping down the hallway full of temporary holding cells, each impact with the floor leaving a stain of its blood. Bea fired beetle bolts at the group of fiends charging our way with their electric claws, but it took at least 3 shots for her to take just one down. She was rapidly burning through her mana. Samantha had used some kind of ability called show-off, and now her hands and feet were glowing. From what I could tell, it was a dual-purpose buff that increased her strength and dexterity. As she ran past me, her weapon transforming into an axe that she hammered into the side of a fiend's neck, I belatedly realized that she was wearing heels. Along with her immaculate dark blue business suit and blonde perm, she gave off strong, heartless politician vibes. That being said, she was no slouch in battle, as she easily cut off the weird flappy head of the fiend using her axe. She carried the momentum over into a follow-up slash at the 2 creatures behind it, with the axe transforming into a 2-handed sword mid-swing. I shot forward, not wanting to leave it all to her, and punched a fiend so hard it flew through the wall and into a cell, where its body broke against the simple bed. With a backhanded slap, I sent another into the wall on the other side of the hallway, but it simply splattered against the soulless white paint, coloring it with its dark blood. "Beetle blast!" Bea shouted, hitting a fiend in the abdomen before the internal explosion tore its body in half. I finished it off with a hard stomp on its neck, turning just in time to witness Samantha killing the last one with a spear. "You two aren't half bad," she commented. "This is the first time anyone has been able to keep up with me." "Maybe you just surround yourself with weaklings," I replied. "Your weapon is really cool," Bea told her. "Thanks. It's quite strong, but fairly limiting since it has to transform after every kill." "I wish I'd gotten a weapon from the event," Bea complained. "I'm glad it ended early," Samantha said wistfully, while we picked through the leftovers of the 9 that we'd killed, counting the 2 I'd initially crushed with the door. "Oh, I leveled up," Bea said excitedly. "Just 2 more and I can evolve." From the loot, after splitting it amongst us, all we got were 3 game coins each. The fiends I'd killed with Brock directly were purple now and gave off the smell of synthetic grape. It was hard to tell if it had any effects other than cosmetic, but I couldn't help but wonder if hitting another player with Brock would curse them with the same damaged taste buds as me. If that was the case, it would be almost too cruel to use. "You know," Samantha started, "if the game event had run its course, only 1,000 people at most would have survived. I don't know why it ended early, but whoever was the reason for it happening saved thousands of lives." I scoffed, but didn't say anything. "Why are you after the safe zone sphere?" she asked. I shrugged. "I just want it because it's special." "You're not trying to build a safe zone?" "Not really, no." She frowned. "Well, the one I get from here will be used to shelter all those too underleveled or traumatized to deal with this new world." "I think she has a savior complex," Panda remarked. "Makes me sick," I muttered. "What's that?" Samantha asked, though she clearly heard what I said. "I said, your words make me sick," I repeated. "The system made you the hero of this region, and you're really leaning into it, right? But you're no better than me or anyone else. You got number 1 in the event, which means you killed 25 players the fastest. Not really much of a hero if you are able to kill people that easily." "I fight for the greater good. I always have," she replied, justifying her actions. She didn't even seem fazed about killing other players, yet I was supposed to be the crazy one here. "You know what the greater good is?" I asked. "What?" "A fucking convenient excuse to commit atrocities." Bea grabbed me by the arm. "Let's go." Yeah, let's get this over with. I'm afraid I might catch something from this lady if we stick around for too long. The two of us walked out of the hallway with all the cells, leaving Samantha behind. Before she could catch up, we crossed the threshold that would lead out into the lobby area. However, that's not where we went. No, as soon as we crossed through the doorway, it was like we were in free fall, though it was more a sensation than actual falling. The surroundings changed and darkened before a message appeared. Warning, now entering level 30 sub-dungeon, the Siren's Lair. Ah, what the shit? Why are we in a parking lot? B asked, looking around in confusion, but still holding my arm tightly. I pulled my arm out of her grip and walked a bit away, looking at our surroundings. It was a dark, indoor parking garage with a gray concrete floor painted with white markings and brown-orange lights spaced out at even intervals in the ceiling. Despite how many of them there were, they somehow didn't provide enough illumination to offset the eerie shadows. Ramps led up and down, and I got a strange sense of nostalgia and dread from looking at them. The parking spots were half full at the moment, but it looked like the cars had been here for many years, with their owners just never returning to get them. It doesn't really look like a lair, Panda remarked from my shoulder. How the fuck do we get back? You could always teleport out. Ah, right, good idea. B, come here. She walked over to me, and I grabbed her wrist. Back_door.bat, I said, picturing the hallway we'd just left. Immediately, our surroundings changed, returning us to the sterile lockup with the ruined bodies of the police fiends. Samantha was nowhere to be seen, even though we'd been gone for only a few seconds. It was possible that she'd ended up in the same place as us, but I felt like that wasn't quite right. No doubt her protagonist class made sure that she got the ability to shine on her own, rather than playing second fiddle to me. Too bad for her and the showrunners trying to keep her in the spotlight, because we'd come back and were totally going to crash her solo party. However, as soon as I took a step towards the exit, the same sensation of falling overtook me and returned us to the garage. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. The Pull of the Back Rooms. Realized there is no escape. You may be a slippery little glitch, but there are some rules you cannot bend quite that easily. You're stuck in here, and the only way to escape is to defeat the thing that calls this place home. Reward, the somber realization that you're screwed. Yeah, that's not good, Panda commented. Suddenly, a police siren blared from below. It was so loud that it made my ears hurt and scrambled my thoughts briefly. A few seconds passed, with the siren showing no signs of letting up. B was cupping her ears. I think it's coming closer, she said ominously. Chapter -57. It felt like we were supposed to be running for our lives, but I wasn't having any of that. Gambit, where are you going? Panda asked as I walked towards the car ramp leading down. Where does it look like I'm going? I asked him. He sighed dramatically, but it was clear he'd given up on complaining. For now. B followed a few paces behind me, her hands raised defensively as she prepared to shoot the first thing we saw with one of her bolts. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her. You know, you can wait here if you want. I'm coming with you, she replied resolutely. Do you think Samantha is in here too? Panda wondered. I shook my head and continued down the ramp. She's probably being fast-tracked to the real boss, while we're in here with some fucked-up monster. The announcement said it was a sub-dungeon, B remarked, and it's level 30. I grinned smugly. They're trying pretty hard to kill us, huh? Why do you sound happy about that? Panda asked suspiciously.
Gambit, I'm with you forever.
Thanks, Brock. As we went down the ramp to the floor below where we'd landed, the police siren became so loud that it was hard to really focus on my thoughts. This level was pretty much the same as the one above, though it did seem slightly darker. Imperceptibly so. Weird, Panda remarked, his voice clear above the siren. What is? I half yelled. He gestured around. The cars are in the same spots. The exact same cars in the exact same spots. Look at that dark blue sedan. It has the same scratch on its hood, and that boxy one over there has the same stain of bird shit on the passenger side window. I followed his pointing arm. I can't tell. I think Panda is right, B also half yelled. There was no doubt some sort of puzzle, but neither Panda nor B had any ideas yet, so we continued down to the level below. Every step down the concrete ramp made the siren so much louder. I think my ears are bleeding, B yelled. I laughed. Mine too. As we came out onto the third floor, Panda pointed and yelled, Look, it's the same sedan and boxcar. That is weird, I yelled. What? B yelled back.
Brock is feeling tingly.
Like Panda, his voice cut through the noise with ease, which raised some uncomfortable questions that I quickly shoved away to the dark recesses of my mind, where such existential questions belonged. Once again, it felt like the light was slightly dimmer here, but only by like 3% less than the one above. However, there was still enough light that my transition lenses did not activate. We walked to the ramp that led down to the floor below, both of us having to completely cover our ears against the noise. It was at such a volume that every pulse of sound rattled my ribcage and interfered with my breathing. The noise was physically punching against my lungs with every wee and woo. As we rounded the concrete barrier and came to the top of the ramp, we both froze as we saw what awaited below. Lodged between the tilted floor of the ramp and the ceiling above was an enormous crouching figure. If I had to guess, it would easily be 40 feet tall if able to stand to its full height. Its body was strangely gaunt, almost skeletally thin, with its legs and arms comprised of 2 or 3 bones per upper and lower segment. Cable-like veins snaked around the limbs and tightly stretched dark red skin covered them. Its upper body was relatively small in comparison to the limbs and was comprised of a rib cage and spine, also wrapped in those strange veins and the tight skin. Strangest of all was its neck, which curved out like a hook and was covered in megaphone-shaped speakers, as well as cone-like police sirens that were spinning and flashing red and blue light around its body. It had no visible eyes, although, as I looked closer, I saw that there were mouths inside the speakers. Its hands and feet were also much too large for its gangly limbs, and each had 7 digits. B put a hand on my shoulder from behind and shared the appraisal. Appraisal. Level 30. Police siren. Boss. Wee-woo. Many of the monsters who appear in the great game are inspired by folk tales, myth, your strange religions, and even the depths of your internet. This creature is one from that last category, which has been retrofitted to match the police theme going on here. The siren is a creature that stalks its prey, humans, by playing sounds that unsettle them, slowly raising their fear and paranoia. Then it strikes. Appearing out of nowhere, it uses its big hands to crush and tear its prey apart, smearing the blood all over its torso. We're not quite sure how it gains sustenance from this, but it's certainly very effective at killing humans. It is, of course, possible to be killed by the sheer physicality of the sound it plays, but none of its prey ever live long enough to experience such a death. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the first. Either way, you're pretty screwed. Despite the intensity of the sound, I quickly leapt at the enormous monster, which was slowly crouch-walking its way towards us, one hand on the floor and one on the ceiling. Punch, dot, harder, open parentheses, close parentheses, I yelled, and swung my fist at its head. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Recursive script failed successfully. Smack! Brock squealed. The balloon gauntlet connected with one of the megaphone-like speakers. Although the impact rocked the siren's neck head thing back briefly, it hadn't done much damage. Before I could fall back to the floor, the hand pressed against the ceiling swung down, catching me and smacking me into the floor with enough force to crack the cement and send up a cloud of dust. A golden shimmer erupted from my skin, and a message appeared in the center of my vision. Skill trigger. The hero will live to fight another day. Gasm.org deactivated. Ability returned. Cheat death. Original player, Samantha. Beetle blast! B yelled. A tiny needle struck the back of the hand pinning me and exploded parts of the dark red skin, managing to dismember one of the siren's 7 fingers. I punched Brock against the palm of the giant hand holding me, creating just enough room for me to wriggle free. As soon as I was clear, I beelined it for B, who had collapsed to the floor in exhaustion, lacking the strength to even cover her ears. Without pausing my stride, I scooped her up. "Skater boy," I said out loud, and the longboard appeared in front of me. I hopped on, slumping B over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes, then kicked off and sped towards the ramp that led up. The siren began scrambling up the ramp behind us, clearly furious that I'd gotten away. "Fucking hell, that thing is scary," I yelled. "Gambit, you need to hit it harder," Panda told me. "Yeah, no shit." "No, I mean you have to pull out the plug-in preventing your punch harder from going recursive." I knew he was right, but part of me dreaded turning around to face the freaky boss monster. I also had no idea whether it was possible or not, since both my plug-ins seemed pretty firmly rooted in there. It was likely that I'd need B's help for it. "Different plan," I said, stopping and spinning around on my back wheels. "Hot moves!" Shut up, I told the pretend skateboard. I aimed my palm at the corner of the barrier where the siren would be coming into sight any second now, judging by the sounds from below. My hearing cut out for a moment, and I felt something warm trickle down the right side of my neck. I blinked, and it was already up the ramp and halfway around the corner, using both arms and legs to crawl in a disturbing manner. It was crazy fast. "Giant Dash Slayer Lance!" I yelled. The spinning projectile started forming in front of me, but it didn't seem fast enough to land a hit before the siren came within reach. "Come on, you slow piece of shit!" I shouted at the slowly forming ballista bolt. The siren was so loud that it was impossible to focus. I knew that I should run, but I worried that if I moved, the spell would end prematurely without firing. It was also possible that the noise itself was interfering with my decision-making. Only 15 yards separated me from the giant creepy boss, with each pull of its large claws against the concrete floor rapidly eating up the distance between us. With a loud whoosh, the lance fired. Plumes of dust shot to either side of it. The projectile was nearly twice my height in length, and as it collided with the boss, it sheared through some of its speakers and police sirens before coring its way through the relatively small ribcage. It continued out through the bottom of its spine, which kept the thin legs attached, and severed it slightly above the hip, if you could call it that. The glitch collision seemed to have zero effect on it, like I'd hoped, but it didn't matter. "Holy shit, I did it!" I exclaimed, jumping for joy atop the board. B swished around like a rag doll, grunting uncomfortably. "It's not dead yet," Panda warned. The siren was briefly stunned, but then the upper body shot into motion again, clawing across the floor at an even greater speed than before. With a surprised and disgusted yelp, I spun around and kicked off the ground, doing a simple jump to increase my board's speed. "Excellent!" said the mouth at the front of the longboard, even though it could hardly be considered a trick. Nevertheless, I felt a boost of speed surge through me. I rounded the corner and shot up the ramp with only a few pumps of my right foot, while the board did the rest. The siren's noise had turned discordant and warped, thanks to the destruction of several of its speakers. It almost sounded like a never-ending static scream, which was fitting as it continued to barrel along the concrete floor to chase me. I didn't look back, and instead climbed as many floors as I could, putting more and more distance between us and the monster with every pump of my leg. By the time we reached what was probably the 15th floor, I was severely out of breath and stamina. I sat B down and began trying to remove the plug-in in my collarbone. "B, use your litany of system prayers to get mana back," Panda told her. She sluggishly pulled out the book and began mumbling as she read it. "I can't believe it survived my Giant Dash Slayer Lance," I muttered, while struggling to turn the handle on the plug-in's top. The sirens still blared from nearby, but I was fairly sure there were at least 3 floors separating us, though I kept my ears peaked. It definitely did a lot of damage, thanks to the huge level difference, Panda remarked. But I don't think they meant for you to be able to kill it. Oh, I'll kill it! You were running away just a moment ago, he replied dryly. It's huge and creepy. Of course I'd run to create some breathing room. Following a quick look of shock and surprise, Panda nodded sagely. I have taught you well. Don't take credit for my character growth, I told him. Also, you need to spin the handle the other way. You're tightening the plug-in right now. I sighed. B, can you help me with this? She stumbled upright, but at least she remained standing this time, albeit unsteadily. I think I overdid my spellcasting, she commented. Then she puked all over the boots of my carapace suit. I looked down at my feet. Thanks. Chapter -58. A loud hiss escaped from the hole between my clavicle bones as Panda and B worked together to pull the plug-in out of my body. Plug-in removed. Terminating Uncollide protocol. Uninstalling. Something like a CPU fan started spinning loudly inside the metal cylinder, and it got significantly hotter for a few seconds, while the sounds of whirring CD-ROMs joined the cacophony. Plug-in uninstalled. Uncollide protocol no longer in effect. It's so dramatic, I muttered. The siren sounds were coming closer with every second, now less than 2 floors below and rising quickly. So, what's your plan? Panda asked. I started cackling maniacally. Then I stopped and cleared my throat before simply replying, I'm going to punch it until it dies. Really? That's the best you can do. Until I get an orbital laser, yes. I'm gonna help, B said eagerly, but she was slurring her speech and swaying on her feet. Not to mention the bottom of my carapace suit still smelled like her vomit. You go sit over there, Panda told her, in a let-the-grown-ups-handle-this voice. Okay, she replied, not needing much convincing. Once she'd sat down, she pulled out the prayer book again and started muttering along with the text. Running low on mana is already kind of exhausting from what I can tell, Panda said. But going beyond your capacity, that is to say dipping below 0, that leads to whatever the hell is happening to her right now. She looks drunk, he sighed. So, your plan. Please tell me it's more than just punch it very hard. I shrugged. That's all I've got. I don't think it's a simple thing to kill. I already cut it in half. For all we know, that did 0 damage. My suggestion is to try and destroy its head and upper torso. If you aim properly, your recursive punch might accomplish it. I nodded. Seems simple enough. But, he then added hastily, if it looks like you won't be able to kill it, you've got to use the interrupt spell on yourself. It'll work, I told him. I hopped on the longboard and kicked off, leaving Bea by herself with the book in her hands. I doubted she'd even notice I was gone. As I glided across the concrete floor towards the ramp leading down to the maelstrom of loud-ass sirens, a ringing sound pierced through it, and a pop-up appeared in my vision. Benefactor Quest. This is a quest given to you by your benefactor. Failure to complete the quest will result in a penalty of the benefactor's choosing. Be a good boy, and let that nasty siren see you in your full glory before you slay it with your fists. Miranda. Reward, 100 game coins. I let out a sigh, then said, Unequip all. Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available. My purple loincloth was fully revealed and somehow heated up more than its already high temperature. As I rolled forward, the limp tail flailed around behind me. Good boy. I shuddered. Panda frowned. You whore. Dude, it's 100 coins. And weren't you the one who told us not to mess with the benefactors? He crossed his arms. I never said that. I said not to mess with absolutes. You're just following the orders of a lowly demon. The one that B has is genuinely terrifying. Why? I asked, as I felt the speed boost flow through me and down into my board. The strongest demons can maybe expect to rule a planet like Earth one day, but that makes them little different than humans, except more depraved. Actually, no, scratch that. Anyway, absolutes are like cosmic phenomena. Like black holes? I asked, jokingly. Yes, exactly like that. One of them is literally the concept of black holes incarnate. He eats star systems. Why would something like that be interested in the great game? Wouldn't it be insignificant to them? Yes, of course it is. So the fact that some of them are getting involved should scare you. I've got no clue about this all-mother thing that likes to give bee food, but knowing their kind, it's probably something like the concept of sustenance incarnate, and it has the power to instantly starve this world to death if it wanted. They're fucking terrifying. Let's say I believe you. It's the truth, Panda insisted. How exactly do you know all this? Eep, Panda squeaked, before pointing down to the bottom of the ramp. Look! I allowed myself to be steered away from the topic and followed his pointing arm to see that the siren was rapidly ascending. With a kickflip, I added more speed to my board before taking the ramp down towards the severed monstrosity that was crawling up to meet me and bringing its awful head-splitting noise with it. In the last moment before we collided, I leapt from the board and raised my fist in the air above me. Whew! Brock squealed, while Panda held on to my shoulder for dear life, and my longboard was crushed under one of the siren's enormous hands. Punch harder, open parentheses, close parentheses, I roared, swinging my purple balloon gauntlet down onto the very top of the strange neck-head thing of the boss. Activating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Fuck you! Roared Brock, and the sound of a double thunderclap echoed down the ramp. Reactivating script. Punch harder. If punch doesn't kill, punch harder. Activating script. Math multiply. Punch. Fuck you again! Another repeat, several times stronger and faster than the second. Fat! Once more, 0.093 seconds later. Repeat. You! Repeat, this time with enough force to break all the fingers in my hand. Ew! Then the next 8 punches came in such quick succession that Brock couldn't even fit a single syllable between them. With every rapid repeat, I barely had time to register that my arm was unraveling. First, the skin was torn from my knuckles, followed by the tissue and muscle burning away, then the tendons vaporized, before lastly my bones were ground into microscopic fragments. Every hit also raised dust particles off the floor and into the air, immediately making it impossible to see what I was even hitting. My nerves were so destroyed that I couldn't actually tell if I was hitting something. But the punches kept repeating as they struck, each repetition grinding away more and more of my limb, turning it into a nub that eventually couldn't punch. As the last punch landed, it released a potent shockwave that fractured and collapsed the ramp floor and ceiling around us. I was tossed backwards up the way I'd come, skipping once against the top of the ramp before flying off into a ceiling lamp and landing atop the hood of a car. Smoke billowed from the tip of my stump, which ended right at the elbow joint. Or, well, where the elbow joint would have been. Strangely, Brock was still wrapped around the end, giving off the impression that I had a freakishly tiny right arm. But it was impossible to punch anymore without the elbow joint. Best I could do was enthusiastic smacking. Panda popped out from under me and hopped onto my chest. Even his slight weight made it clear that I had bruises all over and that, once again, several of my ribs were cracked. I was fairly sure I'd also broken a few of my toes and received a minor concussion. That was weird, he said, looking back at the collapsed ramp. Tell me it's dead. Oh, it's dead all right, but it took way more punches than it should have.
What a ride. It was like being violated with a steel brush,
Brock muttered.
I think I enjoyed it.
I think what happened, Panda continued, ignoring him, is that your skill considered Brock a target, but he's probably indestructible. That's why it didn't end before your arm was rendered non-functional. So, you're saying I can't use the skill while having him equipped? Not exactly. You just have to know when to interrupt it. The siren was reduced to nothingness after the first 6 punches, when you did around 1 billion damage or something ridiculous. This recursive math is quite poorly balanced. Make sure you watch out for the glitch hunters, since they also seem to use recursive attacks. Granted, the biggest thing that makes it so powerful right now is how Brock multiplies the impact damage. I tried to push myself up off the car with my right hand, but it was obviously not there. I'll have to get better at using my left arm, I told myself, switching to that and getting off the hood that I'd crushed with my body. Don't plan around deleting your arm in the future, Panda scolded me.
Can we go again?
Brock asked meekly, sounding flustered for some reason. It made me uncomfortable. I opened my inventory and equipped the carapace suit again. Before I could take a step forward, a ball of pinkish-purple smoke appeared in the air before me, quickly popping and dropping a single large game coin that I stooped to pick up. With it, my total was brought up to 233. I had no idea if that was a lot of money or not, since we hadn't encountered any merchants yet. I walked over to where Bee sat.
"You okay?" she asked, closing her book and standing up. She was still a bit wobbly, but seemed better.
I could use a hand, I told her. She looked at the right sleeve of my suit, which had helpfully shrunk to match the new length of my arm.
"Was that meant to be a joke?" she asked. "Also, that looks really weird."
"Sometimes you don't have to say something just to fill the silence," Panda told her.
"You've been calling him a moron all day. Not like you have the moral high ground here," she replied.
"You vomited on my boots," I told her, making it obvious that there were no winners here.
"Sorry."
So, have you noticed we're still in here?" Panda asked.
"Maybe killing the boss wasn't the way to leave?" I wondered. "Do you think?" Bee started to ask before an achievement appeared. "Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Maybe we expected too much. Failed to realize the point of the dungeon."
The Siren's Lair was a beautiful and very artistic sub-dungeon meant to be a real anxiety-inducing nightmare, wherein players were forced to solve a multi-layered spot-the-difference puzzle across several floors of the parking garage. It was actually very fair and balanced, to the point that a level 5 player could do it, despite the difficulty rating. Then you came along and fucked it all up with your dumb, stupid, idiotic moron ways. You suck. You ruin the fun and variety of dungeons, and I hope you die soon. Unfortunately, you did technically clear the dungeon by killing the boss, so, while it pains me to do this,
reward. You get to leave, but don't expect anything else.
A doorway appeared in the air in front of us before a powerful vacuum sucked us through. It spat us back out into the hallway with all the cells. I was about to yell, "What about the loot?" when I spotted a red glowing wisp nearby and stuck my hand in it.
Leftovers of Boss Police Siren. 20 game coins. Police Sirens Police Siren. Unhaunt plugin.
Chapter -59. The realization that I wasn't going to be immediately healed back to full was dawning on me as I picked up the leftovers from the siren.
Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level -14, plus 1 new attribute point available to invest. Dungeon clears required for level -15, 0 of 2.
Huh. The sub-dungeon counted for my level-up requirement.
I got a level 2, Bee said. Just 1 more now.
I think they give a level for each dungeon you clear below level 10, Panda remarked. That's how it was with you, Gambit. Did you get a full recovery? I asked Bee. She nodded.
You didn't?
I looked at my missing right arm and considered the pain in my entire body, not to mention the tinnitus whine in my ears. No. I think levels 1 to 10 are part of the tutorial, Panda said. So, I'm just screwed then? Panda shook his head in exasperation. It's called consequences, Gambit. I sat down on the floor of the hallway with a huff. I knew he was right, but it was annoying. Of course, it had been unrealistic to expect to continue getting away with destroying my body to kill a boss and then hoping to get a full recovery before I died from my wounds. Part of me suspected that this switch-up might have been implemented just to fuck with me specifically. Maybe defeating the police headquarters dungeon gives you a full recovery? B guessed. Don't give him hope, Panda scolded her. Let him stew in the consequences. Maybe he'll actually learn from it this time. You're the one that told him to pull out the plug-in, she defended me. It's fine, B. He's right. Panda gasped in shock. Stop, he then said. I don't think I can actually handle you not being contrarian. You two have a very unhealthy relationship, B remarked dryly. Let's see what we got, I said, hoping to change the topic. Inventory. Gambit's inventory. Wanted poster. Looking glass. Conspiracy whistle. Wet gray pajamas. Black suit. Screwdriver. Fingerless socks. Pocket watch. Survival kit. Unalive plug-in. Victory champagne ×6. Participation trophy. Top 10 trophy. Fusion gum. Moon boots. Tattered black suit. Uncollide plug-in. Police sirens police siren. Unhaunt plug-in. Game coins 243. Total weight 172.064838 pandas. Those plug-ins are quite heavy. You're carrying around 172 times my weight? Panda remarked. That's quite a lot, I think. I don't feel very heavy, I said. I pulled out the police siren and the unhaunt plug-in, but before inspecting either, I brought up my status and inserted my new point into vitality. It was hard to argue for any of the other attributes when vitality increased both my health and stamina. Status: level -13, Gambit, exit code 3. Insanity gauge 110%. Stats: health, isn't it great? Stamina, not. Armor, dinner plate armor. Carry weight 1050 pandas. Top speed, snow sled. Mana, scratch me. Attributes: strength 2,415 pounds. Dexterity, quokka. Intelligence, frowny smiley. Vitality, brisket. Athleticism, ko inu. Perception, nope. Wisdom, shrug emoji. Defense, ceramic. Abilities, punch harder. I can fly. Dungeon break. Giant Slayer Lance. Interrupt. Skater Boy. Passives, glitch. Insanity. Inanimate voices. Math multiply. Punch. Birthday suit. Reflective shell. Iframes. Transition lenses. Outcast. Core. Plug-in slot. Null. Null. Unhero. Gasm.org. Anti-heroism. I just realized, Panda said. Your mana has the text, scratch me, on it. I'm not touching that, I told him seriously. Why not? What if it opens a hole in my body and my soul leaks out? Come on, Gambit. That's too far-fetched. Actually, never mind. See? I inspected the new plug-in. Unhaunt plug-in. Plug-in. Overcoming one's fears is a great way to become a little bit scary yourself. But some horrors, like the creepy monstrosities born out of nightmares, aren't really meant to be overcome. As Nietzsche put it, he who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. Plug-in ability, wanna cry. Plug-in passive, jump scare. Weight, 81.211420 pandas. They're quoting Nietzsche, I muttered. What's wrong with Nietzsche? B asked, offended. I want to see. Show me. Anyone who quotes him is a total edgelord, I told her, and shared the info with a thought. I realized I'd been operating a lot of the interfaces and such with just my mind lately. You just don't get it, she replied. He was a brilliant mind. She's a total fan, Panda remarked. I shook my head disappointedly. I'm getting strong normie vibes from you, B. She ignored me. Show me the abilities. Wanna cry. Plug-in ability. You know how to really make someone cry? Destroy the things they love the most. This isn't quite that, but it's still sure to make anyone you use it on soil their panties. Indicate a target and utter the words, I'll make you cry to disable their abilities for the duration specified below. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Jump scare. Plug-in passive. Have you ever met those people who are just naturally terrifying? They don't even mean to, but the way they walk up on you or suddenly swing around corners always makes you jump out of your skin. Well, that's you now. Players become naturally terrified of you if they have less vitality than your strength value. Additionally, every time you terrify or scare someone, their insanity gauge goes up by 5%. Those transformed into insanity monstrosities due to your actions now become boss-type enemies with twice the transformed player's original stats. Doesn't your unhero plug-in do something similar? Panda asked. I pulled up the passive he was referring to. You mean this? Anti-heroism. Plug-in passive. Why bother hunting down monsters when you can make your own? While fighting players that are considered morally good, all damage you deal to them also raises their insanity gauges. Side effects include monologuing about evil plans, maniacal laughter, world domination ideas involving lasers, glowing red eyes, and an astounding aptitude for acquiring henchmen. You're definitely on track to becoming a real menace to humanity, Panda muttered. I wonder if the insanity monsters you make can be killed to count towards level ups, Bee asked, a curious expression on her green-skinned face. Panda and I both blinked. She looked at us. What? Are you sure you aren't taking the villain idea a bit too far? Panda asked. I mean, clearly the system is trying to turn Gambit into a monster who creates monsters. I nodded. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? But you don't have to join in and also become a menace like him. I ignored him and said, I'm impressed though, Bee. That's some really sinister thinking. I'm just being practical, she replied. Help me put it into my plug-in slot, I told her. You're kidding me, Panda said, exasperatedly. Chapter -60. Plug-in inserted. Booting up Unhaunt protocol. Installing. The chime of a landline phone came from the plug-in and made my whole upper body vibrate, rattling my teeth. Plug-in installed. Unhaunt protocol now in effect. Panda was sitting with his face buried in his squishy hands, while Bee helped me with the new plug-in. Wait, I just had a thought, she said, as she looked at me. Won't the effect hit me, too? Maybe it's fine since the system doesn't consider you a player, I guessed. It doesn't really matter, does it? Panda said. She's already above 100% insanity, not like she can become 200% insane. Have you forgotten that my insanity gauge is over the max? Well, what do you think happens at 200%? I bet nothing. It clearly isn't meant to even go above 100. I wonder if I would transform again, Bee said. Panda frowned. Yeah, let's not try to experiment with that. Such a killjoy, I told him. Time to get a move on, he then said. Samantha might still be in here fighting the boss. I'm not done looking at my new items, I told him stubbornly. Me neither, Bee said. She had the police siren in her hand. After a moment, she put it on top of her head and ran in a circle while making sounds like an ambulance. What was that for? I asked, but then I inspected the item. Police siren's police siren. Item. A police siren once belonging to the police siren. In order to unlock its power, you must put it on your head and enthusiastically say, wee-woo. Yes, it's being recorded. Wait, one panda. Ah. I sighed and put the cone-shaped siren on top of my head and said, wee-woo, as unenthusiastically as I could manage. Nothing happened. You have to put your soul into it, Bee encouraged me. Are you fine. I ran around just like she had, going in a circle between the walls while making the ambulance sound as loudly as I could. When I stopped, I looked up at the ceiling and asked, Is that good enough for you? Choose your reward. You will just do anything for a reward, won't you? By the way, You won't be getting any royalties from when we air this in front of untold trillions of viewers. Sucks to be you, I guess. Pick one of the options. Dog under. Wee woo. There's no escape. Gambit, stop yelling at the ceiling, Panda scolded me. No one is listening. You just didn't do it right the first time. They're definitely listening. They even said they have spy drones following us. Where? Bee asked, glancing around. I don't see anything. They probably made them invisible, Panda guessed. I'm going to find mine and destroy it, I said. Sure. Have fun chasing invisible drones. I huffed. You'll see. I inspected the options from the police siren. Dog under. Ability. Ever heard the saying, small dog, big bark? Release a loud bark that deals damage based on your vitality attribute, multiplied with the number of levels you are below your target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wee woo, passive. Just like painting red stripes or lightning bolts on a car makes it go faster, it is also important to not neglect the sound it makes. Now pretend you're that car. While making sounds like an ambulance, you move 15% faster. Enemies and players feel inclined to move out of the way. There's no escape. Ability. Become your very own B-movie horror villain. Prevents a target from running away from you, bending reality such that all escape paths and doors lead back to you. Cooldown, 12 hours. Duration, 5 minutes. Definitely not picking wee woo, I decided immediately. Could take the last option and really lean into your new horror villain persona, Panda joked. Good idea. No, done. Look what I picked, Bee said before Panda could start complaining. Beetle Bomb. Ability. Bumbling beetle bombs blast brightly, blowing blazing black billowing blossoms. Create a ball of fléchettes that grows in size and mana cost for every second spent charging it. Explodes after 5 seconds or if struck. Mana cost, 4 plus 2 per second. Damn, that's actually really cool, I told her. Bee nodded. It's 1 less mana than Blast, but 2 more than Bolt. It's a good ability to have against groups, which I've been lacking. Just don't overexhaust yourself again, Panda told her. If Gambit hadn't saved you, you would have died. I didn't realize I could go into negative mana, she replied sheepishly. I wouldn't have expected that either, I said. Panda crossed his soft arms. Well, now you know. So be careful. I got back to my feet and moved towards the exit out of the holding cells. Bee quickly followed after me. It was hard to tell how injured I was, except for the missing right arm, of course. The squishy and soft insides of the carapace suit fitted me so well and applied pressure in all the right spots that I didn't notice my broken ribs that much, nor the many other parts of my body that were damaged and broken. What are you going to do if you can't get a full recovery from the dungeon? Panda asked, reading my thoughts. I'll improvise. Bad catchphrase. You have taken 1 point of damage. Ow! What the fuck? That's not even a catchphrase. Panda sniffed the air strangely. You're smelling like you have 49.87320013% health points left. How many health points do you have? Bee asked. I have 6, although I'm not exactly sure what that means in terms of health. I've got no clue how many I have, I told her. The attribute on my status screen says, "Isn't it great?" which I think means it's a decent amount. You should probably put more points into vitality, Panda told Bee. I want more intelligence. Going for the glass cannon setup? I replied. I can respect that. No! Panda exclaimed. Stop respecting it and actually tell her to not be so reckless. She'll die from 1 hit, I'm pretty sure. I ignored him and looked at the threshold out of the holding cell hallway. Bee and I shared a glance before we crossed it together. As we entered the police headquarters lobby, we both let out a sigh of relief. I looked around and saw that several police fiends lay dead here, their bodies crushed, torn apart, severed, and full of holes and wounds. The lobby had a smooth floor that looked like marble, with a large metal counter and a small office area behind it. There was a big hole in the counter and what looked like a trail of destruction through the office space. Desks had been thrown aside with their PCs, monitors, and chairs. More of the dead fiends lay in that path, as well as a couple bigger versions that wore something like SWAT attire.
"There's no exit,"
Bea said. She was looking at where the normal entrance to the station would have been. Instead of a door, it was just a wall of glass with the tapestry of screaming faces beyond, demarcating the dungeon boundary. After looking around for a bit, we didn't find any other way to go but through the ruined office. As we walked past one of the bodies of the SWAT fiends, I asked Bea to inspect it. Appraisal, level 18, SWAT fiend, enemy. Protesting is a crime punishable by lethal force. The older cousins of the police fiend, these bad boys are both stronger and sturdier, with a riot shield fused to one arm and a baton maul to the other. But don't be fooled by its tanky appearance, because it will still bash your head in if given the chance. The main difference between these guys and the police fiends is that they won't switch off their body cams. No, they'll keep the footage of curb stomping you and pass it around to their coworkers while laughing about how you're pissing yourself as you convulse from head trauma. Speaking of head trauma, these guys also have the messed up lid-popped-off heads that they occasionally use offensively. So watch out. Staring at what's spewing out from there is like looking at the sun, but instead of going blind, you become insane. This enemy is dead. They sound like the ones that came after Gambit when he attacked the mayor, Panda remarked. I outran them pretty easily, I said. Yeah, but when they caught up to you on the roof of the asylum, they really let you have it. I chuckled. I was pissing blood for a week. Bea frowned, her antennae drooping.
"The police really beat you up?"
Of course. Wasn't the first time either. Her frown deepened.
"That's awful."
They had it out for me, I swear. They had it out for you because you were committing petty crime and then tried to kill the mayor, Panda interjected. That's just a convenient cover-up for the truth. He sighed. Gambit, let's not do this right now. I grinned. You're right, I exclaimed. Why complain about it when I can go face the police chief himself? I ran through the ruined office, coming out into a new hallway with a few toilets and more dead fiends that Samantha must have killed. At the end of it lay another small office, which looked like a tornado had gone through it. From its exit was a long hallway with no enemies, neither dead nor living, which led to what seemed to be a shooting range based on the signs. Bea gasped as she caught up, then asked breathlessly, "Did you see the photographs and paintings in the office? They're really sick." Sick good or sick bad? I asked.
"A mix, though mostly bad. They were very grotesque."
We slowed down as we came to the end of the hall, where an unnatural darkness awaited us. I couldn't hear any sounds through it, but I had a gut feeling that Samantha was probably on the other side fighting the boss right now. One of the people who had fucked up my life, Liam Johnson, the chief of Castleberg's police. Chapter -61. Walking through the dark barrier to the boss room was a bit like dipping my head under water for a moment, as my hearing became muffled and a faint pressure pushed in on my body. The sight of an indoor shooting range greeted me when I came out the other side. It was essentially just a large hall shaped like a rectangular box. Where the partitioning wall separating shooters from their targets ought to have been were now just low walls of piled office furniture, with several more further down the length of the hall. Many of these walls were full of holes from something that both froze and melted whatever it hit. It was clear that the source was the boss down at the far end, which was currently trying to kill Samantha. She was stuck, hopping from wall to wall, not quite able to close the open space to the boss, it seemed. The ever-changing weapon in her hands was currently a shield, and I got the feeling that she didn't have much in terms of ranged attacks, which this fight seemed to encourage with its layout. "Bea, give me an appraisal on the boss." I had a bad feeling, given the setup of the fight. When I saw the screen she sent my way, I frowned, feeling snubbed. Appraisal, level 15, the instructor, boss. "I'll whip you pitiful maggots into shape!" Formerly an Army drill sergeant, this hard-assed man ended up as the firearms instructor at the Castleberg Police Department, where he terrified many young cops and instilled in them an unshakable self-doubt and feeling of impotence. In the surveys of the cops who quit the department, this man was cited as the reason 68% of the time. He often enjoyed using his old M1 Garand for target practice, even though the shooting range wasn't the best place for it. Luckily for him, when he was transformed, his favored weapon was fused directly with his body. Be careful, because he's quite the shot with it. Like the rest of the police force, his mind and head have been opened to a greater cosmic truth. He wields this power more deftly than anyone else. "This isn't the police chief," I grumbled, displeased. A loud plink echoed through the hall. "Duck!" Panda yelled. I fell to the floor, dragging B with me, just as a swirling cannonball-sized projectile flew through the space we'd occupied a second prior. It continued into the wall behind us, where it exploded in a bright blue-green light and left a hole in the wall. The screaming tapestry of the dungeon barrier was visible through it. "Focus!" the plushie scolded me. I pushed up off the floor, which was awkward with just half a right arm. "B, do you think you can hit it from back here?" I asked her. B adopted a serious expression. "I'll try." "Good. For starters, make me one of those grenades." "A beetle bomb, you mean?" "Yeah, one of them." She put her hands together, and a ball started to form as flechettes came out of the holes in her palms and fused together. "How big do you need it?" "Just the smallest you can do." When it was the size of a baseball, she handed it to me. "You have 5 seconds before it blows up." "Got it." I scooted to the side a bit, looking straight down at the boss in the distance through a large hole in the furniture wall in front of us. Then, with an exaggerated gesture, I pulled my left hand back and flung the ball at the boss with as much oomph as I could manage. The projectile whooshed as it shot down the length of the range.
"What a rip snorter!"
Brock cheered. The instructor took the ball to the front of its body, where it blew up with a loud snap, followed by the buzzing sounds of dozens of corkscrew flechettes shooting everywhere. It seemed to have done a decent amount of damage, with the boss's skin shredded where it had struck. At the sound, Samantha jumped violently in surprise. She turned around and spotted us. "You scared the crap out of me. A warning next time." "Kind of thought you would have beaten this guy by now," I said, disappointed. "Why are you hiding?" "Screw you! I'm not the one who vanished." "As if we had a say in it," I yelled back. Plink. All 3 of us scrambled for cover as a projectile shot across the hall, melting and freezing the involuntary protagonist's former hiding spot. We were running low on walls already, since Samantha had wasted too much time hiding. She'd also taken a few hits. Her left hand was missing, with the rest charred and frostbitten. A part of her thigh was also gouged out and frozen over, plus some of her hair was singed. Her impeccable suit was ruined with several black spots all over it. Not all the damage was consistent with the fiend's attacks or with the cannonball-shooting boss. "Does the boss have other attacks than the rifle?" I asked her. "A big fuck-off sword if you get too close." A plan came to my mind, and I couldn't help but cackle a little. "Sam, turn your weapon into something with range and give me some backup. You too, B. Don't charge it. It's suicide. And don't call me Sam." She turned back to look at me, then gave me a strange look. "Why's your right arm like that?" "All right, go!" I yelled, running towards the boss. B immediately launched a beetle bolt at the instructor, the buzzing projectile shooting past me. "Unequip all!" "Skill trigger. Birthday suit is now in full effect. I can fly is now available." "You know how to please your mistress. Good boy." I hopped over a wall, going high enough to graze the ceiling with the top of my head. From the air, I could fully appreciate what the instructor had turned into. At the far end of the shooting range was a mound of gray flesh and skin, the human equivalent of a candle that had burnt all the way down and become a pile of melted wax. This mound had one very long left arm with 2 elbows and 7 fingers, and a thick right arm with a huge brown and black barrel at the end that was more pirate ship cannon than Garand rifle. His torso and head were part of the mound and fused together, but the top of the head was open. The skin flapped around while a beacon of bright, swirling blue-green energy shone out from inside. I landed next to Samantha, who looked at me with her mouth wide open. The shield in her right hand transformed into a bow. I wondered if it was confined to only medieval fantasy shapes, since a bazooka like what she'd used in the event would have been way better here. With a wink, I kicked off and shot across the floor, vaulting a wall before tossing myself sideways when the instructor leveled the cannon in my direction. The weapon released a blast that tore a deep steaming gouge into the concrete floor. I reoriented myself and continued charging for the mound of flesh. An arrow whistled overhead, embedding itself in the side of the cannon arm, but seemingly doing no damage. A moment later came another beetle bolt, but it achieved similarly underwhelming results. It was hard to tell if it was because the boss had a weak spot we needed to hit, or because it was highly resistant to ranged attacks. The bomb had done a decent amount of surface-level damage, so it was probably the latter. "I think it's resistant to projectiles," said Panda, echoing my thoughts. He was clinging to my shoulder, but I had no idea how long he'd been there. "By the way, I can't believe you winked at Samantha while looking like this." "I'm focusing," I growled at him. Hopping over another furniture wall, I came to the open area in front of the boss. Almost as soon as I entered the space, it moved its cannon arm away and bent its double-jointed left arm to reach into its open head hole. The many-fingered hand pulled out an enormous magic sword that was white-blue with a green glowing edge. I'd only just landed from my jump when it swung its sword down at me. "Dodge roll!" Panda yelled. I threw myself forward. The blade passed through me and left a thick gouge in the floor. I came up a few feet away from it and immediately swung my left fist at the wrist of the large hand. The impact resounded loudly and knocked the arm away before I continued closing the distance to the flesh mound. "Jump!" Panda yelled. I leapt into the air as the blade came back with a sweeping slash. The top of my head bumped against the ceiling, but as I fell back down, I cocked my left arm back and prepared to strike. A small, barely perceptible needle struck the instructor in the center of his flesh mound before popping the skin open and creating a hole into his body. I aimed my fist there, and in the last moment before I struck, I yelled, "Punch! Harder! Open parentheses, close parentheses!" My last recursive punch had devastated the siren, and while Brock wasn't fitted to my left hand, there was no way the instructor would survive. Ripple after ripple rolled through the mound of flesh with every lightning-fast jab. Every third hit seriously ramped up the damage, but before I even got to the third multiplied punch, it was already over. And for once, my left arm had survived, though the thumb and index fingers were broken, and my wrist and elbow joints were sprained. The dungeon ejected us for clearing it, but instead of excitement or joy, I just felt annoyed. I would find the police chief, no matter where he was hiding, and then I'd get my revenge. This was a promise I made to myself. Chapter -62. "Will you stop sulking already?" Panda said. The dungeon had ejected us back outside onto the sidewalk, and we were all sitting on the curb. Bea and Samantha were already going through their rewards. I looked at the achievement that had popped up. Then I sighed. If the chief isn't here, then where could he be? Forget your dumb revenge plans. Never. Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. Police headquarters first clear. Cleared the police headquarters for the first time. As you may have realized, we are no longer handing out full recovery rewards for clearing dungeons after you hit level 10. However, once you use the safe zone sphere that was ejected from the dungeon alongside you, you can set up a place to buy a full recovery yourself using game coins. We're just telling you this to be nice. No ulterior motives in sight. Rewards: Instructor's Soul Fragment and 20 game coins. Yeah, right. I muttered, not believing their words for a second. Still, they were pushing this safe zone thing pretty hard. That had to be a bad thing. As soon as I clicked the X, a translucent blob of jelly landed in my lap, and another achievement appeared. Congratulations! You have unlocked an achievement. Siren's Lair first clear. Cleared the sub-dungeon Siren's Lair for the first time. We somehow forgot to push send on this achievement when you beat the Siren's Lair in such a disgusting and unintended fashion. Yes, that's right. There's a team of people responsible for sending achievements to players. We could automate it, but hiring people into simple menial jobs is how we've achieved an employment rate above 95%. And, of course, the lowly grunt who forgot to send the achievement has been punished. Don't you worry. Rewards. You already got them. I shook my head. The more I learnt about the various agencies of insect people running the great game, the more I thought it was the exact kind of dystopian society that Earth had been steadily moving towards before the apocalypse happened. I looked at the blob in my lap. Inspect. Instructor's soul fragment. Item. A blob containing the twisted soul energy of the instructor. In order to unlock its hidden power, you must squeeze the blob between your hands until it pops. I guess you can use your feet, since you are missing an arm. Weight, 1 panda. B, as always, was way ahead of me. Her hands were covered in goo from popping the blob. Samantha was sitting a few feet away, looking at a spherical ball full of shifting eyes in a murky blue liquid. "What are you planning on doing with the sphere?" I asked her. The eyes within the sphere all flicked in my direction. "I'm going to use it to turn Serenity Park Mall into a safe zone." "Why the mall?" "Because it's big, indoors, and full of easy dungeons. It'll be a great way for groups of players to help each other level up, and, according to the info on this thing, you can place it around dungeon entrances to prevent monsters from popping out." She'd given this a lot of thought already. "What are you going to do with the sphere you're getting?" Samantha asked. I shrugged. "No idea. I don't really fancy staying in the same spot forever." "You can use it on a vehicle to make a safe zone on wheels," she suggested. "What? Show me." I went over to her and tried to take the sphere from her. With a flick of her right hand, the pencil behind her ear became a sword. She leveled it at my throat. "Fuck off! This one's mine. Get your own ball to play with." "You two are like little kids," Panda said. I ignored him. "You're helping me get the other one," I told her. With another flick, the sword became a pencil again. Yeah, she mumbled as she put it behind her ear. I frowned. It sounded like she definitely wasn't going to. "That dungeon was hell on my insanity gauge," Samantha then said. "It's already up to 34%. I didn't tell her that at least 5% of that was thanks to me. I instead returned to where B sat, humming while looking at the options offered by her boss reward. Leaving the blob of soul matter on the ground where I'd dropped it, I squished it under the sole of my right foot. It popped like one of those cheap plastic-smelling stress balls and covered my foot in soul goop. "That's hot. I can't wait to see you crush a skull like that." "Gross. My benefactor has a foot fetish," I muttered, while trying to wipe my foot on the pavement, but the stuff wasn't coming off. "Choose your reward." This ability unlock was specifically designed for a faction of the Great Games audience who has a goop fetish. We would apologize for sexualizing you. However, we were paid so much for the inclusion of this item and similar objects that we literally don't care what you feel. We're rich, baby. The replays alone will make up for our budget deficits. Pick one of the options. Soul Blade, Garand Cannon, Furniture Wall. "I think I can guess who makes up the majority of that faction," Panda said. I stared at the first option. "My class reward looks different," I muttered, then clicked on it to see what it was about. Soul Blade, Unique Ability. Not gonna lie, this is a cool ability. It has very strong anti-hero protagonist vibes, and as such, no one else can receive this ability so long as you have it. However, if you are killed, Players can take the ability directly from your corpse. Draw a blade formed of your own soul, the shape of which is unique to you, and which disappears after a single attack. It deals damage equal to all your attributes combined. If the blade takes damage, you also take damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This ability appears on your appraisal. I blinked in surprise. Holy fuck, I whispered, and then immediately accepted the ability without looking at the other two options. Finally! A cool ability like I've been wanting all this time! Congratulations, you have unlocked an achievement. One of a kind. Received a unique ability or passive. Ah, crap. Our RNG system gave you a unique ability. We were really hoping this wouldn't happen. Thankfully, it should result in you dying a lot sooner, which is a plus. Because, other players will really want their hands on this ability. We are also obligated to give you this. Reward. Fusion gum. A packet of the special gum appeared in my hand. I immediately threw it in my inventory. Since I now had 2 of them, it was probably time to use one. But first, I splayed the fingers of my left hand, even the broken ones, straightened my back, and then dramatically moved my hand around in a flourish before touching the palm to the center of my bare torso. "Behold!" I exclaimed excitedly. Bea looked away from her screens, and even Samantha turned to see. "Soul Blade!" I yelled, and drew my unique weapon from the very energy of my soul. Light in a multitude of colors exploded outwards, coalescing in my hand into a curved shape. Silhouetted in the light, I was certain it was the exact kind of weapon I'd always wanted to possess, but which dozens of arrests and import restrictions had prevented me from owning. The kind of weapon that all men who indulged in fiction grew to love. The true symbol of a fedora-wielding, trench-coat-wearing edgelord. "Is that a banana?" Samantha asked. "Huh, you're right. It is a banana," commented Bea. The blood drained from my face. I looked down at the shape in my hand. It was a 3-foot-long, curved and brown-spotted yellow banana. I gritted my teeth, almost on the verge of tears. A soft arm patted the top of my head. "It's not that bad, buddy," Panda said, trying to comfort me while holding back laughter. My hand on the curved handle stem of the banana tightened. A trigger was activated, and the peel unfurled to reveal a yellow katana blade. "Oh, thank the fathomless void!" I cried in relief. "It's not entirely lame." "It's honestly still pretty lame," Samantha said. "I like the aesthetics of it," Bea remarked, though I had no idea what she meant. She got up and walked over to me before poking the blade with one of her green fingers. "It's real metal," she commented in surprise. "I expected it to feel like a normal banana." "Stop that," I told her. "It feels weird, like you're poking me in my existence." She withdrew her hand. "Sorry." "What skill did you get? A unique one as well?" "That's a unique skill?" Samantha asked, suddenly a lot more interested than before. "I got one called Furniture Fortification," Bea said. "It allows me to summon furniture from around me to build stuff. I thought about getting another offensive skill, but I'm low on utility." "Good idea," I told her, "although I'm a bit sad to see you stray from the path of the glass cannon." "Panda's words stuck with me," she said. "Also—" "What?" I asked, suddenly worried because of her tone. "I hit level 10! "Nice!" "Don't do your class choice here," Samantha warned. She was looking around, and I noticed what she'd seen as well. Players were coming out from between the buildings. I equipped my carapace suit with a few mental gestures, then said, "We should go to this safe zone Samantha will set up before we go after the mayor. Apparently, I can heal up there." "I'll wait to evolve until then," Bea decided. Samantha nodded. The pen was back in her hand, as though she expected some of the players to attack us. Her left hand was still half gone, so she hadn't received a full recovery either, which I thought was fair. The players didn't seem overtly hostile. Instead, they looked excitedly at the safe zone sphere in her hand. I wondered how they knew what it was, But then I saw a notice that had been pushed aside by all the pop-ups and clung to the bottom right of my vision. When I focused on it, it popped up with the following message.
World first announcement. Player Samantha is the first person to obtain a safe zone sphere in the great game. For the next 24 hours, she is marked with a glowing beacon so that anyone who wishes to join her safe zone can find her. She is currently located in front of the downtown police headquarters in the city of Castleberg, Massachusetts, in the United States. On an unrelated note, killing other players lets you take ownership of their rare items, such as, just a random example, a safe zone sphere. You would not believe the things it is capable of.
I looked up into the air to see the glowing pillar that stretched into the sky above her head. We should probably get to the mall quick so you can set up the safe zone before anyone tries to kill you for the sphere, I commented. Samantha nodded, waving to a few of the players as though she was a celebrity about to get into a limo. Do you have a movement ability? I asked her. I got some running shoes from a dungeon. That'll do, I guess. I brought out my longboard and stuffed the banana katana back into my chest where it was reabsorbed. It was a strange but pleasant feeling, as though I was returning some missing part of myself to where it belonged. Beetle blast off, B said, and took to the sky. Sam, you lead the way. Samantha frowned. Stop calling me that. She quickly swapped her ruined dark blue suit for a new one and replaced her fancy shoes with some hot pink sneakers with the text Nikki on the side. She knelt down into a starting pose as though she was taking part in a 100-meter dash. Then she kicked off and shot down the street, running along the asphalt, parallel to the large groove made by Chika Hitokui. She's fast, B commented from above. With a flick of her wings, she sped off after Samantha. I scanned the players gathered in front of the dungeon entrance with disdain. They were the type of bottom feeders that couldn't even help themselves and instead followed behind those who had power in the hopes of picking up the scraps left behind. The people B and I had saved earlier were amongst them. Unlike the Russian woman I'd met in the playrooms, none of them looked to have any spirit left. I kicked off the ground and rolled after my companions, doing a few simple tricks to boost my speed, with the sentient board making cringy words of affirmation every time. I suddenly remembered something that Nina had said.
The bird cage has a hole in the floor, and the crows of death sing at midnight.
Panda, do you think bird cage could mean safe zone in Nina speak? I was just thinking the same thing, he replied. Chapter -63. I rolled to a stop in front of the main entrance to Serenity Park, which ran along the front of the mall. It was possible to enter the mall without going through the park, but it would require us to navigate part of the main road that was clogged by a massive pileup of trucks and cars. B landed next to me half a minute later. A minute after her came Samantha, severely out of breath. The running shoes only increased her speed, meaning she still had to rely on her stamina attribute, which didn't seem to be very high. I held out my hand. You both owe me 10 coins, I said. Your skateboard isn't fair, Samantha argued between gasps. I was the last one to leave and the first to arrive. Pay up. I think she's a sore loser, Panda remarked. B nodded. Don't be a sore loser. Samantha clicked her tongue. Fine, she grumbled. Both of them handed me the coins. While my longboard wasn't as fast as their movement options from the get-go, it kept gaining speed with every trick and allowed me to bend the laws of reality to the point that going uphill wasn't an issue, not to mention enabling me to take some sketchy turns and avoiding obstacles in ways that clearly wouldn't have been possible with a normal skateboard, let alone a longboard. Samantha pulled her pen out from behind her ear and transformed it into a sword. Expecting trouble? I asked her, then looked at the park before us. It was somehow well-maintained, despite over a week of apocalypse happening around it. It looks too neat, she said, and I've heard stories about a roaming boss in this area. I looked at my left hand and then at my missing right forearm. Deal with it after you set up the safe zone. She considered her own ruined left hand for a moment, but then said, No, People will be coming through here. Besides, the safe zone sphere states that any enemies inside its area will remain, so it's better to deal with those first. That wasn't part of the deal, I told her. Is it really so hard for you to help people? What have they ever done for me? And what's the point in helping those who will just stab you in the back later? She frowned. You don't trust anyone, is that it? You got burned one too many times and now you're scared of people? I laughed. That's great coming from you. You were just as quick to run away from those players near the police station, so don't try to act like you're any different. She shook her head. Fine. Let's go to the mall. I'll deal with whatever is in the park afterwards. Alone. Perfect, I replied. Panda and Bee had just been looking between us the whole time. Don't say a word, I hissed to Panda as we walked through the metal archway with a sign above that read Serenity Park. I was finding it suffocating to be near someone so self-righteous as Samantha. She had gotten #1 in the Weaponlution event, so she clearly had no scruples about killing people to get her way. And she had confessed to being one of those greater good psychos that justified their heinous acts with shaky morals. Then again, she had worked for the government, so it wasn't really a surprise. She'd clearly known that the chief and mayor were rotten, but she'd done jack shit to change anything. It didn't matter to her that people like me and others suffered so long as the majority didn't. It was bullshit, and it was the kind of dangerous ideology that weak people would cling to. Perhaps we should leave Castleburg after killing the mayor and hunting down the police chief, I said to Bee and Panda, while Samantha stomped ahead of us. Do you want to visit Maidville? Bee asked. Although she'd mentioned that her parents were still alive, it didn't seem like she was in a hurry to get home. Logan will probably want to kill us if we go there, I replied. What about Boston? Panda suggested. I groaned. When we have our own sphere, let's make a safe zone out of a van or something, Bee said. I nodded. Then we can go wherever we want. Samantha stopped and looked back at us. She was standing further down the gravel pathway, past the ponds, artificial hills, and vibrant grass. What are you conspiring about? She asked. None of your business, I told her. She muttered something I couldn't hear, and then continued towards the mall entrance in the distance. Serenity Park was maybe about half a mile wide and half again across, forming more or less a rectangular box in front of the 3-story mall. From the outside, the building just looked like a bunch of huge bricks stacked together and slathered in white paint, but it was at least somewhat interesting to look at on the inside. The park itself was a generic, void of inspiration public space, which the soulless mall corporation had pulled out of their ass to label themselves as pro-nature. It was good for their PR, since they bulldozed actual forests on more than one occasion to build their malls across Massachusetts and beyond. To make matters worse, the malls they built were often abandoned by locals pretty soon after construction, leaving behind dozens of stores with more employees than customers inside. Serenity Park Mall had been no exception. It also didn't help that the homeless who took up temporary residence in the mall or its adjoining park were often ruthlessly beaten by the esteemed members of Castleburg's police department at the behest of the mall's owners. As I looked around, my eyes scanning the carefully trimmed hilly lawns, pruned bushes, and trees, I didn't see any signs of the homeless who'd surely have lived here in the past, nor even those who had to have come here after the whole world went to shit. I clicked my tongue. Samantha was right that there was something going on in the park. However, there was no incentive for me to seek it out or fight it, least of all in my current state, so I was glad when we made it to the entrance of the mall. Have you been here before? I asked Bee. She shook her head. No, it looks ugly. It's better on the inside, Samantha said. It even has an IKEA. Samantha walked up to the revolving door, which turned on as we approached, revealing that the place had power. We followed her in. Warning, now entering Level 12 Dungeon Hub, Serenity Park Mall. As we came out onto the smooth and reflective tiles past the door, I breathed a sigh of relief that we hadn't wound up in a new dungeon, though it was immediately clear that there were several in here. The hall that stretched out in front of us and to the right and left had groups of monsters fighting each other. It's a dungeon hub? B read out loud, confused. I think it means there are a lot of dungeons here, when normally they wouldn't be clustered together so tightly, I guessed.
That seems dangerous.
Unless you know how to exploit it, I shot back. No doubt leveling here would be easy if groups of people worked together. Samantha had clearly thought through her plan when she picked the place.
I'm going to get the safe zone sphere up. Come with me,
she called, before running for the set of escalators immediately in front of us. These were operating as well, which made sense, given that this area was a hub. But the implications were not great, since wherever there was electricity still running, there'd be people trying to hoard that power for themselves. Though, saying that, the level of the dungeon hub was going to filter out most people at the moment. In the near future, when the average player level in the city was higher, it would definitely lead to infighting over who controlled the place, though. B and I followed after her.
Where are you going? I yelled.
To the 3rd floor.
Why there? You'll see.
I took 3 steps at a time as I moved up the escalator. When we came to the 2nd floor, there was a skeletal knight trying to beat up a dog-sized guinea pig about 15 yards to the left. Nearby were a costume store and a pet store that they seemed to have spawned from. Scattered around us was the aftermath of dozens of similar fights, seen in blood and bony fragments. There weren't any dead bodies, though, which was ominous. It was as if something was stealing those away. B stopped to look down through the open elevator shaft near the escalator landing.
That's weird,
she commented. What is? I asked, keeping an eye on Samantha, who continued going up.
The elevator itself seems to be gone. It's just a vertical tunnel. You don't think it's like the taxi, do you?
I don't think the system considers elevators to be public transport. If it did, then the escalators would have turned into snakes or something, don't you think? Samantha had already reached the 3rd floor and was running to the right before I lost sight of her. I think I know why the elevator is gone, I said. I'll tell you later, though. Come on.
Right behind you, she called.
Nearby, the guinea pig chomped down on the skeletal knight's head with its enormous teeth, crushing it. Seems like a free-for-all in here between the monsters, I remarked as we bounded up to the top floor.
It's like survival of the fittest, B said. Everyone is trying to establish a hierarchy or something.
I don't like the sound of that. It would imply there will be a king.
Or a queen.
Let's settle on ruler, Panda said, mediating before we could get into an argument about semantics. If they keep fighting each other, though, I said, reaching the escalator landing and spinning on my heel to go right, then they'll grow really strong, won't they?
I scanned that guinea pig from earlier, B said. It was level 8. There was also a weird half-beta fish, half-human mermaid that was level 13.
We can deal with those, I said, slowing down a little so she could keep up with me on foot. As we ran down the hallway, we passed many shuttered stores, several pillaged ones, and a few that were unnervingly pristine. The last ones were clearly dungeons, though whatever they spawned was nowhere in sight, which worried me, especially because there was a toy store amongst them. For whatever reason, things associated with children were incredibly powerful by design, such as the enemies I'd encountered in Bungo's playroom. We eventually found Samantha waiting outside the bathrooms near a burger restaurant that was utterly decimated from some kind of explosion in its kitchen.
The bathrooms? That's where you were heading?
B asked. Look, I know it's improper, but it's the apocalypse. You can go wherever you like, I told her.
Stop talking, dumbass. I'm not here because I need to pee, she told me. The safe zone sphere has to be put in a secure area when it's triggered.
And you picked the bathrooms?
It's a defensible position, she argued back.
I don't think, I started, but then considered it for a moment. Actually, no. That's a good idea.
Will we have to defend the sphere?
B asked, sounding excited. Samantha nodded.
Yes, it will lure all nearby enemies within its area of influence to its location. I get to use my furniture skill,
B exclaimed, and immediately got to work pulling furniture out of the nearby ruined stores. This, inexplicably, included the product shelves from a hardware store and the burger restaurant's grills and ovens, as well as the bolted-down sofa benches and chairs. I looked at my arms and sighed, then shifted Brock to my left fist. Let's punch a lot of monsters, huh, Brock?
Feck yes! I love tower defense.
You ready? Samantha asked. I looked to Bee, who was hastily erecting walls and creating a lot of obstacles for monsters to have to go through, while also making a sort of funnel that'd lead them in a single file directly to the bathroom doors. I guess so, I told her. She hurried into the women's bathroom while I remained put, watching Bee get to work with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Chapter -64. Furniture flew around in the air while Bee waved her arms around like a conductor. The random bits slotted into place all around us in the hallways. She had a look of pure concentration on her face. You really like building stuff, huh? I asked. Bee's antennae swished about merrily. I had a bit of a Lego phase when I was younger, she said. Lego isn't just for kids, Panda stated. I gave him a side eye. Didn't know you were a fan. The bathroom was on a corner, but Bee had erected walls down the left and right hallways such that they formed a gauntlet that was impossible to navigate in a straight line, while also giving us small platforms from which we could look out over the walls and shoot the incoming monsters before they got close. You did a good job, I commended her. Panda nodded along. Thank you. Don't worry about breaking the walls down, she told me. I'll just rebuild them if you do. Doesn't your skill cost mana? I wondered. She shook her head. Weird, right? It must have some kind of cost, though. Just furniture. I thought about that. It seemed unbalanced somehow. Can you use it offensively? No. And once something I've built with furniture breaks, then I can't use it again. An environmental cost, then, I concluded. You're the only one with utterly broken skills, Panda told me. Like your punch harder. It has a cost, I said. The cost doesn't match the effect. I raised my right stub. I beg to differ. Panda crossed his arms. You lost part of your arm, which can be healed back. In exchange, you killed a boss more than twice your level. That's unbalanced as hell. I was about to argue back when a message suddenly went out, along with a blue pulse that flowed across the walls, floor, and ceiling, almost like some kind of scan. Warning to all Castleberg players. Player Samantha has activated a safe zone sphere inside the Serenity Park Mall. For the next 2 hours, enemies and bosses in the area will be drawn to the location. If they make it to the sphere, they will destroy it and prevent the creation of the safe zone. Players in the area can choose to aid or obstruct Samantha in her goal of establishing a sanctuary. Rewards for participating in the successful establishment of the safe zone: 100 game coins and +1 level. Rewards for participating in the destruction of the safe zone sphere: 300 game coins and +3 levels. Time remaining: 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Another blue pulse rolled across the mall. Then Samantha barged through the bathroom door. She was covered in blood and had a large meat mallet in her hand. Red, chunky droplets dripped from it and down onto the floor. What happened in there? I asked. She paused, looked around at the gauntlet Bee had constructed. Then she used her hands to wipe her face, although it didn't help much. There was a monster in there. It jumped out of a stall as soon as I activated the sphere. Looks like it exploded all over her when it died, Panda remarked. The floor trembled as the roars of monsters echoed down the halls that led towards us. So, once again, the system lied to me, Samantha complained. Why? What happened? Bee asked. It said that the duration of the Defend the Sphere event was based on the area that I attempted to turn into a safe zone. I know the goddamn size of this mall, and what it selected doesn't match that at all. Maybe it's a conversion error, Panda speculated. Like if it's based on meters but has to convert from feet or something. She sighed loudly. It turns out that it uses cubic feet. I nodded. That seems like something they'd do. And because of that, it went from being max 30 minutes to 2 hours. Did you know about other players being able to interfere with it? Bee asked. She shook her head. It didn't say anything about that either. Gambit and I can kill them, Bee said confidently. I considered the fact that my 2 plugins currently optimized me for killing players, although it would probably lead to more monsters than anything, particularly boss-type insanity monsters. It was probably for the best if I just went for kill shots, should any player try to stop us. "Do you think anyone will actually interfere with the creation of the safe zone?" Samantha asked. "Definitely," I answered. "The rewards are too good." "But what's the point of getting game coins if you can't use them anywhere?" "Maybe someone else wants to lay claim to them all," I replied. "Plus, there's probably some kind of bonus for being the one who creates the safe zone, not to mention getting to control everything about it." Samantha frowned. "You're right. That is tempting. 3 levels are also a lot. There shouldn't be any players nearby, though," she said. "From what I was told, everyone abandoned the area after realizing it was full of high-level monsters." I frowned. "I just realized Annabella and Hawaiian Shirt Guy will probably come here." "Annabella? The woman with a crossbow and long dark hair? You know her? Is her last name Exposición? No, it's Encarnación." "It's probably the same woman," Panda said. "You must have just misheard her name." "Monsters are coming!" Bee suddenly yelled. The meat mallet in Samantha's hand transformed into a crossbow, and she climbed up on one of the little shooting stands Bee had made. As she looked out over the incoming monsters in the distance, she lifted her crossbow and fired off a bolt. Then her weapon forcefully transformed into a crank-operated crossbow. She fired again, and it transformed into a handheld crossbow a second after. Every time she fired, her weapon changed shape, though it seemed she could control it somehow. However, given the limit of 1 kill per transformation, it was clear she would quickly run out of ranged weapons that fit into the apparent pre-modern theme of her transformations. As if to point this out, her crossbow became a recurve bow, which then became a longbow, and so on. I got up onto a platform as well and looked out over the incoming monsters. They were having trouble navigating the corridors formed by Bee's furniture walls, and some of the smaller and more agile creatures were scaling them instead. They were like hairy little wingless imps that had a gaunt, sunken-cheeked appearance with light blue fur and yellow eyes. "The imps are level 6, Bee said, scanning the monsters. She fired off a bolt that embedded itself in the forehead of one, sending it backwards off a wall. "More coming down the left hallway," Panda commented, and I hopped down from my platform and went over to one that looked out over that side instead. On the right side were the imps, the skeletons we'd seen earlier, and weird noodle-like spaghetti men, all of which were covered with various toppings like meatballs or seafood, as well as accompanying sauces. "The skeletons are between level 8 and 10, and the spaghetti men are all level 12, Bee announced. On my side were 3 of the enormous guinea pigs, as well as some half-fish, half-human creatures that were probably the things Bee had called mermaids earlier. Unlike actual mermaids, their bottom halves were human, and the top halves were giant aquarium fish. Also, I was pretty sure they were all mermen based on how hairy their legs were. In the absence of ranged attacks or weapons, I pulled off tiny bits of the furniture walls and finger-flicked them with the index of my left hand. It hurt, given that both my thumb and index finger were broken. Fortunately, I'd equipped Brock on the hand, and he was providing structural support. Panda grimaced as he watched me. Each finger-flicked bit of trash turned into a dangerous projectile that instantly killed anything they hit, creating impact and exit wounds reminiscent of a rifle, though it was hard to aim. Brock made a happy sound every time I landed a hit, and each resulted in the strange purple color spreading onto the monsters. I couldn't tell if it did anything, as they died with the same impact that infected them. When the last of the monsters on my side lay dead, and about 30 holes perforated the walls, I looked to the right side. Monsters were still coming, and the midway point of Bee's gauntlet was already clogged with dead. I hopped down from the platform and went over to help them, but was stopped halfway there by Brock.
"I am level 2. Touch me in your special way."
"Maybe it's a good thing that Samantha can't hear us," Panda remarked dryly. I opened the inspection menu for Brock and clicked the button to level him up, getting a pop-up as a result. Brock, level 2. Pick one of the following level-up skills. Inflation. All impact damage is turned into internal inflation within whatever is hit. Air Blast. Punching the air creates a powerful blast of condensed air that has a max range of 12 yards. Pitcher. All objects thrown or otherwise sent flying with Brock gain 2 times speed and are more accurate. Since it seemed the most fitting for the current situation, I picked Pitcher without much forethought. After selecting it, the inspect screen popped back up. Brock, unique weapon. A purple balloon gauntlet that makes a noise when it hits something. Any punch with this glove has quadruple the impact damage and hits twice. Doubles throwing speed and accuracy. While this weapon is equipped, Purple Plus is enabled. Level 2. Kills remaining until next evolution, 22. Weight, 2.592 pandas. The balloon gauntlet on my hand morphed along with the change. The fingers became slightly longer, and the palm slimmed down on the sides, matching the actual shape of my real hand more.
I hope that felt as good for you as it did for me,
Brock purred. Please stop. Why is your balloon thing squeaking so much? Samantha asked, turning away from the incoming monsters to look at me.
Fuck you, you cow!
It just does that sometimes, I replied, not bothering to actually repeat what he said. Besides, it was probably more annoying to only be hearing the squeaking of balloons rather than his voice. I got up onto the platform to look down across the walls, just in time to see something break through the crowd of monsters and barrel towards the furniture fort. Bee looked excited. It's a merman? Samantha interrupted her, holding a looking glass to her right eye. I blinked. Is that half a shark fused with the bottom half of a person?